Chapter 11. It had rained steadily all night and was still hard at it when Jairus roused in the morning. He sat up in bed and frowned. Ordinarily, Jairus would not have cared. Of complacent mind, it was his habit to accept all weathers without complaint. Besides, the country needed rain, for it had been the sunniest autumn that Galilee had seen for many years. But, much as his cherished gardens and vineyards would benefit by a refreshing downpour, this was clearly an inconvenient day for it, and Jairus was annoyed. So very much annoyed that when Adiel, his uncommonly attractive wife, entered the room, she found him in a posture of dejection, with both hands in his tousled hair. He mumbled a gloomy acknowledgement of her presence without looking up. Seating herself on the edge of his bed, Adiel gently patted him on the shoulder. What was the trouble? Didn't he like the rain? Any other time, muttered Jairus, slipping his arm about her. I was a fool to consent to that meeting here today. These tedious discussions always bore me, even when the day is fine and they can do their dull haranguing out in the pergola. Now we will have them on our hands, all day, indoors, with no chance of escape. But one can't offend Rabbi Ben Shalom. He is a good old man. Yes, dear, he is indeed, though a bit tiresome, murmured Adiel. I had forgotten that you were having company today. What is this party to be, one of those dreadful all-day meetings of the synagogue regents? Worse than that, sighed Jairus. This is a deputation of priests, scribes, legal counselors, and such things, who are coming all the way from Jerusalem to decide what should be done with this preaching carpenter. Maybe they won't come, said Adiel hopefully, now that it's such a bad day. Of course they'll come, grumbled Jairus. They will have been on the road for 3 days. We may as well prepare for them. They'll be here. You can depend on that. He glanced up, brightened perceptibly, and waved his hand to a pair of smiling, 12-year-old eyes that had appeared in the crack of the slowly opening door. His invitation brought the happy child dancing into the room. She snuggled down on the other side of her father. Breakfast's ready, she announced gaily. And Rachel says we're to come directly and eat it, for there's to be a lot of company here for dinner. What kind of company, father? Will they be jolly, and tell funny stories, or are they the other people? Jairus absently fondled his daughter's curls and replied sadly that they were, he regretted to say, the other people. No funny stories today, Sharon. Go and tell Rachel we will be there immediately, dear, said her mother, and when the child had scrambled out of the bed and was on her way Adiel asked, what are they planning to do to this strange person? You said he hadn't broken the laws. What charge will they bring against him? That's what they are going to discuss today, replied Jairus. They came to apprehend him as a disturber of the peace. If he has disturbed the peace by preaching to these big crowds, it is the business of the provincial police to arrest him. I had a talk with Antipas about this, a few days before he left. He had sent several of his men out into the country to see what the carpenter was trying to do, and they reported that nothing seditious had been said. The Tetrarch seemed satisfied that the fellow was doing no harm with his admonitions to the people that they should try to be contented, and live at peace with all men. Surely the rabbis can't object to that, reflected Adiel. Perhaps they have been disturbed by all these tales of miracles. She grew suddenly serious, searching her husband's eyes. You don't think there can be any truth in these stories, do you, Jairus? All the people on our estate are talking of nothing else. I've never known our house servants to be so excited about anything. Well, drawled Jairus, you know how servants are. They dote on such yarns. It's quite beyond belief that the carpenter is really healing diseases. Have any of our people told you that they themselves have been cured of anything? No, but they are convinced that the man has done some very remarkable things. Rising, Adiel held up Jairus's exquisitely quilted robe. Hoisting himself out of bed, he slipped his arms into it and ambled off toward the spacious bath, pausing in the doorway to remark, I think it's rather undignified for these pundits from Jerusalem to be making a big thing of this. If they pay no attention to the man, he will soon dispose of himself, and the people will forget all about him and he can go back to his carpenter shop. I'm ashamed to be serving as host to this foolish business, Adiel. She loitered in the corridor for him, and when presently he rejoined her, Adiel tucked her hand under his arm and said, with some hesitation, I wish you would have a talk with a few of our farmers, old Simeon, for one. You can trust him to tell the truth. He claims that he actually saw this Jesus give sight to a man who had been born blind. Poof! Scoffed Jairus good-naturedly. Don't be silly. There's some sensible explanation for these tales. You may be sure of that. They strolled toward the breakfast room. It was on the east side of the villa, adjoining the large dining room, and was usually flooded with sunshine. On fine summer days the servants rolled back the central panels of the roof, made of tightly woven goat hair, and the family breakfasted under the blue sky. It was closed today and the room was dreary. Even the beautifully crafted mosaics on the walls were dingy and lifeless. As they neared the high arched doorway, Jairus slowed to say, before they entered, "If our people want this sort of entertainment, I've no objection. The crops are all in. The men have nothing much to do. Listening to the carpenter is certainly better than loitering around the wine cellars down in Capernaum. Good morning, Rachel. We will make short work of our breakfast. You and the maids have a busy day before you, with a large party for dinner." "Yes, sir," sniffed old Rachel, beckoning to her crew to proceed with their table service. Then, with the bland impudence to which her seniority entitled her, she remarked, "And they will eat a lot." "What makes you think so?" inquired her master, anticipating some astringent drollery. "We've had their like before, sir, men who speak big words. They always eat big dinners." "I had never noticed that, Rachel," chuckled Jairus, "but by Jove I believe you're right. Well, make sure you have enough for them." Sharon now came up out of her half-drained milk goblet, with a gasp, and solemnly remarked, "Nurse says by Jove is a Roman swear word, father." "Perhaps, if we must swear," commented her mother, "it is better to take the names of the heathen gods in vain." "Is this by Jove a heathen?" asked Sharon. "Drink your milk, little one," admonished her father gently. "We'll all have our fill of theology before the day is over, without beginning it now." "I'm not expected to attend this dinner, am I?" asked Adiel. "No, dear," said Jairus. "Not if you don't want to. It's a business affair. You needn't show up at all. It's Rabbi Ben Sholom's party really. We're just providing food and shelter." By mid-forenoon it had cleared. Patches of blue sky were appearing and the sun was glinting on the puddles in the rose garden as Jairus sauntered out to the pergola. Perhaps it would dry off sufficiently for the learned men, having fed well, to carry their weighty matters out of the house. That would be a relief. Jairus could see to it that they were comfortably seated, and then drift quietly away. The wise men would not miss him. Upon examination, the vine-bowered pergola was still a-drip, but giving off a promising steam, and the wicker chairs and divans were drying fast. Jairus was almost cheerful when Rabbi Ben Sholom appeared, punching holes in the wet gravel with his cane. The rabbi, habitually sedate, was almost animated. "This promises to be an interesting day, my son," he said, in a tone that hinted at a treat in store. "That's good," rejoined Jairus, without enthusiasm. "I have been hoping that the gardens and the pergola would be dry enough for your people to hold their meeting, this afternoon, out of doors." "Well, as for that, this will not be a festive occasion," declared Ben Sholom soberly. "It is not a garden party. What we have to do today can better be done indoors." "Oh? So serious as that?" "Yes. The carpenter is to be here." Jairus, who had been shaking a dripping vine, straightened, and brightened a little. "Indeed," he said. "That's interesting." "Yes. A couple of our young students for the priesthood hunted the fellow down yesterday, and—" "Hunted him down, eh?" There was a trace of asperity in Jairus' tone. "That must have called for much shrewdness, seeing that the carpenter has been openly speaking to great throngs. Had he hidden himself somewhere?" "No, he was not in hiding," replied the old man frostily. "He was shamelessly eating his supper in the home of Simon the son of Jonas." Jairus grinned and the rabbi scowled at his amusement. "You don't mean to say, sir, that he was visiting the Big Fisherman? I thought this carpenter was some sort of a religious teacher. Apparently he isn't very particular about the company he keeps. The Big Fisherman hasn't any more religion than our dog." "That is one of the things we will discuss with him," said the rabbi. "He makes pretense of being a holy man, talks to the multitude about holy things, and then associates himself with all manner of profane and uncouth people. Some of our men saw him, a few days ago, sitting in the revenue office chatting with Levi, that abominable collector of Roman tribute." "Maybe he was trying to talk Levi into a reduction of his taxes," chuckled Jairus. "I must ask him how he got on with it." "It is not a jesting matter, my son," said the rabbi sternly. "Sorry," mumbled Jairus. After a moment of constrained silence, he asked, "Did your young men have any trouble getting the carpenter's consent to come here today?" "Of course they couldn't command him to come." "They did command him," declared Ben Sholom. "By the authority of the synagogue." Then he needn't come unless he wants to, said Jairus brusquely. He probably knows, as well as you do, sir, that the synagogue has no power to arrest him, or subpoena him. Be that as it may, said Ben Sholem testily, he is coming. He had the effrontery to say that he would be free to come because it was going to be too stormy this afternoon for the people to turn out. Jairus' jaw sagged a little and his brows contracted. You say he made that forecast yesterday, when there wasn't a cloud in the sky. He must be a weather prophet. Not a very good one, remarked the rabbi, with a brief smile. It will be fair this afternoon. Apparently, agreed Jairus. By the way, did your bright young men invite the carpenter to come early enough to have dinner with us? Certainly not. Snorted Ben Sholem. He is not coming here as a guest. I must say, Jairus, the old man continued hotly, I am surprised at your attitude toward this matter. Here you are, a regent of the synagogue. The most influential man in this region, supposed to set a good example, but not caring what manner of doctrine is taught to the people. You even talk of having this blasphemer in your home as a guest, when it is clear that the fellow consorts with the ungodly, dines with Simon the brawler who openly reviles the synagogue and hasn't attended its services for years. The rabbi's voice was trembling as he finished his impassioned speech, and Jairus reproached himself for permitting the unhappy episode to develop. Perhaps good old Ben Sholem had some grounds for his indignation. As a regent of the synagogue, Jairus was expected to take more than a casual interest in the community's religious beliefs. To atone for his intimations of indifference, he made a long face and showed concern for the reclamation of Simon's wayward soul. Rabbi, did you ever speak to the Big Fisherman about his infidelity? He inquired solemnly. It wouldn't have done any good, muttered Ben Sholem. I have known the headstrong fellow from his youth. There is no doubt but his apostasy hastened the death of his godly father. Once, a few years ago, 2 of our young men of the synagogue asked him respectfully why he did not pay his tithe, and he sneered at them. At that, they chided him, as indeed they should have done, and he grabbed them by the hair and whacked their heads together. Then, realizing the gravity of his offense, he added insult to injury by presenting them with a basket of perch. Jairus frowned heavily at this outrage and seemed about to denounce such inexcusable conduct when, to the rabbi's pained surprise, he broke forth with a loud cackle of involuntary laughter. I am amazed, Jairus, murmured the old man. So am I, sir, confessed the culprit, suddenly sobering. But I couldn't have helped that, if I had been on my deathbed. Please forgive me. I sincerely hope, Jairus, entreated Ben Sholem, that you will regard this unfortunate affair of the carpenter with the gravity it deserves. When he appears in your house today you must give him to understand that he is coming at the behest of the synagogue. Then you had better take him to the synagogue, retorted Jairus. I do not like the part you are asking me to play. If I am to be this young man's host, there will be no rudeness, certainly not by me. I had surmised that you were inviting him here for a conference, now it appears that he is summoned for a condemnation. I shall not be a party to such procedure. Indeed, if he comes here friendless and alone, you may expect me to be on his side. Do you mean to say that all the rabbis in the neighborhood are congregating here to judge the man without giving him the advantage of any defense? Are you all solidly against him? The man must be silenced, Jairus, declared Ben Sholem firmly. We are all agreed on that, except. He hesitated for a moment, and went on reluctantly. I cannot understand the attitude of Rabbi Elimelech of Bethsaida. He came to see me yesterday, to tell me not to expect him here today. Did he give his reasons? Inquired Jairus, with interest. Elimelech is getting old, explained the elderly Ben Sholem. He is in his second childhood. Indeed, it is said that he spends most of his time telling stories to the children. The substantial people of his congregation hardly know what to make of him. And he refuses to join you in rebuking the carpenter? Elimelech was imprudent enough to go out into the country himself, to hear this Jesus. His people do not approve of that, he admitted as much. He even took more than a score of their children with him. Elimelech needs to be careful or he will be retired. I must have a talk with the good old man, remarked Jairus. It might be worth knowing what he really does think of this Nazarene. What did he say to you, about him? He said the man might be the Messiah, for all we knew. We can't have that kind of talk, you know. Of course not, mumbled Jairus absently. The dinner was a dull and difficult affair. Valiantly but vainly did Jairus endeavor to dispel the constraint of his taciturn guests. At first he had breezily introduced conversational topics which, he thought, might induce them to show some interest for sheer courtesy's sake, but they gave him no aid. They ate in silence. Turning to Nathan, the high priest's representative, Jairus inquired how Pilate was getting on these days with the Sanhedrin. After a lengthy interval, Nathan had stiffly replied, with his eyes on his plate, as usual. It was implicit in Nathan's icy rejoinder that whatever might be the present relation of the Roman procurator and the Jewish court, it was certainly none of Jairus' business. The forthright rebuff nettled him, but he kept his temper. Addressing Obadiah, the eldest of the scribes, at his left, Jairus asked whether the improvements to the Galilean embassy had been completed. The old man shook his head. After a pause, he elaborated on his response by mumbling that he did not know. He did not bother to add that he didn't care, but it was plain enough that Jairus was talking too much. He felt lonely and out of place. Perhaps he had been impudent in seating himself with these distinguished men. He had done better, he felt, to have donned an apron and helped serve the table. A few times he lifted his eyes hopefully in the direction of Rabbi Ben Shalom, but the old man moodily munched his mutton without glancing up. Now it occurred to Jairus that Ben Shalom, who had had time for a private word with the Jerusalem party before dinner, might have whispered that their host was not sympathetic with the inquisition to be held in his home. That was it. They were deliberately snubbing him. After that, Jairus, in the role of a mere innkeeper, saw to it that their plates and cups were replenished, addressing himself only to the serving maids. "Another helping of chicken, Rachel," he murmured behind his hand, "for his grace the high priest's emissary. And bring more wine. And open the windows. It is close in here. And light the lamps." Perhaps that was part of the trouble. The air had become oppressive and the room was growing dark. Jairus turned about toward the windows and faced a blackened sky. There was going to be a severe storm. Presently the very house shook under a crash of thunder. Vivid tongues of flame stabbed at the close horizon. Detached gusts of wind flung their weight at the awnings and thrust their shoulders against the straining doors. Spurts of rain splashed noisily on the tessellated pavement of the loggia, as if pitched from enormous buckets. Jairus rose hastily and made for the high-domed atrium, now enveloped in gloom. That precariously supported ceiling had always worried him on stormy days, despite the architect's assurance that it was strong. He entered the huge room and looked up anxiously into the dome as another blast of thunder roared overhead. Calmly seated, quite within the range of a catastrophe, were 4 men. Apparently Joseph, the butler, having admitted them, had been too busy fastening doors and windows to announce their presence. They rose. A gigantic, bearded man, whom Jairus instantly recognized as the Big Fisherman, stepped forward, bowed, and deferentially tipped his head toward the evident leader of their party. "Sir," said Simon, in a deep voice, "this is Jesus, of Nazareth." On any other occasion, Jairus would have had at least a nod and a smile for the man who had so graciously introduced his friend, but there was something about the Nazarene that demanded his full attention. So, this was the carpenter. Well, it was easy to see why the people were following him about. He was not an ordinary man. Jairus advanced toward him, and bowed respectfully. "You and your friends are welcome to my house, sir," he said. There was another crash of thunder and Jairus glanced up apprehensively. "May I suggest, sir," he urged, "that you step back from underneath this dome? We are not safe here." "You need have no fear, Jairus," said Jesus quietly. "But that roof is dangerous," insisted Jairus. "Perhaps," said Jesus, "but not for me, nor for you while you are beside me. My time has not yet come." Jairus, rarely at a loss for an appropriate word, couldn't think of a suitable thing to say. He found himself held by the carpenter's reassuring eyes, strange, searching eyes they were, that asked, without impudence, what manner of man you were, as if they had a right to know. There was another savage blast of thunder, but this time Jairus did not look up. Apparently divining his host's relief, Jesus smiled, glanced aloft, and nodded his head. And Jairus smiled too, but shook his head a little, as if to say that something was going on here that he couldn't understand. Now the face of the carpenter sobered. He turned about and walked slowly toward the tall windows facing the highway, the others following him. Simon indicated his 2 young friends, who had not been presented. "James and John, sir," he said. "Brothers. Fishermen." Jairus nodded to them absently. He was thinking of the men from Jerusalem who were waiting, probably with some impatience, to interrogate this mysterious Nazarene. Perhaps they were sitting with their heads together, organizing pedantic queries that no untutored carpenter could be expected to understand, hopeful of showing the fellow up as an ignoramus. Well, he might surprise them. Jairus joined the men at the window. Out along the roadside a great crowd stood huddled and hunched under the cypress and olive trees in the drenching rain. Simon, towering beside Jesus, turned to Jairus and murmured apologetically. He entreated them not to follow him here, "Sir." "Are these people friends of yours?" asked Jairus, moving to Jesus' side. Jesus nodded his head and continued to gaze compassionately at the multitude. Then, as if talking to himself, he said, "They are sheep, without a shepherd." "Well," said Jairus, "we can't have them out there in this storm." He turned to the big fishermen. "Bid them come in." Striding quickly to the great doors opening upon the terrace, Simon waved a beckoning arm. The rain-soaked throng could not believe, at first, that they had been invited into the palatial home of Jairus. Simon continued to beckon to them. They raised a grateful shout and broke into a run across the terraced lawn. Jesus watched them coming, for a moment, then turned to give his host a comradely smile. "You are bringing a blessing upon your house, Jairus," he said softly. Gratified, but somewhat embarrassed by this tribute, Jairus replied that he hoped his wife would think so, a sally that briefly broadened Jesus' smile. The crowd was literally pouring into the atrium now, wet to the skin. Simon, beside the open doors, was admonishing the people, in a strangely compulsive, resonant voice, to be orderly, not to push, and not to sit down anywhere in their soaked garments. Jairus thought it high time to conduct his strange guest away from this swarming pack. He touched Jesus' arm and signed for him to follow. They moved toward the corridor. As they came to the open door of the breakfast room, Jairus observed that the party from Jerusalem had assembled there and were standing silently at the windows, apparently watching the advancing crowd. He signed to Jesus to enter the room and invited him to sit down. The storm was abating. The rain still poured, but the thunder had subsided to mutterings in the mountains. Approaching the preoccupied group at the windows, Jairus spoke to Rabbi Ben Sholem. "Your carpenter is here," he said. They all turned about and stared. "I have the pleasure to present Jesus, whom you have asked to meet," said Jairus. Jesus rose and bowed respectfully. Jerusalem was glum. They all sat down. The crowd had got out of hand, apparently, the foremost inching along the broad corridor to the doorway of the room where the conference sat. Ben Sholem, flushed with annoyance, rose to say sternly, "Jairus, the public has not been invited to this meeting. I insist that the house be cleared of these people." "They came in out of the rain, sir," explained Jairus. "But they have no business here," expostulated Nathan. Jairus was about to say that if they wanted to put the people out, they were at liberty to do so, if they could, when a sudden commotion overhead raised all eyes toward the roof. The portable roof panels were being rolled back, letting in a downpour. Hurriedly dragging their chairs away from the opening, the men of Jerusalem were astounded at what they saw above them. A cot was being lowered into the room. It bore the rain-soaked, shivering, emaciated form of a young man. The roof was quickly replaced as the cot came to rest on the floor. Everyone in the room remained standing. Nobody spoke. Jairus tried to frown, without success. The situation had become ludicrous. It was quite clear that the servants had connived with the sick man's friends to give him this extraordinary entrance to the crowded house. It had all the appearance of an atrocity that old Rachel might have conceived, probably in collusion with Joseph the butler, who was reputed to be much interested in the carpenter. At this juncture, Jesus stepped forward and gazed down into the bewildered eyes of the invalid. Anybody could see at a glance what ailed the emaciated young fellow with the twisted, shrunken limbs. Every few years a dreaded epidemic of paralysis, to which children and youths were unaccountably vulnerable, would make helpless cripples of a dozen, a score, 100. No one knew the cause, or the cure. Jairus edged in closer, full of curiosity to see what might happen. The silence in the room was tense. The carpenter had quietly become the commanding figure in this company. All eyes were upon him. "My son," he said gently, "your sins are forgiven." There was an impatient stir among the critics from Jerusalem and a sullen rumble of indignation. Nathan, the high priest's representative, growled angrily, "This is blasphemy." Old Obadiah, chief of the temple scribes, called out, "How does this man forgive sins?" Ben Sholem snorted, "That is not what the sick man came for. He wants to be healed of his paralysis." "Aye." They all muttered. "Heal him." Jairus' heart was pounding hard now. He had found himself instantly attracted to the Nazarene and had hoped that he might give a good account of himself before these surly pedants, but it was clear that he had got himself into an indefensible position. The wiseacres from Jerusalem were right. It was sheer blasphemy for any man to forgive another man's sins. The carpenter was merely temporizing with his problem, and doing it in the worst possible way. How could he expect his enemies, or his friends, either, to endorse this stunning sacrilege? Jesus would have to do better than that if he hoped to combat the criticism of his detractors. Now the room was suddenly hushed to silence again as the Nazarene, stretching forth an arm toward the sick man, calmly addressed the murmurers. You have questioned my authority to forgive sins. Let me ask you, is it easier to forgive sins or to say to a paralytic, arise and walk? To assure you that I have been given this authority. He broke off here to turn his full attention to the young man on the cot. Lowering his hand until it touched the thin arm, he commanded, Rise up, my son, and walk. It was the craning crowd, massed in the open doorway, that broke the strained silence with a gasp and a cry of astonishment. The paralytic had reached up to take the proffered hand of Jesus, had pried himself up on his elbow, had sat erect, had struggled laboriously to his feet. Jairus' throat was tight and dry and he had a sickish feeling. Confusion broke loose now among the men from the temple. A fraud. They shouted derisively. Prearranged. The man was not a cripple. Away with this impostor. Out in the broad corridor the wide-eyed throng backed away to clear a path for the young man, who advanced with short, experimental steps. His eyes were swimming and his lower lip twitched. The open-mouthed spectators stared into his contorted face as they lurched back to give him room, trampling their neighbors' toes. No one offered him a word or a smile as he passed. He was as one risen from the dead. The rain had ceased while this strange event was in progress, and the sun was shining brightly. Slowly and silently the awe-stricken crowd was moving out of the house. The visitors from Jerusalem had circled into a compact, whispering group by the breakfast room window that gave upon the front veranda, now congested with the departing multitude. Nathan was addressing them. Old Rabbi Ben Sholem was solemnly nodding his head. Jairus gave them a brief glance, and decided that his obligations as their host had been discharged. The venerable Ben Sholem could attend to them from now on. Jesus had slumped into a chair near the doorway, his posture denoting complete exhaustion. His elbows rested on the broad arms of the chair and his bowed head was supported by white, trembling hands. As Jairus neared he slowly lifted his head and smiled wanly. Tiny beads of perspiration dotted his pale brow. I shall go now, he said huskily, if there are to be no further questions. You are welcome to remain, Master, said Jairus. You seem to be very tired. Tarry with us, and rest a while. Come with me. Wearily acquiescing with a nod, Jesus rose slowly and followed his host down the long corridor and through the atrium and on to the adjacent library. As they entered, Adiel and Sharon, who had been seated by the window, apparently in complete ignorance of the amazing thing that had happened, rose to go. My wife, Master, said Jairus. Adiel, this is Jesus, of Nazareth. Sharon, hugging a small harp in her arms, stood staring up into the stranger's face as her mother murmured a response to the introduction. Jesus looked down into the child's wondering eyes with a smile. Our little daughter, Sharon, said Jairus. Laying his hand lightly on her curly head, Jesus remarked that it was an appropriate name. Name of a rose, he said. Sharon nodded soberly and continued to stare bewilderedly into his face. Come, dear, said Adiel, taking her hand. Let her remain, Adiel, said Jesus. I shall tell her a story. His calling her by name, a familiarity not to be taken by a stranger, warmed Adiel's heart. For an instant she felt as if they had been long-time friends, but this sensation was quickly succeeded by the feeling that he had addressed her as if she were a child, though she surmised that she was somewhat older than he. Jairus, taking note of her pleased bewilderment, remembered his own surprise and gratification when Jesus had spoken his name. It was not customary for village carpenters to address him as Jairus. May I stay too? Asked Adiel. Jairus pushed the luxurious leather chairs into a smaller circle and they sat down. For a little while Jesus' head drooped and his eyes were closed. It was apparent that he was utterly spent. At the conference in the breakfast room the question had risen whether it was easier to forgive a man's sins or to cure him of his paralysis. As Jairus sat sympathetically regarding the exhausted Nazarene he reflected that it must have taken a tremendous volume of energy to have done either of these mystifying deeds. According to the widespread but largely unsubstantiated tales of the carpenter's marvels, one gathered that the self-confident magician had moved from one spectacular event to another with no diminution of strength. Now it appeared that these outgivings of vital force were made at great cost. Sharon, who had a child's natural diffidence in the presence of adult strangers, now surprised her parents by drawing her a low stool close beside Jesus. Becoming aware of her nearness, he opened his eyes, sighed, smiled, and took her small hand in his. Expectantly, Sharon drew her legs up under her and rested her dimpled elbows on the broad arms of his chair. Jairus and Adiel exchanged puzzled glances. "This story," began Jesus softly as if to the child alone, "is about a kingdom in another land." "A fairy story?" asked Sharon hopefully. "No, it is a true story, my child." In a quiet voice and with simple words, Jesus talked of his kingdom where all who wish to do so might live in happiness forever. Occasionally little Sharon interrupted with a query, somewhat to the embarrassment of her parents, though Jesus regarded her questions with interest and consideration. As the colloquy proceeded, Jairus found himself yielding to the infatuation of an ideal life to come, in a land where there were no storms, no quarrels, no courts, no prisons, no slaves, no tears, no fears. And when Sharon wanted to know whether we would all go there, Jesus had replied that not everyone would want to go, for it was a brightly lighted city, and many people, accustomed to performing their deeds in darkness, would not like the perpetual light. And many people who had been proud of their control over others' lives would not enjoy a land where everyone was free. The calm voice was interrupted now by a light tap on the door. Joseph's face appeared. Jairus, roused as from a dream, rose, crossed the room, went out, and softly closed the door behind him. "It is the Big Fisherman, sir," whispered Joseph. "He wonders how the master is feeling, and whether he is to wait." "The master is very tired," replied Jairus. "When he is rested I shall give him conveyance to wherever he wishes to go. Tell the Big Fisherman he need not tarry." The butler made off with his instructions and Jairus laid his hand lightly on the library door, but hesitated to re-enter. In some curious manner, Joseph's intrusion had broken the strange spell that had stilled his mind and had brought Jairus back abruptly to familiar footing on solid ground. His mind had resumed its normal process. There had been much too much mystery that day. He had drifted along on the compelling tide of it, offering no resistance, asking no questions. Now that he had been suddenly and roughly beached by this clutch of the commonplace, he began, rather dazedly, to put his thoughts in order. One thing was sure, his credulity had been severely overtaxed. He had always been a practical fellow, with no talent for belief in things he could not see, hear, taste, or handle. Today he had allowed himself to be influenced by a succession of mysterious events for which the strange carpenter was responsible. To begin with, he had had a friendly interest in the carpenter because he had determined that the man should not be mistreated in his house. Then, in the excitement and confusion of the storm, there had been that peculiar incident under the dome of the atrium. The carpenter had calmly assured him that it was safe, and Jairus had taken his word for it. But, so had the architect assured him that the dome was safe. Doubtless his fears had been groundless. Now that the storm was over, Jairus felt ashamed of his apprehensions. Then, there had been a miracle, or, so it had seemed, though until now he had had no opportunity to examine it calmly. The young man was ill and crippled, there was no doubt about that. Indeed, he had been far from well when he departed, as one could see by his pallor and weakness. Whether he had been helpless and quite unable to walk at all, well, there had been no testimony about that. The sullen critics from Jerusalem, whatever might be the unfairness of their hostility to the carpenter, certainly had a right to raise that question. To what extent was the young fellow paralyzed? Jairus had been willing, and was still willing, to give the Nazarene the benefit of the doubt concerning the validity of this miracle, though, with all respect for the carpenter's obviously honest belief in his own power, it would be less disturbing if it could be shown that the young man had been able to walk, maybe not very well or very far, but able to walk. But now another factor had been injected into the strange case of the carpenter. He had been describing, and in a tone of deep sincerity, a kingdom prepared for all who might be presumed to enjoy living in a land where it never stormed, where no one was ever sick or sorry, where no one owned anything for himself, and all were equal in the sight of the king. Perhaps these were reassuring words when addressed to people who, in this lifetime, had never possessed anything. Jairus wished that Jesus had not ventured upon the story of his kingdom. Let every man have his own hopes and illusions about a world to come. It distressed Jairus that Jesus had turned out to be a visionary. Apparently his imagination had been affected by his efforts to deal with the invisible. Turning away from the library door, Jairus strolled through the atrium and out upon the trampled path that led to the rose garden. He would return presently and resume his duties as Jesus' host, but he felt the need of this brief respite under the open sky. It had been his intention to invite the Nazarene carpenter to stay for supper, and to spend the night if he wished. But now he felt that it would be a relief to see this kingdom-to-come dreamer on his way. What would he do with Jesus if he remained as their guest? What would they talk about? What had they in common? No, the man's presence here was an embarrassment. The rose garden had taken quite a beating. In several places the splintered arbors hung limp over the drooping bushes they were intended to support. Jairus sauntered across to a damaged trellis where old Abner, the head gardener, was making repairs, bracing the arbor, cutting away the broken branches and retying those that remained unhurt. Life, reflected Jairus, was something like that. It had its misadventures and injuries, but, more often than not, you could tie up what was left and expect it to blossom and bear fruit again. For all its buffeting, our life here was worth all the worry and work it cost us. It had its frights, frustrations, and storms, but it also offered many satisfactions, and these satisfactions were real, and they were to be had here and now. What folly to spend one's days in brooding anticipation of a kingdom to come where it would always be fair. Whether. Jairus doubted whether he would enjoy such security even if it were to be had. He had accustomed himself to uncertainties, he knew how to deal with them. He was not so confident of his ability to deal with certainties. Even the promise of endless happiness threatened one with a manner of living for which one had had no training. Far better, mused Jairus, to content ourselves with come what may. Let the carpenter dream of his fair weather kingdom. Jairus would feel more at home in a world beset by storms. It occurred to him, as he slowly retraced his steps to the house, that he must presently have a serious talk with his architect about the dome of the atrium. It would be foolhardy to take any more chances there. With heavy steps and a heavier heart, Simon slogged along over the muddy mile that slanted toward Capernaum. He was alone and lonely. This singular day of excitements and exaltations had come to a drab ending. Early in the afternoon Simon had been amazed and uplifted to find himself possessed of a peculiar talent that would make his service to Jesus of much value. At a difficult moment he had taken full charge of an importunate multitude, and, if he did have to say so himself, it had been a good job. Tactfully but firmly he had kept that sopping wet, tatterdemalion pack in order and had successfully insisted upon an appropriate respect for the unusual privileges accorded the public by the eminent Jairus. Their prompt and willing compliance had surprised him. He had not shouted or scolded or entreated. He had calmly commanded, as if he had a right to tell them what to do, and they, all of them, young and old, had acknowledged his authority. Scores of them he had recognized, finding in their sober, astonished eyes a bewilderment over the power he was exercising, doubtless wondering by what strange magic this huge, uncouth fisherman had achieved such leadership, for surely they knew that they were under no obligation to obey his voice. It was the first time that Simon had ever issued orders to a crowd. Until now his commands had reached no further than the decks of his fishing smacks and had been obeyed only by his employees. Today he had suddenly become aware of a hitherto unsuspected capacity for compelling the attention and respect of a great throng. They had seemed mystified by it, but no more than Simon himself. Even Jairus had given him a grateful smile and an approving nod. And Joseph, the butler, had sidled up to remark deferentially, "I don't see how you do it, sir. I'm sure they wouldn't have listened to me." When the densely packed crowd had finally come to a stand, Simon, suffused with a new elation, had said to himself that this must be the reason why Jesus had laid hands upon him. Apparently the master had divined that Simon had been gifted by nature for the skillful handling of great multitudes. Not much wonder that Jesus had asked his assistance. "Simon, I have need of you," he had said. Or could it be that Jesus had endowed him with this power? Well, however he had come by it, here it was, and Simon was deeply stirred. After the spectacular event of the day had occurred, and the rain had ceased and it was time for the house to be cleared of its dripping guests, Simon had again assumed command, speaking calmly but confidently to the people, and again they had obeyed him. His words still re-echoed in his ears as he trudged through the mud on the way to Capernaum. He had said, simply, "We are all leaving now." And they had left, without disorder and without tarrying. When the last of them were out of the house, Simon had come upon James and John, who had lingered on the veranda, uncertain what was expected of them. "Jesus is with Jairus," Simon had explained. "He is resting. I shall wait for him. I think Andrew may he taking the fleet across to the south shore for fishing at sundown, now that the weather has cleared. Perhaps he would be glad to have your help." Nodding briefly, the brothers had turned away to follow the departing throng. They too had accepted Simon's quiet orders without a sign of reluctance. Hitching up his belt, he had leaned against one of the marble pillars in a posture that might easily have been mistaken for an air of proprietorship, and had absently watched the bobbing heads of the people as they plodded doggedly down the sloping road. He had been moved to pity over their bewilderment and their helplessness. They were like so many sheep. Jesus had said so. Simon had straightened to his full height and had drawn a sigh of satisfaction. "Sheep," he murmured. While thus reflecting upon the very considerable and gratifying difference between his present rating and theirs, his attention was diverted by the appearance of Joseph, attended by a crew of men servants bearing mops, buckets, and brooms. "I am waiting for the master," said Simon casually. "Do you happen to know how long he may be tarrying?" "No, sir," said Joseph respectfully. "See if you can find out." Simon had spoken quietly but authoritatively, and, after an instant of perplexed indecision, Joseph had set off on his errand, returning presently to say, with some embarrassment, that Simon was not to wait. It seemed a rather cool and curt dismissal. Of course, Simon knew he had no right to expect that Jesus himself would come out and explain that he wasn't ready to go, nor was it likely that Jairus would appear with this message. As he tramped down the stone steps which descended from one terrace to another, he tried not to feel hurt. Jesus was indeed very weary. Jairus was taking good care of him. Perhaps it was an excellent opportunity for them to become acquainted. But Simon was humiliated. After the singular service he had rendered, it was disquieting to be sent away by the butler. Trudging along with his eyes on the road, Simon reviewed the events of the past few days. Not all of them had been entirely to his liking or his understanding. To begin with, there was that deeply moving episode on the beach at dawn, when Jesus had laid his hands on Simon's boat head and had commanded him to follow. It had been a high moment. And Simon had followed, gladly, proudly, blind with welling tears. But where had Jesus taken him? Not to some quiet spot for a conference or instructions in his new duties. No, he had silently led the way to the old boat leased by the Zebedee youngsters and had indicated that Simon had an errand there. As he recollected it, this reconciliation with James and Johnny had given him some momentary pleasure. It was a relief to have their friendly relations restored. But now, flushed with disappointment, it occurred to him that if any apologies were due in patching up that estrangement, it might have been more fitting if Johnny had been invited to attend to it. Simon had not abandoned Johnny, it had been the other way about. It wasn't quite fair to make Simon do the apologizing, or so it seemed this afternoon, after the rebuff at Jairus' house. And then, the next day, Simon had invited Jesus to come aboard the Abigail, and Jesus had seemed glad enough to say that he would do so. It had delighted Simon. Doubtless Jesus would be surprised to see what valuable ships he owned. Maybe Jesus would appreciate the sacrifice he had made when he consented to devote himself to the new cause. "Master," Simon had said, "I am going to show you the finest fleet on the lake." And Jesus had suddenly changed his mind about visiting the ships. "Another day, Simon," he said absently, as if he didn't care whether he ever saw them. Wholly preoccupied with his depressing meditations, Simon marched through the main thoroughfare of Capernaum, nodding soberly to those who hailed him, and proceeded toward Tiberias. His fleet, he observed, had put out to sea. He was glad that Andrew had decided to sail, though it would have pleased him to go along. It might have lifted his depression. He slowed his steps to a stop and for a long moment gazed at his fleet with a feeling of pride. They were indeed beautiful vessels, even if Jesus had no interest in them and didn't care to visit them. A homesick memory of carefree, sunny, happy days at sea swept through him, a vivid remembrance of restless sails overhead bending to a capricious breeze, wisps of sailors' songs drifting back from the little forecastle, the blended aromas of wet hemp, warm tar, fresh paint. Simon sighed deeply and wondered whether he would ever be really happy again. Perhaps there would be some comfort in going home. Hannah would welcome him, he was sure of that. Hannah was dependable in all weathers. She could be sympathetic without being silly. He hoped she would not question him about his absence from home. Maybe she would chatter him out of his despondency. He brightened a little and lengthened his stride. He found her near the front gate, mending a broken rose trellis. "Simon!" she cried, hurrying to meet him. "What a storm! And what a day you have had! How proud you should be!" He laid a big hand on her shoulder affectionately. "Proud?" he said, soberly. "What about?" "Why, how you took charge of that crowd at Jairus' house. They're all talking about it. The neighbors have been here. Many of them were over there. How happy you must have been to be of so much help to Jesus. Do tell me more about him." "How much do you know about him, Hannah? Have you seen him?" "Yes, Simon. I went out into the country to hear him. I would have done so sooner, but I feared you might be offended. Esther wanted me to go. He is indeed a wonderful man." They strolled toward the house. "You were surprised, I think," said Simon, "that I should have anything to do with him." "Yes, I was surprised." She waited for him to explain how it had happened, but Simon said no more until they had sat down in the little parlor. Hannah's eyes were bright with expectation. Impulsively, for he had not planned to confide any of his recent experiences, Simon began, haltingly at first, to tell her how he had been forced to abandon his prejudices and admit the miraculous power of the strange young man from Nazareth. He told Hannah about the blind baby. He told her how Jesus had summoned him, in the early morning, to be his friend and helper. It was a moving story, and when he had ended it, Hannah's eyes were full of tears. There was a long silence. "But, it is not easy, Hannah," murmured Simon, shaking his head. "Following Jesus is not easy." "Tell me," she entreated softly. With averted eyes, he slowly unburdened himself of the disappointments and humiliations he had suffered. "No, following Jesus," he repeated, "was not easy." He reviewed the events of the day at Jairus' mansion, the exaltation he had felt when Jesus had looked to him to control that dripping, selfish mob of curiosity seekers, the strange sense of power that had come to him, and the dismaying rebuff that had sent him plodding off alone through the mud, plainly aware that, after all, he was nobody. Hannah's eyes lighted with sudden understanding. "Simon," she exclaimed, "has it not occurred to you that Jesus may be wanting you for some great service? Maybe he is training you for it. You know, the way they train soldiers, to endure hardship, and learn to obey, and ask no questions. The commander gives them heavy packs to carry, and long marches, and they are not told where they are going or why." For a long time Simon sat moodily staring out of the window before attempting a reply. "I should have been much happier, Hannah, if I had never met him. I was quite contented to be, just a fisherman. Now, I don't know who, or what, I am." "Why don't you go out with your fleet for a few days, and get this all off your mind?" "I don't even want to do that," rumbled Simon dejectedly. "That's part of the trouble, Hannah. Even my ships mean nothing to me, anymore. I am this man's captive. What is to become of me, I do not know." "You are tired and hungry," said Hannah gently. "I shall get your supper ready. You will feel better when you have eaten, and rested. Come, and gather a few eggs for me." Willing to be diverted, Simon followed her to the kitchen, caught up a small basket, and started out toward the chicken yard, pausing at the little feed room in the storage shed for a basin of corn. The hens fluttered about his feet, dabbing at the grain. They were unafraid, untroubled. Nothing ailed their world. Simon envied them. Hannah stood in the kitchen doorway, watching him with brooding eyes. Her intuition told her that their quiet, uneventful life together had come to an end. Simon, she felt, would never be the same again. Chapter 12. Considering all the dangers she had faced and escaped on her audacious journey from the mountains of southern Arabia to the Sea of Galilee, the young daughter of the Tetrarch felt that her expedition had been singularly successful. However shabbily the gods had treated her in filling her veins with the incompatible blood of two mutually contemptuous nations, making it impossible for her to feel at home in either of their lands, it was clear that her quest of vengeance had not been disapproved on Mount Olympus where, according to Ion, these deities maintained their headquarters. True, Fara's vow still lacked fulfillment, but perhaps the gods, having thus far blessed her adventure, might be counted upon to help her see it through. Even if it should culminate in a swift tragedy for her, an untimely death would be preferable, she thought, to any length of life in a world that had made such poor provision for her happiness. But, resolutely as she had schooled her mind to a stoical acceptance of her probable fate, there were occasional days when her courage ebbed, and for its renewal Fara would take counsel of their heroism who had lived dangerously, and, in many cases, briefly, for honor's sake. She was in need of such courage today. Curled up childishly in a heavily upholstered leather chair that had been built expressly for the comfort of Tetrarch Antipas, and was therefore several sizes too large for his daughter, Fara had been trying to bolster her morale by reacquainting herself with her favorite hero. What a gallant youth was Demosthenes! No burden could weight him down, no obstacle could slow him up. He too had vowed a vow, pledging himself to prepare for a bold attack on the rapacious merchants and wicked politicians who had impoverished and debauched his beloved Athens. Like Fara, Demosthenes had had his bad days. Sometimes he felt that he was throwing his youth away on a hopeless undertaking, and only by the most rigorous self-discipline had he been able to adhere to his resolution. The story about him that Fara liked best was of his shaving one side of his head so he wouldn't be tempted to abandon his hard studies and rejoin his gay companions in the baths and at the theater. Having herself done a bit of sacrificial barbering in the interest of keeping a vow, Fara felt that she and young Demosthenes had a great deal in common. Her admiration of him was unbounded. Of course this devotion took no toll of her maidenly modesty, for her hero had been dead these 350 years and would never know how tender was her sympathy. But this afternoon, it had been raining all day, not even Demosthenes was able to do much for Fara. As she riffled through the yellow old scrolls that eulogized his bravery, she wondered whether his famed career hadn't cost more than it was worth. True, he had stirred grease to a noisy house cleaning, but the evildoers had survived him. Demosthenes had kept his vow, but lost his life. Fara pushed the scrolls off her lap and asked herself what was the good of it. Maybe she and Demosthenes were a couple of fools to have set their youthful, dancing feet on the rough and lonely road toward a guaranteed disaster. The afternoon was wearing on in the somber, high-ceilinged library, never a bright and cheerful room even when the sun shone, was filled with depressing shadows. The gilded spool ends of a pair of scrolls, high on a shelf in the corner, stared down at her through the gloom as if to inquire how long she thought she could sit there in the oppressive silence and ghostly shadows without losing her mind. It had been her intention, yesterday, to leave the palace early this morning and spend the day with Hannah. She was homesick to see this motherly woman who had so tenderly befriended her. And perhaps Hannah could be persuaded to go with her into the country for another glimpse of the Nazarene carpenter. For a whole day, after her first experience of listening to Jesus, Fara had moved about, half dreamily, under the spell of his tranquilizing voice. Sitting there in that vast, stilled, yearning multitude, she had gradually yielded herself to the contagion of his calmness, and, retiring at length from his presence, she had carried with her a new possession. Indeed, it had so suffused her habitually unquiet spirit that for many hours thereafter nothing any longer mattered but the satisfaction of walking confidently under an almost tangible aureole of peace. But she was not without misgivings, for she had never been really happy and carefree before, and something told her she had no right to this relief from her anxieties. Ever since she was a small child, Fara had had something to worry about, her sweet mother's frailty, her rascally father's neglect of them, and, overshadowing all other frets, the feeling that she wasn't wanted anywhere. She was the little Arabian who wasn't really welcome in Arabia, the little Jew who would never be really welcome in Jewry. Now, by the magic of his persuasive voice, this Jesus had relaxed her tension and lifted her burden. "Let not your heart be troubled," he had said, and it was as if he spoke to her alone, with a full understanding of her heart and its trouble. But, after a day of this peculiar ecstasy, the sensation of peace gradually gave way to the old anxieties. Again she strapped on her burden. Nor was she disconsolate over the loss of her strange quietude of mind, for had not destiny ordained for her not only certain cares to be carried but responsibilities to be accounted for? It was all very well to possess an untroubled heart if one's troubles were honestly disposable. Whether peace was a virtue depended on how much duty shirking was involved. What indeed would have become of Demosthenes' moral character had he resolved not to let his heart be troubled? Doubtless there were plenty of fortunate people who could dismiss their cares, but Demosthenes couldn't, nor could Fara. Returning that day from her curious experience in the presence of Jesus, she found that she had lost all interest in her vow, and, that night, her brightly polished dagger, with the jeweled handle, seemed an ugly, loathsome thing. And so it was that Fara, briefly experiencing this singular sense of peace, gave it up for duty's sake. But the carpenter's entreating voice continued to haunt her, and she had a mounting desire to hear him speak again. Often and often she found herself wondering about the nature of this strange man. He was a Jew, a citizen of Galilee, a carpenter, but these facts about him did not, Fara thought, explain him at all. He seemed to live outside the bondage and security of his race and nationality. This wasn't his world. Fara felt a strange kinship with him, for it wasn't her world either. This morning, when she had wakened to find it raining, her disappointment had so depressed her that even Claudia's unfailing cheerfulness brought no response. "I shall myself take the bug-eater his breakfast," Claudia had volunteered. "The poor fellow is sad enough without having to look at you." Soberly nodding her approval, Fara had made off to the gloomy library, where she had closeted herself throughout the whole wretched day, now almost ended. Because the great house had been for so many hours as quiet as a tomb, the shrill voice of Claudia, quite obviously excited, startled Fara out of her apathy. From the foot of the winding staircase Claudia was shouting some unintelligible urgency. Perhaps the villa was on fire. Bounding out of her chair, Fara rushed to the doorway and ran into Voldy's open arms. For a long moment their joy was too deep for any words of greeting. Utterly unnerved by her surprise, Fata leaned limply against him, snuggling her face into the folds of his tunic, while Voldy held her slim body tightly to him. After a time, she drew a long sigh, with something like a childish sob tugging at her throat, and softly patted his cheek. Voldy tightened his embrace, drawing her so close she was on tiptoe. Slowly raising her arms, she circled them around his neck and lifted her swimming eyes to meet his. He bent to kiss her parted lips and her instant response speeded his heart. It was not the first time he had kissed Fara, but always before it had been Voldy's doing. She had received his kisses without reluctance, but they had been Voldy's kisses. Now Fara was sharing them, eagerly, hungrily. Voldy was ecstatic, shaken, suffocated by his emotion. Again and again he kissed her until, breathless and trembling, she relaxed in his arms. "You are all mine now, darling," he murmured, huskily. "We belong to each other, forever and ever." Pressing her cheek hard against his breast, Fara slowly nodded her head. Deeply stirred by her complete surrender, Voldy felt free to speak at once of their future. "We will forget all about this dangerous business of revenge," he said, gently caressing the tight little curls on her forehead with his fingertips. "I'll take you home, sweetheart, and we'll never be separated again." Fara made no response to this, and he continued softly while she listened with her pale face uplifted and her eyes closed. Impetuously he poured out the story of his grief, the agony of his relentless search for her on the mountain trails, the lonely days and sleepless nights, his despairing descents into deep ravines, calling, calling. "And now I have found you. We will go back to our beautiful mountains. Nothing can ever part us, ever, as long as we live." Suddenly, to Voldy's surprise, for he had never seen her weep, not even when Arnon died, Fara gave way to an uncontrollable seizure of crying, her whole body racked with convulsive sobs. Gently supporting her in his arms, Voldy waited in bewildered silence for the storm to subside. Gradually the sobs diminished to involuntary little spasms. Resolutely, she straightened, dashed the tears from her eyes and released herself from his arms. "Come, Voldy," she said thickly. "Let us sit down, and talk calmly if we can, and we must." Taking him by the hand, she led him across the room to the huge leather chair and signed to him to sit down. He made a brief effort to draw her with him, but she gently resisted, drew up a low footstool, and sat facing him, with her arms folded on his knees. There was a moment of silence, while her tears again ran unchecked. At length she spoke, barely above a whisper. "Voldy, dearest, I cannot go back with you to Arabia." "No, no, darling," she went on, insistently, when he made a murmur of protest, "you must hear me out. Voldy, if I loved you only a little less than I do, perhaps I could obey my selfish heart, and you. Believe me, it is not easy for me to make this sacrifice. You see, it isn't as if you were a common shepherd with no responsibilities beyond the care of your cottage and your flock. You are one of Arabia's most favored sons, destined to be one of the king's counselors, provided you are not encumbered with me. But I am willing, glad to give all that up for you," broke in Voldy earnestly. "Nothing matters, but you." "That's the trouble, dear," Fara went on. "You would give up your duty and your distinction for me. Do you think I could ever be happy, in the days to come, knowing it was my fault that you were unable to serve your king and your country?" And when Voldy mumbled impatiently that it meant more to him to have her love than any honor the king might bestow, Fara warned, "It may seem so now, but the time would come when we would realize that our love had been too costly. Voldy, think of your father and mother and their pride in you. They would understand. They might try to understand, but it would be a lasting grief to them. And that wise and good old man, Counselor Mishma. How he has counted on your future. And there is another problem to be met." Fara lowered her voice almost to a whisper. "We would have children." "Wouldn't that be wonderful, Fara?" exclaimed Voldy. "Yes, dear, it would be wonderful, but not for them. They would soon learn that they were, somehow different from other children, and that they were different because of me. Voldy, they might even grow to hate me as the cause of their unhappiness." They sat in silence for some time, Voldy having no answer to the problem Fara had proposed. At length, heartened by a new idea, he said, "Very well, then. We will not return to Arabia. We will make a home somewhere else. We will go to Rome." Fara shook her head and sighed. "Dear heart, you know you would be wretched there," she said. "You hate cities, as I do. We would be exiles, we and our children, people without a country. At this juncture, Claudia appeared at the door. Supper was ready, she said. Would they come down, or should she bring it up? Fara murmured a word of thanks and said they would come down. Claudia, divining that she had arrived at an inopportune moment, disappeared. Sorry, darling, muttered Voldy, but I can't eat this rascal's bread. This is my father's house, said Fara. Surely his daughter has a right to invite a friend to supper. Voldy leaned forward and searched her eyes for a twinkle, but found them sober and sincere. The incongruity of the situation made him laugh. What's so funny? Demanded Fara, soberly. You came here to kill your father, didn't you? Yes, but I haven't done it yet. Fara's tone was still serious, but a little smile twitched her lips. And so long as you haven't yet had a chance to kill him, grinned Voldy, you feel free to extend his hospitality to your guest. Fara, this is very amusing. She rose and reached for his hand. I'm glad to hear you laugh again, darling, she said, even if you're laughing at me. Come, let us see what Claudia has for us. By the way, did she make eyes at you when you came? Just a little, perhaps, admitted Voldy obligingly. Well, don't let that turn your head, drawled Fara, as they moved, arm in arm, toward the stairway. Our Claudia is as friendly as a muddy dog and not very particular in her choice of friends. They both laughed. It eased their tension. The next morning dawned brilliantly bright but chilly. The 2-month season called winter in northern Galilee was at hand, a dreary period of searching winds and cold rains when the people were more comfortable indoors. This might be the last day of autumn. With Lycia's gracious cooperation, Fara had overcome Voldy's reluctance to spend the night at the palace. The steward had been given to understand that Voldy was from Petra, and, as a student of the classics, had wanted to see the famous library. Seeing that the personable young man had been directed there by no less a prominent citizen than David, no further explanations of Voldy's visit seemed necessary. Anyone from Petra was welcome to the Tetrarch's hospitality. The beautiful, highly bred Darik had been properly stabled, groomed, admired. After an early breakfast, Fara and Voldy had repaired to the library for a further discussion of their dilemma. It was soon made clear that the girl was adamant in her decision not to return to Arabia. She wasn't going to ruin Voldy's life and bring endless humiliation upon herself by being his wife and the mother of his children. No, she conceded, it was no fault of hers that her veins bore alien blood, but it was a misfortune that need not be bequeathed to others still unborn. In short, Fara had made up her mind and it was useless to argue with her. Let me give you a little more time to think it over, dear, pleaded Voldy, and when Fara had pointed out that there was no suitable place for him to lodge, either in Tiberias, Capernaum, or Bethsaida, he said, I shall ride back to Caesarea and tarry for a few weeks. Then may I return, and see you again? She tried to convince him that this would only be salting their wounds, that they would both be better off if he rode away to occupy himself with other interests, but, after his earnest entreaty to be allowed to come back in the springtime, she consented. Voldy saw that she was glad to have made this concession, and kissed her. Fara shook her head demurely, but shared the kiss, after murmuring helplessly that it wasn't fair to either of them. Voldy's failure to debate this point was an admission that she was right about that, but, drawing her closer into his arms, he kissed her again and again. I shouldn't let you do this, she whispered, but she did. At length, reluctantly tugging herself loose from his embrace, she walked to the open window, Voldy slowly following. He put his arm around her gently. Let us get out into the sunshine, she said. We will take a walk. Her eyes lighted with a happy thought. We will visit Hannah. Voldy frowned thoughtfully, wondering whether it was discreet to add this emphasis to Fara's Arabian origin. Hannah might inadvertently say something to a neighbor that would expose Fara to the community's inquisitive conjectures. How does this Jewish girl happen, they would say, to be visited by a friend from Arabia? He voiced his anxiety. Hannah will not talk, said Fara. My secret will be as safe with her as it is with David, and you have told me that you trust him fully. It is different with the Sadducee, said Voldy. He knows who you are, and why you are here. Your friend Hannah is in the dark about you. If you trust her at all, you had better confide everything. If I promise to do that, will you come? They sauntered down the winding driveway, Voldy leading Darik, who tossed and shook his head impatiently, for he disliked to be led and made no bones about his annoyance. Presently they came out through the imposing gates and upon the broad road, joining the heavy southbound traffic. Where are all these people going? Voldy wanted to know. They are all headed in the same direction. What is it, a fair or a feast day? Hardly a carnival, none of them seems to be very gay. Jews are never gay, observed Fara, avoiding his query. That's true enough, agreed Voldy. They are a sober lot. But these people look troubled, frightened. Perhaps some calamity has occurred. Shall we inquire? She turned toward him momentarily, with indecision in her eyes as if debating whether to explain, but did not reply, which added to Voldy's bewilderment. You have more than your share of cripples in this country, he remarked. And there goes a woman, leading a blind man. They drew aside to pass a party of 4, carrying a half-grown girl on a cot. What's all this about, Fara? Persisted Voldy. They are going out into the country, a little way beyond Bethsaida, said Fara, where a village carpenter speaks nearly every day to great crowds. He has been creating quite a sensation. It is believed that he heals diseases. The carpenter! Exclaimed Voldy. The man from Nazareth? You have heard of him, then? Fara searched his eyes. Indeed, yes, all along the way. There was talk of him as far down as Caesarea. It's a wonder you haven't tried to see him, what with your curious interest in religious prophets. He gave her a teasing smile. She had lost a valuable horse by showing too much concern about an itinerant preacher. Fara accepted his raillery with a wisp of a smile, but sobered to say that she had seen and heard the carpenter. Voldy's steps slowed. Cupping his hand under her elbow, he drew her closer. But why are you so mysterious, and reticent, about it? He queried. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Didn't you want me to know? I hesitated to tell you, Voldy, she confessed. I know how you feel about magic, and miracles, and the weak-mindedness of superstitious people who believe in such things. I didn't want you to think I had gone crazy. That sounds a little as if you had been impressed by this fellow. Did you see him do anything out of the ordinary? If you like, we can go out and see him, suggested Fara. Hannah may want to go with us. You will have a chance to form your own opinion. So you would rather not tell me any more until I have seen him? I can tell you this much, Voldy, she replied, measuring her words deliberately. His voice is not like that of any other man, and the things he says have not been spoken, just that way, ever before. He does not scold or condemn or threaten, he quietly takes possession of your whole mind. You shall see for yourself, my dear. The man does not belong to this world, at all. Fara's voice had lowered to a mere whisper as she added, he is from somewhere else. There wasn't anything much to be said in response to that strange remark. Voldy studied her eyes with candid anxiety. I wonder, he murmured gently, whether you realize what you are saying. Surely you don't think that this carpenter is a god? I don't know, she mumbled vaguely, and, after a long interval. It wouldn't surprise me, if that were true. They had come now to the northern outskirts of Bethsaida and were turning off the busy highway into a quiet leaf-strewn street where Fara pointed to the cottage shared by Hannah and the fishermen Simon and Andrew. The men will not be at home, she said. I wish you might meet Simon, who is the master of his fleet, a gigantic fellow. He has no learning and knows nothing beyond his occupation, but one can't help feeling that if he had had any advantages at all he might be a very forceful person. Arriving in front of the cottage, Voldy said he would wait at the gate while Fara inquired whether her friend was prepared to receive them. There was no response to her knock at the front door. She stepped into the hallway and called cheerily. A weak voice bade her come in. Hannah, fully clothed, was lying on her bed. She tried to smile a welcome. Hannah! Cried Fara. You are ill. It is nothing, dear, protested Hannah feebly. I am very tired, that is all. She made an effort to sit up, but slumped back upon the pillows. Her gray eyes were cloudy, her cheeks were flushed, and an agitated pulse pumped hard at her temple. Give me your hand, Esther, she muttered thickly. Perhaps I can get up now. But a sudden seizure of faintness swept her and she made no further protest when entreated to lie still. After what seemed like a long delay to Voldy, and Darik, too, whose restless capers were bringing elderly neighbors to their doors and windows, Fara reappeared at the gate, her serious face warning that something had gone amiss. Hannah, she reported soberly, was ill, perhaps very ill indeed. Voldy had better go quickly down to the business district where, hard by the synagogue, he would find the old physician Gershon. When I have found the doctor and sent him here, I think I shall be on my way, said Voldy. There is nothing I can do. Hannah will need your full attention. My tarrying here will be only an embarrassment to your friends, and you. Fara's face showed mingled regret and relief. She nodded her approval of his decision. Promising to return with the spring flowers, he vaulted into the saddle, and Darik, apparently already late for some urgent engagement, clenched his teeth on the bit and bolted. At the corner of the street, Voldy was able to wave a farewell. It was not a satisfactory way to take leave of Fara, but, was there a better way? Perhaps this was less painful than a more deliberate parting. To locate the physician's house was easy enough. The white-bearded, taciturn Gershon, having stiffened haughtily when approached by the young Arabian, listened, nodded, scrambled out of his chair, and, hastily stuffing an old leather bag with the various trinkets of his trade, tottered up the street in the direction of Hannah's house. He did not look back. Voldy watched him until he had disappeared round the corner. The highway seemed even more congested with the unorganized procession moving southward. There were very few spectators along the edges of the road. This, thought Voldy, was in need of an explanation. Almost any parade, anywhere, however insignificant, was good for at least a scattered audience of loafers, but the main thoroughfare of Bethsaida was all but deserted except for the passing throng. Voldy ventured to express his curiosity about this to a wizened, toothless, bent old man who stood nearby sourly staring at the multitude. "Where's everybody?" inquired Voldy, raising his voice as the old man bared his gums and cupped his ear with a trembling hand. "Out yonder," growled the ancient, pointing with his stick. "All Bethsaida is out there listening to the blasphemer from Nazareth, that dirty, thieving town from which no good thing could come." He spat angrily but unskillfully, wiped his bearded chin with the back of a shaky hand, and dried the hand on the skirt of his faded robe. "You should laugh, Arabian, to see Israel renounce its proud heritage. This should be a day of rejoicing in the tents of Ishmael. Woe has come upon Bethsaida. Even our Rabbi Elimelech has joined the apostates." "How far do they go?" shouted Voldy, unimpressed by the tirade. "To their destruction," screamed the old man. "I mean, is it a mile or 5? "Less than a mile. You had better go. It's just the place for you, Ishmaelite. Then you can ride that fine horse back to Arabia and say that you saw the house of Israel fall." The angry old eyes were dripping. Voldy could think of nothing to contribute to the conversation. Bowing, in respect to the Bethsaidan's years rather than his views, he mounted and joined the procession, keeping close to the rim of the road, Darik seeming to realize that no foolishness would be tolerated. It was unlike any pilgrimage that Voldy had ever seen. Like a river at flood, with swift currents channeling the central stream and sluggish eddies eating into the weeds and bushes of its banks, the crowd pressed on in silent, sober, sweating, desperate haste. Crude, homemade crutches dug into the loose gravel, scraping dangling legs and crooked feet through the dust. Barrows and carts bore haggard old men and women, pale, dull-eyed, emaciated children, and on cots and litters helpless invalids lay supine, their sunken eyes tightly closed against the glare of the mounting sun and the callous stares of the passing pack, for, far outnumbering and outspeeding these hapless ones trudged a pushing, elbowing multitude apparently bent upon appeasing its curiosity. It was by no means a pleasing spectacle, this conglomeration of misery jostled by a heedless throng whose behavior too closely resembled the conduct of stampeded cattle. The procession was moving faster now. 300 yards ahead, the more agile were breaking into a run as they reached the place where their ruthless predecessors had toppled the stone wall, and were racing across a flat trampled stubble field. Darik jumped easily over what was left of the wall. Voldy turned toward the old farmhouse and rode onto the stable-yard, where a stocky, middle-aged, graying man was stirred to prompt interest in the sleek Arabian horse. "You like horses, I think," remarked Voldy, pleasantly. "I don't know much about them," replied the farmer. "Never owned one. That's the finest horse I ever saw." "How would you like to take care of him for a little while?" Voldy dismounted, hopefully. Darik tossed his head and snorted. "Is he dangerous?" inquired the farmer dubiously. "Tame as a kitten, after he's acquainted. I see you keep bees. Give him a little piece of honeycomb and he'll be one of your best friends. Of course I shall want to pay you for your trouble." "You were going over to hear the carpenter?" "Thought I would. Quite a crowd. I must see what it's all about. Some kind of religion, isn't it?" "I haven't heard him," admitted the farmer. "I've got to stay on my place and see that the rabble don't carry anything off. If it's religion, it isn't doing them very much good. They trample down as many berry bushes on their way out as on their way in." "You could have them all thrown out for trespassing, couldn't you?" suggested Voldy. "I suppose so," nodded the farmer, but that might cause trouble for the carpenter. He stopped here, one day last week, for a drink of water. And you were favorably impressed? Bring your horse into the paddock, said the farmer, ignoring Voldy's query. Want him to have a basin of grain? Oh, I'll not be gone that long. I wouldn't be too sure about that, chuckled the farmer. If he gets to healing diseases, you may want to stay a while. You mean, the fellow really does heal the sick? Well, my boy Jake, he's 14 now, hadn't heard a word since he had the red fever when he was 9. I signed him to draw a bucket of water from the well and give the stranger a drink. The carpenter took the cup and said, "Thank you, son," and Jake heard it. You should have seen the way his eyes popped open wide. And, now he can hear? Good as you can. Better than I can. Jake's over there now, listening to the carpenter. He likes to tell about it when the neighbors ask him. The farmer laughed good-naturedly. I can't get much work out of him anymore. The boy was quite a help to me before the carpenter came along. In fact, nobody wants to work since the carpenter showed up in this country. What time they're not out here listening to him, they're sitting around at home talking it over. I hear that the landowners are complaining about their laborers. Lots of corn still out in the weather. There's going to be plenty of empty bellies this winter. Upon Voldy's arrival at the luxurious new hostel in Caesarea, where he was immediately recognized, welcomed, and accommodated, he learned that an Empire ship, having disembarked a cargo of iron and other building materials, was sailing tomorrow for Rome in ballast, which promised a speedy voyage. Having sought an introduction to the commander, he requested that a letter should be conveyed to Mencius. The commander, a longtime friend of the proconsul, gladly complied. Voldy finished the letter at midnight. He had found Fara, he wrote, employed in the Tetrarch's palace, if Mencius would believe it. Their meeting had been tender, painful, disappointing. Fara was determined to keep her vow. It was inconceivable that she would succeed, or if, by some strange circumstance, she did succeed, it would be at the cost of her life, no question about that. Voldy had done his utmost to dissuade her, had begged her to come back with him to Arabia, but none of his arguments had availed. He would return to her in a few weeks and try again. Having ended his account of his unsuccessful visit with Fara, he proceeded to another subject that he felt would be of immense interest to Mencius. Yesterday I saw the Nazarene carpenter in action. It was said that more than 3,000 were present. The assembly had gathered in an open field. Many blind professed to have received their sight, most of them so joyful over their good fortune that it was difficult to disbelieve in the validity of their healing. When the crowd dissolved, after the meeting, the lucky ones were surrounded by astonished neighbors and friends whose amazement was too spontaneous to have been feigned. One bewildered fellow, a man of 30, seemed annoyed when questioned. A circle of scribes and youngish priests blocked his way and asked questions which he was reluctant to answer. He was accompanied by his elderly parents, who appeared to be embarrassed, if not frightened, by the attitude of the critics. When it was obvious that their son was in no mood to discuss the matter, the old people were asked for their opinion of what had happened, to which they replied cautiously, "We do not know. Our son is of age, ask him." The inquisitors then renewed their attack on the young fellow. He tried to shake them off. At length he shouted, almost desperately, "I cannot say what he did to me. All I know is that I was blind and now I can see. Things have come to a pretty pass in this wicked world when a country's religion denounces a citizen born blind for accepting the gift of sight. My own opinion of the mysterious Nazarene is difficult to define. On first sight of him I was a bit disappointed. He is not an heroic figure. I found myself wondering how he would look on a horse, probably not very impressive, but I believe my Darik would stand still while he mounted, a courtesy he does not often accord to his owner. The man has a compelling voice. I can't describe it or the effect of it. It's a unifying voice that converts a great crowd of mutually distrustful strangers into a tight little group of blood relatives. I never have had any respect for people who pretend to work wonders, but the things that happened out there yesterday, if not miraculous, need quite a lot of explaining. But it was what the carpenter said, even more than what he did, that has disposed me to write you at such length of this strange business. After he had apparently given sight to a dozen or more blind ones, he went on to say that the entire population of the earth was groping in darkness, and that went for everybody, kings and peasants, philosophers and fools. He had been sent, he said, to give sight to these blind people. I am the light of the world, he declared, and, strangely enough, nobody laughed, nobody sneered. Of course an assertion of this character sounds like the boasting of a crack-brained fanatic, and if I were to read of it in a letter, instead of hearing it from the man's own lips, I should marvel how the writer could have taken so much nonsense seriously. I confess I gasped a little when the carpenter committed this outrageous audacity, but I couldn't help remembering what you said, one day, about your belief in a torchbearer. I was still further stirred to remembrance of your remarks on that matter when the carpenter added that the light he carried would reflect from those who received it, they too would illumine the path for those who were lost in the dark, even as a lighted city on a hilltop. Whoever had his lamp lighted at the Nazarene's torch was in duty bound to let it shine. The lamp was not to be hidden where it would benefit only the possessor in his little corner. The lamp was the property of the man who held it, but the light belonged to the public. I hope I am doing the carpenter's speech justice. You should have been there, Mencius. It was the sort of thing you would have enjoyed, and understood. It is unlikely that the political and religious pundits will permit this Jesus to continue his present course very long. He has the whole province by the ears. Many well-to-do employers of farm and vineyard labor are protesting that their men have been absent whole days from their duties. Presently they will arrest the carpenter, as a disturber of the peace, which, of course, he is, and if he gets a long term in prison he will be lucky. He may be, as he says, the light of the world, but it is doubtful whether the world wants light. I wish I might hear what you think about this. I remain in Caesarea until spring. Then I shall return, without much hope, I admit, to Tiberias for further talk with Fara. If she still refuses to go back to Arabia, I may have no inclination to return alone. I cherish the memory of your kindness. Voldy. Chapter 13. Now that the weather had become too inclement for outdoor assemblies, comfortable lodging was found for Jesus in the well-kept cottage that had belonged to the departed Jonas and Rachel. It had been Andrew's suggestion. The snug little home in Capernaum, though jointly owned by the two brothers, had been the elders' special care, for Simon's chief concern was his fleet, and, besides, Andrew's memories of his childhood were more cherishable. While privately agreeing with his prosperous brother that their good old father may have given too much of his time to the synagogue, as between the overworked piety of Jonas and the noisy infidelity of Simon, Andrew had considered his saintly sire's attitude toward religion less objectionable. For a couple of years after their parents' death, and while Simon's lovely but fragile Abigail still survived, Andrew had lived alone in the old house. When Abigail was gone, Simon had urged him to join Hannah and himself in Bethsaida, but he had continued his interest in the Capernaum home, visiting it every day or two, tending his mother's flowers and dusting the shabby but beloved furniture. Various offers had been made to buy or lease the property. Simon had felt that this was a sensible thing to do and had generously assured his less affluent brother that he might regard as his own whatever income was derived, but Andrew had been reluctant to let the place fall into the hands of strangers. The general excitement stirred by the Nazarene carpenter had not affected Andrew very much, one way or the other. He was not one to take up readily with new ideas. The old ones doubtless had their imperfections, but it was to be noticed that the new ones never lasted very long. Occasionally dissenters created local confusions which put old friends at loggerheads, but the hotter the fire the sooner it burned out, leaving everything much as it was before. True, the expanding tales of the carpenter's sayings and doings were amazing, but Andrew's conservative intuition told him that it wouldn't be long before the whole thing blew over. The carpenter would be silenced and the people who had been following him about would return, disillusioned, to their neglected duties. Even when it had become common talk that Simon, of all people, had been taking a serious interest in the carpenter, Andrew had silently maintained his belief that there was something crazy about all this hubbub and resolved that he wouldn't have any part of it. He was privately amused, but not surprised, by his tempestuous brother's avoidance of the subject in his presence. Indeed, it seemed that Simon was deliberately seeing to it that they were not left alone together, but that was easy enough to understand. Simon had been so blatant in his excoriations of the Nazarene and so contemptuous of all the half-wits who had been taken in by this hullabaloo, that it wasn't much wonder if he preferred not to discuss the matter. That, thought Andrew, was the trouble about uttering strongly spiced words of condemnation. They didn't taste very good if one had to eat them. Meditating on this, Andrew grinned, asked no questions, made no comments, and waited for the inevitable collapse of the new movement. But when, one evening, Simon had brought this Jesus home with him for supper and lodging for the night, Andrew became aware that they were in the presence of a new kind of man. Although Andrew had never traveled further than a day's journey from home and had no notion how others than Galileans talked, as he sat there directly across the table from the carpenter he felt sure that there could be no one else in the world like him. Upon Jesus' unexpected arrival at supper time, Hannah had been pretty badly flustered and was profuse with apologies for their poor little house, which, she untruthfully declared, was untidy, and for the skimpy meal, which, in fact, was more ample than usual because she had known that Simon, frequently absent from home in these days, intended to be here. Apparently Jesus had heard such talk before, it being customary for an excellent housekeeper to belittle her hospitality, but her remarks had given him an occasion to speak about the things that really mattered. He defined poverty by telling a brief story of a rich farmer who had prospered until his accumulations had become a serious problem. His fields had produced so abundantly that his barns were too small to house the corn, so he had torn down the barns and built bigger ones. And his harvests increased, requiring more barns, until all he thought about was larger barns. And when, one night, an angel came for his soul and inquired what he was worth, he had nothing to offer but huge barns bulging with corn. This was unfortunate, for there was no market for corn where the farmer was going, and there was nothing the angel could do with the barn, no matter how big it was. The story was told soberly enough, but Andrew couldn't help smiling a little. It was so simple that a child could have understood it. The priests, who never talked that way, might have considered it trivial. But, when Jesus told it, in his quiet voice, it was more than a mere story, it seemed real. You could see the puzzled old rich man, whom everybody had envied for his wealth, sitting up in bed at midnight with his gray hair tousled and his silken nightcap askew, blinking into the disappointed eyes of the angel who was shaking his head, and saying, "Corn? No, you can't bring the corn along, or the barns. You may bring only whatever you have given away." When the story was ended, Simon, who had been eating industriously, made a little chuckle deep in his throat and glanced up to say, "I'm afraid I wouldn't make a very good farmer, Master. If the angel were to come for me, I wouldn't even be able to offer him corn barns." Andrew had wished, in the embarrassing silence following this speech, that his brother hadn't said it, for the attempted drollery sounded as if Simon was showing his family that he and Jesus were chummy enough to share a little jest. But, if that had been intended, the master had quietly set Simon right by remarking, "Ships, perhaps?" Simon had not ventured to comment on that, and it was some time before anything else was said. By nature shy and reticent, Andrew was accustomed, when guests, never of his own invitation, were present, to consider himself a mere boarder who had purchased his place at the table and whose sole interest in the party was his rightful share of the food. He always ate in silence, attentive to his plate, seeming not even to hear the conversation, much less to show any interest in it, and by his long practice of such detachment, guests who did not know him very well but hoped to draw him into the talk for courtesy's sake, invariably raised their voices when looking his way, presuming him to be deaf. But that night, such was his uncontrollable fascination, he neglected his food and listened. Presently, finding himself staring hard into their guests' far-seeing eyes, he made an impulsive effort to avert his gaze, and discovered that he couldn't do it. And the peculiar thing about this captivity was that, after the first bewildering moment, he didn't want to get away, nor was he any longer self-conscious. Jesus had made him a member of the party, in good and regular standing. It was really the first time in his life that Andrew had felt like a member of any party, and when Jesus asked him if he enjoyed his occupation as a fisherman, he had surprised himself and his relatives by replying, with a smile, that fishing was fun only for people who had some other means of support. They all laughed merrily, and Andrew, instead of being embarrassed, felt a previously unexperienced glow of pleasure. Next morning, after Jesus and Simon, having finished their breakfast, had left the house, Andrew had made a clumsy effort to define his impressions. Hannah had said, when the silence between them had become oppressive, "Andrew, what is it, about this man, that makes him different from everyone else?" "Well," Andrew had replied, after considerable deliberation, "everyone else is a body, with a soul. He is a soul, with a body." "But surely, Andrew, you don't think that Jesus is more than human?" exclaimed Hannah. "I don't know," mumbled Andrew, rising from the table, "but I think he knows." So it was arranged that Jesus was to have the use of the old home in Capernaum. Simon had been delighted with Andrew's offer of it. Indeed, the proposal had drawn the brothers closer together than they had been since early childhood. The truth was that while Simon had not willfully patronized, and, by implications, belittled, his self-effacing older brother, their relationship, in the opinion of the fleet and everybody else who saw them together, was no more intimate than that of any generous employer and a trusted employee. No one had ever heard Simon speak a harsh word to Andrew, but no stranger would have suspected that they were of the same flesh and blood. Their acquaintance with Jesus had somehow made them kin, Simon showing a new affection and Andrew beaming in the warmth of it. When Jesus had been shown through the house, he inquired whether there would be any objection to his doing some light carpentry. Both brothers were prompt to approve. Indeed, Simon was enthusiastic. There had been criticism of Jesus. Plenty of substantial people had asked whether the Nazarene intended to live off the country. And didn't he believe in work? And, it was easy enough for him to tell the people to live like the lilies that dressed better than kings, though they never spun or wove, or like the birds that God fed. That might be all very well for birds and flowers, but it was impractical for the father of a family to entertain any such delusions. Even Jairus, who had shown a friendly attitude toward Jesus, had been heard to express this opinion. Jairus had said, further, that if the Nazarene wanted to live without working, it was his own business, but he shouldn't entice the people to leave their jobs and trail around the country after him. Jairus had been quite outspoken. Now Jesus was going to show them all that he did believe in work. Surmising that old Ebenezer, a recently retired carpenter in the neighborhood, would not be needing his equipment anymore, Andrew inquired whether they might rent it for the master's use. When he returned to the cottage, well soaked by the rain, he was wheeling a barrow piled high with all manner of woodworking implements, most of them out of order. Except for the adze, the draw knife, and 3 variously sized planes, which were in fairly good condition, the heavier and more complicated instruments would have to be repaired or discarded. The old lathe, clumsy at its best, had been long in disuse because of Ebenezer's rheumatic feet, and the chisels which served it were dull and rusty. But Jesus was not dismayed. Ebenezer's lathe, he said, could be rebuilt. The living room, which fronted the street, was cleared and its furniture stored in the basement. In a day's time it was a carpenter's shop, and Jesus had already begun the repair of the tools. Andrew had put the small guest room to rights for the master's occupancy, and he himself had been sleeping at the cottage for several nights. The weather was cold, raw, and wet. In all this work of transforming the old house into a place of business, Simon had not participated. He had remained at home. Hannah was ill, had been ill for days, nor was she showing any signs of improvement, growing worse, if anything. The testy old physician, Gershon, had been attentive, but his medicines were ineffective. Rabbi Elimelech had called and was astonished by Hannah's haggard appearance. The relentless fever had taken a heavy toll of her, as if she were gradually melting in its fire. Esther was doing her utmost to make the patient comfortable, but every hour increased her anxiety about Hannah, who lay half-conscious, unresponsive, rousing only to accept a spoonful of cold water on a parched tongue. Simon clumsily tried to help Esther with the housework. Most of the time he wandered about from room to room, rubbing his bearded chin and trying to make Esther say that Hannah was a little better. Strangely enough, it had not occurred to the big fisherman that Jesus should be summoned. Somehow, Jesus' ministry of healing seemed to belong to great crowds of miserable people, strangers, the general public. Simon sincerely believed in the Master's power to heal diseases. Had he not seen it happen again and again? Indeed, he had become so accustomed to these breathtaking restorations that even while they were in progress he would calmly admonish the impatient cupbearers, waiting their turn, to keep in line. "No crowding, please," Simon would say. "The Master will attend to you." Why, it was almost as if Simon owned the show and employed Jesus as an accomplished healer. Simon had enjoyed the sensation of seeing strangers tug their forelocks when they asked him, deferentially, if he would not speak to Jesus on their behalf. And now, with such dire necessity for better help than old Gershon could offer, Simon had not called on Jesus. Looking back upon it afterwards, he admitted to himself, with appropriate shame, that, without realizing the foolishness of his vanity, he had become a professional. Jesus could do, and had done, amazing things for the public, and Simon as partner in, if not manager of, this awe-inspiring enterprise had let his distinction go to his head. The public listened when Simon spoke, and obeyed him, too. How long it might have taken him to become aware that he, Simon, desperately needed Jesus in the privacy of his own house. Now, was left undetermined by Esther's appearance in the open doorway of the living room where Simon sat holding his shaggy head in his hands. "I'm afraid Hannah is growing weaker, sir," she said. He rose quickly, mumbling that he would go and notify Gershon. She laid a detaining hand on his huge, hairy forearm, and murmured, "Had you thought of sending for Jesus?" The girl's query resounded accusingly in his mind all the way to Capernaum. Having reached the highway, his rapid strides had quickened to a run. He was too heavy for such exertion. His lungs hurt and his mouth was dry, and his soul cried out against him. Why hadn't he sent for Jesus? His mind was in tumult as he ran. What a weakling he was. True, he had confessed to Jesus, that early morning on the lake shore, that he was weak and sinful, and that Jesus had better not have anything to do with him. But he really hadn't meant that he was that bad. It had seemed the right thing to say at the time. Within an hour, he had begun to feel that his self-abasement had been somewhat extravagant. Jesus had invited him to come and help him. Jesus knew what he was about. Jesus would not have asked him had Simon been as weak and wicked as he said. Well, now we knew how weak and wicked we were. Through the early part of the forenoon, Jesus had been diligently at work on Ebenezer's old lathe. It had rained all night, but had ceased now, and Andrew had been out in the dooryard bracing up some fallen vines. Passing the window, he observed that the master had discontinued his labors and was sitting bolt upright on the battered tool chest, staring straight ahead of him with troubled eyes. It worried Andrew, and after a while he decided to go in and inquire. Entering, he was relieved to find Jesus busily at work again, his tension apparently eased. Presently the master walked to the door and stood looking down the street expectantly. Simon was ready to drop when he arrived. Too breathless and exhausted to speak, he flung himself into a chair, panting. "Whatever is the matter with you?" demanded Andrew, stooping over him. Jesus was slipping his arms into the sleeves of his robe. "Come quickly, Andrew," he said quietly. "Simon will follow us when he is rested." There had been need of haste. Neighbor women filled the house and their men stood about, in low-voiced groups, under the dripping trees. Everybody made way for Jesus as he entered. Gershon was ostentatiously packing his bag. He glanced up and frowned darkly when the Nazarene, whom he had often reviled as a conscienceless fraud, appeared in the doorway. "And what might you be doing here?" he demanded savagely. Rabbi Elimelech moved forward, looking as if he wanted to intervene. "I say the woman is dying." Gershon faced the rabbi indignantly. "Is she to be tormented by this carpenter?" He glared scornfully at Jesus, who made no reply. "But, if Hannah is dying, friend Gershon," ventured Elimelech, "she is beyond any harm. I beg you to let this young man see her." "Very well," rasped Gershon, making off with his kit. "You are all fools," he shouted, as he elbowed roughly through the silent neighbors who had congregated in the hallway. "Fools," he yelled back angrily from the open door. "All of you. Fools." "We must make allowances for Gershon, sir," explained the rabbi gently. "He is getting old, and he isn't very well." Jesus affectionately laid a hand on the rabbi's thin shoulder and smiled into the old man's eyes. "That," he said, softly, "is the right spirit. You are a blessing to these people, Rabboni." Elimelech's eyes filled as he turned away. The women stared into his contorted face as he passed. He seemed exalted. Something, they knew not what, had happened to their good old rabbi. Jesus now quickly and confidently assumed charge of the situation. Motioning the women to withdraw, he was closing the bedroom door. As Esther followed them out, he detained her. "You will remain, daughter," he said. For a time he stood gazing down into Hannah's waxen face, with sorrow and anxiety in his eyes. Then he drew up a chair close beside the bed and sat down. Glancing up at Esther, he signed for her to kneel at the bedside, and, after some little hesitation, for she wasn't sure what was expected of her, she obeyed, resting her elbows on the edge of the bed and taking Hannah's hand in both of her own. "It's so cold, sir," she said, in a half-whisper. Jesus took Hannah's other hand in his and for a long moment there was complete silence. "Do you know how to pray, Fara?" he asked softly. Startled, she looked up, wide-eyed, into his face, then put her head down on Hannah's arm. "No, sir," she murmured in a shaken voice. "Do they not pray, in Arabia?" he asked. "Some do, I think," she said. "We never did, in my home, except Ione." She did not explain Ione, implying that Jesus would know. Ione prayed often. She had many gods. "There is only one God, Fara." Ione prayed for his many benefits thinking that there were as many gods. "Shall I teach you how to pray?" She nodded her head, without replying. "Say, Our Father." "Our Father," she mumbled, in a voice that was full of tears. "Now, tell him, in secret, that you love Hannah and want her to recover." Fara was crying now. Shaking her head despairingly, she looked up through blinding tears and said thickly, "It would do no good, Master, not from me. I am unworthy." Then, Perhaps you had better ask him, first, to cleanse your heart of evil. You are carrying a great weight, Fara. You too need to be healed." Again she looked up into his compassionate eyes. You know about it, Master?" Jesus drew a deep sigh. "Ask our Father to set you free, Fara. Then ask him to help Hannah." She buried her face in Hannah's arm, her body trembling with convulsive sobs. Gradually her weeping ceased. At length Jesus spoke, not in a tone of entreaty but command. "Hannah," he called. Rising to his feet, and grasping both her hands, he called again, "Hannah. Come. Awake." With a long, shuddering sigh, Hannah opened her eyes, looked up dazedly into Jesus' face, smiled, and drifted off to sleep. Fara sat up, staring in open-mouthed amazement. "Prepare some porridge for her," said Jesus. "She will waken again, presently." The sweat was dripping from his face and his hands were trembling. As Fara reached the door, he spoke sternly. "If you have made a new promise today, see that you keep it. God is not mocked." Having been housebound for several days by the rains, David had decided to stretch his legs. It was still wet underfoot and dark overhead, not a pleasant day for a walk, but he couldn't stay cooped up any longer. Slogging along through the mud, he wondered why, when he didn't really have to, he remained in Galilee through the tedious and depressing weeks of the winter season. Of course there was his sister to consider. Deborah couldn't be budged from home and David disliked the thought of leaving her alone with the servants. Approaching the corner where Hannah lived, he was surprised to see the number of people who had gathered about the house. It was apparent from their attitude that something serious had happened. He paused and was about to beckon to one of the solemn-faced men when he saw the big fisherman toiling wearily up from the highway. Sighting his eminent neighbor, Simon moved toward him and explained what the trouble was. Hannah was grievously ill, beyond recovery, maybe. David shook his head and murmured his sympathy. "She may have taken a turn for the worse," added Simon, anxiously surveying the silent assembly of neighbors. "I have been gone for an hour. I went to summon Jesus." "Ah? The carpenter?" David was astonished. "I'm surprised that you have any faith in the fellow." And when Simon made no reply, he went on dryly, "And perhaps you haven't. Any port in a storm, eh?" Simon gnawed at his underlip, as if contemplating a response, but remained silent. It was evident that the cynical old Sadducee had not heard of his public association with Jesus. David had no reason to think that the big fisherman would take the slightest interest in this wandering preacher. "Is the carpenter in there now?" asked the lawyer. "I suppose so," said Simon almost indifferently. "If you will excuse me, sir," turning away, "I will go in and see how she is." He walked rapidly round the corner and was unlatching the gate when the crowd on the stoop was plowed apart by old Gershon, who, noisy with indignation, tottered down the path. Simon stood in his way. "What is it, Gershon?" he demanded. "Fools!" shrilled the old man. "How is Hannah?" Simon clutched at Gershon's sleeve. "Dying. Let go of me. You are all fools." Gershon nearly upset himself by his angry tug to be free. At the gate he came face to face with David, who had rounded the corner and stood waiting. Instantly the old physician's manner changed. Bowing deeply, he rubbed a shaky hand across his forehead and tried to steady his voice as he explained his rage. David listened impassively until Gershon had finished. "How do you know he can't?" he inquired. "Apparently, all you know is, you can't. Perhaps you had better wait and verify your opinion." "But," spluttered Gershon, "the fellow is not a physician. He is a carpenter." He was moving sullenly away, disappointed over this interview with the most influential man in Bethsaida, when the sound of many voices came from the cottage, excited, astonished, happy voices. Amazing news circulated through the crowd that massed about the steps. Simon, his heart pounding hard, pushed his way into the house and down the hall toward Hannah's bedroom. Andrew was emerging with wet eyes and a queer little whimper that seemed oddly out of keeping with his radiant smile. It was true then. It had happened. Hannah was sitting up. Esther, kneeling beside the bed, was feeding her from a bowl of broth. Simon stood there silently, his eyes overflowing. "Hannah," he murmured. "It was Jesus," she said, hardly above a whisper. "Where is he?" asked Simon. Esther glanced up to say that he must be somewhere in the house, that he was here only a moment ago. Simon withdrew to inquire. He met Andrew, and asked him. "The master has gone," replied Andrew. "Did he say where he was going?" "No. He may have gone back to Capernaum." "You didn't see him leave?" Andrew shook his head. He "The master didn't inquire for me, did he?" asked Simon, after some hesitation. Andrew shook his head. "Did he have anything to eat?" asked Simon. "Probably didn't want anything," said Andrew. "He was very tired." "I shall try to overtake him on the road," said Simon, moving away. Walking rapidly to the highway, he shaded his eyes for better vision and searched the thoroughfare, as far as he could see, but without sighting Jesus. Troubled, lonely, ashamed, and sick at heart, he trudged slowly toward Capernaum. As he neared the old home, his steps lagged. The door was open. Jesus was at work on the old lathe. Simon went in and sat down on the tool chest. He waited for Jesus to speak. After a long silence, Jesus put down Ebenezer's broken contraption and said, with a sigh, "Simon, Satan has been beating you on his threshing floor." There was nothing that the remorseful Simon could say. He hung his head and tugged at his lip. Leaning forward with a sigh, Jesus again took up the broken lathe and resumed his work. Presently he turned toward Simon with a compassionate smile and said gently, as to a chastised child, "But I am still praying for you." David had never been quite so confused. There were plenty of mysteries in life which nobody tried to understand, mysteries which everybody took for granted. But this one cried out for an explanation. Previous rumors of the carpenter's miracles had not bothered him too much. It was conceivable that a clever magician could talk a crowd of simple-minded, credulous people into a foolish interest in his charlatanry. Had he not seen it happen again and again on the streets of Athens? Even the Nazarenes' alleged works of healing were understandable. It was a matter of record that bedridden paralytics, finding their house on fire and no one to help them, had risen and run to safety. Long-time lunatics had been briefly shocked into sanity. Doubtless the carpenter's feats of healing could all be accounted for if anyone would go to the trouble of examining them. But this thing that had obviously happened to Hannah seemed different. The behavior of the neighbors was puzzling. They were not all fools, and the spontaneity of their amazement made it incredible that they had connived with the Nazarene to create the impression that a miracle had been performed. For some time David remained standing outside the fence, watching the people in the dooryard as they moved about with strained faces in which there was something of bewildered gratification combined with forthright terror, most of them mumbling questions which nobody tried to answer, groups of them falling apart and reforming again, some crowding into the congested doorway, some struggling to get out, shaking their heads when queried. The thing that had happened in there might have a reasonable explanation, but the people didn't think so. David felt at a disadvantage standing there, waiting. It certainly did not comport with his dignity to exhibit so much curiosity. He surveyed the crowd for a familiar face, someone he might beckon to him, but nobody glanced his way. Now came the big fisherman, around from the rear of the house, walking hurriedly toward the gate, looking neither to right nor left. David hoped to attract his attention, but Simon's errand was urgent and he gave no heed. It was evident that he didn't want to talk to anyone. Rabbi Elimelech now appeared, the crowd on the stoop making way for him, and cautiously tottered down the 2 steps, leaning heavily on his cane. He glanced about at the staring faces, his own wearing a labored smile that he intended to be amiable and paternal, but an inner stress showed through. He laid a long, lean hand on his beard, perhaps to compose his chin, which was trembling. David walked round the corner and waited for him at the gate. "Oh, David. I am glad to see you. I hope you are well." The rabbi was trying to be casual. "Well?" David was brusque, he wasn't going to be put off with trivial amenities. "Not at all well. I'm quite upset." "What has been going on here, Rabbi?" "Walk with me, David," murmured the old man. "I cannot stand long. My legs, you know. I must go home. Take my arm, my friend." David promptly complied and found that the lean arm was trembling. They moved slowly up the street together. For something to say, David remarked drolly, "I'm afraid your congregation will think you have fallen into bad company, Master." "It won't matter," replied Elimelech huskily. "Nothing matters now. My people have objected to my interest in the Nazarene, but now, they don't know what to think about anything." It wasn't as if they were strangers, the rabbi and this Sadducee. David had no connections with the synagogue, never attended its services, was presumed to hold it in contempt, but he was its chief financial support. Whenever he sent a contribution, he took pains to explain that the gift was not meant to imply the slightest interest in the synagogue, but only his appreciation of Rabbi Elimelech's kindness to the poor of Bethsaida. The regents of the synagogue always scowled when they got it, and indignantly talked of refusing it, which they never did. Once the good old man had climbed the hill and spent the afternoon with the Sadducee. and they had enjoyed each other. On leaving, however, Elimelech had remarked, with some embarrassment, "I wish we might do this often, but—" "I understand fully, Master," David had said. "You have enough to bear without defending your friendship for a Sadducee." Impatient as he was to inspect the old man's mind in regard to the alleged miracle of Hannah's healing, he refrained from pestering him with questions while they were on the way. They walked slowly, arm in arm, with short, shuffling steps, David acquiring the rabbi's lymph. It seemed a long journey to the commodious old house hard by the synagogue. David tenderly assisted Elimelech up the steps and through the door. Courtesy demanded that the rabbi invite his friend to sit down, and courtesy compelled the Sadducee to accept. When Elimelech's breathing was easier, David asked, "What think you, Master? Was Hannah's recovery miraculous?" "That word is often used loosely, David," replied the old man, apparently hoping that his candid evasiveness would preclude further questioning. Noting David's shrug, he elaborated on his irrelevant remark, "Frequently a new experience is called miraculous." "Let us not trouble ourselves about the careless use of big words, Master," said David reproachfully. "This is a serious matter." Elimelech acknowledged his futile attempt to retreat from the main issue. He closed his eyes and slowly nodded his head. "You know as much about it as I, David. Hannah was at the point of death. Gershon said so. Everybody said so. Jesus spent a few minutes at her side, and she sat up, recognized those who stood by, and accepted food. If that is a miracle," the weary old voice faltered and finished lamely, "it was indeed a miracle." "Then the man is divine," persisted David. "Is that your opinion, sir?" "How should I know?" Little beads of perspiration were dotting the rabbi's pale forehead, but the Sadducee continued his inquisition. "If he is divine, might he be the promised Messiah?" "Many messiahs have come and gone, my friend. None of them met the requirements of prophecy." "Very true," assented David. "And each of them had his loyal following, and most of them were honest and fearless men of good intent, like this Jesus. But they all failed of the one great task. According to the prophets, the Messiah would restore the kingdom to Israel. No one of them could do that." Elimelech made no comment, and David went on. "Rabbi, how recently have you visited Caesarea?" "Never was there in my life." "Why do you ask?" "Well, if this man has any thought of restoring the kingdom to Israel, he had better set about it with all speed. The Romans are preparing Caesarea as a port of invasion. It will not be long now. Tell me, Rabbi. You have heard this Nazarene speak. Has he talked about the kingdom?" "He talks of little else, David," said Elimelech quietly. "And what does he say?" David leaned forward attentively. "Does this penniless carpenter expect to withstand a Roman invasion?" "The Romans will not invade his kingdom, David." "I'm afraid I don't understand, Master." "No," sighed the old man, "you wouldn't understand. This man's kingdom is his soul. He teaches that our kingdom is our soul. The Romans cannot take it, nor can they destroy its peace. You should hear him talk, David. Then you might understand." With that, David rose to go. He had no mind for further discussion of this sort. Besides, he had tormented the good old man long enough. He moved toward the door. "And come and tell me what you think of him, my friend," said Elimelech, over his shoulder. "The carpenter may have a surprise in store for you." David of the Sadducean house of Zadok had been so stirred to curiosity about the Nazarene that he resolved to pocket his cynicism and pay the man a visit forthwith. It was rumored that the carpenter had opened a shop in Capernaum and during the season of rough weather would be available for employment. Would the Messiah be likely to do that? None of the other candidates for messiahship had worked with his hands. However, reflected David, it wasn't important that Jesus should pattern his career in imitation of men who had failed. Perhaps he was showing wisdom in making common cause with toilers. Perhaps calluses on a prophet's hands were more to his credit than concealed callosities less comfortably achieved. David chuckled a little at the possibilities of a detestable epigram dealing with this matter. The crowd in Hannah's dooryard had thinned somewhat when he passed the house on his way home. He did not pause to ask questions. He walked more rapidly than usual, for he intended to visit the carpenter this afternoon. In anticipation of the call, it would be more seemly, he thought, to provide himself with a legitimate business errand. To do this, he would first have to go home. On his latest visit to Athens, 6 years ago, David had bought an exquisitely crafted curio cabinet which, to his great disappointment, had been badly damaged in transportation. On various occasions he had invited experienced woodworkers to attempt repairs, but none of them wanted to undertake it. They hadn't the tools for it, they said. Now he would take it to the Nazarene. The servants dusted it with care, loaded it on a cart, and followed their master to Capernaum, slowly, for the elderly lawyer was prudent about overtaxing his tired heart. It was mid-afternoon when they arrived at the old home of Jonas, who, according to a local legend, had often prayed publicly for the Sadducees in a tone that poorly concealed his private lack of interest in their welfare. The big fisherman opened the door and showed surprise, and some embarrassment too, from which he quickly recovered. Ranged around the walls, sitting on stools and benches, several men silently surveyed the visitor. They came to their feet as Simon presented them to the eminent David, each of them bowing respectfully as his name was spoken. One Nathaniel Bartholomew, a man of apparent intelligence in his 60s, a light-complexioned, slender man of 40, whose name was Philip. "A Greek?" inquired David. "Quite a long time back, sir," Philip had replied. "My people fled from Macedonia a century ago." Then Simon pointed out the young brothers, James and John. "Are you carpenters?" asked David, addressing John in particular. "Fishermen," said John, adding, "but not today." A chuckle went round the circle. "Johnny is not much of a fisherman, sir," put in Simon, "even in the best of weather. We take him along for ballast." This was amusing, for Johnny was of slight build and didn't weigh very much. When the others laughed he smiled obligingly and rubbed a beardless chin. Simon, they all felt, was doing very well. Simon had a way with him. Even the presence of the learned Sadducee had not disconcerted him. "I think you have met my brother," said Simon, as Andrew came in from an adjoining room carrying a comfortable chair obviously intended for the honored guest. David politely nodded toward Andrew and they all sat down. After a little silence, David turned to Simon and said, "I came to see the carpenter, Jesus. I have some work for him." "The master is resting, sir," said Simon. David stiffened slightly and arched his eyebrows, as to wonder how a carpenter could afford to be resting during working hours, but Simon offered no explanation. Philip, who sat by a front window observing the cart, inquired, "Is there anything we can do, sir?" "Not unless you're a skilled carpenter," replied David coolly, but he went to the door and told his servants to bring in the cabinet. They all gathered in a circle around it, admiring its craftsmanship and deploring its injuries. Unobserved, Jesus joined the preoccupied group, standing beside and a little to the rear of David. Their sleeves slightly touched. Of ponderous dignity and deliberate movement, David was not one to act impulsively, but at this accidental contact, he suddenly retreated, turned about, and found himself staring into the steady eyes of a young man who didn't seem to belong in this company at all. Simon, observing, said, "Master, our guest is David, of the house of Zadok." The Sadducee bowed deferentially, silently, and Jesus said, "You are welcome, friend. What may I do for you?" David pointed toward the cabinet, but Jesus' eyes did not follow the gesture, as had been expected. His calm look of inquiry seemed friendly enough, but it was apparent that he had no concern for the cabinet. "I shall make no attempt to deceive you, sir," said David. "The cabinet does need mending, but, in truth, that was not the object of my call. I have heard many things of your words and deeds, and I desired to see you." "You have spoken truthfully, David," said Jesus. "If that is your custom, you should be able to understand my sayings. Men who love the truth are my friends. Will you sit down?" They all found their places and sat, with Jesus in the midst of them. Stooping over, he picked up a portion of the worn-out lathe, shook his head, and let it fall with a clatter to the floor. "Let us talk of redemption," he said, "and of salvation." He pointed to the broken lathe and then to the cabinet. In a low voice, almost as if he were talking to himself, he began to speak about the things that could and could not be reclaimed by mending. Some things were beyond repair. The life was gone out of them and nothing but newness of life could redeem them. "It is useless," he went on, "to sew a new patch on an old garment. The worn-out fabric has no strength to support good cloth. It is of no profit to pour active new wine into an old, dried, inflexible wineskin." Turning toward David, he asked, "What say you, friend?" "I fully agree with you, Master," said David. "And does it not apply as well to old systems of thought, old laws, old beliefs?" A slow, sidelong glance of apprehensive inquiry slipped from man to man around the wall. Was this shrewd lawyer baiting the master to some imprudent criticism of the government or the Sanhedrin? But apparently Jesus had no suspicions of the Sadducee's sincerity. He seemed eager to discuss David's pertinent query. The tendency of any ancient establishment of laws or doctrines was the gradual accumulation of signs, symbols, tokens, amulets, sanctified vessels and enchanted words, until the life of the institution was smothered and its purposes forgotten. Endless debates dealt with such trivialities of the law as how many cubits a man might walk on the Sabbath day, whether a man might carry a stool across the room, whether a sailor was breaking the law of the Sabbath if he had a needle in his coat, but they never defined how much rent a landlord could exact of a poor tenant or how much interest a money-lender could demand from a hard-pressed debtor. Solemn conclaves dignifiedly wrangled over the proper compounding of herbs for incense, precisely how much mint, how much anise, how much rue, and days were spent in arguing about the breadth of a phylactery or the depth of a hem on a priest's robe, while the needy lay starving to death on rich men's doorsteps, and nobody cared. The master's voice rose indignantly as he pictured groups of hapless, hopeless men huddled together at the very lodge gates of well-fed pundits who spent their days splitting the hairs of ritual and ceremonial. And nobody noticed the plight of these wretched ones but the homeless dogs who paused to lick their sores. Nor was there any talk of mercy and brotherly kindness. Any government so far gone toward utter futility could never be repaired. It would have to be reborn. Don't you think then, asked David respectfully, that the old laws should be repealed? No, David, exclaimed Jesus. Not repealed, but fulfilled. With it he rose and took leave of them, retiring to his bedchamber. It was evident that he was very weary. After a moment of indecision, the Sadducee went to the front door to summon his servants. They had disappeared. He stood in the doorway, looking down the street, then impulsively beckoned to the men in the room, and set off with obvious agitation. They rose and followed quickly. Huge billows of black smoke puffed toward the sky in the vicinity of the synagogue. Excited men were running down the middle of the road. Simon and the others soon overtook and passed David, all but old Nathaniel Bartholomew, who had a weak leg and poor wind. The fire angrily spat and crackled and roared as they neared the synagogue plaza. Rounding the corner they saw what it was, the residence of Rabbi Ben Shalom. There Simon's steps slowed to a walk. He was quite out of breath from all the excitement and unusual exertion. He let everybody pass him and stood for a long moment panting hard. The acrid smoke stung his nostrils. Apparently there wasn't much to be done for the rabbi's house. In any case, it was none of Simon's business. Rabbi Ben Shalom had mistreated the master. Perhaps the haughty old man was being punished for it. Maybe it was God's will that the rabbi should lose his home. If so, who was Simon that he should have the impudence to interfere? Throughout those cheerless winter days the big fisherman learned that whilst it was highly exciting to be a friend and follower of Jesus when vast crowds of staring, sweating, importunate people trampled one another for better standing ground to see and hear the carpenter, it was very dull business when practiced privately in the rain. It seemed that every circumstance of Simon's experience during this bleak period was part of a diabolical conspiracy to break down his faith and fortitude. To begin with, nobody could remember such a protracted siege of bad weather. It rained relentlessly, a cold, marrow-chilling rain that soaked the heaviest garments and leaked through into the soul. The oldsters, who were not required to go out into it very much, counseled patience. This abundance of rain, they said, will bless our land next summer. And so it would, and did, but it was tiresome while it lasted. As for the fishing, it was utterly profitless. Of course no one ever expected much of a catch on a stormy day, but it at least provided subsistence and kept the men out of mischief. Ordinarily the dismal weather had but little effect upon the spirits of Simon's fleet. The fishermen joked about their discomforts. This season it was different. The fishing wasn't worth doing. The men were restless, sullen, and touchy. Simon, who was never one to rush in ahead of everybody else to take the blame for something that had gone amiss, knew who was responsible for this unhappy state of affairs and knew that his men knew that he knew. No, it wasn't the big fisherman's fault if it rained all day and all night every day and every night, nor could it be held against him that the perch wouldn't rise, but the sour and surly attitude of his dispirited crews was because of the skipper's indifference. He had lost all interest in his business. And if he didn't care, why should they? Simon sat alone and had little to say. His heart was heavy. Ever since he had met Jesus he had been increasingly inattentive to his trade. It was perhaps inevitable that this should have happened. Once he had taken his place beside the master as his foremost friend and assistant, calmly directing an excitable throng of awe-stricken people and competently keeping order among frantic suppliants, the old routines of mending nets and splicing ropes and sluicing the slimy decks of his fishing smacks had lost their hold on his imagination, and no longer had he any pride in his fleet or any joy. The worst thing about it was the quite apparent disaffection of the men and boys whose love and loyalty had meant so much to him. It was plain to see that their devotion to him was in serious disrepair. As the Big Fisherman, as the noisy, quick-tempered, profane, sacrilegious, hard-hitting Big Fisherman, they had idolized him. Now that he had been captivated by the soft-spoken Jesus, Simon was no longer their hero. Nor was this the only cause of his dejection. Nobody could have tortured this confession out of him, but Simon wished he were a little better satisfied with the master's recent activities and attitudes. There was his carpentry, for example. Simon had thought it would be just the right thing for Jesus to engage in some gainful employment during the brief winter. The little carpenter shop was indeed a happy thought. Maybe the influential Jairus would hear of it and approve. Jairus might even call, someday, and bring a chair to be mended, and remain to chat a while. But it hadn't turned out very well. Who could foresee that Jesus would consent to work on the interior of old Ben Sholom's house? Not only was he giving his full time to it every day, but he seemed infatuated with the job of installing the fine-grained olive wood paneling on the walls and ceiling of the rabbi's library, paneling so perfectly matched and mortised that its symmetrical pattern appeared to have been chiseled from one great tree. Simon hadn't wanted him to do it at all. Surely Jesus was under no obligation to do a favor for the rabbi. Moreover, the wages were niggardly. The contractor had had the impudence to say that any man should consider it a privilege to work on a holy house, even if he were paid nothing at all. That's the way it was with the synagogues. They had a bad habit of imposing on people in this manner, asking skilled craftsmen to donate their time. Why was the rabbi a mendicant? He had his share of the tithes, hadn't he? And that wasn't the whole cause of Simon's petulance. There was Ben Sholom's contemptuous attitude toward Jesus, even while the master was working for him. One afternoon Simon had dropped in to watch the progress of Jesus' labors. Presently the rabbi brought Jairus in to show him what was going on. Sighting Simon, he testily inquired of the contractor, "Is this man employed here?" And when the contractor shook his head, the rabbi scowled and said, "Then perhaps he should be on his way." Flushed with humiliation, Simon had left the house. It seemed to him that Jesus might have said something in defense of his friend. Had Simon been in Jesus' place, he would have thrown down his tools and walked off the job. And then let the detestable old man try to find another carpenter capable of finishing that beautiful room. Simon earnestly wished that Jesus were made of tougher stuff. With all that miraculous power at his disposal, why didn't he use some of it to defend himself and his cause, yes, and his friends, too, who were giving up everything for his sake? He recalled what the servants at the palace had said about a strange, bug-eating hermit who had been jailed for predicting the advent of an avenger. There was one coming who would put down the mighty from their seats and exalt men of low degree. He would carry an axe and a flail. The unjust would be cut down, thrashed, abolished. It was clear enough now that Jesus had no such intentions. Perhaps there was another anointed one coming. That night Simon stealthily approached the unguarded prison by a circuitous route through the Tetrarch's vineyards, and, at the window bars, talked long and seriously with the emaciated prisoner. It was true, as the servant girls had reported, this John was confident that stern judgment was at hand for evildoers in high places. The whole world would be shaken. Not only high priests and prefects would be punished, Caesar himself would feel the sting of that lash. Next morning, the questing eyes of Jesus brought forth a full confession from Simon of the interview he had had with John in prison. To his surprise and relief, the master listened complacently. After a long silence between them, Jesus said, "You were talking with one of the most courageous men this world has ever produced. But John, for all his bravery, does not understand the workings of the kingdom, my kingdom. He would see all evil uprooted by the punishment of evildoers. To set things right by violence has been tried again and again by earnest men, ever since the world began, but to no avail. My kingdom will overcome evil with good. It is not an easy way, my friend, but it is the only way." "This saying is difficult to understand, Master," murmured Simon. Jesus brightened, smiled reassuringly, and said, "Go and talk with John again. Tell him what you yourself have seen, how the blind receive their sight, the deaf hear, cripples walk, and the poor are comforted with good news. And tell him not to be disappointed in me." That afternoon the sun shone and the sky was blue. It seemed that the long season of the rains was ended. Jesus had completed his work at Ben Sholom's house. At his suggestion, Andrew loaded the borrowed tools onto a cart and returned them to Ebenezer, the master walking alongside. At the old carpenter's house, he tarried for a friendly word and gave Ebenezer half the wages he had received from the rabbi. On their way back to the cottage, Andrew, who had been moved by Jesus' generosity and Ebenezer's tearful gratitude, found his voice and inquired, "Will you soon be speaking again to the people, Master?" "Tomorrow," said Jesus. "Ad Hamat. And then we are going on to Cana." Chapter 14. As had been predicted during the long season of the rains, spring, as if to atone for tardiness, now came forward fast, fragrant, beautiful. Nobody could remember such an abundance or variety of wild flowers along the roads and on the hillsides. Indeed, gay blossoms bloomed in desert places, and even the most arid areas on the plains of Esdraelon offered pasturage. Not much farm work had begun yet, for the fields were still too wet for plowing, but everybody along the western shore of Lake Gennesaret, except the definitely bedridden, had come out of doors rejoicing, and of all who faced the spring with exultation there was no heart in Galilee more nearly ready to burst with happiness than Esther's. So far she had not confided the nature of her ecstasy to anyone but David, who had pressed her for an explanation. She had wanted to tell Hannah, and promised herself that some day she would, but it involved a long, almost incredible story, and at the moment, Hannah's mind was wholly occupied with the mystery of her own miraculous recall from death. It was clear enough that Hannah wondered what had come over Esther. Sometimes her soft, brown eyes, resting on the girl's radiant face, suddenly widened, narrowed, queried, and gave it up. Simon, too, meeting Esther's luminous eyes, would study them with a puzzled stare. Andrew suspected that her new radiance had something to do with Hannah's recovery, though he couldn't guess what the connection might be, and certainly had no intention of asking. If she wanted him to know her secret, she would tell him. This much he was sure of: she had been an entirely different person ever since the day of Hannah's healing. It had not immediately occurred to Esther that she no longer had any business detaining her in Galilee. Although her hazardous errand of vengeance had suddenly and conclusively arrived at an end, the new sensation of freedom had taken full possession of her mind. Nor had she any misgivings over her abandonment of the vow to which she had been so long in bondage. Jesus had commanded her to put down the intolerable weight she had borne, and Jesus was to be obeyed. Whatever he said was right. But she was soon going to need some advice about the future. Obviously Jesus himself was the person she should confide in, but she must wait for a suitable opportunity. Meantime, she could be helpful to Hannah, who had not yet recovered her full strength. On the first fair afternoon, when the rains had ended, Hannah insisted that Esther should take a walk in the sunshine. She gratefully complied, taking the road up the slope toward the Zadok mansion. It was not her intention to call, or, at least, that was what she told herself as she entered the grounds, but presently she found David sauntering along a garden path. He seemed very happy to see her, fell into step beside her, directed her to a rustic seat. "I have been impatient to talk with you, my child," he said. "You were present, I think, when that strange thing happened to Hannah. I should be glad to hear your own opinion of it. The neighbors believe there was a miracle wrought. What say you, Esther?" "Hannah was dying, sir," she replied firmly. "Everybody knew it. No one who saw her has doubted it." "And you think this Jesus, the carpenter, healed her? Did you see that? What did he do? What did he say?" "I am glad you asked me to tell you, sir." Esther's throaty voice was vibrant with excitement. "I saw it. I was the only one he asked to remain in the room when he healed her. And he healed me, too," she added impulsively. "You?" exclaimed David. "And what ailed you?" Leaning forward, with knitted brows, he listened while Esther ventured upon her strange story. Presently he broke in to inquire, "You say he called you Fara?" She nodded slowly. "He called me Fara, as if he had known me for a long time and was accustomed to addressing me so." "I suppose you think, then, that he knows all about you, and your errand in Galilee." Esther's reply was delayed, while David studied her eyes. "I think, sir," she murmured, "that Jesus knows everything. Everything about me. Everything about everybody." "Proceed, please. I shall not interrupt any more." With that encouragement, Esther continued, and, when she had ended, she searched the old lawyer's narrowed eyes and disappointedly shook her head. "I'm afraid you don't believe me," she said, with a sigh. "I'm afraid I do, daughter," confessed David. "My whole mind cries out against any credence in such things, but the evidence here is too strong. Whatever happened to Hannah, it is clear enough that something has happened to you. It is in your eyes, your voice, your smile. You are a new creature. Transformed." They had been speaking in Aramaic, Esther having wanted to quote the words of Jesus exactly as they were uttered. She now replied in Greek to David's unexpected comments on the change that had come over her. The old man watched her mobile lips with candid pleasure. It was not often, in these days, that he heard this musical language, and it not only delighted but amused him to note the new freedom and assurance in the girl's voice as she went on. What to do now? That was the question. She confided in him as if he were a parent. Hannah would not need her much longer. She did not want to return to the palace. There was nothing for her to do in Galilee. But your friend Voldy will soon be returning for you, suggested David. Perhaps you should go back with him to Arabia. Her face clouded. I must not do that to Voldy, she declared. Well, it needn't be settled today, said David reassuringly. When in doubt about what to do, it is usually wise to do nothing and wait for more light. Perhaps you should talk with Jesus. And stay where you are until Voldy comes. You have promised him you would do that. But Voldy, unfortunately, would not be coming. It had not occurred to him, so courteously had he been treated during his brief stop in Caesarea, when on his way to Tiberias in Galilee, that his association with Proconsul Mencius had accounted for the freedom he had enjoyed there. Now that he had returned, alone, it was natural that the authorities should take a fresh interest in his movements. He was cordially welcomed at the Domus Agrippa and given the best of accommodations, but when, in reply to their query about the probable length of his stay, he informed them that he wanted to remain until spring, the management felt obliged to report, for the prefect's office had an active curiosity to learn what manner of business in Caesarea required the attention of foreign visitors. Routine inquiries would have been made into the affairs of any Arabian, however insignificant he might be. But Voldy was conspicuous. He had the air of a person of privilege, he was well dressed, he rode a valuable horse and the horse's trappings were mounted with silver. He had plenty of money. But he had no business acquaintances, and no business. And so it was that on the third day after his arrival, Voldy received a polite note requesting him to call at the prefect's office in the Praetorium. The interview, with no less a personage than Prefect Sergius himself, began cordially enough but soon settled down to serious business. The captain of the Praetorian Guard was called in as an observer, and a scholarly young amanuensis began taking notes. The prefect's queries were courteous enough to befit an examination of a foreign nobleman, it having been already established that the guest was the grandson of Mishma, the king of Arabia's chief counselor. It would please the prefect to know what errand had brought the young Arabian to Caesarea and whom he had come to see, and anything else that he wanted to say about his purposes. Not having expected this inquisition, Voldy had made no preparation for it, and the story he hastily contrived was not very convincing to the shrewd old Roman, who had heard, and told, enough lies to be able to recognize one that had been so casually extemporized. So, you went to Tiberias to examine some ancient manuscripts belonging to the Tetrarch, said Sergius dryly, but you were already aware that the Tetrarch was not in residence. Now, what led you to believe that you might be welcome in his grace's absence? Voldy, appropriately embarrassed, explained that he had come a very long way to see these scrolls, that they really belonged in a museum available to the general public, adding that Lysias, the steward, had shown him every courtesy. The old prefect sniffed cynically and drawled, "Your interest in ancient literature must be profound, sir. No one has ever confided to me that the men of your country have shown so much concern for learning. You say these scrolls you went to see are reputed to have belonged to Aristotle. How many Arabians are conversant with the writings of Aristotle? I'll wager that even your King Zendi doesn't know enough Greek to bid the time of day to the governor of Petra." Voldy grinned and replied, "Just about that much, I think, sir." Sergius chuckled a little at that, but soberly resumed his interrogations. "Now my young friend, the whole world knows that Arabia bears a grudge against Tetrarch Antipas, a very reasonable grudge, too, if I may say so. How do you happen to be so complacent about the indignity he wrought upon your royal family that you would accept the hospitality of his palace? Are you sure you weren't there to reconnoiter in preparation for a later visit? Tell me, please, where are you bound for, when you leave Caesarea?" "I am going home, sir," lied Voldy. "Very well, then," growled the prefect. "See that nothing interferes with your plan. You have the freedom of the city. Should you decide to return to Tiberias, it will be an error of judgment." He pushed back his chair and rose. Turning to the captain of the guard, he said gruffly, "You have your orders, Malus. When this young man leaves us, he is going back, directly, to his own country." After that, while Voldy did not have the uncomfortable feeling that there were eyes at his keyhole, He found himself acknowledging the respectful salutes of the municipal police wherever he went. They smiled pleasantly and lifted their spears to their foreheads when he strolled along the docks. When he exercised Darik, which was almost every day, he invariably fell in with a mounted patrol. One bleak morning when he was aimlessly sauntering through the public rooms of the Domus Agrippa, Voldy came face to face with a handsome, well-groomed Roman of his own age, who bluntly confronted him with, "You are the Arabian, aren't you?" "Well," drawled Voldy, "I may not be the Arabian, but I am an Arabian. My name is Felix," said the youth. "Oh?" replied Voldy casually. "Is there anything I can do for you? If so, I shall be glad to undertake it. I am not very busy. My father mentioned you to me. He said you were a stranger in Caesarea, and might welcome a little attention. Father is the prefect." Voldy grinned. "It's good of you, Felix," he said. "I am a bit lonesome and restless here, though I must say your father has already provided me with plenty of attention. I can hardly turn round without stepping on a policeman." It was the young Roman's turn to be amused. "Don't let that bother you. Important aliens in Caesarea always come in for a lot of oversight. But I'm not a policeman, and, personally, I don't care a damn where you go or what you're up to. I thought you might like to take a ride with me into the country, just to kill time." "With pleasure." Voldy brightened at the prospect. "Perhaps I should tell you that I'm not supposed to leave the city by any of the northerly routes." Felix nodded in a manner indicating that he knew all about it. "You were suspected of a hankering to make the acquaintance of the Tetrarch of Galilee. My father wonders why, and so do I. Antipas is a cad, you know, a noisy, vain, arrogant old pretender. I'm sure you wouldn't like him." The Roman's eyes twinkled through this ironical speech, inviting the Arab to commit himself, but Voldy made no sign of understanding. The friendly son of the prefect might not be a policeman, but this was no time to risk a confidence. "Perhaps not," replied Voldy indifferently. "One can't be expected to like everybody." Felix chuckled over this forthright evasion. "You win," he said. "Let's go for the ride. It's clearing off a little. I'll promise not to badger you about Antipas. And when you meet him, you may slit his throat, with my blessing." The prefect's home was only a short way away. Leading Darik, they walked to Sergius Commodius' stables and a groom brought out a beautiful young sorrel mare. Felix ran his fingers under the saddle girths. Voldy liked that. It was commonly believed in Arabia that the Romans were careless about the comfort of their horses. Felix cared. "I dare say you've noticed that this filly is an Arabian," he said. "Yes," replied Voldy. "I know her family. You probably bought her in Damascus." "My father did." They mounted and rode toward the avenue. "I'm told that you Arabians used to market your select stock, on a certain day, in Jerusalem, but, not anymore." "We have lately resumed attendance at the camel auction in Jerusalem, on the Jewish day of Pentecost," explained Voldy. "But the horses still go to Damascus." "And why is that?" Felix wanted to know. "Perhaps it's because the Jews aren't so much interested in horses," guessed Voldy. "The Syrians pay a better price." They were proceeding southerly on the coast highway, at a leisurely canter. "Tell me about this camel auction," said Felix. "I never attended it," said Voldy. "I never was in Jerusalem. What is this Pentecost business about?" "I don't know," admitted Voldy. "It's a Jewish feast day, 50 days after something, I forget what." Felix counted on his fingers, and thought it might be 50 days after the Passover. Voldy nodded uninterestedly and said he supposed that might be correct. The horses, impatient over their mincing canter, changed their gait to a brisk trot. After an interval of silence, Felix slowed his filly to remark. "The reason I happen to know about this annual Passover business, the Tetrarch always returns for it in the spring. He winters in Rome, and turns up with the sparrows about the Ides of March, makes much ado over his gaudy trip to Jerusalem. You'd think the emperor had arrived. He has a toy embassy over there, holds court for a couple of weeks, celebrates the Passover, and hurries back to Tiberias for the summer. But, I suppose you know all about that." Voldy showed no interest whatsoever in this discourse and abruptly changed the conversation by remarking that the stable boys at the Agrippa had been taking good care of Darik. "See how his coat shines." "They are probably feeding him on eggs," said Felix. "You'll be paying plenty for Darik's shine. It won't be long now until Antipas appears. He will arrive on the emperor's barge. You may have a chance to see him." Voldy showed vexation. "You were wasting all that on me, Felix," he declared crossly. My errand in this country does not concern old Herod Antipas. You surmise that? Because I am an Arabian, I have designs on the Tetrarch. I am here on another matter. I see you don't want to tell me, said Felix reproachfully. Perhaps I could have helped you. Perhaps, but perhaps not, said Voldy. We'll see. Meanwhile, let us have no more talk about Antipas. I have no business with him. Felix pretended a childish pout. You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Voldy? He asked petulantly. Don't be silly, snapped Voldy. Of course I'd lie to you if there was any reason for it. Well, you're candid, anyway, laughed Felix. Don't be too sure about that, my son, warned Voldy dryly. Felix knew now that he had employed the wrong tactics for the relief of his curiosity. The Arabian, albeit amiable enough, wasn't going to have any confidences pried out of him, and his determined reticence made the son of the prefect feel years younger than his tight-lipped acquaintance from the eastern mountains. Their friendship ripened slowly. Having begun with a verbal fencing match in which the Roman youth was much too hasty with his queries, forcing Voldy to a stubborn defense, they found it difficult to be at ease with one another. Felix was encouraged to talk about himself. His father had been appointed to the prefecture 5 years ago, after long service as captain of the Praetorian Guard in Rome. Felix had been left behind to finish his course in the military academy, and had come to Caesarea only last summer. He was free to say that he hated the town and was bored to extinction. His father had promised that he might return to Rome, in a year or two, but wanted him to acquaint himself with conditions in Caesarea. He did not say why, but Voldy could guess. The empire was preparing to complete the subjugation of Palestine, and Felix would probably be in line for participation in it. For something to say, Voldy remarked that life in Caesarea must be rather dull after living in the excitements of the empire's capital. I'm slowly dying of it, Voldy, confided Felix, adding, after a brooding silence, that may account for my ruthless invasion of your private affairs. My instinct tells me that you're tangled up with an adventure of some sort, and you want to be in it, assisted Voldy. After that, they seemed to understand each other better. They sheathed their weapons. Felix continued his daily calls at the Agrippa, making himself at home in Voldy's apartment. On clear days they rode. It was an unusual comradeship, based mostly on their loneliness, boredom, and need of diversion. Felix frankly despised Aramaic and spoke it badly. He had been ecstatic when Voldy had aired his Greek. You were coming to Rome, someday, Felix said. I'll show you the only city that really matters, in the whole world. Know anybody there? Nicator Mencius, replied Voldy. Indeed. He's one of my father's closest friends. How did you make his acquaintance? Voldy told him briefly, and was privately pleased to learn of this connection between the proconsul and the prefect. It might be to his advantage, sometime, if he got into a scrape. The long and tiresome winter finally blew itself out and spring came on. Voldy was beside himself with impatience to contrive some way of seeing Fara. She would be expecting him now, and if he did not soon appear she would surely conclude that he had given her up and returned to Arabia. One sunny afternoon the news was circulated in the lobbies of the Agrippa that the Augusta had been sighted. Everybody not otherwise engaged had hurried to the docks to watch the emperor's beautiful ship come in. The main point of interest would be the disembarkation of the Tetrarch and his retinue and the setting forth of their garish parade for Jerusalem. Voldy felt that this was something worth seeing. When he joined the huge crowd at the wharf, the Augusta had already docked and the important passengers were leaving the ship, the Tetrarch surrounded by an unusually large company of fellow travelers who, according to the low-voiced chatter of spectators, had come from Rome to spend the summer. Felix had failed to put in an appearance at the Domus Agrippa today. Voldy saw him now, sauntering in his direction, but, when he approached, he gave no sign of recognition. As Felix passed, almost brushing sleeves with Voldy, he muttered, "This is no place for you. Better get out of here." The brusque command annoyed Voldy. He didn't like the idea of slinking away, like a dog that had been ordered home. He stood his ground. The Romans loved to boss people around. Felix too was learning to crow, the young cockerel. Voldy was sore, but so fascinated by the flamboyant pageantry on the wharf that he gave the spectacle his full attention. The Tetrarch's circus was moving away now and the crowd was disintegrating. As Voldy slowly advanced with the throng, 2 tall Praetorian guards fell into step on either side of him, and the elder of them said quietly, "Proceed, please, to your room at the Agrippa, and remain there until the prefect gives you your freedom." "May I ask what I have done?" demanded Voldy testily. Nothing, sir, replied the guard, but the prefect wants you to be kept under strict observance until Tetrarch Antipas has left the city. Voldy shrugged and scowled but did as he was told, feeling like a warmly spanked little boy who had better swallow his indignation if he knew what was good for him. As he ambled toward the street, with the guards trailing him at a respectful distance, he had to admit to himself that Sergius had not dealt too severely with him, considering the circumstances. It had been very indiscreet of him to come here, and he cursed himself for his imprudence. Quickening his steps, he proceeded to the tavern and went at once to his suite. A few minutes afterward, a servant appeared and took his order for dinner. "I understand you are to be served in your rooms, sir," he said. "Is that correct, sir?" Voldy said it was correct. There were 3 whole days of this polite and luxurious incarceration. Felix did not appear, though whether he had been ordered to stay away or was disgusted by his friend's impertinence could not be cleared up at the moment. On the morning of the 4th day, the dining room servant who had been bringing his meals said, as he put down the breakfast tray, "I understand, sir, that you are dining downstairs at noon." "Yes," said Voldy, as if he had been notified. He was still eating his breakfast when Felix came in, glumly nodded, and flung himself into an easy chair. "You certainly played hell with yourself by going down to the docks," he growled. "Now every move you make will be watched. And the prefect will be annoyed if I am seen in your company. That's the worst part of it, as far as I am concerned." Voldy flushed a little at this rebuke and was on the point of retorting angrily, but, aware that he had no case, replied, "It was a mistake, Felix. For your own protection, perhaps you'd do well to ignore me, at least until your father forgets about it." "My father never forgets anything," said Felix. "He has the memory of an elephant. I'll go now. And if I don't show up for a few days, you'll know why." He rose, and at the door, turned to remark, "I hope you will be discreet now, Voldy. I'm going to miss you." Voldy nodded and smiled his understanding. After the door had closed slowly and reluctantly, he moodily contemplated the dismaying position into which he had so heedlessly placed himself. The companionship of young Felix had meant more to him than he had realized. The fine spring days were interminably long and empty. Every morning early, sometimes at the break of dawn, Tariq would be mounted for a fast ride on the coast highway to the south. By breakfast time Voldy would have returned to the Agrippa. He began to study maps of the surrounding country. In his desperation to ease Fara's mind about him and his interest in her, he began to consider a swift ride to Bethsaida. By getting away early, and urging Tariq to his best speed, he might be able to make the round trip in 3 days. They would be out looking for him, no doubt, but he would be back at the Agrippa before they found him, he hoped. With the plan for his reckless adventure well organized, he slipped past the sleepy night watch while it was still dark, rode at a leisurely trot until he had passed through the southern outskirts of the city, pressed Tariq to a gallop, and found an unfrequented road that angled easterly to Antipatris where he turned north on a weedy old donkey trail. The day was hot and Tariq was not conditioned for such a journey, but Voldy did not spare him. So far, so good. He had not been followed. Late that night he applied for lodging at a filthy inn which befitted the remembered squalor of Megiddo. After giving the exhausted Tariq a rub-down and a ration of grain, he tumbled down fully clothed in the straw, and slept. In the morning, 2 mounted patrols arrested him as he was leaving the inn and conducted him back to Caesarea by the shortest route and put him in prison to await trial for violating the prefect's orders. He was not manacled and his quarters were not too uncomfortable. The food was coarse but edible. The stoutly barred window was too high for him to see out. He had nothing to read. When he inquired of the rotund jailer how long it might be before he was brought to trial, the latter replied, "You picked a bad time to get yourself into trouble with the prefect. He sailed for Rome this morning, on the Augusta. However," he added wittily, "you were still young, and, besides, you may be better off where you are than where you might be later. Prefect Sergius, my boy, is not a man to be trifled with. He has had men beheaded for less than you did." Chapter 15. The annual week of the Passover would begin tomorrow, and Antipas, who had always anticipated its games, processions and ceremonies with pleasure, was troubled by its arrival. His Roman house guests at the embassy, already bored to forthright rudeness toward their host, would find it a dull affair. He now realized that it had been a mistake to invite so many of them. He might have managed comfortably with 2 or 3, but, ignoring the warning of Herodias, who was not particularly chummy with any of the women at the party, he had brought 15. There were Mark and Aurelia Verus and their daughter Faustina, recently divorced by Consul Nara for spending too much time with Prince Gaius, Julius and Paul Affronto, lately recalled from the prefecture in Crete, Senator Manius Cotta, Nereus and Drusilla Hispo, the garrulous Valerie Flaccus, a friend of Salome's, Proconsul Fabius Tyro, his gossiping wife Aemilia and their restless and flighty young Flavia, Junius Manlius, a retired legate and longtime crony of the Tetrarch, Tullius Fadilla, a wealthy, middle-aged bachelor, and the aging but kittenish Julia Drusus, who was driving Fadilla insane with her attentions. Deep in his cups at a banquet, Antipas had invited everybody within sound of his voice to accompany him home on the Augusta, and now he was paying for his indiscretion. Usually the month of Nisan, spent in Jerusalem, was thoroughly enjoyed by the Tetrarch. The Galilean embassy, by grace of the immense sums Antipas had spent upon it, was one of the most beautiful public edifices in the city and spacious far beyond its needs. It would have gratified the Tetrarch if more attention had been accorded it, and him. He craved popularity. He had even gone to the length of announcing that the night patrols were welcome to assemble, when off duty, in the huge carriage court, and had provided a wood fire where, in chilly weather, they might warm themselves. As a further evidence of his hospitality, a midnight snack was served to the legionaries. But it couldn't be said that all this generosity ever did the foolish fellow any good. The soldiers nightly warmed their hands, enjoyed the Tetrarch's cakes and wine, and flirted with the servant girls, but the embassy was, for all that, a hissing and a byword, even in the opinion of its beneficiaries. But the great man had pretended not to know where he stood in the public's estimation. For that 1 month every spring, he conducted his embassy as if it really mattered. He had always taken pride and pleasure in playing judge. The cases brought before him were rarely of any importance, and, when they were, the losing litigant always appealed to Pilate, who, contemptuous of Antipas and his pompous little tribunal, customarily reversed the decision. Undaunted by these embarrassments, the Tetrarch made a great thing of the trivial matters submitted to him, handling with ridiculous ostentation mere border brawls between the Samaritans and Galileans, involving such issues as their joint responsibility for the repair of the wooden bridge on an unfrequented donkey trail at a cost of 50 shekels. Indeed, the Samaritans and Galileans had often gone to law for less. They had hated one another for at least 5 centuries and relished the occasional opportunity of exchanging elaborately contrived insults in this atmosphere of ponderous dignity, even if a favorable decision cost more than it was worth. During his many winter seasons in Rome, Antipas, when queried about his official duties as Tetrarch of Galilee, candidly admitted that his executive responsibilities while in residence at Tiberias were not onerous. There was, of course, the month he spent annually at the embassy. That, he implied, was quite another matter. When pressed for details he always closed his eyes, shook his head, and waggled his hand, as if to say that it was too serious to be talked about. And he had foolishly allowed the growth of a legend to the effect that his court in Jerusalem dealt out horrible punishments to all manner of desperate criminals, seditionists and traitors. Now the silly secret was out. There was no bloodletting to be had at the embassy. The Romans had attended court, one morning, and had filed out presently, their shameless laughter echoing in the high-domed, mosaic-lined foyer. The Tetrarch's court, they said truthfully, was a poor show. Antipas now had had 3 weeks of these insufferable people. He hated them all. There was nothing in Jerusalem that they wanted to do, nothing they wanted to see. Most of them had visited Greece, all of them had been in Egypt. As for architectural splendors and hoary antiquities, the holy city had little to offer to anybody who had seen the Acropolis or the ruins at Karnak. The Tetrarch was at his wits' end to find entertainment for his jaded guests. He had wangled an invitation for them to luncheon at the Insula, but it was a painful event, Pontius and Calpurnia Pilate making it plain that their hospitality was an official duty, and no pleasure. Besides, the very air was drugged with the long-festering animosity of Pilate and Fronto, and Calpurnia had no use for Herodias, whom she had publicly snubbed on numerous occasions. The procurator, brusque enough when on his best behavior, went to no bother to brighten the hour. The most interest he showed in any of them was when, after blinking solemnly into Fadilla's baggy eyes for a long moment, he muttered, "Tullius, you're getting paunchy, probably drinking too much. You'll have a stroke, one of these days?" And now the Passover was at hand. These pagans couldn't be expected to take much interest in that. Obviously the most prudent course now was to get them all out of Jerusalem before they disgraced him with their flippant comments concerning an ancient rite which, in the opinion of all Jewry, was no joke. True, it would be an appalling display of indifference, on his own part, to leave at this moment, but he would risk it. He tried the idea out on Herodias, who approved it with the not very reassuring comment, "You may as well do it, you have nothing to lose." Customarily, at the end of Passover week, the Tetrarch's family and retainers were escorted back to Tiberias by the legion from Capernaum. It would have been foolhardy to attempt this journey through the bandit-infested mountains of Samaria without protection. Seeing that the Gala week in Jerusalem was in the nature of a vacation for Julian's legionaries, it was doubtful whether the legate would consent to leave the city on the very eve of the festival, even if Procurator Pilate had permitted the withdrawal for no better reason than to accommodate a whim of the Tetrarchs. However, it was worth trying. Antipas stated his case to Julian, who, as was to be expected, flatly refused. In desperation, the Tetrarch told the legate that if he would release one company for this service, every man of them should be paid 30 shekels per day. This was tempting bait. Julian said he would see. That afternoon he reported that a company of 100 legionaries, under the command of a trusted centurion, would be on hand early the next morning. And it was with a deep sigh of relief that Antipas saw his long caravan through the Damascus gate and out into the open country. Now his malcontents, instead of fretting in the tiresome confinement of the embassy, could amuse themselves as they liked. They could ride, bathe in the beautiful pool, tan their hides in the gardens, and, incidentally, relieve him of the responsibility to find entertainment for them. But in a few days after their arrival it became apparent that the Romans were going to be as restless in Tiberias as they had been in Jerusalem. There were plenty of good horses in the Tetrarch's marble stables, but the visitors petulantly remarked that there were no interesting rides to be taken, nowhere to go. The girls inquired why no use was made of the lovely lake, ideal water for a pleasure barge, moonlight, music, dancing. It was queer, they said, that the Tetrarch had never thought of that. Well, it was too late now. By the end of Nisan everybody was at loggerheads with everybody else. Salome had had a falling out with Valerie, who, to punish her, had transferred her attentions to the young Tyro girl, causing an estrangement between Salome and Flavia. At this juncture Amelia Tyro, championing her child, remarked, in the presence of half a dozen loungers beside the famous pool, that Salome was no fit company for a young girl anyway, and although this comment did not come as a shock to anybody, it did nothing to improve the climate of a house party, already at storm. Julia Drusus, savagely scorned by the exasperated Fadilla, belatedly showed a comradely interest in Herodias who, resentful of Julia's earlier aloofness, would have none of her. Antipas made pretense of busying himself with the planting of a new vineyard, and coolly despised them all. Salome, now left to her own devices, sought consolation in the companionship of her stepfather, making their mutual affection so flagrantly showy that everybody chattered evilly about them, and Herodias could have killed them both. Indeed, so hard-pressed for attention was the unhappy woman that she took to visiting John the hermit in his cell, plying him with fruits, flowers, and flattery, and when it became evident that the grim prophet was too preoccupied with his own meditations to appraise hers correctly, Herodias threw away the last shred of her counterfeit decency and drove the hapless ascetic into a terrifying rage by attempting to caress him. Hot with such anger as she had never experienced, she slapped him on the mouth and slammed the cell door behind her, screaming that he could stay there forever, and brought, for all she cared. Her eyes burned with self-piteous tears as she stumbled along toward the new vineyard, muttering that things had come to a pretty pass when a shaggy, penniless ragamuffin from nowhere would dare to yell into her face that she was a common slut. That the accusation was true did not mitigate the indignity. She would see to it that the bug-eater was punished. By the time she reached Antipas, who was complacently viewing the building of rustic trellises at the far corner of the vineyard, Herodias had burned out her rage and was almost disposed to be companionable. Her husband nodded, smiled, and wondered what was on her mind. "Really, my dear," she began, "something must be done about these unhappy people of yours." Antipas nodded. "I know," he said. "It's getting worse every day." Presently he brightened a little. "How about a dinner party? Something amusing. We will invite a few prominent citizens in to meet them." "Who, for instance?" "Well, there are Jairus and his pretty wife Audiel. Legate Julian, of course. Perhaps young Joseph of Arimathea might come and bring his sister Tamar. Old David the Sadducee is learned and has been everywhere. His eminent friend Nicodemus Ben-Gurion, who is retired in Cana, would be glad to come, I think." "It doesn't sound very lively," mumbled Herodias. "We can attend to that," promised Antipas. Within an hour he had dispatched messengers bearing irresistible, cashed down invitations to several professional entertainers, a renowned magician of Caesarea, a troupe of harpists in Jericho, a famous family of Damascene acrobats, and a crippled girl of Cana who was reputed to have a remarkable voice. The date set was the 22nd of Iyar, the Tetrarch's birthday, now 3 weeks distant. Such was their host's enthusiasm over his project that even the Romans began to show a pallid interest. Fadilla said he would like to talk with this well-traveled old David the Sadducee. Julia Drusus, still incorrigibly romantic in spite of many rebuffs, cornered Herodias to ask eager questions about the rich young Joseph of Arimathea, to which her hostess replied dryly, "Julia, of all the fools I ever met, you are the silliest." When the couriers had returned from their errands, it was found that all the entertainers would be on hand except the singer from Cana, who wasn't well enough to make the journey. Replies from invited guests were less satisfactory. Joseph of Arimathea and his sister Tamar were sorry, or said they were, that they could not come. The eminent Nicodemus Ben-Gurion was troubled with rheumatism and couldn't travel. Legate Julian, as was to be expected, sent word that he would be honored, though Antipas knew this was a lie and that if he ever got into any serious trouble Julian would let him stew. Jairus and Audia were pleased to accept, as was David the Sadducee, though his aged sister Deborah was not well enough to accompany him. Antipas then dispatched a surprisingly amiable note to David saying he had been advised that there was a charming young woman, said to be a ward of the house of Zadok, who would be warmly welcomed, to which the old lawyer replied that there was no such person in his household. This brazen effrontery annoyed the Tetrarch, but he decided not to make an issue of it. As the time for the party drew near, the very thought of it wearied him. His Roman pests would be bored by such tepid and dreary entertainment. Harpists, acrobats, jugglers. Bah! Meantime, while Voldy fretted in prison and Antipas was unwittingly contriving an event that would make his name stink wherever and whenever it was uttered, all Galilee was astir with the news that the carpenter of Nazareth had come forth, with the spring flowers, to resume his public ministry. No such excitement had ever choked the highways of any Palestinian province. Crowds. Confused and confusing crowds, immeasurably larger than had followed the prophet and wonder-worker last summer. They came from further distances now, from the hinterlands of northern Galilee and Perea, yes, and from Samaria, too, though the Samaritans abominated the Galileans and only the most urgent business could induce them to cross the border. They came on foot, on donkeys, in carts, on cots. Some prudently brought tents and provisions, some carried only a blanket and slept on the ground, buying, begging, or stealing their food. Thrifty hucksters made the most of their opportunity to fleece the hungry, peddling stale bread, rancid fish, and fly-blown sweets at exorbitant prices. Vagabond minstrels and shabby outlanders with tame bears and mangy monkeys set up booths alongside the food vendors. And the crowds increased hourly. Every footpath, every lane, every grass-grown donkey trail for miles and leagues were tributaries to the highways that intersected at Little Cana, where the resident population, as if ruthlessly shouted out of a peaceful slumber, stared bewilderedly at the mounting horde of strangers, and wondered whether the old well in the central plaza would survive. On Jesus' earlier visits they had welcomed him. It was a bit different this time. They were still friendly to him, but they wished they could have him all to themselves. The amazing news had spread far and wide that the miracle worker of Nazareth was healing lepers. This had added the spice of adventure to these strange doings. Last season, Jesus had healed the blind, the deaf, the crippled. Such disabilities were deplorable, but they were not contagious. Leprosy was quite another matter. The leper was not only doomed, he was dangerous. The very word struck terror. Nobody was safe from the threat of it, not even the well-to-do, accustomed to clean living. By no means was it the exclusive monopoly of filthy ragamuffins. All you needed to do to become infected was to drink from a cup that a conscienceless leper had touched, or accidentally tread upon a discarded bandage. Oh yes, there were laws, plenty of them, intended to protect the public. Once a man had contracted the disease, whatever his social rating, he was forever outcast, required to associate only with persons similarly afflicted. When he met anyone on the road he was expected to withdraw to the wayside bushes and shout unclean. It was a living death, destroying the body piecemeal. When the word went forth that Jesus was curing leprosy, it was natural that he should have plenty of clients eager to avail themselves of his services. It was their custom, when traveling very far from the camps provided for them, to move in groups of 10 or a dozen, and when a party of them would show up for healing there was an understandable consternation in the great throng. When the cry "unclean" was shouted, At the rear of the crowd, nobody tried to stop them. The legionaries, on hand to keep order, scampered out of their way, and at whatever sacrifice of dignity, the multitude cleared a wide path for the visitors. However bitterly the throng, comprised of all manner of discordant sects, might disagree about everything else, there was a complete unanimity in their sudden resolution to make way for a company of lepers. The first time it happened, only 2 men stood their ground and calmly waited for the hapless crew to draw near. They were Jesus and Simon. Simon had his jaw set and his big fists clenched to tighten his courage, but he stayed by Jesus' side. And when the Master had spoken the words that healed them, Simon grasped the leader of the party by the hand. After they had turned to go, their faces contorted so you couldn't rightly say whether they were laughing or weeping, Jesus gave Simon a comradely smile that made the big fisherman's eyes swim. Jesus hadn't said anything to him, but that approving smile had given him stature. Andrew, John, James, Philip, and Thaddeus, who had retreated to a safe distance, gathered about Simon with admiration on their faces. There was no longer any doubt which one of them deserved to stand closest beside their master. It was a quiet, awe-stricken crowd that slowly closed its broken ranks and listened again to the interrupted message of Jesus. Making no reference to the dangerous miracle he had performed, he continued to speak about the security of a life that is lived by faith. There were, he said, 2 habitations from which one might choose one's place of spiritual residence. One of these houses was built upon the rock of faith. The rain might pour in torrents and the tempest might rage, but that house would stand firm, for it was founded upon a rock. Upon a Petros, he had added, for the benefit of whatever Greeks might be in the audience. The other house was built upon the sand. It might be good for fair weather, but it could not survive a storm. That evening, after the people had been dismissed to return to their homes or their encampments, Jesus and his small party of companions rested after supper in the shelter of a grove on a secluded hillside. The Master sat a little way apart from the others, for he was very tired. But he listened to the low voices as they reviewed the unprecedented events of the day. Philip, always proud of his Greek ancestry and his own familiarity with the language, remarked, "I wonder where he picks up his Greek words. He uses them frequently. Did you notice how he said Petros when he talked about the rock?" Nobody made any comment on that. They were tired of Philip's Greek. Then they fell to discussing again the marvelous powers of the Master and their speculations as to how he had come by these amazing gifts. "I was listening to one of these conversations in the crowd today," remarked Andrew. "One of the old men from 9 said he believed that Jesus is the great prophet Elisha returned in the flesh." "Why Elisha?" wondered the newest member of the group, one Judas from the town of Kerioth. "Perhaps because Elisha once healed a leper," explained Andrew. "Don't you remember? The scriptures say that Elisha cured Naaman, a great one of Syria, made him bathe in the Jordan." Alphaeus chuckled softly at the recollection of this old legend, and remarked, "Naaman objected at first, willing to bathe, but not in the Jordan." "You've a good memory, Alphaeus," observed James. "My father often told us the story," said Alphaeus. "He thought it was quite funny." "My father," drawled Andrew, "never thought that anything found in the scriptures could be funny." Apparently nobody cared to pursue that subject any further, and there was a long interval of silence before conversation was resumed. "Almost everyone seems to think," said John, "that Jesus must be one of the ancient prophets restored to life." At this point in their conversation, held in subdued tones to avoid disturbing the Master's much-needed rest, they were suddenly startled by his voice, inquiring, "And you? What do you think of me? Who am I?" They all shifted their eyes to Simon, whose courageous display of faith that afternoon had earned him the right to be their spokesman. After a long, thoughtful pause, the big fisherman came to his feet and declared, in a deep, impressive voice, "Master, I believe that you're the Son of God." A hush fell upon them. "Simon, son of Jonas," said Jesus, "henceforth your name shall be Peter, Peter the rock. It is upon your faith that I shall build my kingdom." At the close of the 6th eventful day in Cana, when the excitement over his words and deeds was at its height, Jesus astounded his companions by announcing that he must return to Capernaum tomorrow. He gave no reasons for his impulsive decision, nor did they press him for an explanation, though it seemed strange to them that he should now retire from so promising an opportunity for preaching his gospel. At daybreak the next morning, the little company took to the highway, leaving the big fisherman behind to tell the crowd when it assembled that the Master was unexpectedly required to go back to Capernaum, but would rejoin them here within a few days. They could remain or return to their homes as they pleased. The disappointing news was variously received. Persons who had brought their sick from afar resolved to wait. Many disgruntled curiosity seekers decided to go home. Hundreds of the younger and more agile members of the crowd, men mostly, started immediately for Capernaum. Something spectacular might happen there and they didn't propose to miss it. And throughout the morning scores more made up their minds to follow, so it was a long, straggling procession that made the hot and wearisome journey north to the western shore of Lake Gennesaret. Peter, well spent by fast walking, overtook the Master and his company near Hamat. He had hoped that by this time Jesus might have confided his reasons for this journey, but apparently he had not done so. He was leading the way, at a swift pace, fully preoccupied by his own thoughts. The others were too tired to talk. The further they went, in a silence that seemed ominous, the more the big fisherman worried over the possibilities of trouble in Capernaum. Without doubt the Master would speak, and there was no telling what he might say. Already there were enemies awaiting an opportunity to discredit him. The priests, old and young, were almost unanimously against him, had held conferences about him, had appealed to the Sanhedrin, had sent a deputation to the Tetrarch. There was Rabbi Ben Shalom. Would he remember, with any gratitude, the skilled service Jesus had performed in his house? Of course not. Not that stiff-necked, vain old Pharisee. And Jairus. The laborers on his estate had often dropped their hoes and scurried away to join the multitude that swarmed about the Master, whenever he spoke. Doubtless Jairus had been glad enough to see Jesus leave the Capernaum area, and would now be exasperated to find him returned. Jairus, if he wanted to, could have him silenced. At the northern outskirts of Bethsaida, the Master's steps shortened and Peter quickly came abreast of him. "I shall stop, for a little while, at Hannah's house," he said. "You may proceed with the others. I shall join you at Andrew's cottage." With that, he turned off the highway, and walked slowly up the shady street. The vanguard of the pursuing crowd, now close on the heels of the little company, came to a stop and seemed bewildered. The big fisherman turned and shouted, not very pleasantly, that the Master had paused for a moment's rest at the home of a friend, and they were not to follow him. This appeared to satisfy most of them, but scores broke from the procession and ran in the direction Jesus had taken. Shortly afterward they drifted back, apparently mystified. Somehow they had lost track of their quarry, as if the ground had opened and swallowed him up. Men who had not joined them in the chase pressed queries upon them. What had become of the carpenter? Where did he go? But they could not say. And it was never explained. Broad daylight. A clear view in all directions. It was very strange. Andrew, frowning thoughtfully, turned to old Bartholomew, who was all but exhausted by the forced march, and said in an awed undertone, "What do you make of that?" Bartholomew shook his head, clumsily licked his dry lips, and croaked, huskily, perhaps he didn't want to be followed. It was true, as Peter had learned, that Jesus had stopped to rest and have a friendly word with Hannah, whom he had not seen since the day he had miraculously healed her, but this was not the main reason for his visit. He wanted to see Esther, and said so, after brief inquiries of Hannah about her health. Sensing that her presence was not required or desired, Hannah excused herself and left the two alone together. "I have been anxious to talk with you, Master," said Esther. "There is no reason for my remaining here any longer. What shall I do? Where shall I go? I have no homeland now, no plans, no future." He did not answer her importunate queries directly, but began to talk about the great crowds that had followed him, and would be following him, day by day, throughout the summer. It was, he went on, a multitude that stirred one's compassion. So many grievously sick ones were brought from long distances, through the heat and into the confusion of a jostling throng. Desperate young mothers from afar carried their blind and crippled babies in their arms, arriving hungry, dirty, and exhausted. Something must be done for them. He paused and regarded the girl with entreating eyes. "You mean, me?" she faltered. "Yes, Fara," he replied quietly. "I offer you a mission, and a homeland too." "A homeland?" she queried. "In my kingdom." There was a long moment before she spoke. "I shall try to do what I can for them, Master, but I wish you had asked me to do some service for you. I owe you so very much." "My child," said Jesus softly, "whatever you do for the least of these needy ones, you will have done it for me." Within a few hours the swelling crowd had taken Capernaum. The whole countryside hurried in from the fields and vineyards to double the throng that knew something important was about to happen. Early the next morning, Peter, James, and John appeared on the broad stone steps in front of the synagogue and stood in an attitude of expectancy. Already the spacious plaza was half filled with restless people. At the sight of these men, known to be associates of the carpenter, the crowd moved forward, and from the side streets and nearby lake shore a multitude poured into the cobble-paved area. At this juncture Rabbi Ben Sholem opened the imposing entrance door of the synagogue, came out upon the highest step, and sternly commanded the crowd to disperse. Nobody stirred. In some quarters there was impudent laughter. White and shaken with anger, the rabbi shouted that they had no right to be there, that they were defiling a holy place. A sullen growl of protest rose from the unruly crowd. Hecklers cupped their mouths with their hands and yelled, "Since when was this plaza a holy place? The plaza belongs to the public." One red-faced, wine-soaked tramp, probably from Samaria, thought Peter, had the audacity to shout, "Go to, graybeard." Ben Sholem impotently shook an outraged fist, gathered the skirts of his robe tightly about his thin legs, and retreated, to the accompaniment of more laughter, jeering laughter. Peter was sorry and chagrined. He had no reason to be fond of the rabbi, but this indignity to the old man and his sacred office was much too much. It was a pity, he thought, that Jesus could not pick his audience and exclude all this rough element, this rude riffraff from pagan Samaria, these no-account émigrés from Macedonia, these dirty, half-civilized Damascenes. The master's message would be wasted on these rowdies. What was the good of talking to such people about a kingdom of love, and goodwill, and peace? Now the enraged Ben Sholem, and surely he had plenty to be angry about, would call his regents together and demand that something be done. And Jairus would be forced to notify Julian, the commander of the fort. And Jesus would be arrested, jailed, no doubt, and flogged, too. He should have been contented with his successes in Cana. Presently the master appeared on the steps of the synagogue and began to speak. It was immediately obvious that he had been aware of the rudeness of the crowd, and deplored it. He had been appointed, he said, to offer a way of salvation to the world, and that meant everybody. In a task so great as this, no prudent thought could be taken about the cost of it or the waste of it. His mission, he said, was to sow the seed of goodwill among men in the hope of an eventual harvest of peace. Much of this seed would be squandered. Some of it would fall among weeds and brambles, where it would have no chance at all to grow, but the sower could not pause or look back to lament this extravagance. Some of the seed would fall upon stony ground where there was very little soil to nourish it and the tender plants would soon wither and die, but the sower must not be dismayed. Some of the life-giving grain would grow. Some of it would find friendly lodging in fertile ground. The multitude had grown very quiet. Nobody was grinning now. Even the toughest of them knew what the carpenter meant when he added significantly, "Whoever among you has ears to hear, let him hear." There was a sudden stir on the outskirts of the throng. A path through the densely packed crowd was opening to admit a person of some importance who was forcing his way to the front. Peter, standing near Jesus, but on the step immediately below him, craned his neck to identify if possible the well-dressed, determined man who had assumed the right to intrude. It was Jairus. Jairus was striding forward, evidently intending to interrupt. His face showed agitation. Peter's heart raced, now the blow would fall. Jesus stopped speaking, and waited. If he was apprehensive, he gave no signs of anxiety. The crowd was silent, expectant, on tiptoe, holding its breath. Jairus gazed up into the carpenter's friendly eyes and drew so close that when he spoke only those close by were able to hear what he said. "Master, my little daughter is grievously ill. We fear she is dying. I implore you to help us." Before Jesus could reply, Joseph the butler, who had now arrived, quite out of breath, huskily murmured into his master's ear, "She is gone, sir." Jairus' shaking head drooped and his tears were flowing as he turned away. Jesus laid a hand on his arm and said gently, "I shall go with you, Jairus." "It is too late, master," said Jairus brokenly. "She is dead." "Come," said Jesus. "Let us go." The astounding restoration of Jairus' little daughter was a notable triumph for Jesus. No one more keenly appreciated this than Peter, who had doubted the master's prudence in returning to Capernaum, where, he feared, there might be serious trouble. Now it appeared that Capernaum, instead of being a place of danger, was the safest spot in all Galilee for Jesus to pursue his ministry without molestation. As for the influential Jairus, his gratitude was boundless. He had made it clear that he was on Jesus' side, and Jairus' opinion had weight. He was known for his sagacity and his insistence on justice for all, and whatever he believed in was good enough for Capernaum. Ben Sholem had got himself into an awkward predicament which had eliminated him, at least for the present, as a hostile critic. Beside himself with rage over the indignities he had suffered at the hands of Jesus' audience, he had retreated from the scene of his humiliation, before Jairus had arrived in the plaza, and had impetuously dispatched messengers to each of the synagogue regents summoning them to an immediate conference. With the exception of Jairus, they had all come at full speed, learning on the way that Jesus had performed an amazing miracle in the home of the chief regent. By the time they were convened in Ben Sholom's beautiful library, the rabbi himself had heard the strange tidings, but, so accustomed was the old man to having his own will prevail in all matters, that he proceeded with his demand to have Jesus tried as a heretic and a disturber of the peace. The regents, minus their potent spokesman, were embarrassed and speechless. Freshly indignant over their apparent lack of interest in taking this drastic action, the rabbi impulsively resigned, his resignation to take effect forthwith. This, he well knew, would bring these dunces to terms, for it was unthinkable that they would permit such an appalling disaster to fall upon their synagogue. To his consternation, they all sat tongue-tied for a while, and then, without debate, unhappily mumbled their acceptance. The old man wept inconsolably while they tiptoed quietly away. After an hour of lugubrious self-pity, Ben Sholom dried his eyes in the warmth of his renewed anger and decided to take his case to a higher tribunal. Summoning his servants, he set off for Jerusalem. Old Annas, who had recently retired as high priest, to be succeeded by his son-in-law Caiaphas, was one of Ben Sholom's closest friends. In the long ago they had been fellow students in the rabbinical college. Indeed, so intimate was their continuing comradeship that on the annual occasion of Passover week, Ben Sholom was the house guest of his eminent friend, who, despite his retirement, kept his aging fingers on the pulse of the Sanhedrin, composed of elderly men long accustomed to listening attentively when he spoke. Annas could be counted on to view Ben Sholom's intolerable grievances sympathetically. Together they would tell the whole story to Caiaphas. Then we would see whether a brazen young carpenter from obscure little Nazareth had a right to ruin the Capernaum synagogue and incite all Galilee to flout the faith of their fathers. Yes, and it would take more than the wealth and popularity of Jairus to save this charlatan from the righteous wrath of the Sanhedrin. Peter knew nothing about the abdication of the old rabbi and his departure to avenge himself, nor would he have worried very much had he known, for Jesus' position was secure. He could take care of himself in any emergency. Late that afternoon the small group of close friends waited in Andrew's cottage for Peter to return and report. Arriving at length, full of excitement over the day's events, the big fisherman flung himself into a chair, scrubbed a perspiring brow with the back of his hand, and declared, I didn't want him to come back to Capernaum, but he knew what he was doing. Never again will I question his wisdom, about anything. Jesus knows best. High time you found that out, remarked his brother. Now tell us exactly what happened. There are many stories afloat. Peter began at the beginning. They would remember, he said, that Jesus had beckoned him to follow as Jairus and the butler led the way through the crowd. 3 tall racing camels, in the care of their drivers, waited on a side street. You mean to say you rode a camel? Exclaimed Johnny. Yes, nodded Peter, but I shouldn't want to do it again. And the master? Wondered Philip, he rode a camel? How did he get along? Very well, I think, grinned Peter. I was too busy with my own excursion to notice. It was a rough voyage, but we got there. At the house we heard the clamor of lamentations. A score of professional mourners, who had been hanging about for hours waiting to be hired, were huddled on the veranda, with their black hoods over their faces, howling like dogs. Jesus was vexed by the noise and commanded them to cease and be gone. That's one advantage the poor have over the rich, put in James. When there's death in the house, you aren't bothered with hired mourners. We went at once to the bedchamber where the little girl lay, continued Peter. Jesus led the way, with Jairus and his wife Adiel closely following. They asked me to come too. The master sat down on the edge of the bed and gazed fixedly at the child for a long time. Her face had the whiteness of death. After a while, the master said softly, as if not to awaken her, "She is sleeping." You mean, she wasn't dead? Exclaimed Thaddeus. That's in doubt, said Peter. They all thought she was. She certainly seemed to be dead. He said she was asleep. Perhaps he meant the sleep of death, observed old Bartholomew. Perhaps, mumbled Peter vaguely. Whatever he meant, that was what he said. Adiel must have thought he believed the child was sleeping, for she burst out crying and shook her head. No, master, she sobbed. My precious Sharon is gone. With that, he leaned forward, patted the little girl gently on the cheek, and said, Come, Sharon, awake. The big fisherman's voice was unsteady, he noisily cleared his throat to control it. It was all very touching, he went on huskily. Little Sharon slowly opened her eyes, and as Adiel flung herself down by the bedside with a cry of joy, the child smiled sleepily and said, barely above a whisper, there were beautiful flowers, everywhere, just as he told us. It was a dream, thought Andrew. Who can say? Murmured Peter. After an interval of silence, he added, as for me, I think the child was dead. They had sat transfixed through this recital. Now that the strange story was ended, they stirred. What are we supposed to do now? Inquired Philip. Did the master tell you? He spends the night at the house of Jairus, said Peter. Tomorrow he will rest here at the cottage. He is very tired. The next day we start back to Cana, though we are to make camp that night at Hamat. But why does he stop at Hamat? Queried James, when so many people are waiting for him in Cana? Yes, and a great crowd will doubtless follow him from Capernaum and along the way, said Philip. He will be forced to speak at Hamat, and that will be wearisome. Well, said Peter, be that as it may. We're stopping at Hamat. I think I shall go back to Bethsaida, announced Andrew, rising. I should like to see Hannah before we leave. I shouldn't object to sleeping in a bed tonight, myself, said Peter. Tell Hannah to expect me for supper. I shall be over there, in a couple of hours. I have promised old Manasseh that I would talk with him. He wants to lease one of the ships, just for the summer, of course. Not the Abigail, protested Thaddeus. The big fisherman patted Thad on the shoulder, but did not reply. The company was breaking up now. At the door, Thomas remarked, to no one in particular, I can't understand why the master wants to leave Capernaum, now that Jairus is solidly behind him, and the people are so anxious to have him stay. Don't forget, admonished Peter, that we couldn't understand why he wanted to leave Cana and come to Capernaum. That was different, mumbled Thomas. He felt that he was urgently needed here. Perhaps he feels that he is now needed elsewhere, observed Andrew, to which James added, I don't believe he cares very much whether we understand him or not. You were quite right, Jimmy, rumbled old Bartholomew. He's teaching us to have faith in him. But, can't a man have faith and understanding too? Argued Thomas. No, declared Bartholomew bluntly. That's what faith is for, my son. It's for when we can't understand. That's true, approved Peter. When a man understands, he doesn't need any faith. I don't like to be kept in the dark, put in Philip. If a man has enough faith, replied Peter, he can find his way in the dark, with faith as his lamp. Chapter 16. They were finishing a leisurely breakfast. It was the first time the four of them had eaten a meal together for many weeks. Peter's place at the square table faced the kitchen door, Hannah sat opposite him, Andrew was on his right, and, across from Andrew, Esther dropped down between her frequent excursions to the kitchen, for she had insisted on doing all the serving. At appropriate intervals she had brought in the stewed figs, cups of milk for Hannah, Andrew, and herself, a tall mug of pomegranate juice for Peter, boiled eggs and wheaten loaves for all. Every time Esther had risen, the big fisherman's eyes had followed her with such undisguised admiration that Hannah, ever alert to matters of fresh interest, was amazed and amused. She wondered if Andrew had noticed, and covertly aimed an inquiring glance in his direction, but the stolid bachelor did not look up from his plate to share her curiosity. She had never known anyone so exasperatingly indifferent to significant events transpiring under his very nose. Esther, apparently oblivious of Peter's unusual awareness of her, was wearing a simple white linen house dress that had belonged to his wife, but his fascinated expression as he frankly studied the uncontrived sinuosity of the girl's movements did not reflect a poignant memory of his all but forgotten bereavement. Indeed, the dress, which had hung limp and shapeless on his frail and ailing Abigail, had so generously responded to Esther's figure that Peter marveled at its unsuspected beauty. The girl was superb. She was altogether lovely. It was as if he were seeing her for the first time. He had never tried to get acquainted with her. Their relationship had got off to a bad start. On the very first day she had irritated him by coming onto his ship in the guise of Joe, a half-starved, dirty, ragged camel boy, presently turning out to be Esther, a mysterious young woman whose inconsistent accounts of herself seemed to have been recklessly made up while you waited. The big fisherman had not known what to think about her, and had given it up. He had had many other things to bother him in those days. He had thrown away Johnny's friendship, he had scornfully investigated the Nazarene carpenter, only to be made captive by the strange man's unquestionable power. His orderly, Uneventful, workaday world had been turned upside down. Not much wonder that he had had no time or mind for this Esther person. If Hannah, alone all day and in dire need of companionship, wanted to mother this unexplained alien, Peter had no serious objections, but he had gone to no trouble to conceal his antipathy to the new member of their household. Whoever the girl was and wherever she had come from and whatever she was up to seemed to be a secret. Hannah appeared satisfied that the mysterious waif merited their hospitality, and, after all, it was Hannah's home. Perhaps the girl was helping Hannah to recover from the loss of Abigail. Moreover, Peter was obliged to admit that Esther was earning her keep and that her presence in the household had never discommoded him in any way. But he rarely had anything to say to her beyond a perfunctory grunt at breakfast, nor had she made the slightest effort to improve their acquaintance. This mutually cool attitude had been altered considerably at the time of Hannah's grave illness and miraculous recovery. Esther had taken charge of the house, she had become a member of the family. Also, it was evident that the master had taken an interest in her. If Esther had a secret, he undoubtedly knew what it was, and either in spite of it or because of it, had invited her to be the sole witness to Hannah's restoration. Exactly what had happened on that occasion had not been disclosed, but the event had wrought a change in the girl. Her new demeanor was difficult to define. It was as if she had been released from prison. The Big Fisherman had been required to make a fresh appraisal of their increasingly interesting guest, even to the extent of bestowing on her a clumsy friendliness, though he was embarrassed somewhat by her indifference to his amiable condescensions. This morning, every time she sat down beside him, Peter had turned toward her with a pleasant smile, for which she had given him no receipt, either of surprise or gratification. He had remarked, as she removed the empty bowl in which his figs were served, that they were very good indeed, and she had replied casually that Hannah had cooked them. A few minutes later, he had said that the eggs were boiled just the way he liked them, and Esther had nodded to Hannah as if inviting her to take a bow. Finishing his breakfast and carefully folding his napkin, he had had the audacity to tell Esther her hair had grown so rapidly that she could never pass herself off for a boy anymore, an observation accompanied by a reminiscent chuckle. And to this impertinence he added that the little fringe of curls on her forehead certainly did her no harm. She gave him the merest wisp of a smile, as to a small boy who was talking too much, and turned to Hannah with the irrelevant statement that, if she might be excused, she would go out into the garden and gather a basket of tulips, after which she left the table, Hannah following her as far as the kitchen. Peter fretfully rubbed his chin and seemed out of sorts. "What makes this girl think she's so superior to the rest of us?" he testily inquired of his brother. "Perhaps she is," drawled Andrew. "I'm afraid I treated her like a dog," admitted Peter, somewhat to the surprise of both of them, for the Big Fisherman was not adroit in offering apologies. Andrew did not immediately abandon his meditations to refute this statement, and Peter, anticipating something more comforting than his brother's silence, went on to say, "But she needn't hold it against me, forever." "If you're expecting her to come wagging up to lick your hand," remarked Andrew, "you'll have to give her a little more time." "I should like to patch it up with her before we leave," mumbled Peter, half to himself. "We will be gone all summer. She might be gone when we return. There's no telling what she may do next. I might never see her again." "Oh, you'll be seeing her every day, Simon." Andrew hadn't yet got his brother's new name firmly fixed in his mind. "Esther is coming along." "What?" barked Peter. "With us? Impossible. Who told you that?" "Hannah. Esther is to help look after the sick babies, and their mothers." "But," spluttered Peter, "we can't permit that. This girl, well, she isn't a girl anymore, Andy. She is a young woman. A very beautiful and desirable young woman, much too attractive to be exposed to all manner of indignities. There are some very rough people in these big crowds. If it's anything like last summer, we shall encounter plenty of unpleasant incidents, without having Esther on our hands." After smoldering for a moment, he inquired, "Whoever put this foolish idea into her head?" "The master," said Andrew. "She asked him if she might go along?" "No, it was his own idea. He invited her." Peter drew a deep, baffled breath that puffed his bearded lips when he let go of it. He shook his head, uncomprehendingly. "Our master does some strange things, Andy." His brother nodded. "We had all noticed that, Simon. But, so far, everything he has done—" I know, broke in Peter, with an impatient toss of his big hand. "Everything he does is right. But, how is it going to look for this lovely creature to be camped all summer with a dozen men?" Andrew gave a slow, sly grin and remarked dryly that it would probably look better than if she were to be camped all summer with any one of them, a comment which his brother instantly resented with a scowl, a shrug, and an abrupt departure from the room. The soft-spoken bachelor, who had intended no disrespect by his drollery, stared after the retreating figure and chuckled a little. "Ah, so that's what ails Simon," he mused. "Esther has become important to him. He is getting touchy on the subject. Well, who would have thought it?" Hannah bustled in from the kitchen now. It had been very quiet out there for some time. She began clearing the table and making quite an energetic task of it. "I wonder if Simon isn't fond of Esther," she said, busily brushing crumbs. "Why not?" rejoined Andrew casually. "We all are." Hannah's lips firmed in a little pout. Then, deciding on a more promising strategy, she smiled, lowered her voice to a confidential whisper, and said, coaxingly, "Surely you know, Andy, that I wouldn't say anything." Andrew soberly nodded his approval. "That has always been my policy, too," he said. "It certainly keeps one out of trouble, doesn't it?" Hannah did not pursue the subject any further, though the kitchen door plainly said Humphrey when she closed it behind her. For many generations it had been customary for the reigning prince of Arimathea to observe the fast and attend the festivities of Passover week in the Holy City. This annual event, originally commemorative of the Jews' release from their intolerable bondage in Egypt, had gradually evolved from a stark and solemn reenactment of that miraculous deliverance and had acquired many irrelevant but attractive characteristics. It was homecoming week for all Jews who were able to return to their holy city. Hundreds of them came from great distances and from foreign countries, bringing with them all manner of merchandise. Long caravans, laden with exotic foods, spices, jewels, and costly textiles, encamped in the surrounding hills. Minstrels, magicians, actors, acrobats, soothsayers, fortune-tellers, vendors of confections and medicinal herbs swarmed the narrow streets. Passover night was still solemnly celebrated in the silence and seclusion of dimly lit Jewish homes, but Passover week was a carnival for many more visitors than viewed it as an austere ceremonial. Young Prince Joseph of Arimathea always looked forward with happy expectancy to this pilgrimage. It belonged to springtime. The country was beautiful. Had there been no pleasures in prospect at his destination, Joseph would have felt repaid by the delights of the journey. He traveled in a style befitting his wealth and position, attended by a gay group of his young cronies and an impressive retinue of servants. Jerusalem, in Joseph's opinion, was an enchanted city. Generations of his forebears had been conspicuous in the making of its history, as the inscriptions on their massive tombs in the Garden of Sepulchres eloquently testified. The day would come when Joseph himself would join them there. His own tomb, elaborately planned, was even now under construction and would be completed by the end of the summer. He was in no hurry to occupy it, for life was good, but it was a comfort to know that whenever he needed it the sepulchre would be ready to welcome him. And he had many influential friends in Jerusalem who received him cordially. Even the gruff and short-tempered procurator, Pontius Pilate, served him cakes and wine when he paid respects at the Roman insula, and called him Joe. And he always paid a duty call at the Galilean embassy, though this was less to his taste. By custom, all interprovincial affairs involving the Principality of Arimathea were adjudicated by the Tetrarch. Joseph was glad that the services of Antipas were but rarely invoked, for he did not like him and did not trust him. Another reason for not wanting to visit the embassy, he invariably encountered the brazen, jingling, overpainted Salome, whom he detested. And once he had been obliged to spend an unhappy hour with her mother whose reputation was in such appalling disrepair that to be on friendly terms with her was to invite a scandal. Now he was on his way home from Jerusalem. Tonight they would break the trip, as usual, by camping at the road junction near the village of Hamat. Early the next morning, the prince's encampment was roused by the unexpected noise of traffic on the highways. A great crowd was converging on a meadow not more than 500 yards away. Inquiries revealed that the Nazarene carpenter was to appear. Much annoyed by the intrusion of this rabble, Joseph's companions importuned him to break camp at once and defer their breakfast until they had arrived at some quiet spot farther down the road, but he saw no reason for scurrying away. "Indeed, I should like to see him again myself," declared the prince. "He must be something more than a mountebank or the people would not continue to follow him." Remembering with embarrassment the cool reception they had had at the hands of the carpenters following a few months earlier, Joseph's friend so strongly counseled him against risking another rebuff that he lost his patience and announced his intention of going into the crowd alone. And with that he set off by himself, on foot, to join the increasing multitude. The throng had quieted as the master mounted the little knoll where a space had been cleared for him. He began at once to speak in the effortless, intimate, far-reaching tone that always commanded complete silence and rapt attention. Today, he said, he would talk with them about the eternal life. Citizens of his kingdom did not have to wait until death to experience its happiness and its peace. If ever we were to be immortal, we were immortal now. We are God's children, he went on, and while it is not yet apparent what we may become, we can be sure that when we see him, and know him as he is, we shall find ourselves to be like him. But, if we are indeed the children of God, we are his children today. To know this is to be of the kingdom, for the kingdom is now, it is here, it is yours. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek it, and you shall find it. What parent among you, if your child asks bread, will you give him a stone? And if you, heedless and selfish as you are, give good gifts to your children, how many more blessings shall our Father in heaven bestow upon all who ask him? This, then, was the life eternal, beginning now, beginning here, for you, for all. He stepped down from the mound. Peter beckoned to the nearest cot-bearers. The day's miracles had begun. Joseph gradually worked his way toward the front. For the most part, the people moved aside to let him through, perhaps because of his expensive clothing, his jewels, and his princely bearing. Now he was within a few feet of the strange business that the Nazarene was conducting. No, this was not trickery. It was conceivable that the emaciated fellow who had just risen from his cot, with tears of gratitude and incoherent little whimpers of amazement, had connived with the carpenter to stage this dramatic scene, but it was absurd to suppose that the baby, in the arms of this disheveled young woman, had joined in a conspiracy to deceive the public. Joseph's heart pounded hard and his mouth was dry. The hot bodies of his neighbors pressed close against him as they swayed for better vision, but he was heedless of these contacts, which he would have found intolerable in any other circumstances. Indeed, far from resenting this intimacy with the common people, the prince felt something almost like comradeship with them. The carpenter had said that they were all children of God, and for the moment Joseph believed it. The sweat was beading the carpenter's pale forehead. It was evident that he was utterly spent. The gigantic Galilean who stood beside him had halted the approaching procession of suppliants with the announcement that the master must rest. With this, the master and his small coterie filed out toward the highway. Joseph followed close behind them. Reaching the road, the carpenter turned about and, to Joseph's surprise, waited for him to approach. His fatigue was such that his hands were trembling, but he greeted the prince with a cordial smile. "Master," said Joseph, in an unsteady voice, "what shall I do, to have this eternal life?" Peter frowned. He had instantly recognized the Prince of Arimathea. Ah, so? The prince would be wanting eternal life on special terms provided for princes. "You have been brought up to know the laws, my friend," said Jesus kindly. "True, master," said Joseph, "and I have kept the laws since childhood, loving God with all my heart, mind, and strength." "Proceed, friend," urged Jesus, not smiling now. "There is another law, to love your neighbors as you love yourself. You have glimpsed the kingdom today, and you would share it. That will be more difficult for you than for these poor. It is not easy for the rich to inherit the kingdom. Their lives are too crowded with things." Joseph bowed his head, reluctantly nodded agreement, and remained silent. "If you would be of my kingdom, friend, unburden yourself of your great possessions. Dispose of them. Distribute them among the poor. And then come, and follow me." They all stood for a long moment waiting for the prince to speak, but he had nothing to say. With his head still bowed, he walked slowly up the road. Jesus took a couple of steps, as if he might follow him, but halted and watched the departing prince with wistful, regretful eyes. No one in the little group needed to be told that their master was disappointed. After a while, Jesus turned with a sigh and signed that they would proceed now to Cana. Peter walked beside him. He was not disappointed, but he was hurt. "Master," he said pensively, "we have given up all to follow you." "Yes, Peter," replied Jesus wearily. "I know. And you will be rewarded." Old Bartholomew, trudging along behind with Andrew, muttered, "Andy, that's the first thing the prince ever wanted that he couldn't afford, a place in the master's kingdom." Contrary to Peter's expectation, Esther had not joined their company when they passed through Bethsaida on the way to Hamat. He had doubted the wisdom of her accompanying them at all, but, now that she had been invited to do so, he was anxious to see her, and, as they approached the corner nearest Hannah's house, Followed by the crowd that had assembled again in the plaza at Capernaum, his eyes searched the street. He did not know that she had received instructions not to proceed to Cana until the following day. The next morning, after tenderly embracing Hannah, who had cried a little at their parting, she started on her journey, but not alone, for the procession that had filed through sleepy little Bethsaida all day yesterday continued to trudge along toward the south. Arriving in the spacious field, half a mile east of Cana, she made no effort to attach herself to the Master's company, but was content to be a mere member of the multitude that increased hourly, and immediately gave her attention to the weary and hungry women who had brought their sick, blind, and crippled children for healing. It was not an easy assignment. Esther had often seen poverty and distress, but never before at such close range, nor had she ever felt in any way responsible for its alleviation. It had been her supposition that the poor and needy were sympathetic toward one another. It seemed reasonable that this should be true. Her present experience quickly disillusioned her. Whatever might be the traditional indifference of the rich to the plight of the poor, it was becoming apparent that the poor had but little respect for their unfortunate neighbors. The women she tried to befriend were not disposed to cooperate. They wanted food and shelter, and they wanted it now, and they wanted it ahead of the others. It angered them to be asked to await their turn. Each footsore, dirty and disheveled mother thought her case deserved immediate attention. At first the girl was indignant. When she asked half a dozen of them to accompany her into the town, where she told her story to not very sympathetic housewives and begged a few loaves of bread here and a coney skin of goat's milk there and a little basket of sun-cured figs somewhere else, the women were reluctant to go. And the women who were asked to look after the absentees' babies thought they were being imposed on. And when she returned with provisions for them, most of them quarreled over the distribution of food. It was quite discouraging. With her patience exhausted, she silenced one bickering group by saying, "I'm not being paid for helping you, you know. I'm not doing this because I think it's fun. Stop quarreling now, and listen to what the Master is saying." They scowled, but turned their faces toward the carpenter, and made pretense of listening. Sometimes the sensitive girl marveled at the complacency of Jesus as he pleaded for kindness and goodwill among men and the mutual bearing of burdens and sharing of benefits, while the impatient audience that had come to see the working of miracles trampled on toes and jabbed elbows into ribs and jostled for better vantage. It was late afternoon on the fourth day of their mission in Cana when the Big Fisherman unexpectedly came to her rescue, and none too soon, for Esther was thoroughly disheartened and ready to admit that she had failed in her task. Only the promise she had made to the Master kept her from running away. Peter had resolutely kept his distance from her, quite against his inclinations, for she was constantly on his mind. Indecisively he had lingered, today, as the great throng dispersed and the Master with the others of his company proceeded up the slope toward their sequestered encampment under a clump of acacias. For a while he sauntered aimlessly among the cots bearing the sick who had arrived late and would presently be carried away to shelters for the night. He paused beside them to speak words of encouragement. Doubtless the Master would take care of them tomorrow, he said. They must try to be patient. His heart speeded a little as he neared the cluster of tents that had been provided for mothers and their sick babies. Apparently they had had their supper, for none of them was in sight, and Esther, having attended to their wants, was seated on a camp stool apart from them, in a posture of fatigue and dejection. She raised her head as he approached and rose to welcome him with a pensive smile that unsteadied his voice when he inquired, kindly, how things were going with her. "Are these people wearing you out?" he asked. She shook her head, as though to say that there were no words to describe her dilemma, and asked, "Have you time for a little talk with me, Simon?" Never before had she addressed him by name, and the implied overture of friendship stirred him deeply. It pleased him, too, that she called him Simon. His new name had aged him somewhat, making him more sedate and discreet, setting him apart from his fellows. At the moment he felt more comfortable as Simon, temporarily freed from the rigorous responsibilities incumbent upon a rock. "Why not?" he had replied quickly. "Or, I can take you to the Master if you are troubled." "The Master has enough to bear," she sighed. "Let me tell you about it, Simon. Perhaps you can help me." "Come then," he said, softly. "Let us go to some place where we may talk privately." They took the winding path up the slope toward Jesus' encampment, Esther leading the way, for the old, deep-worn footpath was narrow. Simon, following with long, slow strides, was fascinated by the effortless ease and grace of the girl's supple figure. No conversation was attempted until they reached the flat, level limestone boulder that jutted from the hillside, overlooking the teeming valley where every road and lane was filled with plodding pilgrims returning to their bivouacs in the hills. Now that he was seated beside this beautiful girl, who had unwittingly preoccupied his thoughts and disturbed his sleep, the big fisherman was not sure how, or whether, to break the silence. Esther promptly relieved him of this responsibility. Turning toward him, she declared impetuously, "The trouble is, Simon, it all seems so hopeless, so pitiably hopeless. They are so rude, so mean to one another." "They are indeed," agreed Simon, "but I suppose some allowance must be made for them. A woman who has borne the grief of a blind or crippled child, and now has a chance to see him made well, is desperate. She will lie, steal, and fight to be the first in line, for his food, and his healing. Their conduct is deplorable, but it is understandable." "You have great patience, Simon," murmured Esther. "No, my dear," he confessed. "If I seem to have patience, it is because of the Master's compassion on them. I'm learning, from him, to hold my tongue and keep my temper. It isn't easy. Perhaps I too might learn to be more sympathetic if there was anything good, anything at all, to come of it." "He heals their sick, Esther. Surely that is something." "I know," she conceded wearily. "He opens their babies' poor little blind eyes so that they can see, and what do they see but unfriendliness and greed?" The pent-up flood of her indignation was loosed now, and her passionate words came tumbling recklessly over one another, while Simon, amazed at the outburst, watched the big tears gather and slowly trickle down her flushed cheeks. He tried to interject a gentle protest, but she went on, her husky voice breaking with emotion. "There he stands," she cried, "day after day, entreating them to be kind and to love one another, and live at peace with one another." "I think some of them try to do that," said Simon. "A few, perhaps, but not enough," persisted Esther. "My heart bleeds for him, Simon. He is going to be so dreadfully disappointed. If he were just an ordinary man, deluded into thinking that he could save the whole world by teaching people to be merciful and generous, no attention need be paid to his dreaming, but Jesus has the power of a God in his hands. He has proved it, over and over. I truly believe that he could save the world, or end it, if he chose, but not this way." "How then?" asked Simon, soberly. "I heard John the Baptizer tell of a great one who would come and wreck the world, and begin all over again, with better people in control. He would march across lands and seas, upsetting old temples and thrones, humbling the rich, freeing the poor, leveling the road for all the people. Perhaps there's some hope for a plan like that. Jesus has the power to do it, if he wished. But, how does he expect to save the world by pleading with these barefooted, half-starved country people of Galilee? Tell me, Simon. You have great faith. They are calling you Petros now. Do you honestly believe that there is any hope for Jesus' kingdom of love?" Her long, wet lashes opened wide as she faced him with an expression of childlike confidence. "I will try to believe, if you say you do." It had turned out to be one of the critical moments in the big fisherman's experience. He felt himself gaining stature and dignity as he gazed into the girl's questing eyes. Whatever had been his foolish thoughts of her, his infatuation, his desire, Esther had become as a trusting daughter now. He laid his big hand over her small one, and said tenderly, "I believe, dear child, that Jesus is the Savior of the world." After a little pause he went on, measuring his words. "As for these poor, not many mighty will be called into the Master's service. He is not appealing to the mighty, for it is they who have made the world what it is. He does not expect to change the world into a garden today, but he is sowing the seed. We must be patient, and have faith in him." Esther rose, and smiled into his eyes. "Very well, Petros," she said softly, "I will be patient, and I will have faith. Shall we go now?" They retraced their steps in silence. At her tent door, she whispered, "You have done much for me, tonight, Petros." "And you have strengthened me, my child," said Peter. The next afternoon, as if to confirm what Peter had said about the Master's faith in the common people, and their value to him, he told a story of a king who had planned a wedding feast for his son, the prince, and had invited all the great ones of his own and neighboring states to be his guests. The nobility offered flimsy excuses. So, the king sent his servants out into the highways and hedges to find guests for the banquet. After the crowd had dispersed for the day, Peter paused at Esther's tent for a friendly word. "Did you tell the Master about our conversation last night?" she asked. Peter shook his head and smiled. "I think you have in mind his parable about the king's banquet, and the guests from the highways and hedges." "No, I had not told him about our talk. I didn't need to. He knew of it without being told." "Do you mean to say that Jesus knows, without hearing, what we say and think?" asked Esther mystifiedly. "I'm afraid so," said Peter. "There's abundant proof of it." He gave a slow grin, and added, "I always know when he disapproves of my thoughts. He does not chide me, but he calls me Simon." Esther laughed a little and said she had never heard of anything so strange. "And who are you today?" she asked. "Simon or Peter?" "I'm Peter, today," he said, smiling. It was the beginning of a comradeship which was to mean a great deal to both of them. The big fisherman's attitude toward the trusting girl was strictly paternal and protective, though at times uncomfortably possessive. He could be as jealous as a lover. One afternoon, it was the day before they left Cana on their eastern journey, Philip surprised Esther by asking her to call on his aged mother. The lonely old lady was confined to her room, he said, and had few visitors. "The trouble is," he explained, "my mother never learned to speak Aramaic with any confidence, and because she cannot talk with the neighbors, they do not come to see her. I think the sight of you would do her good, even if you find conversation difficult." "What language does she speak, Philip?" Esther had inquired as they neared the cottage. "We are Macedonians," he replied. It appeared that Philip had promised his mother that he would try to bring Esther to see her, for her widowed daughter who opened the door for them seemed to be expecting their call. The aged woman, obviously made ready for company, was sitting up in bed. Esther took the proffered chair beside her, patted the thin hand, and was rewarded with welcoming smiles and vigorous noddings of the old gray head. "I do not speak your tongue," labored the frail voice. "Then we will talk in your tongue, mother," said Esther, in fluent Greek. "I'm never sure of myself in Aramaic either." Philip's mother took both of Esther's hands in hers, and cried, "Bless you, my child. Bless you." His sister laughed happily and drew her chair closer. Philip, dumbfounded, sat down on the other side of the bed and stared as Esther and his ecstatic mother chatted companionably. At the first pause in their conversation, he broke in to ask, "Why haven't you told me that you know Greek?" "You never asked me," said Esther, which made them all laugh. "But you're not a Greek," said Philip, suddenly serious. "How did you learn to speak it so well?" "It's a long story, Philip," she replied. "Much too long to tell, and, besides, we must be going now." "Tell me this, Esther," he said soberly. "Do you and the master speak to each other in Greek? He seems to know the language." At that, she rose, and again affectionately patted the wrinkled hand. Noting that Philip felt somewhat rebuffed, she murmured, "As for him alone, our master knows everything, Philip. Everything about everything." On their way back to the field, where hundreds of people, aware that the meetings were ended, were preparing to return to their homes, Philip was still questioning her, without results, about her origin. Preoccupied with their conversation as they moved through the throng, neither took notice that Peter was immediately behind them. Philip was finishing a remark as they turned to greet him. The big fisherman was frowning darkly. "Esther speaks Greek," explained Philip, in a tone that invited Peter to be pleasantly surprised, but it didn't have that effect on him. He was annoyed and went to no pains to conceal it. "Humphrey," he grunted. "Now you should really enjoy yourself, Philip. Our own language is good enough for me." There wasn't much to be said in reply to that. Momentarily stunned by the big fisherman's unexpected rudeness, and looking as if they had been slapped for no reason at all, Philip and Esther, having exchanged a bewildered glance, turned to go. Peter, angrily gnawing at his underlip, followed them for a little way, saw them separate at Esther's little tent, and slowly trudged up the hill. At the limestone rock he halted, sat down, ran his fingers through his shaggy hair and cursed himself bitterly. Early the next morning they broke camp and took to the road, with Peter far in advance of the others. John said to James, "Do you suppose someone has hurt his feelings?" To which his brother replied, "More likely he has hurt somebody else." "Let's catch up with him," suggested John, "and give him a chance to air his trouble." "You may, if you like," said James. He turned about and called to Philip, who was strolling along behind them. "Phil, do you want to move on ahead with Johnny and see what ails Peter?" "Not me," growled Philip. "I don't want to know." "Let him alone," advised Andrew. "He'll get over it, whatever it is." If he needed any help, the master would have joined him. Instinctively they turned to face the rear. Far behind them they saw Jesus walking between Esther and old Bartholomew, with young Thaddeus, somewhat in advance of them, pushing a high-wheeled cart containing Esther's tents and tackle. Where did she dig up those tents? Inquired Philip. Simon bought them, said Andrew, with some of the money old Manasseh paid him for the Rachel. He gave most of it to Hannah. It was a long speech for Andrew and they listened attentively. My brother has his odd moments, he added, but he is not mean. Come on, Johnny, said Philip impulsively. Let us overtake him. I'll go with you, said James. They lengthened their steps and moved forward. They're good boys, said Andrew. Do you know how much he got for the Rachel? Asked Judas. Yes, said Andrew crisply. They walked along in silence for some time. I suppose old Manasseh got it for a song, said Judas. He used to be the cantor at the synagogue when he was a young man, reflected Andrew. Excellent voice, too. By the time the party reached 9, where they were to tarry for a day, hundreds of people were following. That evening a large crowd assembled on the village green intent upon hearing Jesus speak. As he rose to address them, a lean middle-aged fellow raised his arm for recognition and shouted, in a rasping tone. Good master, I heard you speak a parable in Cana about the king's banquet where the rich despised their invitations and the poor were brought in. His harsh voice had risen until it had gripped and silenced the restless crowd. I believe you, sir. He went on. It is high time the poor, who outnumber the greedy rich, should sit at the banquet table. I would that you repeat the story for these slaves in 9 who are toiling their lives away, working for beggarly wages, to keep old Simeon Ben Edom in luxury. There was a dissenting murmur in the crowd as the revolutionary diatribe came to an end. It was evident that the people of 9 considered the impudent fellow as a troublemaker. They grew quiet now, wondering what Jesus would say. Peter had stepped forward, glowering at the self-appointed orator. The master laid a gently detaining hand on the huge, flexed forearm, and in a friendly tone obliged his inquisitor by retelling the parable of the king's banquet, and how the poor were brought in from the highways and hedges to attend the party. But the parable had taken on a new chapter since it had been told in Cana. Jesus continued. The king, he said, was quite willing to welcome the ragamuffins into his beautiful banquet hall, but he wanted them to look and feel and be as respectable as possible. So he ordered his servants to offer each guest a clean and suitable garment to wear at the dinner. But one sulky fellow, wanting to show his contempt for the king, and the palace, and the feast, refused to accept the robe they gave him to cover his dirty tatters. They asked me to come here just as I was, he growled, and now they can take me, just as I am, or throw me out. So they threw him out. The crowd was delighted. They laughed and cheered. When the meeting was over, Peter, who hadn't spoken to Esther since yesterday, turned to her with a broad smile, and said, The meek shall inherit the earth, but they'd better be meek. The news that Jesus was coming to Jericho had raced on ahead of him and a great audience was awaiting his arrival. It was the largest assembly he had encountered. Within a fortnight more than 15,000 people, from all over Samaria and Judea and the contingent following from Galilee, had converted the open country north of ancient Jericho into a city. Those were memorable days for the Master's companions. Sometimes, when the day's trying work was done, Peter had sought Esther for comfort and companionship. They had become very close friends. One evening he had asked her, as they sat side by side on the grass at her tent door, whether Greek was a difficult language to learn. You shouldn't find it hard, she had replied. Want me to teach you a few words, Petros? He had smiled and nodded. She patted the ground with the palm of her slim hand. Ge, she said. The earth. Say it, Peter. Ge. He repeated the word after her. She patted her head. Kafil. She laid her hand upon her heart. Cardia. She touched her girdle. Zone. She pointed aloft at a brilliant star. Astron. Now what is the word for head? She asked, after the manner of a pedagogue. Peter couldn't remember, but he did recall the Greek word for heart, and seemed happy over his progress. He was learning Greek, and fast. An inquisitive little lizard scampered across his worn sandal. He pointed to it. Soros, said Esther. What is the word for God? He asked. Which one? Inquired Esther innocently. The only one, he said severely. Theos, she replied, after a little pause. And that was the way they had spent most of their evenings during the strenuous weeks in the region round about Jericho. Peter, who had never known a word of any language save his own, and was far from being a master of that one, was infatuated with new interest and proud of his progress. Esther gave him every encouragement. It was not long before the big fisherman was piecing his Greek words into sentences. He had been jealous of Philip. Now he was cultivating the Macedonian and vaingloriously talking to him in his own language, though sometimes Philip laughed a little and offered an amendment. The summer was advancing. There was an occasional whiff of autumn in the early morning breeze. Then came the day of Jesus' triumphal entry into the city of Jericho, the welcoming crowds that lined the streets, the memorable luncheon at the mansion where Zacchaeus lived in lonely splendor, despised and feared by his fellow townsmen. And, as an outcome of that interview, the rascally Zacchaeus had publicly announced his intention of restoring, fourfold, the unjust taxes he had filched from the people. That night, at their encampment in the hills, Jesus told them the summer's work was ended. Tomorrow, he said, they would start back to Capernaum. The 12 were glad, but somewhat surprised, for it might be a whole month before the rains came on. The master seemed suddenly anxious to return to Capernaum. They did not ask him why, they knew better than to question him anymore. Chapter 17. The longest week that Boldy had ever spent elapsed before Felix called at the prison. It seemed doubtful that their friendship would survive. It was after supper when he came. Twilight was settling. The dim oil lamp had been lighted. Boldy was sitting apathetically on his bunk when he heard an argument in the corridor. "The prefect isn't going to like this, you know," the fat jailer was whimpering. "Did you have orders that no one was to see the Arabian?" came the irritated voice of Felix. "And not exactly, sir, no," admitted the jailer. "But if your father learns of it, he'll punish me." "Then you'd better not tell him. Open that door now and run along. I may be here for a couple of hours." There was another whine of protest from the jailer, followed by the screech of the key in the rusty old lock, and Felix entered. Boldy came to his feet and they embraced each other in silence. "I can't quite make you out," said Felix soberly, when they were seated. "It must have been something very urgent indeed that would justify your excursion into forbidden territory. Obviously the Tetrarch was not the object of it, for you knew he had gone to Jerusalem." "You deserve to know, Felix," said Boldy, "and I'm ready to tell you. My girl is up there, waiting to hear from me. I had to go, regardless of consequences. I didn't succeed, but it was worth trying." "Your girl, eh?" Felix brightened with interest. "It was a foolhardy thing to do, though. She must be something very special. I never met a girl I would risk going to jail for. So, now, when it's too late for anything to be done about it, you're going to tell me. Very well, I'm listening." It took Boldy an hour to confide the story. At first he tried to explain, with many wide-open gaps in the tale, how and why Fara, the incomparable Jewish Arabian, had got herself away up into Galilee. But when he saw that Felix was darkly frowning his dissatisfaction, Boldy went back to the beginning of his narrative and told it all, every detail of it, Fara's shockingly rash vow of vengeance, her daring journey alone and in the flimsiest of disguises, the failure of her utterly impracticable mission, her refusal to return to Arabia. And when he had made an end of it, he searched the shrewd Roman eyes in an entreaty for his friend's sympathetic understanding. Felix exhaled a deep breath, and said, as from a distance, "I wouldn't believe a word of it, Boldy, except that it's much too fantastic ever to have been made up. Nobody could invent a tale like that. The daughter of Antipas vowed to assassinate the Tetrarch of Galilee. Single-handed. 16-year-old girl. Still plans on doing it. Well, she's either crazy as a hoot owl, or the bravest creature alive." "You wouldn't think she was crazy if you met her," said Boldy. "As for her bravery, she doesn't value her life very highly. Fara is a woman without a country, you know. She cares little whether she lives or dies. The trouble is, she undoubtedly knows now that she cannot possibly succeed in her undertaking, and she has voluntarily cut herself off from Arabia. I know she loves me, Felix, and I would gladly die for her. Is it any wonder that I took a chance?" Felix sat for some time with his elbows on his knees, digging his fingers into his close-cropped, curly hair, then he slowly raised his head to inquire. "Well, what's to be done, if anything?" "It's easily to be seen that there's nothing I can do," said Boldy dejectedly. "If I could only get a letter to her, explaining why I cannot come, but a letter from me would certainly be intercepted and lead to an investigation of Fara's business in Galilee." "I have it," declared Felix impulsively. "You write the letter. I'll take it to her." There was a quiet moment before Boldy replied. It was not natural for either the Arabian or the Roman to show any emotion. Laying a hand on Felix's knee, Boldy murmured, "You are indeed a loyal friend, Felix. I hope this doesn't get you into trouble." "It's time I had some trouble. A bit of adventure will be good for me." And this girl is well worth the risk. What will the prefect think of you? He will be annoyed, I dare say, but I feel sure that if he were in my place he would do exactly what I intend to do. The prefect, added Felix proudly, is a very sound fellow. For the next half hour they seriously discussed the ways and means. Felix wondered if some embarrassing curiosity might be stirred in little Bethsaida by the arrival of a stranger, easily identifiable as a Roman, to pay a visit to a young woman whose presence there had never been fully explained. It was finally decided that Felix should take the letter directly to the canny old Sadducee, David of the house of Zadok. Voldy confidently believed that David could be trusted to deliver the message to Fara. A week later, Felix returned from his journey. Voldy searched his friend's face anxiously as he entered the cell, and was relieved to note that he bore no evidence of trouble. Felix had taken the letter to David's house, as they had planned. He had been much impressed by the old man's sagacity, and wanted to talk about him and the hospitality he had shown. But, what about Fara? Voldy begged to know. She wasn't there, said Felix. Fara is on a tour of the country with this wonder-working carpenter and his companions. But, that's impossible, protested Voldy. She had been much impressed by this young prophet, but I cannot imagine her following him about. Fara is not a religious person at all. Perhaps not, conceded Felix, but she is infatuated with the carpenter. When you were there, this woman, Hannah, with whom she lodged, was very ill. Some days later, when her life was despaired of, the carpenter came and healed her. Fara believed it was a miracle, no less. She confided the whole story to old David, told him the carpenter had healed her, also. Healed Fara? And what was her trouble? A bit of a riddle turns up at this point, said Felix. She told David that the carpenter had healed her mind, lifted some intolerable burden. The good old fellow wouldn't say what the burden was. Perhaps he didn't know. More likely he knew, but wouldn't tell. My own guess is that the carpenter talked her out of her vow. That's probably it, thought Voldy. I hope so. She left a verbal message for you, with David, in case you came while she was absent. Fara is very anxious for you to return to Arabia. She intends to stay in Galilee and assist this Jesus, the carpenter. Assist him? How? David says she is helping to take care of the sick children who are brought to the carpenter for healing. He thinks she is paying a debt of gratitude for the miracle he performed on herself. After a long interval, Voldy said, that ends it, I suppose. She will give her life to this Jesus. Well, it might be worse. She never could have done the other thing. Oh, it might have been possible, reflected Felix. Fara could have found employment in the Tetrarch's household easily enough, could have become a trusted servant, could have killed him. It would have been suicidal, of course, but she could have done it. It's a disgrace to Arabia that this fellow is allowed to live, muttered Voldy. I agree with you, nodded Felix. Perhaps you think it's my job now, wondered Voldy. Felix made no reply to that. Rising, he said he would return tomorrow. You do think that, don't you? Insisted Voldy, clutching at his friend's sleeve. Felix gave an enigmatic grin and dismissed the query with a shake of his head, which Voldy could interpret any way he liked. By the way, he said, at the door. Darik is in fine condition. He is being exercised every day. When you get out of here, he'll take you anywhere. As Herodias had predicted, the dinner party was proving to be as dull as it was lavish and expensive. The Romans, beginning too early with the birthday celebration by drinking recklessly since mid-afternoon, were apathetic as they clumsily slumped down onto their couches round the banquet tables. The magician from Caesarea was half-drunk and impudently vulgar. The acrobats worked furiously for their feeble applause. As for the harpists, they had not yet appeared. Upon their arrival, at noon, Salome had taken them in hand, after promising her stepfather that she, and the musicians, would have an interesting surprise for him. There was a deplorable lull in the program as they waited for the entertainment to proceed. Senator Cotta yawned prodigiously and inquired, "What's next, Your Highness?" Tyro suggested, "Why doesn't somebody make a speech?" Mark Varus drawled, "How about that prophet you've had penned up, Antipas?" "That's not a bad idea," approved Fadilla. "Bring him in. Let him talk." Antipas briefly demurred. He had been drinking more than was his custom, and was ready to agree with almost any proposal, but this suggestion, he felt, needed to be deliberated. Turning toward Fadilla, who sat some little distance away, he said, "There is an ancient legend among our people, Tullius, about a prisoner, one Samson, who was brought up from his dungeon to amuse a party of his captors, and he pulled the house down over their heads. The Tetrarch is superstitious, remarked Aurelia Verus. Antipas frowned, beckoned to a uniformed guard who stood behind him, and muttered an order. Then, raising his voice as the guard left the room, he announced, "We have a prisoner in our jail, a demented fellow who thinks he is a prophet. We are having him brought in to make a few remarks. We have no notion what he is likely to say, but let us listen to him with a show of respect, or he may be unwilling to talk at all." The room grew suddenly quiet as the gaunt, unkempt prisoner was led in, blinking against the blinding light of the huge stone lamps that lined the walls. Two tall guards brought him to a stand before the Tetrarch's table. "Prophet John," said Antipas, "a desire has been expressed to hear you speak. You may choose your own subject. It may interest you to know that this is our birthday. Should you wish to take that event as your text, we will be gratified. Perhaps, if we like your speech, we may set you free." There was a tense hush as they waited for the shaggy hermit to begin. When he spoke, his deep voice betrayed no agitation or embarrassment, nor was there any evidence that he resented his role as an object of ridicule. "Sire," he began, "on your Majesty's birthday it is fitting to review your Majesty's years and deeds. Doubtless this might be accomplished by any of the great and gifted ones in this presence more eloquently than by a humble captive, but perhaps no more truthfully. Not often, sire, in the history of this unhappy world, has it been given into the hand of one man to bring about the peace of two great nations, long at enmity. This task was entrusted to your Majesty, the healing of the hatred between Ishmael and Israel." The Tetrarch frowned darkly and drummed on the table with his fingertips. Hispa whispered to Polifranto, "The man is crazy." "It is not for your Majesty's prisoner," continued John, "to conjecture why our God, in his wisdom, should have called to this important task a man so vain and selfish as your Majesty, but his ways are mysterious and past finding out. Who shall say when again, if ever, it may be one man's privilege and duty to heal the breach between the Arab and the Jew." "That will do, mad dog," spluttered Antipas, lurching to his feet. "Get you back to your kennel." Seizing him, the guards pushed the prisoner roughly toward the door. Throughout the room indignant murmurs rose, implying an attempt to reassure the Tetrarch that no attention need be paid to the hermit's ravings, but the damage had been done, and almost everyone present, certainly the older ones, knew that the truth had been spoken. Antipas unwittingly sought David's eyes to learn their view of the awkward situation, but the old Sadducee soberly stroked his beard and did not look up. It was Salome who, quite unaware of what had been going on in the banquet hall, now came to the temporary rescue of the stunned and embarrassed Tetrarch. Trailed by the score of well-rehearsed harpists, she sailed gracefully into the room, made a deep curtsy to her stepfather, and, snapping her castanets, pirouetted into her reckless gambado. She was light as a feather and almost completely unencumbered by clothing of any sort. Except for a braided chaplet of rubies, an elaborate design of pearl necklaces, and a fringe of sapphire strands across her loins, Salome was nude. Antipas, suddenly tugged out of his helpless anger by the girl's beauty and grace, was beside himself with admiration and delight, and when she had finished, with a flashing smile for him alone, he shouted that she might ask what she would, and it should be hers. There was much applause. Salome had saved the day for the Tetrarch, and they were all glad for him. Herodias had slipped out into the corridor and was awaiting her daughter when she emerged from the banquet hall, beaming over her plaudits. "You heard what he said?" queried Salome, still breathing rapidly from her exertions. "What shall I ask? A coronet of emeralds?" She had a better thought. "I know, I shall ask him for a beautiful pleasure barge on the lake." Herodias scowled. "No," she muttered. "I'll tell you what to ask." Drawing the girl close, she whispered into her ear. Salome drew back, aghast. "But, you're mad," she breathed. "What pleasure could I have in the death of that poor fool?" "This time, my daughter," stormed Herodias, "it's not going to be what you want, but what I want. You've been given enough. And what you haven't been given, you have stolen. Do now as I command you, or I shall punish you. I mean that. You say I am mad, well, perhaps I am. But that will not make your punishment lighter. Go. Now." She was hardly to be recognized as the same girl when she walked slowly into the room, with uncertain steps and downcast eyes. She stood before the Tetrarch crestfallen. The place became suddenly quiet. "Sire," began Salome huskily, "I desire, as my gift, the silver serving platter that the Empress Julia presented to you." "But, of course," replied Antipas, relieved but bewildered. "You might have asked more, my child." "Sire, I do ask more." Salome's voice sank almost to a whisper. "I want the head of this John, the prisoner, served to me, on the silver platter." All breathing was suspended. Pale and horrified, Antipas leaned far back against his cushions, his face contorted. "But, we can't do that." "You promised," declared Salome with sober finality. Like a tortured animal at bay, Antipas searched the faces about him, piteously seeking a way out of his dilemma, but finding no sympathy in the amused eyes of the cynical Romans. After a long moment of indecision, he beckoned to the captain of the guards and mumbled the revolting order. Jairus scribbled a hasty note to be passed along to his host. Adiel, it said, had been taken suddenly ill, and might they be pardoned for leaving? Without waiting for consent, they made a hurried exit. Then there ensued a long, painful interval, the silence broken only by brief and brittle bits of labored conversation. Herodias had returned to her place between Manilius and Fadilla. Salome was not in sight. At length the doors opened. All eyes turned in that direction. The gruesome gift was carried in and deposited in front of the Tetrarch, who recoiled at the sight. Young Flavia Tyro collapsed into the arms of Senator Cotta and was violently sick. The senator was wearing a scarlet tunic with a black spread eagle embroidered on his left breast. He pushed the sick girl off him and left the room, savagely damning Mark Verus, who had chuckled. Small groups of guests began to file out, reassembling presently on the couches beside the pool. Now the banquet hall was empty except for the Tetrarch and the Sadducee, who was rising to leave. Antipas called to him. "Master David," he croaked unsteadily, "you are a lawyer. Is it ever permissible for the Tetrarch to put a man to death?" "I believe not, your highness," said David. "I bid you good night." Without an hour's delay the shocking story fanned out across the country with incredible swiftness. The palace courtyard had been packed with servants and soldiers, Jairus' litter-bearers, David's attendants, and a score of legionaries who had escorted Julian. There were also the small party of armed guards who had accompanied the magician from Caesarea, the family of acrobats from Damascus, and the company of harpists from Jericho. It was a ghastly tale, and they all made the most of it. A southbound caravan, which had camped for the night near Capernaum, made off with the news at dawn. Within a week the sordid scandal had gone north through Perea, had crossed the Jordan in half a dozen fording places, and was common talk down deep in Judea. It had even penetrated the thick walls of the old prison in Caesarea, conveyed by Felix. Thousands who had listened apprehensively to the foolhardy hermit's reckless predictions of an oncoming doom that would blast a wicked world, toppling greedy temples and gaudy thrones, but had all but forgotten them, and him, were stirred to sullen anger by the monstrous crime. Doubtless the shaggy preacher, who lived in a desert cave and ate roasted locusts, had been misled. The catastrophe he had so boldly threatened hadn't come off. But by what right had this pompous ruler of Galilee murdered his defenseless prisoner for no better reason than to entertain a handful of pampered Romans? Nobody knew what should or could be done about it. Pilate, with plenty of troubles on his hands, had merely shrugged and muttered, "It's no affair of mine. Let the Galileans attend to him." And so they did, not with violence, which the Tetrarch could easily have overcome, but with a concerted campaign of inarticulate contempt for which he had no defensive weapons. A farmer could not be punished for having his back turned toward the highway when the Tetrarch rode by on his black stallion, nor could a whole village be tried because every door was shut and not a soul in sight when their ruler took his daily exercise. Early the next morning after the disgraceful birthday banquet, when the vine dressers and carpenters arrived for their day's work in the new vineyard, they learned what had happened, and, refusing to take up their tools, ominously gathered about the prison where the prophet's body lay. The Tetrarch made no move to quell this incipient rebellion. Instead, he voluntarily ordered the guards to be withdrawn and sent word that if any of the dead man's friends wished to claim his body they might do so without hindrance. This unexpected concession was obviously intended as a peace overture, but the outraged Galileans, by no means the fools Antipas thought them to be, interpreted this lenience as a sign that the great man was frightened, if not remorseful. Jesus, who had just returned to the Capernaum cottage after 10 laborious and exciting weeks of speaking to vast multitudes in Cana, Ephraim, Bethel, Jericho, and the region round about, was informed of the tragedy late in the night. Andrew had wakened him with the bad news. At sunrise, Peter, hurrying in from Bethsaida, drew up a chair beside Jesus' cot and repeated the story. "They are burying him this afternoon, Master, in the cemetery at Bethsaida. The people are aroused. A great crowd will assemble there. John thinks it would be well for you to speak some words of comfort at the graveside." After a moment's deliberation, Jesus slowly shook his head. That indignant throng in the Bethsaida burial ground would be in no mood for comforting words. Anything he might say to these angry people would surely be misconstrued. If he deplored the Tetrarch's crime, and how was the subject to be avoided? It would amount to a sanction of public rebellion against their government, in direct contradiction to his earnest pleas for peaceful submission. Nor was it an occasion when the multitude would listen, with any patience at all, to calm advice about loving your enemies and praying for them who despitefully use you and persecute you. John had indeed paid a high price for his courage in fearlessly speaking the truth, but, Master, broke in Peter impulsively, you have told us that the truth will set men free. Yes, said Jesus softly, and John is free. Come, let us cross the lake to some quiet place, apart from these resentful people. Tell the others to meet us at the shore. I have much to say to you. Though it was still early in the morning, a great throng, noisily rebellious, had assembled in the synagogue plaza. At the sight of Jesus a shout arose and the crowd surged about him, demanding that he speak to them, but he proceeded to the lake shore, where Peter and the others, who had been quietly summoned, awaited his coming. Stunned to silence by this unexpected withdrawal of the carpenter on whom they had depended for counsel in this critical hour, they watched the 3 borrowed dories moving out toward Peter's long idle fleet, where their passengers boarded the Fara. The sails were quickly set and the little ship slowly sidled away from her sister craft. I wonder why they took the Fara, remarked one of the puzzled onlookers, shading his eyes against the sun. They are bound for some shallow cove, surmised a bystander wearing a sailor's cap. See. They're heading northeast, toward the desert. Let us follow them, shouted someone. The suggestion met favor. The crowd moved forward along the shore, unorganized and without leadership, but bent on finding Jesus. It was a hard-breathing, shuffling, straggling procession that labored through the reeds and weeds and sand for 8 long miles. Many of the more provident ones, knowing what a difficult journey faced them and aware that no food was to be had in that desolate region, scurried to their nearby homes and the town's provision stores to stuff their pockets with smoked fish and wheaten loaves. Weary, bedraggled, footsore, their sandals ripped and clothing torn by nettles and briars, 5,000 exhausted people found Jesus and his company at mid-afternoon. There was no shouting now, they were too utterly spent for shouting, too tired to hate anybody. The Big Fisherman immediately took command. In his self-confident, booming voice he directed them to sit as closely together as possible in semicircular rows facing the dune where the master and his companions waited. Not until the last of the stragglers had arrived did Jesus rise to speak. A hush fell on the expectant multitude as his gentle voice began its ministry of comfort. He beheld them, he said, as one great family of brothers and sisters who, weary and heavy laden, had come to him for rest. Not strangers now, but men and women of one blood, all children of their Father in heaven, not drawn together by any hot desire for revenge or redress but related by their mutual compassion. And as the quiet voice continued, a strange miracle was wrought that gave them a heartwarming sensation of kinship. By the time his talk had ended, the shadows were lengthening on the eastern mountains. Released from the spell that had held them silent and motionless, the crowd straightened its relaxed spine, drew a long breath, and shifted its posture. What now? Should they go? They were hungry. On any other occasion, those who had been foresighted enough to bring their own food would have had no hesitation at all to eat it in the presence of others as hungry as themselves. But, though many a man silently inspected his neighbor out of the tail of his eye, nobody reached in his pocket. There was a whispered colloquy among the master's companions. They called him into conference with them, the expression on their sober faces indicating that they were troubled. Jesus did not seem worried over the situation. Feed them, he said. With what? They inquired. Even if we had the money to buy that much food, there is no place out here where it could be had. By now the crowd was craning its neck and listening sharply with its good ear. A small boy, overhearing the discussion, came forward and handed his small lunch basket to the master, who thanked him, and, holding up the basket, addressed the people. We will now have our supper, he said. Everybody laughed. It was the first time anyone had laughed today. But Jesus did not think it was funny. He held up his hand for silence, bowed his head, and prayed, thanking God for this food and for the kind heart of the generous child who wanted to share what he had with his neighbors. Then, Breaking up the lad's 5 little loaves and his 2 fishes into tiny morsels, he told his companions to distribute the food among the people. With sheepish grins, the men and women who had provided for themselves dug their parcels out of their pockets and passed them down the row. It had turned out to be a day of marvels. Presently the crowd began to thin out. The afternoon was far advanced and the northern sky was darkening. The people seemed anxious to be on their way. Andrew, turning to Bartholomew, remarked confidentially, "I think I know now why the master brought us over here." "You were right, Andy," said the shrewd old man. He knew the crowd would follow, and he wanted to give those hotheads a chance to cool off. "And think about something else besides their hatred of Antipas," added Andrew. "Well, they were cooled off by the time they got here, no doubt about that." "Yes," Bartholomew pointed toward the menacing cloud, "and they'll be cooled off a little more before they reach Capernaum." The old man's prediction was correct. It was hard traveling along the shoreline. And it was the roughest night that anybody could remember on the lake. The Sarah all but capsized. And while all this strange business of feeding 5,000 people out of a little boy's lunch basket was taking place in the desert, a mere handful of Bethsedans quietly buried John's body in the village cemetery beside his long-departed father and mother. Frail old Rabbi Elimelech quaveringly intoned an ancient prayer for the peace of the prophet's soul. Esther, who had returned only yesterday from her arduous labors in the hungry, thirsty, weary crowds that had followed Jesus during his eastern journey, tarried with Hannah until the grave was filled and covered it with garden flowers. So, there was no revolution in Galilee. But the public's attitude toward the Tetrarch and his household and his pagan guests, while lacking in any demonstration of hostility, became quite unendurable. Without waiting for the Augusta to come for him, a month hence, Antipas impetuously organized his retinue and made off early one morning for Caesarea, hoping to be lucky enough to find a vessel presently sailing for Rome. No spectators lined the streets to gape at the procession as it passed. Fortunately for the harried Tetrarch, a dirty and dilapidated old freight ship, the Ostia, was, at the moment of his impromptu departure from Tiberias, discharging the last shovelful of her cargo of Cyprian copper on one of the new wharves in Caesarea, and would sail home within a few days. Among the small group of passengers who had disembarked from the Ostia was Sergius, the prefect. Captain Malus, half expecting him to arrive, was at the wharf and greeted his master with a warm welcome. "And how is Felix?" the prefect wanted to know, as they rode together toward the praetorium. "Very well, sir. He will be overjoyed to see you." "Lonesome, I dare say," mused Sergius. "How has he been spending his time?" "He rides, sir," reported the captain. "And he often visits the young Arabian, Voldy, in prison." Sergius scowled. "I do not like that, Malus. You shouldn't have permitted it. I locked this fellow up for disobeying orders, and my son visits him. I won't have it. Suppose all this should reach the ear of the Tetrarch." Malus meekly protested that there had been no instructions to forbid callers at the prison. "I had no authority, sir, to tell Felix where he might and might not go in your absence. I can't think that any harm's been done," he added. "The Arabian is still in prison. And, by the way, Antipas has just arrived in town with his large party. They sail for Rome on the Ostia." "That dirty old tub?" shouted Sergius. "The Tetrarch must be in a hurry." "Yes, sir. Antipas made a mistake, all Galilee is buzzing with it, on the verge of revolt. Apparently it got too hot for him up there." The prefect demanded to know the story, and Malus told him of the Tetrarch's revolting crime, beheading a harmless fanatic to entertain a dinner party, having the bloody head brought to the table on a platter. Sergius grew purple with indignation as the sordid tale unfolded. Never having had the slightest respect for this pompous Romanized Jew, the loathsome story disgusted him almost to the point of nausea. The prefect had had men beheaded, but not to entertain anybody. "Gossip has it," went on Malus, "that the idea was Herodias." "It would be," growled Sergius. After smoldering in his anger for a while, he suddenly blurted out, "I've had quite enough of that low-lived Tetrarch. There'll be no pomp and ceremony wasted on him, this time. I don't intend to see him off. And you needn't make any ado about protecting him. If he asks to see me, tell him I'm sick abed, with leprosy. And, Malus, go down to the prison and turn the Arabian loose. Take him his horse. Tell him he is free to go wherever he likes." They had drawn up before the praetorium now, and were stepping out of the chariot. Felix came running up and warmly embraced his father. "Greetings, my son. said Sergius. "I am glad to see you. Malus tells me you have been a good boy." "Thanks, Malus," said Felix so fervently that his shrewd old father grinned. The three of them fell into step together and moved toward the marble steps leading to the bronze doors of the Praetorium. Sergius halted there and regarded his son so soberly that he winced. Good old Malus, reflected Felix, had let him down, after all. "My boy," said the prefect, and Felix's face fell, for whenever his parent addressed him as "my boy," you wanted to look out. There would be bad news presently. "My boy, I assume that in my absence you have continued your friendship with that rash young Arabian." "Yes, father," admitted Felix contritely. "I have been seeing him, almost every day." "Quite right," declared the prefect. "Men should be loyal to their friends, especially when they are in trouble." Felix gave a quick intake of breath and blinked a few times before he gave a tentative smile of relief. "I have just ordered Captain Malus to set this chap free," continued Sergius. "But Malus is much too busy to attend to it today. Perhaps you would like to inform your friend that he is at liberty to go his way, in any direction that suits his fancy." He brought out a stylus, scribbled a note to the jailer, and handed it to his son. "You are very kind, sir," stammered Felix. "Thank you, sir. May I go now?" "Why not?" The prefect and the captain of the guard marched up the steps of the Praetorium. Felix thought he heard a chuckle, but did not look back as he made off for his horse, and Darik. At the prison, Voldy was astonished when his half-hysterical friend hugged the breath out of him. The good news was so incoherently spluttered that it was some minutes before the amazing tidings were made clear. They pounded each other on the back and shouted joyously. Soon the prisoner was out in the sunshine, squinting against the unaccustomed glare, and affectionately patting Darik on his glossy shoulder. "Where to, now?" inquired Felix, suddenly sobering. "I have been so happy to see you free that I've had no time to think about your leaving. I'm going to miss you, Voldy." "And I shall miss you, Felix," said Voldy, with deep feeling. "Something tells me I should return to Arabia and report to my king. He deserves to know what has become of Fara, and the faithful I own should be told. And I must see my family." "But, you will be coming back, I think," said Felix. "Unquestionably," said Voldy. "King Zendi will doubtless consent to my return, on a special mission." "Do I know what it is?" "I'm sure you do." "Ticklish job, eh?" reflected Felix. "It could be that," agreed Voldy. They mounted their horses to ride back to the Agrippa for personal belongings that Voldy had deposited. "If there is ever anything that I can do, if you should get into trouble, if you should suddenly need a friend," Felix was saying. "There is no one I would rather trust, Felix," said Voldy. "But this is a one-man undertaking, and strictly an Arabian duty. I shall try to be careful," he added. "Careful?" scoffed Felix. "That sounds funny, coming from you." Chapter 18. Again the rains came on, earlier than usual this time but gentle and intermittent, in comforting contrast to the relentless ferocity of last winter's storms. Sometimes there would be 2 or 3 consecutive days without showers, though the sky remained obdurately overcast and nobody ventured very far from home unless his errand was urgent. Jesus seemed glad to retire to Andrew's cozy cottage in Capernaum, and the old house resumed its service as headquarters for most of the devoted band that had left everything to follow their master. Of the absentees, Judas had returned to Kerioth to look after some neglected business, Philip had gone home to Cana to visit his aged mother, Thomas, lacking a lodging place, had accepted a job carting flax for Jairus, and Thaddeus, unhappy over the deterioration of the fishing fleet, was living alone on the Abigail, diligently caulking the deck seams with pledgets of pitch and oakum. The others, unemployed and restless, showed up every day at the cottage and watched the carpenter at his work, for the decrepit tools belonging to Ebenezer, who had passed away in the summer, had been reborrowed, and the improvised shop had all the business it could handle, though little of it was of any profit. Much discussion was had among them concerning tentative itineraries for the coming spring. Some were for going back to Hamad or Cana, and some thought they should revisit Jericho. Jesus was given every encouragement to express an opinion, but he only shook his head and murmured, "Not now," an enigmatic response that sobered them. It seemed clear that he had already determined what he would do. The fact that he was reluctant to confide caused them much anxiety. There was no telling what hazards might be in store for them all. Following Jesus was not easy. One morning, when a yellowish sun was feebly attempting to shine through the ragged rents in a gray cloud bank, John ventured the remark that a great many idle people might be willing to risk a wedding if it were announced that the master would appear in the plaza and speak to them, but the suggestion was not approved. Noting his young friend's disappointment, Jesus explained briefly that he didn't care to be responsible for an epidemic of bad colds. When, that afternoon, John reported this conversation to Bartholomew, adding, "But he could easily cure their colds," the old man said, "It would be much easier to prevent them." And then he went on to say, "These miracles of healing, son, make a heavy drain on his strength. Had you not noticed that?" "I know," nodded John. "That's true. They make him sweat." Bartholomew sat thoughtfully stroking his beard for a long moment, then he said, "Johnny, sometimes I have felt that every burden he lifts is taken upon himself. Don't misunderstand me, I do not mean that when he heals a leper he takes on the man's leprosy, I mean that whenever he lifts another man's burden he adds the weight of it to his own. Outmaster is carrying a very heavy load. I often think of Isaiah's prophecy that the promised Messiah would be a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief." The enforced inactivity of these inclement days, however irksome for the others, was especially disquieting to Peter, who had been constantly in the forefront of the summer's excursions and excitements. And how he had looked forward to this period of rest and recuperation. Now, after a few days of idleness, he had begun to fret under the weight of little Bethsaida's apathy, and, much as he enjoyed the company of his master, the long afternoons at the cottage in Capernaum, where he sat with empty hands, were increasingly depressing. Sometimes during those tumultuous days of sultry Sivan and Tammuz, the responsibility of directing the great multitudes of desperate and inconsiderate people had been almost beyond his endurance. Often when darkness fell and the throng had gone home or into improvised camps in the neighboring fields and hills, the big fisherman would fling himself down on the ground, with his shaggy head buried in his sun-browned arms, too utterly exhausted to eat his supper. Had it not been for Esther's gentle solicitude and the challenge of her amazing fortitude, Peter couldn't have borne his burden. And he had been honest enough to tell her so. It was a most unusual friendship. A stranger, having made the acquaintance of both of them, but never having seen them together, would certainly have thought it incongruous if not impossible that this huge, blustering, untraveled, uneducated fisherman, and the sensitive girl who had been brought up in an environment of exceptional privileges, could have anything in common. By training and temperament they were leagues apart. Simon Peter had had no use for Esther, nor she for him, until their boundless devotion and tireless service to Jesus had made them kin. They had often talked about this frankly, agreeing that their peculiar relation was no less than a miracle, Peter declaring his belief that a close friendship with the Master could provide a bond for all the people who loved him, no matter how different they might be as to race, color, language, disposition or mode of living. If they loved him, they would love one another. Jesus had said so, and these two understood what he meant. Their comradeship, that summer, had invited candid confidences. Esther had told Peter all about herself, and when they were alone together he had, at her request, called her Fara. One evening, as they sat for a little while on either side of the Master, Peter had inadvertently addressed her as Fara, and Jesus had smiled with pleasure, though he made no comment. It was not, however, a selfish friendship. Often a little group formed about them. Esther was one of the family. She repaired old Bartholomew's tattered sandal thongs, bandaged Johnny's thorn-torn hand, mended Andrew's jacket, even sewed on a button for Judas, whom she intuitively distrusted and disliked. Fred was always at her heels, helping with the tents and carrying provisions as devotedly as a friendly dog. And on their hurried trip back to Galilee, when Esther lagged a little one afternoon, he wanted her to get into the high-wheeled cart, already heavily loaded with tents and tackle, and ride. She had declined the offer, but, walking alongside him, she said tenderly that if everybody were as kind to everyone else as Thad had been to her, the world would soon be a beautiful place to live in. A flush of pleasure, mixed with embarrassment, glowed through the shy young fellow's tan. After some deliberation he said that he thought the world was beautiful enough to suit him, and he ventured to give Esther a worshipful glance. The winter days had dragged drearily. Peter, lodging at home in Bethsaida, would trudge through the mud every morning to Capernaum and return in the late afternoon, moody and taciturn. Andrew rarely came home, but last night he had accompanied his brother, for John and James had arranged to spend the night with Jesus. This morning, Hannah's household had assembled about the breakfast table. It was something of an event, for they were having fried perch, the first they had had for a long time. "I heard a meadow lark a little while ago," remarked Hannah cheerily, "and there's a patch of blue in the sky. We may be having some fair weather soon, she went on, though I'm in no hurry to see it come, for it means you will all be leaving me again. I do wish you wouldn't go this time, Esther. It's too hard on you. Well, as for me, said Peter, splitting open another fish, I'll be glad when it's time to go. I've been penned up too long. And I want to see the master get out of that shop. They've been imposing on him, dreadfully. Don't you think so, Andy? Andy slowly agreed that that was one way of looking at it, and, turning to Hannah, irrelevantly remarked that he had seen a blue jay yesterday with a straw in its beak. Esther couldn't help smiling. Andrew certainly had a gift for changing the subject. But Hannah wasn't interested in Andy's blue jay. How do you mean, they impose on him? She inquired. Peter was ready with the particulars. Apparently he had given the matter considerable thought. Well, first there was all that work on old Becky's loom. It happened just after we had come home, he went on. The people were all stirred up over the Tetrarch's crime and the hotheads were keen on punishing somebody. Antipas had broken the law, and, seeing they couldn't do anything to him, they decided to make everybody else obey the laws. This old Rebecca person lived alone in a mere hovel on the outskirts of Magdala, and was generally disliked. Many people thought she was a witch, and she looked the part, a very ugly old woman. The children threw stones at her whenever she appeared on the highway. And she put a curse on the neighbors' cattle, so that their milk dried up. How ridiculous! Exclaimed Esther. You don't believe that? Of course not, said Peter, but what I believe isn't important in this case. A lot of people did believe it, or said they did. One charge they had against Becky was that she never attended the synagogue. One Sabbath morning they heard her rickety old loom clacking, and to show how righteous they were a dozen of them stormed into her hut and smashed the loom to kindling wood. And the next day she came to see Jesus about it. Were you there? Wondered Hannah. Johnny and Becky opened the door and came in, as if she lived there. She had on a dirty old dress. Her tangled white hair hadn't been combed and her bare feet were muddy. She came directly to where Jesus sat and dropped down in a chair beside him, without a word. Her wrinkled face was twitching and it was plain to see that she was badly upset. But if the master saw anything peculiar about her conduct he gave no sign of it. He turned to her with a friendly smile and said, "Good morning, daughter. What may I do for you?" Her leathery old face softened, continued Peter, and she put her bony hands over her eyes, and cried. And Jesus said, "What is the trouble, Rebecca?" And then she did cry, in earnest, I'll wager. Put in Hannah, whose own eyes were misty. Little by little, he got the story out of her, said Peter, and when she had finished, he said, "You should not have been working on the Sabbath day, unless it was necessary to someone's welfare. If a man's ox should fall into a pit on the Sabbath, he should come to its rescue. But you say you were weaving a rug, to sell. That was wrong, as you know. However, your punishment was much too severe. I shall build you a new loom, Rebecca." They listened attentively while Peter went on with his story. The master had spent a fortnight making the loom, and when it was finished and the boys had hauled it to Rebecca's little house, he had gone with them. Rebecca had cleaned up her room, and herself too. The neighbors had crowded in. The old woman didn't seem so ugly now. Jesus was her friend, and her manner suggested that they had better take notice. "A few days ago," said Peter, "old Becky came and presented the master with the robe she had woven for him." "And that sweet soul will probably wear it," said Hannah, "no matter what it looks like." "It looks very well," said Andrew. "He likes it." "Yes," nodded Peter. "He wears it constantly now. I think he's really proud of it. But, after all, he shouldn't be burdened with hard labor, not for people like old Becky." "I think that is a beautiful story," said Esther softly. "He did more for her than make her a new loom, he made her a new Becky." But now Peter had another tale to tell of the way people imposed on Jesus last week. Zebedee's fretful and avaricious Naomi had called at the cottage to complain that John and James were spending most of their time at home doing nothing. Their little house was crowded. Poor old Zebedee hardly had a place to sit down. So, what did the master do but promise Naomi that he would make a new chair for Zebedee, which he proceeded to do, a beautiful chair, too. That will make everything else in their house look cheap and shabby. It took him all week to finish it. Yesterday, Naomi came, we thought, to thank him, but she had come to complain. The boys, she whimpered, should have more attention paid to them. They were giving the master all of their time, and what were they ever going to get out of it, she wanted to know. Peter snorted his disgust. "Did she say what sort of honors they should have?" queried Hannah. "She did indeed," growled Peter. She wanted them to have the most prominent seats in the master's kingdom. Yes, and the foolish creature got that off before the whole room full of us. Didn't she, Andy? And the youngsters sat there, red-faced, making no attempt to stop her. Maybe they didn't want to stop her, reflected Hannah. She glanced at Andrew, soliciting an opinion. I think they were embarrassed, he said. But they made no protest, Peter went on. They just sat there, looking down their noses and counting their fingers while Naomi babbled. It was the first time the subject had ever come up, who was the most important man among us. And what did Jesus say to her? Asked Hannah. He said nothing directly to Naomi, answered Andrew, but he did say something to the rest of us. It must have made Naomi feel very small and insignificant, said Peter. Jesus paid no more attention to her than if she hadn't been there. He looked around the room, and seemed to gather us all into a confidential little group, and then he said, whoever among you would be great, let him be your servant. And whoever would be the greatest of all, let him be the servant of all. And then what? Inquired Hannah. Well, Naomi left, and nobody could think of anything to say, replied Peter. John and James looked ashamed, as they should have done. They were foolish to think that anything they had accomplished should give them prominence. It was an awkward moment, contributed Andrew. Even my brother, he gave Esther a slow wink, was speechless. Somebody should have changed the subject, thought Hannah. That's what happened, said Peter. The master did it himself. He turned toward the Zebedee boys, with a smile, and remarked that it had been a long time since we had had any fresh fish. And they were quick enough to take the hint, for they certainly wanted to get out of there. They got up and left in a hurry. It was the best thing that could have happened to them, in the circumstances. Peter seemed about to go on with the story, but, apparently thinking he had said enough, he tossed his napkin aside and pushed back his chair. There's a little more to it, drawled Andrew. As James and Johnny went out of the door, Jesus asked Simon if he didn't want to go too. Peter nodded his bearded underlip, and nodded. I suppose that's the reason we have perch for breakfast, laughed Hannah. It's a good enough reason, said Andrew. There isn't a better fisherman on the lake than my brother. No one seemed inclined to add anything to that. The men rose, pulled on their caps and heavy jackets, and proceeded to Capernaum. The carpenter's shop was well filled when they arrived, everyone in unusually high spirits over the signs of returning spring. The master had finished the table he had been making as a gift for Lydia, the widow of Ebenezer, in appreciation of the tools he had borrowed. It was evident that he had planned no further work. Perhaps he would tell them now when and where they would go. Peter ventured to bring up the subject. I suppose we will be leaving presently, master, he said, now that fair weather is in sight. Yes, replied Jesus, we will start on the first day of the week, and attend the Passover in Jerusalem. There was a heavy silence, and for a long moment all breathing was suspended. No, master, no, entreated Peter. Anywhere but Jerusalem. You have dangerous enemies there. This must not be. Jesus gazed steadily and sternly into the big fisherman's eyes. I must ask you to stand aside, Simon, he said firmly. Your counsel is not that of a faithful and courageous friend. I am going to Jerusalem, on business for my father. One by one the dazed Galileans, all but the big fisherman, who sat stunned and disheartened with his shaggy head in his hands, slipped quietly out of the room and reassembled at the front gate. Andrew broke the silence. Well, he apparently means it. There's no use trying to dissuade him. He is going to Jerusalem. Old Bartholomew cleared his throat and murmured huskily, we too will go, and die with him. The oncoming winter season, so far, had not amounted to much in Caesarea, light, frequent showers, but no snow and no cold weather. It had been Voldy's intention to visit Jerusalem on his way home, but, once started on the southbound road, he decided to retrace the course he had pursued in the company of Mencius. At Joppa he spent a day touring the docks, surprised at the extensive operations in progress there, where the Romans were conducting harbor installations similar to those in Caesarea, though on a less lavish scale. That the empire contemplated an invasion had been plainly evident by the expensive works in Caesarea. Now it appeared that the military strategists were not putting all their eggs in one basket. Frowsy old Joppa too was being converted into an available beachhead, and with such undisguised urgency and earnestness that it seemed the long-threatened Roman offensive might be imminent. All Palestine, preoccupied with her internal feuds, pretended not to notice. Perhaps Jehovah, who had fed the children of Israel with manna in the wilderness, would take care of this situation. He'd better, thought Boldy, or the promised land was doomed. Yes, and Arabia too, if the Romans thought it worth the bother of conquest, though they might not want Arabia, for the Romans had no taste for a nomadic life. They might be content to levy a high tribute on the Arabs and let them remain unmolested with their flocks and herds. It was high time, though, that Arabia considered the danger she faced. Voldy felt that he would have much to report to his king. And so on, day after day, with brief, begrudged pauses at night for rest, he followed the much-traveled highways, through beautiful Ascalon, drowsing in charmingly unseasonable sunshine, to wretched old Gaza, whose squalor, plagues, stenches, and wickedness no felicity of climate could forgive, and on and steadily on through ancient Hebron to parched En-Gedi and the Dead Sea. He made a half-circle of this dazzling white brine and turned east again over the blistered crust of the salt flats into the valley of Ain. Darik was so tired now that he didn't care who knew it. Instead of picking up his feet smartly, as was his custom, he was shuffling and stumbling along like a spiritless pack ass, but after the valley of Ain had been traversed and the winding road up through the hills lay before him, the tall black gelding, recognizing his homeland, renewed his strength. As they gained altitude, snow was encountered on the northern slopes, and when the shoulder of the high plateau was reached, Voldy was happy to find an endless, undulating blanket of white that covered the hillsides and valleys as far as he could see in all directions. This was good. Arabia had the sure promise of a prosperous spring and summer. There would be fat cattle and sheep. Well-fed camels would produce strong, sleek foals. Voldy breathed deeply of the crisp, tonic mountain air, inhaling it hungrily as if he ate of it. He rose in his stirrups and stirred echoes in the hilltops with boyish shouts. As never before, he realized how much Arabia meant to him. And Darik, noisily blowing his nose, tugged for an easement of the bridle reins, tossed his head and stretched his long legs to a lope. In the late afternoon King Zendi's encampment was sighted, and a few minutes later Voldy dismounted at the main entrance to the extensive compound, warmly greeted by the amazed sentries. Soon he was surrounded by a score of excited household servants and ostlers, patting and stroking the steaming Darik, who slobbered over all of them with cordial impartiality. Wrinkled old Kedar now came limping up, elbowing his way through the pack to Voldy, who affectionately laid a hand on the bent shoulder. "You have ridden him hard, sir," growled old Kedar, turning gruff to hide his emotion. "It was his own idea, Kedar," laughed Voldy. "Once he was on a familiar road, there was no holding him in. But tell me, how are their majesties?" "They are well, sir, but very sad today. You have come home none too soon. Councillor Mishma is ill, very low. The king and queen are over there now. You must go, without a moment's delay. I'll get you a fresh horse." Ione, pale, thin, and nervous, crept timidly into the circle. Voldy threw his arm around her and drew her closely to him. He bent and whispered into her ear. "Fara is safe and well, Ione, and sends her best love to you. I shall tell you everything, when I return. I must go now, to my grandfather." In a few minutes he had dashed away to Mishma's encampment, 5 miles distant. The commodious paddock was filled with beautiful horses, some of which Voldy recognized. His unannounced entrance into the chief counselor's spacious bedchamber was greeted with gasps of surprise and relief by the sober-faced group of old retainers clustered within the doorway. The tall, dignified members of the king's council stood in statuesque silence with Zendi in the midst of them, a distinguished figure, his hair prematurely graying. It was evident, by the posture and demeanor of all present, that they were waiting for the end to come. Keitra gave a little cry of gladness in her grief and rushed forward to embrace her son. Taking him by the hand she led him to the bedside, and, raising her voice, called, "See, father. Here is Voldy." The frail old titan laboriously opened his eyes and gave a wan smile. Voldy dropped to his knees and slipped his arm tenderly around the thin, deep-lined neck. Mishma was trying to speak. With a great effort he managed to ask huskily, "Did you find her?" Voldy's eyes were blind with tears. Unable to speak, he nodded. "But she could not do it," whispered Mishma, between labored breaths, and when Voldy had shaken his head, the old man drew a satisfied sigh, and murmured, "That is good." There was a long interval of silence, after which the fading voice asked, "Is she with you?" "No, sire," said Voldy regretfully. "But, you will bring her home, to Arabia," entreated Mishma. "I hope to, sire, when I have completed the work she tried to do, for our country." Old Mishma slowly nodded his approval and lapsed into sleep. Zendi had drawn closer, during this difficult conversation. "Voldy," suddenly aware of the king's nearness, got to his feet, and saluted. Bending over the bed, and raising his voice so that it startled the silent watchers, Zendi called. Mishma. Open your eyes, Mishma. Hearken. Have you a final request to make of your king? Speak, Mishma. The dying statesman tugged himself back to partial consciousness, clumsily moistened his dry lips, and whispered, Voldy. The weary old head slowly sank. There was an ineffectual reaching of the lips for one more breath. Mishma was dead. Turning about to face the company, Zendi drew himself up to his full height, and announced, I hereby appoint Voldy to fill the vacancy in the King's Council. Chapter 19. Captain Fulvius, never given to rash predictions, had remarked at sunset to his most important passenger that if this brisk breeze continued through the night the vestry might see Gaza at dawn. Good. Exclaimed the proconsul. I shall go down and tell poor old Brutus. Better take a handful of sugar along, advised the captain. Your poor old Brutus is getting mean. Yesterday, when I went down for a friendly word with the horses, he laid his ears back and bared his teeth. I'm afraid he is at the end of his patience. I don't blame him, grumbled Mencius. So am I? It had been 7 weeks since the fleet had sailed from Brindisi, bound for Cyprus, where a cargo of copper awaited transport to the new docks at Joppa. The winter had been so mild that Fulvius, hoping to make time, had risked a lighter ballast than the season justified, and, once they had rounded the peninsula and headed east, everybody was sick, and disgruntled, too, for the voyage was to be long and, in the opinion of the crew, inexplicably roundabout. Their natural course, if they had business in old Gaza, would have taken their 7 cargo ships with the copper directly to Joppa, but the vestry was under orders to sail first to Gaza, where the proconsul had an important errand at the Roman fort of Minoa, a few miles inland. The rest of the fleet would proceed to Joppa and stand by until rejoined by the flagship. The capable Lieutenant Pincus, with a skeleton crew of experienced men, would also disembark at Gaza and engage a camel caravan for the tedious trip to the salt fields at En-Gedi on the Dead Sea. Then the vestry, having paid her brief call at Gaza, would sail to Joppa, join the fleet, dump the copper, and double back to Gaza to pick up Pincus and his salt. And nobody knew how long they might have to wait for the return of that plodding caravan. It was doubtful whether they would be back in Rome before midsummer. Mencius had paced the deck and counted the days like a jailbird. He had been required to make these long voyages to Palestinian ports so often that they had lost all interest for him. Of course he always enjoyed a shore leave at Caesarea, where he found many longtime friends at the luxurious Agrippa, but he wasn't going to Caesarea this time, only as far as Joppa, which the empire might make something of, eventually, though the moldy old city offered few attractions at present. There was only one thing about this whole trip that had stirred the proconsul's interest. He had been commissioned to deliver a letter to the young legate recently appointed, for his sins, to command the fort at Minoa. Mencius had not been informed about the contents of this letter, and his curiosity had nearly devoured him. All he knew about it was that the gaudily gilded scroll contained a message of considerable significance, for it had been written by the emperor. What the half-crazy and wholly unpredictable old Tiberius might have to say to the incorrigible son of Senator Gallio was anybody's guess. The wayward young legate, according to a freely circulated rumor, had been sent to this ill-conditioned outpost for publicly insulting the regent, Prince Gaius. And now the emperor was sending the impudent Marcellus a letter. Mencius, feeling that he had to talk this over with somebody, had discussed the probabilities with his canny old friend Fulvius. It's unlikely, he had remarked, that these royal tidings are felicitous. Tiberius wouldn't put himself to much trouble to make anybody happy, certainly not the roistering son of Gallio, who is ever denouncing the government for its extravagances. I'm not so sure about that, Fulvius had replied. As for Senator Gallio's demand for economy, the emperor himself is not a wastrel, and as for the youngster's ridicule of the prince, the old man hates Gaius. Granted, all that. But can you picture Tiberius writing a pleasant letter? No, I really can't, agreed Fulvius, and if I were you I should just hand it to the boy, and run. Maybe the letter is a commission for Marcellus to some better command, speculated Mencius. Oh, it might be anything, rumbled Fulvius. The old codger's crazy as a beetle. For all you know, it's a notification to young Gallio that you have been appointed his successor at Minoa. That's a pleasant thought, growled Mencius. They had left it at that. It wouldn't be long now before they might know the answer to the riddle. Tomorrow they would warp up against the dock at Gaza. The morning was bright and clear. The long wharf swarmed with the usual pack of filthy donkey boys and villainous camel drivers. Pincus and his men were the first to leave the ship, and were promptly swallowed up in the noisy throng of competitive caravan owners. More deliberately, the proconsul and the captain came ashore and mounted their stiff and clumsy horses. It was but a short ride to the fort, and they decided to dispose of their errand without delay. "Something seems to have happened here," remarked Mencius, as the heavy gates swung open to receive them. "Marcellus has taught these lazy lads to act like soldiers." "Perhaps the emperor has heard of it," thought Fulvius, "and wants the legate to come back and renovate Rome. She could do with a bit of grooming." A bright young centurion appeared, smartly saluted, and asked if he could be of service. The proconsul introduced himself and Fulvius. They bore a letter for the legate. "Our legate Marcellus, sir, left here yesterday with a company of cavalry to attend the Jewish Passover at Jerusalem." "That's odd," muttered Mencius. "Since when has Manoah turned Jewish?" The centurion risked a dry grin. "It is an annual custom, sir. All our Palestinian forts send deputations to the Holy City during the week of the Passover, to keep the peace." "And rattle our armor," assisted the proconsul. "I presume your legate is to be found through the procurators in Sulla?" "Yes, sir." "We will have to proceed to Jerusalem, then, and deliver our message. It is urgent." Mencius was turning Brutus about toward the gate when the centurion invited them to tarry for such hospitality as the fort could offer, but the proconsul declined. They must be on their way. At the gate he turned to say, "This is a different place from the last time I saw it, centurion. Apparently your new legate believes in brooms and discipline." "He does indeed, sir. Tough taskmaster, eh?" "He keeps the legion on its toes, sir, but we like it better that way. The legate is tough, but he's fair." "Fine," approved Mencius. "He must be enjoying his command at Manoah." "Yes, sir. Probably not, sir. I don't see how he could, sir." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." The heavy gates closed behind them, and they laughed all the way up the road. "The fellow has humor, sir," chuckled Fulvius, with a fair imitation of the centurion's stiff drollery. "He should go far, sir." "Yes, sir," snapped Mencius. "Probably not, sir." In an hour, the crew of the vestry, unhappy over the brief shore leave but with too much sense to protest, gave the old ship all the canvas she could carry and sailed for Joppa. "Want to ride with me, to Jerusalem?" asked Mencius. "Why not, sir?" said Fulvius. Esther had not been forbidden nor had she been invited to accompany the master and his 12 close companions on their journey to Jerusalem. No plans had been made for it and no advance announcement had been made of it. The portentous decision had come as a stunning surprise. Jesus, in his prescient wisdom, made no mistakes. How often they had all agreed that this was true. How often they had had occasion to chide themselves for questioning his actions. But this time, they all felt, he was headed, quite unnecessarily, for disaster. Peter, deeply depressed, heartsick with foreboding, had brought the distressing news to the supper table in Bethsaida on a Sabbath evening. They were leaving early in the morning, he said, traveling fast and with light equipment. "Dear old Bartholomew," murmured Esther. "What will become of him?" "He'll probably die of a heart attack," said Peter, "but he intends to come along." "And you think I'd better not go?" queried Esther. "There will be nothing for you to do," said Peter. "No meetings along the way, no healings, just a steady march to the city, and into who knows how much trouble." For an hour they discussed the probabilities. Yes, Peter agreed, there would be hundreds, perhaps thousands of pilgrims in the city who had heard Jesus speak, scores and scores who had received marvelous benefits at his hands, but these friends of the Master were not organized, they could not be expected to defend him. "They are country people, mostly," Peter went on, "people like Andy and me, and Johnny and James and Thad, people who lose their confidence and courage in the confusions of a great city." "But, surely," exclaimed Esther, "no one would dare to harm the Master when he is innocent of any wrongdoing." With a despairing sigh, the big fisherman tried to explain the dangers that threatened them. Jerusalem was the stronghold of all the mutually intolerant religious sects and political parties. They were ever on the alert to silence new voices that spoke the restlessness of the people. Again and again, remembered Peter, deputations from Jerusalem had appeared in the Master's audiences asking questions intended to betray him as a seditionist. The very fact that the populace hung on his words and found comfort in them was an indictment of his loyalty to the ancient institutions of Jewry. On the occasions of the Passover, these stubborn men were particularly attentive to any indication of a movement among the people in defense of their common rights. Indeed, it was said that during Passover week, when the city swarmed with homecoming Jews from the provinces, habitually ignored and neglected by all officials save only the tax collector, the Roman patrols were under orders to disperse even the little groups that gathered on the street to hear a blind beggar sing. Now, Jesus would appear in Jerusalem. There would be hundreds, perhaps thousands of people in the city who would crowd about him and entreat him to speak to them, and undoubtedly he would do so. Oh, why does he put himself in this danger? Soon after supper, Peter had retired to his room, and when the women awoke in the morning he had already gone. They ate their simple breakfast in moody silence, and, after the household chores had been disposed of, Esther slipped out of the house and walked briskly up the hill to talk with David the Sadducee. By some means the old lawyer had already learned of Jesus' decision to attend the Passover in Jerusalem. He greeted Esther soberly, and his replies to her anxious queries were anything but reassuring. David, of the ancient house of Zadok, knew more than the Big Fisherman about the conditions to be faced by any popular prophet who might appear on the streets of the holy city at the time of the Passover. "Yes, my dear," said David, "our friend Simon has good reasons to be apprehensive. The most influential men in Jerusalem, the bankers, the lawyers, the rich merchants, cannot take the risk of a scramble on the part of the people. This carpenter has talked quite freely, to great multitudes, about fair dealing, good measure, just weights and balances in the marketplace. He has had much to say about exorbitant rents and usurious rates of interest. He has told stories of poor men who died of starvation on rich men's doorsteps." "That is true, sire," put in Esther, "but he has been equally critical of the greed and ill will among the poor themselves. He has not tried to set the poor against the rich. He only wants everyone to be kind and charitable to everyone else." "Yes, yes, dear child, but the thing that Jerusalem will remember best is his bold denunciation of fraud and wickedness in high places. Even the temple has not escaped his criticism." At that, Esther wanted to know how much influence the temple was able to exercise, seeing the city was governed by the Romans. David proceeded to explain. It was a long and involved story. "Yes," he said, "the Romans governed all Palestine and their will was supreme. In any clash with the Sanhedrin, the insula would have the last word. That was true theoretically. But the Romans," he went on, "want no clash with Jewry now. They are deliberately preparing for the day when they will take full possession of this country, looting it and enslaving it. They could do it tomorrow if their armies were not engaged in the recovery of their losses in Gaul. When they are ready, they will strike. Until then, they want no friction. Pontius Pilate makes a gaudy show of authority, but he is under strict instructions to keep the peace of Jerusalem, whatever the cost to his personal pride. When Caiaphas, the high priest, speaks, Pilate listens." David seemed to be talking to himself now. After a long, silent interval, he mumbled, "Pilate scowls and squirms, but he listens. When there's any sign of unrest among the people, the merchants confer with the bankers and the bankers confer with the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin confers with the procurator." Esther had many questions she wanted to ask, but hesitated to interrupt the wise old man's monologue. Turning about to face her, he asked, "Did they tell you about Rabbi Ben Sholem of Capernaum?" Without waiting for her response, David continued. "It seems that some months ago a great crowd was waiting in the plaza for the carpenter to speak. The rabbi, beside himself with indignation, appeared on the porch of the synagogue to denounce the throng, and he was reviled and ridiculed. His regents failed to support him, and he has retired to Jerusalem. Ben Sholem and the old high priest were schoolmates. You may draw your own conclusions, Esther. The rabbi is not a man to forget or forgive an affront to his dignity." "But that unhappy affair wasn't the master's fault, sire," declared Esther. "He rebuked the crowd for its discourtesy." "Yes, I know, dear child," said David, "but that didn't restore Ben Sholem's wounded pride. He wanted no favors from the carpenter." The old lawyer sighed deeply and drew his robe about him. It was chilly in the shade of the trees. Esther rose and they strolled toward the gates. "I feel that I should go to Jerusalem," she said. "I shouldn't if I were you," advised David. "You have had enough trouble, and there is nothing that you can do." He bade her good day and slowly retraced his steps through the grove. As Esther neared Hannah's house, she paused to note the little companies of pilgrims on the highway, setting forth on their annual journey to the holy city. In each family group one of the younger men pushed a cart containing tents and provisions. Some of the larger carts were drawn by donkeys. The people moved along slowly, for it was a long trip on foot and they must conserve their strength. Hannah was cutting an armful of roses. She wept inconsolably when Esther said she had resolved to go to Jerusalem. Silently they packed a rucksack with the necessities of the journey, and that afternoon they parted tearfully at the shady corner where the quiet street met the broad highway. "Something tells me," sobbed Hannah, "that I shall never see you again. Never." Esther was too moved to make a reply. She kissed Hannah tenderly, and joined the plodding pilgrims. A friendly young woman told her it was a beautiful day, and she agreed, but her heart was heavy. "Are you alone?" asked her new friend. "Yes," said Esther. It was true. She had never felt more alone in her life. It had been Peter's hope rather than his belief, as they set forth from Capernaum in the early morning of the first day of Nisan, that they might enter Jerusalem unobtrusively. The city would be crowded with thousands of pilgrims, all of them scrambling desperately for a lodging house within the walls or a tent site in the suburbs. They might be so preoccupied with their own affairs that the arrival of Jesus would attract little attention. After the first half hour on the highway, Peter wondered why he had tried to comfort himself with such a foolish delusion. He might have known better. Everybody on the road, and they were all bound for the same destination, instantly recognized the Master, hailing him with joyous shouts, crowding about him, begging him to speak to them. It was not long before he was at the head of the procession that increased by the hour, by the mile. James, stepping to the edge of the highway, looked backward and returned to his place between his brother and Andrew, and said, "Remember the day in Bethsaida when he suddenly disappeared from the people who followed him? I wish he would do that now." But he didn't disappear, and the pilgrimage grew. Every side road that met the highway contributed. At night, when Jesus stopped, they all stopped, and the heavy-laden carts and the older people caught up. In the morning, when he resumed the journey, they were all ready to follow. Dozens of the well-to-do, who could afford tall camels, paid their respects and preceded the pedestrian parade. They would arrive many hours earlier than Jesus, and would have an amazing story to tell, no doubt. When the Master's company broke camp at Ramah, on the morning of the third day, Peter, who hadn't wanted a crowd along, began to take pride in this astounding display of public interest. Could it be possible, he exclaimed to Philip, that Jesus intended to enter Jerusalem in triumph? From the size and temper of this crowd, he could do it. Said Philip. "Perhaps that has been his plan, from the first," said Peter in an odd voice. "Do you suppose he means to restore the kingdom to Israel?" "I don't think he wants to be the king of Israel," put in Andrew. "Why not?" demanded Judas sharply. "Has it not been foretold by the prophets? Is not the kingdom to be restored to Israel? Who else has the power to do it?" Throughout the Sabbath day they remained quietly in camp at Bethphage, with only 3 miles further to go on the morrow, the day the Romans called Sunday. The village was suffocated with the enormous concentration of excited pilgrims. All manner of rumors and conjectures were in circulation through the camps. It was generally believed that Jesus of Nazareth was about to proclaim himself the King of the Jews, the Messiah, the restorer of Israel. Some of the older and more pious men remembered that an ancient prophet had predicted such an event. The king would ride into the city on an ass. A group of zealots set forth to find one. By good fortune they discovered a young ass, a beautiful white beast, tied at the gate of a paddock. He bore no saddle scars or marks of harness. That was good, for the old men had said it should be an ass that had never been ridden. They besought the owner to lend them the beast, and told him why. Jesus, the wonder-worker of Galilee, would ride into the city as Israel's king. The man laughed coarsely. "You may have him, and welcome," he said. "And I'll go along with you. This is something I want to see. Jasper has never been broken to ride." "Good," they exclaimed. "You say no one has ever tried to ride him before?" "Oh yes, indeed," guffawed the owner. "It's just that Jasper doesn't like the idea. You'll see. No, I don't want any money for the use of him. I just want to go along." Next morning, shortly after dawn, the great multitude swarmed about the house where Jesus was stopping. It was a noisy, half-hysterical crowd whose leaders shouted, "Hail to the King! Hail to the King!" The turbulent throng took up the chant. Peter was experienced in handling great masses of people, but this demonstration was already quite out of anyone's control. The little band stood close about the Master and tried to protect him from the fanatical pilgrims. A small company of men pushed through the jostling pack leading a shaggy white ass. Jesus mounted and the frantic procession moved forward with his close friends walking on either side of him, awed and anxious, but ecstatic. They had left Bethphage now and were entering Bethany, the richest of the city's suburbs. The street was beautified with stately palms, which the advance contingents of the crowd ruthlessly pillaged of their branches, carpeting the highway for the king. Jerusalem's towers and domes were plainly visible now across the deep valley that marked the course of the shallow Kidron. A huge multitude of pilgrims, lodged in the city, had been shouted into action by couriers from the main body of celebrants, and here they came, hundreds of them, racing up the long slope of the Mount of Olives. At the brow of the hill the procession halted, and gradually the triumphal shouts subsided. A strange silence fell upon them. The king was about to make an announcement. This was the moment for which they had been waiting. For a long while he sat in a posture of dejection, gazing down upon the ancient stronghold of his people. Then the transfixed thousands who stood silently waiting witnessed an incredible sight. The king was in tears. He extended both arms in an embracing gesture, and cried, "O Jerusalem! Jerusalem! How often would I have gathered you, as a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not." For a moment the people were stunned and unbelieving. The Nazarene had thrown away a kingdom. The crowd began to disintegrate. Everyone was scurrying down the hill. The pilgrims had lost their king, but they still had Jerusalem. The man who owned Jasper came and led him away. Jesus' companions were speechless. Peter gnawed his underlip. Andrew looked sober. John and James consulted each other's clouded eyes and shook their heads. Philip's face was pale. Old Bartholomew had edged to the side of the street and was sitting on the curb, mopping his forehead. Thad was standing beside him, holding the old man's pack. Judas had gone on down the hill. The little company, with Jesus in the midst of them, proceeded slowly toward the city. Straggling groups of pilgrims overtook and passed them, staring into the master's face with various expressions of sympathy, entreaty, disappointment and reproach. Many were in tears. Little was said, for there was little to say, as they trudged along, each man busy with his own thoughts. Although it was dismayingly certain now that the spontaneous public clamor to recognize Jesus as the promised Messiah had been silenced beyond any possibility of its renewal, the disciples, albeit distressed over the whole affair, were breathing easier than yesterday. Then they had feared that a great crowd of Jesus admirers, surging about him in the streets of Jerusalem, would evoke the attention of the patrols, and the master would be arrested, and punished as a disturber of the peace. As it had turned out, Jesus had dealt with that situation before it had become acute. He was safer now than he might have been if this demonstration had not occurred. It was unlikely, they thought, that the authorities would take action against a movement which the master himself had dissolved. When they came to the east gate and were about to enter the city, Jesus turned to say that they would go at once to the temple. Peter smiled his gratification. Surely the authorities could find no fault with that. Had Jesus decided to ignore the temple, it might have aroused criticism. But, like any other pious pilgrim, he would pay his respects to the hallowed shrine of Jewry. The moody silence that had gripped them was eased somewhat and they conversed in voices that tried to sound casual. "There's the pool of Siloam, Johnny," remarked James. "That's where Nehemiah began the rebuilding of the wall." "See, there's Herod's tower," said Andrew. "Looks new," observed Philip, compared to the rest of the buildings. The temple was having a busy day. Everybody had brought a sacrificial offering, each according to his means. The beautiful court of the temple, lined and walled with exquisite designs in mosaic, was crammed with the gifts of pilgrims, fat calves and lambs and large slatted pens full of doves. The air was heavy with animal stench and raucous with the bellowings of the cattle and the bleating of the sheep, and over all this racket shrilled the strident voices of the money changers who were there to serve the donors. For very frequently a lamb was found to be blemished, and the astonished pilgrim, who had thought his offering was entirely sound, would be told that they could provide him with an unblemished lamb in exchange for a small cash difference. The pilgrim would glumly produce the money, but in many cases it was coinage of the provinces and countries even more remote. He had to present himself at the desks of the exchangers, who could ill afford to conduct this service free of charge. It was a sordid scene, especially to anyone from the open country, unused to such haggling within consecrated walls. Even if it had been entirely honest, which it wasn't, this was not the place for it. The master's indignation suddenly flared. Above the babel of voices and bellows, he shouted, "My Father's house is a place of worship. You have made it a place of merchandise." Seizing a drover's whip, he began to drive the animals out of the temple court. They stampeded toward the street, the crowd scurrying to give them room. The cages of the doves were thrown open and the birds were soon all over the building. Then the unscrupulous exchangers came in for their share of the rebuke. Jesus charged on them, upsetting their tables and money tails. The grim-faced companions of the master retreated to the outer wall, astounded by his action. "This," muttered Peter, "will settle it. They will never forgive him." Nor did they. Esther's journey to Jerusalem was much more pleasant than she had had any right to expect. After her sad leave-taking of Hannah, whose intuition informed her, and quite correctly, too, that they would never meet again, she immediately realized her good fortune in falling in with this friendly party from Capernaum. There were a dozen of them, all related, and they seemed eager to welcome her into their company. The pretty girl Myra, instantly divining that the stranger was facing the trip unhappily, had been quick to confide that she herself hadn't wanted to come along because all the others were so much older and so tiresomely pious. And now that she had found a friend of her own age, she was going to have a good time, after all. This warm-hearted proffer of comradeship was irresistible, and Esther surprised herself by the promptness with which she accepted it. The peculiar circumstances which had surrounded her, and almost suffocated her, ever since her early childhood had permitted but few youthful acquaintances. Since leaving Arabia she had had no girl friends at all. Myra was charming. Having nothing to conceal, the girl from Capernaum opened the way for mutual confidences by chatting freely about her family. Wizened and wiry grandfather Asher, with a patriarchal beard, no teeth and two keens, was, by right of seniority, the leader and mentor of the party. Myra's father, Gideon, lean, sober, and untalkative, walked beside the old man. Her mother, with a timid smile, followed with the other older women. "My grandfather," she said, "is a great one for religion. He thinks of nothing but the synagogue, and the temple at the holy city. He will be talking to you presently, and you'd better show him you're interested, or he'll be annoyed." They agreed that old people were funny and should be humored. With her family accounted for, Myra talked about herself, her friends, her harp, her weaving, her sheepdog, and, demurely, with lowered voice, about handsome young Joel, Jairus' chief vintner, adding in a whisper that her parents, and particularly her grandfather, did not approve of him. "But you do, I think," said Esther, which brought a pink flush to the girl's cheeks. "Now let's talk about you, Esther," she said. This wasn't going to be so easy as it had been for Myra. Esther was an orphan, vaguely related to a family in Bethsaida with whom she had been living recently, but she was so indefinite about her origin that she soon began to seem somewhat illegitimate. Myra came to her rescue by asking if she lived with the woman who had accompanied her to the highway. "Yes," replied Esther. "Her name is Hannah." "There was a Bethsaidan woman named Hannah who was supposed to have been healed by the carpenter when she was at death's door," said Myra in a tone of incredulity. Esther nodded. "That was my Hannah," she said. "And it was a miracle. I was there. I saw it." Myra laid her hand lightly on Esther's arm, and murmured, "Don't let my grandfather hear you say that. He gets very angry. That's what he has against Joel." They gradually improved their pace, putting a little distance between themselves and the others. Myra wanted to pursue their talk about the carpenter. "I never heard him speak, never saw him," she went on. "I wasn't allowed to. But I don't like him because he has come between me and Joel." "Joel believes in him, then," said Esther. "He not only believes in him," said Myra. "He has left his job, for days on end, to follow him about. He was gone so often that Jairus discharged him. And my grandfather was glad of it and said it served him right. And then, when it was told that the carpenter had cured the sickness of little Sharon, Jairus' child, Joel was taken back and his wages were raised. We all thought my grandfather would have a fit." "Did your grandfather ever see Jesus?" Esther inquired. "Not he," rasped Myra. "Grandfather's got it into his head that this Jesus person is down on the synagogue, and encourages people to break the Sabbath, and consorts with publicans and sinners. You should hear him. I hate religion," she added angrily. "Any kind of religion." "I don't believe you would hate Jesus, if you knew him," said Esther quietly. "Well, I'll never know him," snapped Myra. "My family will see to that. Come, let us talk about something pleasant." So they talked about Joel. That night they camped at Hamat. The next morning they passed through Cana. Grandfather Asher, learning that this was Esther's first trip to Jerusalem, took her in hand and pointed out memorable landmarks. She listened attentively, but asked no questions that might betray her ignorance of Jewish history. As they passed through Samaria, the old man gathered his flock around Jacob's well and told them all about it. It was the first time Esther had ever heard of the hallowed well, or of Jacob, but she managed to show a becoming reverence. Indeed, She was much more deeply affected by the story than Myra, who patted a yawn and gazed at an excited dog that had chased a cat up a tree. That afternoon, Asher hobbled forward, grasped Esther's arm and pointed to a distant mountain peak. It was up there, he declaimed impressively, that the great prophet Elijah lived. Right up there where you see that notch. Indeed, murmured Esther. The old man fell back to inform the others and Myra moved in close beside her friend. Tell me more about this wonderful man Elijah, said Esther. He lived centuries ago, drawled Myra, lived alone, and important people came to him for advice. He was very poor. Once he was so hard up that the ravens brought food to him. How did they know he was hungry? Inquired Esther. Myra chuckled, a bit irreverently. Because he ate what they thought was good, I suppose. A man would have to be pretty hungry to enjoy a raven's choice of victuals. You were incorrigible, Myra, laughed Esther. It's a good thing your grandfather didn't hear you say that. Yes, agreed Myra. He wouldn't like it. He dotes on all these old miracle yarns, handed down from long ago. And Joel can talk of little else than the miracles of his wonderful carpenter. Me? I don't believe in any of it. I hate the whole business of miracles. At noon on the day the Romans called Monday they entered the holy city through the ancient Damascus gate and proceeded directly to the temple, as was the custom of pilgrims to the Passover. Having paid their respects there, the party from Capernaum would go, as usual, to the home of wealthy Uncle Boaz in Bethany. Myra, with the full approval of the family, had invited Esther to be their guest. That would be quite agreeable, they all said, to their hospitable Uncle Boaz. Jerusalem was very old and showed many battle scars. The thoroughfare they traveled was a bewildering hodgepodge of dilapidated antiquities built of sun-baked brick, dwarfed by magnificent modern structures in marble. The cobbled street was crowded with all manner of traffic, on foot and on wheels. Camel caravans and heavily laden donkey trains pushed the pedestrians to the narrow sidewalks. Beggars whined and thrust out their basins. Make way there! Barked the mounted patrols in their gaudy Roman uniforms as they cleared a corridor for some haughty procession of black robes. It was very confusing to people from the country. Myra, who had been here several times before and was able to identify the most prominent buildings, walked arm in arm with Esther. There was the Procurator's Insula, a breathtaking achievement in Roman architecture. A little farther on, Myra pointed out the palace of the high priest, Caiaphas, a massive old weather-beaten pile of marble. It was grim as a fort. The shutters at the high windows were tightly closed. A dozen sentries strutted slowly to and fro on the broad terrace. Not very homelike, commented Esther, for something to say. It has quite an interesting history, said Myra. It was formerly the palace of King Herod the Great. Esther tugged them to a stop for a longer look, wondering what Myra might say if she told her that this was her birthplace. At length they sighted the temple. It was the most beautiful building that Esther had ever seen. She stood fascinated, slowly shaking her head in wonderment. Their further progress was at a snail's pace, for the street was packed to suffocation. After many long delays they reached the exquisitely sculptured entrance to the temple court. Old Asher had found an acquaintance of his own years with whom he was exchanging affectionate hugs and excited greetings. Presently the other old man was whispering some important news into Asher's ear. His eyes widened as he listened. He nodded vigorously. His friend moved on. It was easily to be seen that old Asher was bursting to tell what he had heard. Gathering his family about him he announced dramatically. Galilee will be troubled no more by this carpenter who has scorned the faith of our fathers. He came to the temple yesterday and created a disturbance, drove the people's sacrificial offerings into the street, upset the tables of the exchangers who were here to assist the pilgrims. Now the authorities intend to deal with him as he deserves. Asher scrubbed his thin hands together and grinned happily. This time, he shouted, the carpenter will pay for his disrespect to Israel. Esther leaned heavily on Myra's arm and felt her knees giving way. You are ill, muttered Myra, supporting her. Hold on tight, and we'll get out of here. What's the matter with her? Demanded old Asher crossly. She is fainting, said Myra. It's so stuffy and hot in here. I'll take her outside. Help me, Father. Gideon obediently took the other arm and they half-carried Esther through the jostling pack and out onto the pavement, where she revived enough to murmur that she was ashamed to have caused them so much bother. We must find a place where you can sit down, said Myra. I'll take care of her, Father. You go back and join the others. We will meet you in Bethany. I know the way. Gideon hesitated. Your grandfather will be put out, Myra, by your leaving. You tell him I'm sorry, she said. Esther can't go back in there, the way she feels. And I don't want to, myself. It's stifling. It stinks. That, said Gideon reproachfully, is not the way to speak about the house of God. Forgive me, Father, said Myra contritely. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Gideon clumsily patted her arm. It is rather close in there, he conceded, as he turned away. Don't get lost. We will see you at Uncle Boaz's house. Your father is so gentle and kind, said Esther. Yes, said Myra, when my grandfather isn't looking, my father can be quite a darling. Sometimes I wish I knew what he really thinks about our religion. They were walking slowly south in the direction of the old cheap gate. Although the whole temple area for many blocks was densely packed, it was so much more quiet here that by comparison the street seemed almost deserted. Esther had recovered from her sudden weakness, but was silent and depressed. Tell me, Esther, said Myra confidentially, was it really the bad air in the temple that affected you, or what my grandfather said about the carpenter getting into trouble? It was a shock, Myra. We were all afraid to have him come here. I hope they don't hurt him. If he can do miracles, as they say, maybe he can defend himself. I'm sure he could, if he wanted to, but he seems unconcerned about his own safety. He will go to any lengths to help other people, but perhaps he has left the city, thought Myra, but Esther doubted it. He wouldn't run away, she declared. They were nearing the twin-towered cheap gate now. Hard by, at the end of the street, loomed a grimy old edifice, bearing a peculiar star-shaped roof supported by massive stone columns. On all of its 5 facades it was open, without walls. Esther inquired what it was, and Myra obliged her with an amazing story. The queer old pavilion sheltered a pool. It was commonly believed that an eccentric angel occasionally touched the water, and whoever dived in immediately was cured of whatever disease he had. Surely you don't believe that, said Esther. Me? Of course not. But plenty of sick people do, and they lie here all day on the flagging, waiting for this angel. It's quite pitiful. What an angel. Swooping in here once in a while, to help just one person, and letting the rest suffer. They paused on the well-worn steps that led into the cavernous old structure, Esther remarking that apparently the institution wasn't operating today. It's usually crowded, said Myra. I suppose they're all up around the temple, begging. I see one man over there. Suddenly Esther clutched Myra's arm and uttered a little cry of surprise. A small group of men sauntered into the building through an opposite entrance. Look, Myra, she whispered excitedly. There is Jesus. It seems so strange to see him without a great crowd following. It's not strange at all, said Myra, if he's in trouble. People aren't going to risk being seen with him. Come, said Esther. I must speak to him. She took Myra by the hand and tugged her forward. Jesus, somewhat in advance of his little company, was strolling beside the pool, gazing down into the water. He halted now before an emaciated invalid, lying motionless on a mat, and engaged him in conversation. The disciples had gathered around to listen. Esther and Myra, unnoticed, crept in close behind them. The trouble is, sir, the sick man was saying feebly, whenever the angel comes, those who have very little ailing them, and are more nimble, leap into the pool. My people have been bringing me here, sir, day after day for many years, to be healed of the palsy, but always another reaches the water before me. Come, friend, said Jesus gently. You have waited long enough. You may get up now, and go home. Myra suddenly tightened her grasp on Esther's hand and drew a quick, audible breath like a child's sob. The paralytic was slowly rising to his feet. He was weeping, and incoherently mumbling his thanks. Peter, turning aside with wet eyes, recognized Esther and came to greet her. This is Myra, she said. I came to Jerusalem with her family. Her father is Gideon, of Capernaum. I used to know him well, said Peter. Your father is an upright man. And your grandfather is Asher, he went on, a little frown creasing his forehead. Did he come with you? And when Myra had nodded, rather diffidently, he said, You have just witnessed a miracle, Myra. Is that not true? Yes, sir, declared Myra. That is true. Your grandfather, Asher, is hostile to our master, said Peter. Will you tell him what you have seen here today? He would not believe me, said Myra. But you will tell him? Entreated Peter. I don't know, sir, stammered Myra. It would only make him angry with me. While this colloquy was in progress, Jesus had sauntered on through the pavilion and was descending into the street, his company following at a little distance. "I'm sorry we weren't able to speak to him," said Esther, as they moved out into the sunshine. Myra made no reply. At the corner of the street, they came face to face with him. He smiled and extended his hands to them, saying, "Peace to you, my daughters." Esther warmly clasped one of his outstretched hands and murmured, "Master." Myra, visibly perturbed and with eyes averted, nervously toyed with the fringes of her cape. Then, tentatively, her eyes ventured to meet his. They widened and swam with tears. Impulsively she reached for his hand with both of hers, and whispered brokenly, "Will you be my master, too?" Chapter 20. Fully an hour before sunset on the 14th day of Nisan, Jerusalem began to go into retirement. It was as if the shadow of some spectral hand had moved across the holy city, invoking silence. The bazaars and food markets, seemingly responsive to a prearranged signal, were closing their shutters. Vehicular traffic was rapidly clearing from the streets. The pedestrian throngs were melting away. Only the Roman patrols remained. Residents and their Jewish relatives and guests from afar were quietly assembling behind closed doors. Even the Gentiles, who had come to Jerusalem on business and were under no obligation to do honor to Jewry's solemn observance, had tethered their camels and were lounging in their tents. On such a springtime night as this, 15 centuries ago, the Israelites had escaped from their intolerable bondage in Egypt. On that occasion, according to their sacred scriptures, the angel of death had passed over the land of the pharaohs, striking down the firstborn son of every Egyptian home, and that the avenging angel might identify the houses to be spared, the children of Israel had been instructed to sprinkle the blood of a lamb upon their doorposts. And while they waited for the summons to depart, they stood in silence round their tables, equipped for their adventure, and solemnly ate the sacrificial lamb. That was the Passover, and it was still annually commemorated. Perhaps the dramatic event might have been long since forgotten, such is the inconsistency of human nature, had the daring flight to freedom led the fugitives to a permanent peace and prosperity in their promised land. They had not found peace and prosperity. Through the ages they had worn the yokes and chains of many oppressors, but in spite of their enslavements, or because of them, they dutifully ate the Paschal lamb, emblematic of a freedom unachieved but still to come. The Jew was a melancholy optimist. He shed tears over a tragic past, but he had never lost his faith in a triumphant future. Tonight he was further from freedom than he had been for at least a century. Even while he devoutly ate the lamb, he could hear the ominous jangling of the Roman Empire's armor on the street outside his blood-smeared door. Grandfather, at the head of the family table, bent with the burden of his years, piously read from the well-worn scroll in his trembling hands, "O Jerusalem, that bringest good tidings, lift up thy voice. Say to the cities of Judah, the Lord will come with a strong hand." And while grandfather read the comforting words, the young centurion on the street was harshly measuring, in clipped syllables, the well-disciplined footbeats of his marching legionaries. "Thine eyes shall see Jerusalem a quiet habitation, a tabernacle that shall never be taken down," intoned grandfather. "Do. Trace. Quat," barked the centurion. On a hillside in the country, halfway between Bethphage and Bethany, with no shelter but the spreading branches of an ancient cypress, a company of forlorn men from Galilee sat silently watching the sun go down. They had made no preparations for a celebration of the Passover, and it was too late now to do anything about it, even if the facilities had been available. They had no lamb, no house, no doorposts to anoint with blood, no roasting oven, no table. It wouldn't have mattered, certainly not to the Big Fisherman, had they faced this predicament at home in Capernaum. The Passover had meant nothing to him for many years, not since he was a youngster in his pious father's home, and even then he had regarded the depressing ceremonies with glum indifference. But here, on the outskirts of the holy city, where the commemoration was so universally and reverently observed, the Jew and Simon the son of Jonas felt lonely, lost, expatriated. "Andy," he remarked to his sober-faced brother, seated on the ground beside him, "Andy, down there in the city are hundreds, perhaps thousands, from all the provinces, who would feel honored to have the Master eat the Passover with them, but are afraid to admit that they are his friends." Andrew nodded slowly, but made no reply, and Peter continued reminiscently. "Last summer, when they brought their sick ones to him for healing, and were deeply moved by his words of comfort, they wished they might invite him home with them to be their guest. Now that he is in danger." Peter's low-voiced soliloquy was interrupted by a little stir immediately behind them. Jesus, who had been sitting quite apart from the silent men, had come forward and reseated himself between John and James. All eyes slowly drifted in that direction. "We will observe the Passover," he said. "You two brothers will arrange for it. Go now to the highway and proceed through Bethany until you overtake a man who will be entering his home with a pitcher of water on his shoulder. There is an unused upper room in his house. Tell him to prepare it for your master and his company." They rose to do his bidding. "Shall we try to find a sacrificial lamb?" asked John. Jesus closed his eyes and shook his head. "The master of the house will provide you with wheaten bread and a flagon of wine," he said. "That will suffice." "Will we be returning here for the night, Master?" asked James. "No. Take your blankets with you. After supper we will rest in the Garden of Gethsemane." "Have you money to pay this man for the use of his room?" inquired Judas, jingling the coin pouch. The brothers turned inquiring eyes toward Jesus and he waved them on their way, making no reply to Judas, who, realizing that he had spoken out of turn, shrugged and resumed his seat. Young Thad, sitting nearest him, presently got to his feet and strolled over to drape his jacket about old Bartholomew's shoulders, for the sun was setting and the air was chilly. It was a most depressing feast. The fear that had haunted them for many days was now confirmed. The master told them that the end was near. This, he said, would be their last supper together. He had preceded them on the road, and when their intuition told them he preferred to walk alone they slowed their steps as he retraced last Sunday morning's journey, when he had been attended by the shouting thousands who thought they wanted him to be their king. Under the bright moonlight could be seen the withered palm branches which the disappointed crowd had flung into the gutters. Peter was blind with tears, and when Philip pointed to the palms, he could only shake his head. There were no words for his grief. When they arrived at the house where John and James were standing at the gate they found that Jesus had already entered and was waiting for them at the doorway of the upper room. He had provided himself with towels and a basin of water. It was customary, when guests were expected, to station a servant at the door to wash the visitors' dusty feet. The disciples were appalled to find that the master intended to perform this menial service. Peter, when his turn came, stoutly refused to consent, but yielded reluctantly when Jesus insisted. They quietly took their places about the table. The supper was not after the manner of the traditional Passover feast. This, Jesus explained, was the inauguration of a new festival. In the days to come, he said, whenever they, and the others who would believe in him, sat together, and the cup was passed among them, they were to remember him as the sacrifice for men's salvation. He would die that all those who believed in him might live. The words were spoken softly. The disciples were heartsick. Judas slipped quietly out of the room. They were all relieved to see him go. Johnny, sitting beside the master, now broke down completely and cried like a lost child. Jesus put his arm around him tenderly and drew him close. They were all weeping. "Let not your heart be troubled," the master was saying. "In my Father's house are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you, that where I am you may be also." It was close to midnight when Jesus rose from the table and announced that they would now depart. The evening, despite its sadness, had passed quickly, for the disciples, now awake to the fact that they were presently to be left without his guidance, had many questions to ask of their master. And the questions were of a surprising nature. Even in the face of all the instructions they had received concerning a kingdom to come, their last-minute entreaties for reassurance showed how vaguely they had understood. So long as they had had him by their side, walking and talking with him, the future seemed far off, something to be dealt with when they got to it. Now that they had got to it, the future demanded a fresh examination. Jesus had just finished saying, "You all know where I am going. Though you cannot come with me now, you know the way." Thomas had spoken up promptly, "But, Master, we do not know where you are going, how can we know the way?" "I am the way," said Jesus patiently. "I go to our Father." "Tell us about the Father," begged Philip, as if he had never heard a word on the subject. "The Father is in me," said Jesus. "The words that I have spoken are his words. The deeds that I have done are his deeds." They all nodded their belief that this was true, but their apparent understanding did so little to assuage their feeling of utter desolation that the Master continued, tenderly, "I shall not leave you comfortless. I shall come to you." At length they descended the stairs and came out into the moonlight, Jesus pausing to offer a gracious word of thanks to their host, who followed them to the gate as if reluctant to see them leave his house. It was only a short distance to the brow of the hill that overlooked the silent city. Jesus tarried there for a long moment before turning off the highway to the hard-beaten path that wound through the grove of aged olive trees. Peter, James, and John had followed closely, the others trailing at some distance, not sure what was expected of them. Deep in the shadows of the grove, Jesus turned to the three and asked them to wait there. He went on a little way and knelt in the shadow of a rock. After a while the watchers' eyes grew heavy. For the past few nights they had been too gravely troubled to take their accustomed rest, and this evening's strain on their emotions had left them exhausted. Soon they were stretched on the ground with their heads pillowed in the crooks of their arms, fast asleep. After an hour of anguished prayer, Jesus returned to them. The little group of men who had known him best and loved him most were unprepared to support him with assurances of their sympathy and affection. He was alone now, without a friend in the world. The arrest was quite obviously unauthorized and singularly lacking in dignity. It was not conducted by the Roman patrols, but by an unofficial rabble under the leadership of the high priest's butler, Malchus, a Roman. Malchus, with an ear accustomed to lingering at keyholes, had learned of his eminent employer's decision to hail the Galilean into court, and, thinking to improve his rating in the esteem of Caiaphas, had taken it upon himself to make the capture, which was the last thing that the high priest desired on the solemn night of the Passover. There was quite a crowd of them, armed with sticks and stones, as if they were out to hunt down a mad dog and beat it to death. Judas had been shameless enough to come along with the riffraff that comprised the mob. Malchus needed him to identify the victim. Peter lunged forward and surprised the butler with a savage blow on the head, but Jesus cautioned him against further resistance. He would go with them quietly. Seeing that their captive intended no defense, the crowd became boldly courageous, bound his hands, tugged him roughly down the long hill and through the darkened streets to the palace of the high priest. Although it was long past old Anna's bedtime, he was still up. With a dozen or more dignitaries of the Rabbinical College and the Sanhedrin, he had accepted the invitation of Caiaphas to celebrate the Passover with him in his council chamber. Deep in a discussion of the most feasible procedure to dispose of the Nazarene with a minimum of protest from his adherents, the pundits were suddenly startled by an unseemly clamor in the corridor. Malchus, exuberant over his conquest and confident of a warm welcome, burst in upon the conclave with his quarry, pushing his disheveled prisoner into the midst of them and presenting him with a proud flourish. "Ecce homo," announced Malchus dramatically. The wise men were stunned to speechlessness. This was not the place and certainly not the time to prefer charges against this man, but here he was, and they must do something about him. "So, you are this Jesus of Nazareth?" snarled Caiaphas contemptuously. Jesus said he was, and, after an awkward pause, Caiaphas asked, "What have you been teaching?" "You might inquire of those who have heard me," said Jesus. Malchus, standing close beside him, slapped him in the face and shouted, "You should not speak so to the high priest." Ignoring the blow, Jesus continued, "I have not taught in secret, but openly." His eyes swept the group and came to rest on the face of Rabbi Ben Sholem, who seemed annoyed by this searching scrutiny. "Many people," Jesus went on, "could testify as to my sayings." "The rabble," squeaked Ben Sholem shrilly. "Outlanders. Damascenes. Samaritans. Camel boys." Jesus made no reply to that. A few more questions were asked, but the Inquisition lacked spirit. They were all aware that there wasn't much that they could do, and they surmised that Jesus knew it. It had been their intention to bring him to trial before the regularly constituted authorities. This present company could badger him and insult him as long as they liked, and nothing would come of it except damage to their own dignity. It was difficult to decide what to do with him. Caiaphas ordered Malchus to take the prisoner outside and await further instructions. The command was growled so crossly that the butler, disappointed over the apparent failure of his effort to ingratiate himself with these learned men, jostled and jerked the captive out of the room to make him share his own inglorious exit. A servant slipped quietly into the room and upended the tall hourglass on the table at the high priest's elbow. It was 2 o'clock. After a considerable silence, each man hoping that someone else might come forward with a promising idea, Obadiah, chief of the scribes, cleared his throat. "Why not send him directly to Pilate?" "What?" snorted Caiaphas. "At this hour?" "He'll still be up," muttered old Nathan, the high priest's legal advisor. "He'll be drinking and telling bawdy stories all night with the visiting legates." "He might even be pleased with some diversion," chortled old Annas. "Write him a note, Caiaphas. Tell him we want him to try this fellow, forthwith." "Good," exclaimed Ben Sholem. "The whole thing might be over and done with before the city awakes in the morning." "No, it's not that good," grumbled Caiaphas. "All this business on Passover night. What will he think of us?" If such a note is to go to Pilate, Father Annas, you may write it. I am not the high priest, rumbled the old man. And what does that Roman know or care about the Passover? And why should we care what he thinks? Added Nathan. He will do what he's told to do. They all seemed agreed on this. Nathan got out his stylus and wrote the note, Caiaphas signed it, and Malchus was given his orders. The mob hurried their prisoner to the insula. The procurator was not only awake but, as Nathan had predicted, was having a party for the visiting legates and a prefect or two who had accompanied the legions from forts related to their cities. It was a beautiful night, warm enough to be comfortable out of doors, and the procurator was entertaining his longtime friends on the spacious porch of the insula. What now? He growled, as the mob swarmed up the marble steps. He scowled at the note that Malchus handed him and stared hard at the prisoner. What evil have you been up to, he demanded, on a night when you're supposed to be attending to your religious duties? You are a Jew, aren't you? It was not a question that could be answered in a word, and Jesus was tardy with a reply. The butler jabbed him in the ribs with his elbow and shouted, Speak up, fellow. Pilate's lip curled. And who are you? He demanded scornfully. My name is Malchus. I am of the high priest's household. Well, you're no credit to it, I must say. Malchus, eh? That doesn't sound Jewish. I'm a Roman, sir, said the butler, with a little more confidence. That's unfortunate, snapped Pilate. Take your hands off the prisoner and stand aside. He held the note at arm's length and scanned it distastefully. Now, then, Jesus, what's all this about? You're said to be a disturber of the peace. In the name of all the gods, where, in this quarrelsome country, have you found any peace to disturb? The crowd was getting restless, a few of them suspecting, and not without warrant, that the procurator was more interested in amusing his grinning guests than attending to his business as judge. The muttering in the rear of the pack grew urgent. Somebody shouted, Away with the Galilean. Pilate caught at it. Are you a Galilean? He inquired, and slowly turning his head toward Legate Julian of Capernaum, he winked impishly. Jesus said that he was a Galilean. Then you don't belong here at all, declared Pilate. You, Malchus, or whatever your name is. Take him to the Galilean embassy and tell your troubles to Herod Antipas. There were many angry shouts of no. But the procurator hurled an overhand gesture of dismissal at the crowd, and ordered some more wine. The chief of the city patrols stepped forward and whispered, Shall I send a deputation over there to keep order, sire? To which Pilate replied indifferently, No, let the tetrarch attend to that, unless, he added, there is disorderly conduct in the streets. And so, bitterly disappointed and noisily disgruntled, they led Jesus to the embassy, the crowd increasing as they proceeded. The disciples had fallen far behind the shouting mob, and trudged along, silent, helpless, frightened. They hammered at the imposing bronze doors of the embassy until they were admitted, and stormed into the beautiful, high-domed courtroom, yelling impudently for Antipas. All of the disciples edged themselves into the lobby, all but Peter. For a while he stood irresolute and alone on the pavement outside, tugging nervously at his underlip. Then he ambled over to the wide-open gate to the carriage court and looked in. There was a pleasant fire burning in the middle of it and a few tall, gaudily uniformed patrols were warming their hands. Peter felt chilly and advanced toward the fire. The urbane legionaries saw him coming, and grinned. He knew they were amused at his provincial garb. For a moment he had a notion to retreat, but, presuming that the soldiers would laugh scornfully if he did so, he shambled on, feeling himself very much out of place, for the first time in his life an object of derision. The vestry had done very well on the voyage up from Gaza, had berthed at one of the new wharves in Joppa shortly after dawn on Thursday. The sister ships of the fleet had discharged their cargo and were swinging lazily at anchor in the roadstead waiting orders to sail. Proconsul Mencius and Captain Falvius limbered up their horses and started on their 30-mile journey to Jerusalem, intending to break the trip at Ashina, but after a bad supper and a glance at the guest rooms of the only inn, they decided to press on. Their horses were fresh and the moon was bright, and the highway, all but deserted of traffic, was free of dust. It was 2:30 when they reached the city. They were going to put up at Levi's Inn, known to be the best tavern in Jerusalem. It was a little way outside the east gate, on the slope leading up the long hill toward Bethany. As they passed the front of the large, high-walled compound adjacent to the insula, Mencius wondered whether they might not find better accommodation for the horses in the barrack stables. It might be worth inquiring about. Fulvius was too tired to take any interest in this suggestion. He had no taste for a long walk. He wanted to get to bed. Mencius decided to stop at the Insula's stables. Fulvius, with the proconsul's saddlebags, was to go on and make a reservation for him at the tavern. He would be up later and see him at breakfast. They were quite deferential at the military stables, but, as you can see for yourself, sir, we haven't a stall. Everything full up. But I feel sure there is room in the stables at the Galilean embassy. It's only a little way, just around the next corner to the right. You can't miss it, sir. Some kind of a brawl going on over there. I don't want to get into a brawl, said Mencius. It isn't among the horses, sir. Everything will be quiet in the stables. What's the racket about? Asked Mencius. Oh, they're trying some country preacher for teaching the wrong doctrine, drawled the old hustler. The horses aren't in it. They've too much sense to get mixed up with a thing like that, sir. The proconsul handed the old fellow a couple of shekels, remounted Brutus, and followed directions. There stood the costly and superfluous embassy that Herod's rich and worthless son had built to satisfy his vanity. The main part of the imposing structure, fronting the street, was brightly lighted and noisily doing business. From the tone of the excited voices that shrilled through the open windows, the litigants were angry. The proconsul chuckled. You'd never hear such a bedlam as that in a Roman court. No, indeed. A Roman court wasn't always fair, but it was always orderly. A country preacher, being tried for his heresies, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when everybody was supposed to be sequestered because of the Passover. It was incredible. A country preacher, eh? Could it be possible that this was Voldi's torchbearer? Mencius rode on a short way further and found the stables. They were of an architecture consistent with the embassy, ostentatious to the point of absurdity if not vulgarity, quite appropriate for the official seat of an ambassador, but too foolishly grand for his horses. The white marble stables were scrupulously clean, but Brutus had a sharp nose and he was very tired. He needed no urging to turn in. A middle-aged man, whose tunic bore the embassy's crest, came to the door. The proconsul dismounted, identified himself, and made his request, which was cheerfully granted. My name is Alice, sir. You've a fine horse there. He deserves the best. The Tetrarch will be pleased to have him here. His Highness is a great one for beautiful horses. Alice had tugged off Brutus' trappings and was leading him into a roomy box stall, Mencius following along. You see that tall, black Arabian in the next box, sir? Chattered Alice. He's the latest one. The Tetrarch bought him, for a song, only the day before yesterday. Brutus had stretched his neck and was nuzzling the oak stanchions that separated the stalls. The black horse moved closer to the partition and nickered softly. By Jupiter! Laughed Alice. They act as if they were acquainted. Mencius walked over to the waist-high door of the adjacent box. Darik turned his head in that direction, and, sauntering to the door, sniffed the visitor's extended hand. He's making up with you, sir, better than he is with me, remarked Alice. He's not a friendly horse, sort of a one-man horse, as we say. The Tetrarch bought him cheap, eh? Mencius tried to sound casual. How did that come about? He's a very valuable animal. Alice became confidential. If you ask me, sir, I think he was stolen. The young Arab who brought him here was in rags and tatters, had no business owning a horse like this. Wanted only 300 shekels for him. His Highness was quick enough to take him. It's a wonder the Tetrarch did not suspect that he was buying a stolen horse. Maybe he did. Alice's crafty chuckle did not improve his royal employer's reputation. The ragged young Arab is still hanging around. We gave him a job. He's handy with horses. All Arabs are, I guess. That's about all they know, horses. It's a funny thing now about this gelding. He follows the fellow around like a dog. Maybe he did belong to him, though it doesn't sound reasonable. Is the Arabian on duty? Just daytime, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll take good care of your horse. Yes, sir. The proconsul was turning toward the door. Alice, happy over the half-dozen sesterces clinking in his hand, called after him. If you stop in the carriage court, sir, the kitchen girls will gladly bring you a bowl of hot broth. Might taste good after your long ride. Mencius told him he was going directly to Levi's inn and would have his breakfast there. He walked north and halted before the open doors of the noisy embassy. In the street a score of Roman patrols leaned casually against their long lances, apparently under orders to give no attention to the clamor within the building. Mencius ascended the steps. The spacious foyer was filled with unpleasantly scented men who apparently had been unable to gain entrance to the courtroom. Mencius joined them. They seemed to be inquisitive spectators rather than partisans, all of them shabbily dressed, probably tramps. The proconsul wore no distinctive uniform, his credentials were in his pocket, but the loafers inferred from his bearing that he was accustomed to being treated with deference, and made way for him as he moved toward the door into the high-ceilinged auditorium. The place was full of restless, clamorous civilians who seemed to have little in common but their exasperation over the proceedings of the court. A pompous, distinguished-looking man of 50, in a black robe, presided, or, more correctly, was seated behind the massive table up in front where the magistrate would naturally be found. This puzzled man, with the frozen grin, was obviously the Tetrarch, and it was equally obvious that the trial had got completely out of hand. The affair had degenerated into a repulsive travesty. The defendant was seated in a high-armed, tall-backed, throne-like chair, facing the audience, clad in a scarlet robe absurdly inappropriate to the man's pale, dejected face and slumped posture. A thorn bush, wound to imitate a crown, had been so roughly forced upon his head that slender streams of blood were coursing his cheeks and spattering the embroidered collar of his royal robe. It was not difficult to guess what this undignified play-acting was about. The hapless captive was being mocked as a pretender to the throne. But what throne? Mencius could hardly believe his own eyes. Surely this supine young man, with the bearing of a teacher and the long, slim hand of an artist, could have no kingly ambitions. Apparently he had no following. Nobody championed his cause. Whose throne would he attempt to usurp, even if he had 10,000 troops behind him? Caesar's? Nonsense. Could he have been plotting to supplant Pilate? Ridiculous. But now the light broke for Mencius. The noisy persecutors who passed before the prisoner, with exaggerated bows of reverence, were satirically hailing him as the King of the Jews. That was it. The young prophet must have identified himself as the Messiah who would restore the kingdom to Israel. The unhappy Tetrarch appeared now to have had more than enough of the farce. He rose and demanded order. Gradually the racket died down. The crowd seemed expectant of a judicial decision. It was high time, they grumbled. Whip him, and let him go, shouted Antipas. A storm of protest rose. One enraged zealot mounted a chair and screamed, "To death with him!" Nothing less. The crowd yelled its approval. Antipas held up a hand for silence, and the place grew suddenly quiet again. "It is not in the province of this court," he exclaimed, "to put any man to death." "Yeah," shouted the man on the chair. "You sentenced the baptizer to death, for no reason at all." The noise was deafening now. The Tetrarch, clearly frightened, wheeled about and disappeared through the small door behind him. The prisoner was roughly jerked from his mimic throne and a thick-set brute with a bull whip began lashing him cruelly. The proconsul's impulse was to leave the disgusting spectacle, but the exit was already blocked and he stood aside to wait. Pandemonium had broken loose in the vicinity of the magistrate's elaborately carved bar. The august tribunal was being wrecked. The Tetrarch would presently learn his rating in the opinion of Jerusalem's unwashed and irresponsible. Costly tapestries were being torn down, broadswords were thrust through the upholstery of the furniture, pikes were gouged into the exquisite mosaic portraits. Even the haughty face of Emperor Tiberius had lost an eye, not that the proconsul cared a damn. Pressing into the rioting pack that funneled through the door, Mencius struggled out into the street. A score of the more audacious were attempting to tear down the hoarding and scaffolding from a building under repair across the street, and the legionaries, feeling that enough was enough, were cracking heads and making arrests. The rioters had been free to do what they liked to the inside of the embassy, but they were not at liberty to set the building on fire. With no taste for getting himself involved in the brawl, Mencius walked hurriedly north to the avenue of the Insula and turned to the right. Once away from the sight and sound of the frenzied mob, his thoughts turned toward the doomed Galilean. He wished he might have heard the man speak. He had never seen anyone quite like him. Not much wonder that Voldy had been impressed. It was a face that puzzled you, difficult to assign to any category. A profound student? A dreamer? What manner of man was he? A torchbearer? No, Voldy had been clearly mistaken about that. A torchbearer, with the mind and will of a Plato, a Socrates, or an Aristotle, would never have got himself into such an appalling predicament. He might be a teacher, but that didn't mean that he was a torchbearer. Whatever light he had thrown upon the path of a few people of the Palestinian provinces would be snuffed out before another sunset. Whose lamp, in backward little Galilee, would shed a reflected glow beyond the borders of his own community. Anyhow, mused Mencius bitterly, as he moved warily up the long slope toward Levi's inn. The human race didn't want any light, it didn't deserve any light, and it would never be granted any light, certainly not in his time. The world was a disgrace to its maker, whoever he was, or to its makers, whoever they were. It was a wonder it had survived so long in its brutalities. Brutalities? That was not the right word for it. The brutes carried themselves with some dignity. Chapter 21. As Peter neared the glowing fire, he walked more slowly and diffidently, realizing that he had made a mistake to enter the courtyard. The half-dozen tall patrols, self-confident in their brightly polished helmets and scarlet and black uniforms, were awaiting his approach with an embarrassing interest. Yet, when he stood among them, taller and heavier than they, he was relieved to see something of friendliness in their faces. "A chilly morning," remarked the eldest, stepping aside to make room for the massive stranger. Peter agreed that it was, and warmed his hands. "The kitchen girls will be bringing some mulled wine, presently," said another. "Here they come, now." And here they came, the girls he had joked with when delivering fish at the Tetrarch's palace in Tiberias in the almost forgotten days before he had left all to follow Jesus. He recognized them instantly, with a sinking heart, the tough little Roman, Claudia, Morza, the cynical Arimathian, Anna and Leah, the Jewesses. While still at some distance, Claudia, tripping along with a loaded tray, shouted to the others. "But look! Morza! Leah! Do you see what I see? It is the Big Fisherman, no less." They put down their flagons and mugs and honey cakes on the serving table and swarmed about him with excited little cries. "The Big Fisherman!" Claudia tried to span both hands round his heavily muscled arm, as she had been accustomed to do. The patrols gathered closely about, enjoying the reunion. "You girls seem to know this Hercules," chaffed the gray-haired soldier. "Know him?" echoed Claudia. "But of course. And a bad influence he was, too, what with his making sport of all the gods. A quite terrible fellow, no?" "And what brings you to Jerusalem?" inquired Anna. "I'll warrant it wasn't to eat the Passover." Peter hadn't had a chance to put in a word. He stood there grinning foolishly, tugging at his underlip. "Maybe he's here with this carpenter," teased Leah, "this man who thinks he's the Messiah." "That's it," shrilled Claudia. "The Big Fisherman's gone religious." They all laughed. "You know better than that," growled Peter. "I don't hold with such nonsense." "Well, seriously," said Anna, "what do you think of this Jesus?" "I have no opinion at all," answered Peter huskily. "Never met him." "They're trying him over there, for blasphemy and treason," said Morza. "Indeed?" grunted Peter. "Well, he's no friend of mine." The patrols were tiring of this conversation and had edged toward the serving table, the girls following along. Peter suddenly turned to leave. "Wait!" cried Claudia. "Have some wine." But the Big Fisherman did not wait, and he did not reply. Unsteadily, for he felt sick and his legs were shaky, he made for the gate. Outside, he leaned against the wall, panting and swallowing hard. He walked with uncertain steps, bracing a hand on the wall for support, toward the entrance to the embassy. Now he could hear the clamor of angry voices. He stopped. The noise subsided. Now came the sound of lashes. They were whipping his master. He turned about and staggered down the street, still with a groping hand on the wall. His legs were weak and his knees buckled under him at every step. Now he began to cry, the whimpering, retching cry of a badly hurt little boy. Chapter 22. Notwithstanding his weariness, Mencius was unable to sleep. Obsequious old Levi had waited up to conduct the proconsul to what he asserted was the most comfortable bed in the house. The tavern was quiet, nobody astir, there was no vehicular traffic on the cobbled street. But Mencius lay wide awake, still listening to the bullwhip cutting into the bleeding shoulders of the defenseless Galilean. It was not because he was unused to the sight and sound of cruel floggings. Roman discipline was harsh and punishments were severe. 3/4 of the empire's population were slaves. To treat their infractions of the law with any lenience at all was to invite conspiracy and rebellion. Every freeborn Roman lived dangerously, alert to the merest hint of insubordination. Corporal punishment, administered in public, was the best medicine for disobedience, far more effective than imprisonment. The brutal scourging of the young Galilean, therefore, would have been, for the proconsul, just another brutal scourging added to all the brutal scourgings he had witnessed on land and sea throughout the empire, but for the fact that the victim was a man of mystery, a man to be treated with dignity, imprisoned, perhaps, beheaded, perhaps, but not flogged. Mencius readjusted his pillow and resolved to stop thinking about it. It wasn't his problem, he told himself. It was none of his business. He would go to sleep now. But that whole affair at the Galilean embassy needed explanation. The noisy prosecution was in the hands of a mob that had no respect for the court, although the baffled judge had utterly disgraced himself to humor the screaming riffraff, who apparently had no warrant for the captive's arrest, no formal charges preferred by any recognized authority, and, in short, represented nobody but themselves, which was the same as saying that they represented nobody at all. It was evident that Pilate, who couldn't help knowing of this shocking abrogation of justice, had decided to keep out of it. But that didn't tally with what Mencius had heard of Pontius Pilate's reputation as a self-respecting prefect. No provincial governor could afford to ignore such an impudent flouting of the law. It would require some very potent behind-the-scenes pressure to persuade the gruff procurator of Judea that he must keep his hands off and let the riot run wild. That course, for any Roman ruler, was a direct road to ruin. Pre-dawn light was breaking now. With an exasperated apostrophe to all the gods, for none of whom he had more than an antiquarian's respect, Mencius rose, dressed, and went softly downstairs to the small patio hedged at the rear of the quadrangle by a rose garden which extended almost to the high wall that enclosed the area. The roses were softly lighted by the oncoming sun. Mencius strolled toward the garden. A few yards ahead of him, and moving slowly with a furtive glance over his shoulder, was a tall, lean, ragged young fellow, who, instead of stepping aside, turned and waited at the wall, thrusting out a dirty hand for alms. Mencius chuckled. "You might have fooled me with your tatters," he said, "but I knew you were in the city. What's all this about, Voldy, selling your horse to the Tetrarch and working as a ostler in his stables?" "Let's step behind these rose bushes," said Voldy soberly. "We mustn't be seen together. I've only a moment to stay." "Very well. Talk fast. I'll listen. What's up?" Voldy proceeded rapidly with his story. "Alice told me where you were, Mencius. I was expecting you. You know what happened in the night at the embassy. The mob all but wrecked the building. Antipas is badly frightened, as he need be, and expects to leave within the hour for Tiberias. He has engaged a small detachment of cavalry from the Capernaum fort to accompany the caravan. He will ride his own horse. I am to ride Tariq." "But you aren't going all the way to Tiberias, I think," put in Mencius, with a knowing grin. "Probably not. There are bandits in the Samaritan mountains. They may attack us. Our force is small. Someone may get hurt. I may be looking for some place to go, in a hurry. What are your travel plans, Mencius?" "I'm here to deliver an important letter to one of the visiting legates. I shall do that this morning. Then I ride to Joppa, where my ship is ready to sail. We will wait there until you come." "Have you room in your hold for Tariq?" "Of course. But I thought you had sold Tariq to the Tetrarch?" "He may not need a horse, after tomorrow night." Voldy was getting restless to be on his way. "Good luck," said Mencius earnestly. "We'll be on the lookout for you. It's the vestry. New Pier number 7. If I'm not there by noon Sunday, don't wait any longer, for I'll not be coming. By the way, what's your next port?" "Gaza, and then home. Will you come with us, all the way?" "It depends. I don't know. I must go now." Mencius clutched his sleeve. "Your torchbearer seems to be doomed. Any news about that?" "Alice says they carried him off to the Sanhedrin, hoping for authority to try him before Pilate. If they succeed, the trial may be held this morning." "Did you see him?" "Yes, but I didn't hear him speak. I saw him scourged. It's a strange case. I'm full of curiosity about the man. Perhaps I'll go down to the insula, and see what happens." "It's all up with him, I'm afraid." "Doubtless. If Pilate consents to hear the case at all, he will probably accommodate them with a decision. If the Sanhedrin's at the back of it, that's the trouble. They're in the driver's seat. Still think he's the torchbearer?" "Perhaps, I don't know." "Think a torchbearer would let himself be condemned to death?" "It's possible. Socrates did. I'll see you on Sunday, I hope." After a brief breakfast alone, Mencius left a note for Fulvius, before setting forth to the insula. "I am leaving early," he wrote, "to attend a trial of peculiar interest in Pilate's court, the case of that young Galilean who has had the whole country by the ears and is now indicted for blasphemy, treason, and the gods only know what else. I must see it. You have the emperor's letter in your baggage and I do not wish to disturb you. Keep it locked. I shall probably return within a couple of hours. The broad, marble-paved terraces leading to the imposing portico of the insula were already packed with a scurrying crowd when Mencius arrived. Way was made for him as he advanced to the highest level, where the prosecutors waited impatiently with their haggard prisoner, still arrayed in the scarlet finery that had mocked his phantom kingship last night at the embassy. Apparently it was the procurator's custom to hold open-air court from the spacious porch, for it seemed to be the focus of interest, although still unoccupied. A huge desk served as the bar of justice. Behind it stood a tall, throne-like chair, flanked on either side with orderly rows of less conspicuous seats. On any ordinary occasion Mencius would have felt free, indeed he would have felt obliged, to enter the insula and present himself. It would have been no presumption for a proconsul to express fraternal greetings to a prefect with the assurance of a cordial welcome. In terms of protocol they were of much the same rating. And should Pontius Pilate learn that Nicator Mencius had attended a session of his court without making himself known, he could consider it a breach of etiquette. But the extraordinary affair confronting the procurator of Judea would be sufficiently embarrassing, thought Mencius, without adding any more witnesses to Pilate's discomfiture than were already available. He surveyed the group of principals that clustered closely about the captive. There was quite a delegation of scribes, ostentatiously busying themselves with their papyrus rolls, a detestable breed of prigs and snobs wherever you found them, in any country. There was a sprinkling of priests, young ones mostly, none of them distinguished in appearance. Evidently the real prosecutors were represented only by proxies. Perhaps they had conveyed their wishes, and demands, by letter. Presently a shout went up as the great bronze doors swung open and the impressive procession of dignitaries filed out into the portico, Pilate leading in his official robes, followed by a dozen legates, prefects, and other bigwigs. Mencius recognized only a few. There was Julian, who had been his instructor in tactics at the military academy in Rome. Julian was getting to be an old man, cropped hair white as a rat, wrinkled face brown as a boot, yes, and there was dapper old Menelaus, governor of Petra. Mencius had sailed with him once. And of all things, there was Prefect Sergius of Caesarea, though why, in the name of every unpredictable god, Sergius should be in Jerusalem at Passover time, was beyond imagination. Mencius searched the faces for a youngish legate who might pass for the obstreperous son of Senator Gallio, but couldn't find anybody with the probable measurements. The court sat. The crowd quieted. Pilate, frowning darkly, puffed his lips as he studied the document which bragged of its importance with a clatter of dangling waxen seals. He pounded on the massive desk and looked down sternly at the prisoner. At length he spoke, in a tone so low that it was obvious he didn't care whether the crowd heard him or not. It says here that you have made pretense of being a king, and then he added, with fine irony, for the benefit of his Roman guests, though the Sanhedrin, Pilate tapped the ornate document with his finger, assures this court that it will recognize no king but Caesar. Doubtless Emperor Tiberius, when he learns of this, will be pleasantly surprised. The distinguished guests grinned appreciatively. Now, young man, continued the procurator, you do not look much like a king, in spite of your royal garb. Has it been your custom to go about in this ridiculous costume? The prisoner shook his head without looking up. Has the prosecution anything to say about that? Demanded Pilate. After some hesitation a young priest admitted sheepishly, it was put on him at the embassy, sire. Then you will restore his clothing to him immediately, growled Pilate. This court, probably lacking in humor, is in no mood for buffoonery. There was some delay before the defendant's brown homespun robe was found. His back, when they bared it, bore deep lash wounds, still bleeding. Pilate's sharp eye may have seen the prisoner wince, may have seen the people stare, for he commanded the Galilean to turn round. It would appear, he said, that the prisoner has been already tried, convicted, and punished. By what process of law has he now been brought into this court? Has he then committed some fresh crime since his case was judged? Nobody volunteered to answer this question, but an ominous rumble of dissatisfaction rose from the densely packed throng. Pilate glanced again, with distaste but something of anxiety, at the indictment. Mencius, studying the procurator's expression, gathered that the document worried him. Putting down the papyrus on the desk and leaning forward on his folded arms, Pilate asked, "Are you, then, a king?" "I am." It was the first time that Mencius had heard the Galilean speak and the tone of his voice produced a peculiar sensation. The words were crazy enough, but the man who spoke them was not crazy. The voice was calm, respectful but self-confident. Evidently Pilate had been similarly affected, for his face remained soberly attentive. The murmuring in the crowd had ceased. "Tell us about your kingdom," said Pilate. "Where is it?" "My kingdom," replied the Galilean, "is not of this world." He paused. Pilate listened. The multitude was silent. "Proceed," said Pilate. "Your kingdom is not in this world, you say. Where, then, is it?" "My kingdom is not of this world, but it is in this world for all who seek truth. They who love truth hear my voice, and understand what I say." The words were not spoken in the strident tone of a demagogue. Mencius had a feeling that the Galilean was talking to him personally. Perhaps Pilate felt the same way. The Romans who sat on either side of the procurator were leaning forward. Nobody was smiling. "Truth," mused Pilate, half to himself. "What is truth?" There was no reply to that. The Galilean faced the procurator squarely for a moment and then averted his eyes, closed them, smiled briefly, and shook his head, as if to say that this was not the time or the place to explain truth. The spell that had gripped the crowd suddenly lifted now, and impatient voices rose in angry demand for a decision. Pilate pounded for order and didn't get it. He rose and shouted for silence in the court, and there was a momentary cessation of the tumult. The defendant, he said, was apparently innocent of any wrongdoing. There was no evidence that he had committed a crime. He had already been severely punished. But the crowd would have none of it. "Away with him!" they yelled. "To death with him! Crucify him!" The fanatic shouting rose to a concerted roar. "Crucify! Crucify!" Pilate sat down heavily. His hand shook as he beckoned to one of the guards, and flung an order over his shoulder. Presently the guard returned with a silver basin of water. Pilate turned back his sleeves. "That settles it," thought Mencius. "The procurator is helpless, and has given in. He will wash his hands of the whole affair." After all, Pilate wasn't there to quarrel with Jewry, but to keep the peace, or at least the semblance of it. He could save the Galilean only at the risk of his position, already precarious enough. Pilate dipped his hands in the water, and the crowd shared. Mencius had seen enough now, and wanted to get out of the snarling pack. He turned about and worked his way to the street, intending to return at once to Levi's Inn and deliver the emperor's message to the legate from Manoa. On the corner, across the street, stood a little group of forlorn and frightened men, garbed in simple country dress. Mencius guessed that these despairing people might be the helpless friends of the doomed man from Galilee. He crossed over and joined them. They were too preoccupied with their grief to notice his presence among them. One huge, middle-aged man, towering over the others, with streaming eyes and a contorted face, stood beating an open palm with a clenched fist, breathing inaudible gasps like an exhausted runner. There were a few weeping women in the company, two of them quite young and attractive in spite of their red and swollen eyes. Now the crowd at the insula was breaking up, coming apart, and a platoon of Roman legionaries marched through and down the terraced steps. The commander, with the insignia of a legate, was a handsome young fellow with an exaggerated military bearing which Mencius surmised was not quite natural for him. No, he was tipsy, that was the trouble, and doing his best to walk straight. A few paces in advance of him strutted a grizzled veteran bearing a banner. Mencius recognized it as a duplicate of the old rag that used to hang limp and listless over the big gate at the fort at Manoa. So, it was young Gallio, then, who had been given this disgraceful job. Now came the prisoner, towed by a rope, and not gently, for the legionaries were marching with long strides. The rabble pressed closely. There was very little shouting now. They had got what the Sanhedrin wanted. Everybody would be satisfied now, the money lenders, the landlords, the grafters, yes, and the temple that couldn't afford to offend anybody with property. As the captive was tugged past his weeping friends, he turned his face toward them compassionately. They slowly followed the crowd with irresolute steps as if they were uncertain what to do, all but the gigantic fellow, who turned the other way and began to walk rapidly, lurchingly, toward the west. Apparently he had no mind for attending the execution. Mencius followed him with his eyes, trying to contrive a story that might explain the man's conduct. Was he, for all his physical strength, a coward? Or had the condemnation of his hero driven him to utter stampede? Now a youngish chap, who had been in the company of the Galilean's friends, hurried past in the direction taken by the big man. Mencius expected the young fellow to overtake him, but he made no effort to do so. He continued to follow at a distance. There was no occasion now for any hurry in the delivery of the emperor's message to Marcellus Gallio, whose day's work had been cut out for him. It would take hours to complete it. Mencius had never seen a crucifixion and didn't intend to see one. He walked the short distance to the embassy stables. The place was practically deserted. A ostler saddled Brutus and led him out. Mencius mounted and started for the inn. The usual traffic clattered in the street. Jerusalem had resumed her customary activities. The food markets were crowded with shrilly bargaining shoppers. Somewhere, in an out-of-the-way place, nails were being driven through the hands and feet of a man whose only offense was his confessed devotion to the truth. The quarreling markets, with their short measures, short weights, short change, and short tempers, were still doing business in the old way, the merchants trying to sell bad produce and the customers trying to pay for it with bad coinage, and had any one of them adhered to the truth, either as a buyer or seller, he would soon have nothing left but his impracticable idea. The truth was a luxury that nobody could afford. Mencius himself, he had to admit, couldn't afford it. A proconsul must be diplomatic. Pontius Pilate couldn't afford it. A resolve on his part to abide by the truth would have meant his prompt recall from his prefecture. And had old Tiberius decided to tell the truth, he would have lost his empire. It was that kind of a world. The brave Galilean, reflected Mencius, had accomplished nothing. He had thrown away his life to no purpose at all. The world wasn't ready to hear his voice. There never had been a time, in human history, when the world would have listened to his voice. And there never would be such a time. It was too much to expect. Humanity had no capacity for moral grandeur. This Jesus had misjudged the world. By sunset, this evening, he would be dead and buried. And by next week he would have been forgotten, except by a little handful of little people in a poverty-cursed little hinterland. It was mid-forenoon. The sun was hot. Esther and Myra were slowly plodding up the long hill to Bethany. They walked in silence, for they were physically and emotionally exhausted. They had wept until they could weep no more. As for Myra, however deeply she grieved over the soul-sickening tragedy, she still had her family to go back to, and Joel. She was definitely on Joel's side now, whatever her grandfather might say. For Esther, everything was lost. The Master, for all his superhuman power, had been led away to die. He had saved others, but he had been unable to save himself. Not a friend had come to his aid. Even Peter had run away. In a day or two, Myra would return to her home and friends in Galilee. Esther had no home. There would be no reason for her returning to Galilee. Hannah didn't need her. And she wasn't sure that she wanted ever to see Peter again. As a guest in suburban Bethany, Esther might have known nothing of the dreadful night and tragic morning that had befallen Jesus until it was all over, had not an expected friend of Myra's Uncle Boaz, who had met with a delaying misadventure on his long journey from Ascalon, arrived at daybreak with the appalling news. Grandfather Asher's high-pitched voice had roused the house. Habitually an early riser, Asher had been the first to hear the report. The Sanhedrin was sending the Nazarene blasphemer to Pilate's court this morning to be tried for treason. And that, shouted the old man, would finish him. And it was about time. Uncle Boaz hadn't been much stirred by the announcement, and when his excited father declared he was going to the Insula to hear the trial, he had cautioned him against it. It's a long trip. It will be a hot day. There will be much confusion. But I cannot miss this, my son. I want to see this troublemaker finally disposed of. A day to remember. An historic occasion. Esther listened with a sinking heart. She felt she must go. Myra had tried to dissuade her, and, failing of it, decided reluctantly to go too. They did not wait for Grandfather Asher, but left the house through the patio and the garden gate. They sped through Bethany, down the hill, into the awakening city, and onto the Insula. A great crowd of clamorous men had massed there at the entrance. The girls did not venture into the angry throng, but crossed the street and waited. Huddled together at the corner were the disciples. But why were they not beside the Master? There was Peter, wide-eyed, haggard, gnawing at his lip. Surely Peter could have been depended on to stand by the Master, even at the risk of his life. Esther could not believe her own eyes. Terrible things, incredible things were happening now. A savage voice had screamed, "Crucify him." The mob instantly echoed it, "Crucify him. Crucify him." The words mounted into a horrifying chant, "Crucify. Crucify. Crucify." There was a sudden silence, then a wild cry of victory. The mob spilled over the terraces and cascaded into the street. A company of Roman soldiers marched rapidly down the steps, tugging Jesus by a rope. The crowd closed in behind them. Now the bewildered disciples followed, all but Peter, who was running away. Young Thad had followed after him. Myra cried that she could bear no more, and entreated Esther to return with her to Bethany. There was nothing they could do. But Esther caught her by the hand and pulled her along into the procession. At the next corner, a dozen men came in from a side street bearing a heavy piece of timber about 12 feet long with a crossbar near the top. The parade halted. Esther, still dragging Myra by the hand, forced her way toward the front. The rough-hewn cross had been laid on the master's shoulder. He staggered under its weight and sank to his knees. A burly lieutenant, sighting a tall, heavily built man standing among the spectators, shouted, "You, there! Put a shoulder under this cross and help the man carry it." "That I will not," boldly boomed the big man. "I am a free-born Roman citizen. And this is no affair of mine." "We'll see about that," shouted the young commander. "What's your name, fellow? And where do you come from?" By this time the crowd had grown quiet, expectant. It was not customary to talk back to a Roman officer. "My name, sir, is Simon. I live in Cyrene, a 10 days fast journey from here, in North Africa. I am in Jerusalem on business, with a caravan of herbs and spices. I protest that you have no right to impress me into this degrading service." In spite of his tragic predicament, Jesus was listening sympathetically to the Cyrenian's courageous self-defense. He gave the big man a friendly look of compassion. Then, to the surprise of the soldiers, the blustering Cyrenian stepped forward and shouldered the cross. Jesus smiled his gratitude and made a feeble attempt to help. "No," said Simon kindly. "I will carry it. You have quite enough to bear today." The procession moved on. Esther and Myra stood, for a little while, watching. Then they turned and silently went their way. Near the top of the long hill they sat down to rest under an ancient olive tree. "I have just now decided what I shall do, Myra," said Esther. "I am going back to find my old nurse, Ione. She is in the southern mountains of Arabia. If she still lives, perhaps I can do something for her." "You mean, you would go alone all that long way?" "It would be safe enough, I think. I would keep to the main highways, and stop at night in the homes of farmers." Esther elaborated her plan. She would provide herself with some inexpensive trinkets, and be a peddler. Yes, and she would try to find a tame little donkey to carry her pack. Proceeding from village to village in the daytime, no harm would befall her. "You will need money," cautioned Myra. "I have money," said Esther. "Not much, but enough." Myra remembered having seen a sign on a paddock gate a little farther up the road, announcing a donkey for sale. Esther came to her feet, eager to find the place. They stopped before the gate and a middle-aged man came toward them. Was it true, Esther inquired, that he had a donkey for sale? "What do you want with a donkey?" he asked, suspiciously. "Do you live hereabouts?" "No," said Esther, "I want a donkey to carry a light pack for me on a journey, many miles away." "When are you going?" "Early tomorrow morning." "Very well, you may have him, for 10 shekels, if you take him at once." The man went into the stable and led out a little white donkey. "What's the matter with him?" asked Esther, "that you are selling him for 10 shekels? "There's nothing the matter with him," said the man, "except that I don't want to be involved in any trouble. If you're going away, you won't be bothered. But I lent him to a man a few days ago who was accused of treason, and I don't care to be mixed up in it. And you'd better not go through the city when you leave." Esther produced the money and the man handed her the halter strap. The little donkey sniffed at her hands. "His name is Jasper," said the man, as he turned toward the house. Mencius tied Brutus to a hitching rack in the stable yard of Levi's Inn and found Captain Fulvius lounging in his room. Briefly he recounted the events of the morning, Fulvius listening attentively. When he had made an end of it, the captain, who had been fascinated by the story of Voldy's dangerous errand, inquired, "But suppose the youngster sees a chance to do his work while they are in camp tonight? In that case he would flee at once, and arrive in Joppa many hours before the time he had set. They would have no authority to take him aboard the vestry, and there he would be, without protection, possibly pursued." "You are right," said Mencius. "I had not thought of that. Perhaps I had better leave at once for Joppa and make sure he doesn't get into trouble." "How about the emperor's message?" queried Fulvius. "This young legate Marcellus will be occupied most of the day." "Do me a great favor, Captain," entreated Mencius. "Take charge of the letter. See that it gets into the legate's hands as soon as he has returned to the insula." Fulvius consented, without enthusiasm, and the proconsul set out on his journey. Once out of the city's congested streets, Brutus was encouraged to a brisk canter. At the village of Emmaus, 12 miles to the west, he drew up before a tidy-looking inn for something to eat. The place was doing a thriving business today. In the paddock a dozen or more beautiful horses were tied, all of them a glossy black, their saddle blankets bearing the familiar Roman device, the fasces. In the center of the dining room there was a long table surrounded by a dozen fine-looking patrols, impressive in their black and scarlet tunics. By a front window, Prefect Sergius sat alone. He rose with a welcoming smile, an action that brought his stalwart guards instantly to their feet. "By all the gods, Mencius!" he exclaimed. "So it was you then, and not your ghost, that I saw in Pilate's loathsome congregation this morning. Do sit down and we will find you something to eat." The old innkeeper shuffled up and put a bowl of steaming lentil soup and a plate of small barley loaves before the new guest. "Yes, I was there, Sergius," said Mencius soberly. "It was a disgraceful affair, was it not?" "Shocking," agreed Sergius. "A sad tragedy for the young fellow from Galilee, but worse for the procurator. By this time the hapless Galilean will be dead and out of his trouble, while Pilate's disaster is still to come. The canny old men of the Sanhedrin now know that they have him saddled, bridled, and ready to ride whenever they like. Didn't they know that before? Not so definitely. Pilate has been walking his tightrope with something like dignity. Today he lost his balance. They had no case at all against that inoffensive young dreamer, and they knew it. And they knew that Pilate knew it. Everybody knew it. They demanded that the procurator commit a murder, and he did it. What I can't understand, Mencius, is the terrific volume of malice hurled at that defenseless Galilean. A king? Absurd. Imagine that supine young philosopher, or fool, or whatever you like, attempting to lead a revolution. Imagine him on a horse. Imagine him directing a charge of 10,000 bowmen. The prefect waved it all away with his spoon. The Sanhedrin has too much sense to believe that this country preacher threatened their prestige. Better not be too sure about that, cautioned Mencius. All you saw of the Galilean this morning was an utterly exhausted, blood-smeared young idealist on his way to execution. The fact is, this man has demonstrated supernormal power. Thousands have followed him about through the provinces. There is plenty of good evidence that he has healed the sick, the blind, the crippled. Poof! Railed the prefect. I don't believe these tales and neither do you. Such things don't happen. Who told you? I was informed by the last man in the world who could be taken in by a trickster. Do you remember that rich young Arabian who came with me to Caesarea, after he had saved my life in a fight? Do I? Sergius laughed aloud. I had to lock the youngster up to make sure he wouldn't murder our precious tetrarch. And turned him loose, later, to go wherever he pleased, and do what he liked, with your blessing, grinned Mencius. Well, Antipas isn't fit to live, mumbled Sergius, defensively, but I couldn't have him assassinated while under my protection. When he was out of my custody, I didn't care what happened to him. By the way, what became of your handsome cutthroat? Did he return to Arabia? Mencius nodded, and for a moment Sergius thought there might be further information on that subject, but the proconsul was attentive to his food. I'm rather surprised that your Voldy hasn't tried to settle Arabia's claim on Antipas. The boy seemed not lacking in courage. My Felix became greatly attached to him. What's Felix doing? Inquired Mencius. He's in Rome, attending the military academy. Good. I'll look him up when I get home. Reverting to this mysterious Galilean, Sergius, I'm no more gullible on the subject of miracles than you are, or my cynical young Arab, who isn't interested in anything but fine horses, sharp steel, and good sportsmanship. But there can be no doubt that this Jesus performed some remarkable deeds, quite beyond human understanding. Very well, barked the prefect impatiently. Have it your own way. For the sake of argument, let us say that these wonder tales were true. Let's concede that the Galilean gave sight to the blind, ears to the deaf, new legs to the cripples. Let's say he cured leprosy and raised the dead. Where does that leave you? Why didn't he try to help himself today? Either he had superhuman power or he hadn't. If he had it, he could have exercised it. Instead of standing there, helpless, roped like an animal on the way to slaughter, he could have pointed a finger at Pilate and stiffened him into a cataleptic fit. There you are. Mencius brought his fist down hard on the table. That's where the mystery mounts. Let us say that the man was no ordinary creature, that he did possess superhuman power, that he had a commission to improve the world's way of living. Let us conjecture that he performed these miracles of healing solely to attract an audience, and give the public a valid reason for believing that he spoke with divine authority. All he asked of them was that they treat one another with kindness. That, he said, would cure the world of its afflictions. Mencius paused. Well, go on. Prodded Sergius. You haven't answered my question yet. We are coming to that, now. Let us say that it finally dawned on this torchbearer that the world wasn't ready to receive the light. Men were too selfish and greedy to make the experiment. Everybody wanted peace and prosperity, nobody would do anything to earn it. Next-door neighbors quarreled and fought, blood relatives hated one another, the religious sects were contemptuous of other beliefs. He looked about him and found that every institution in the world was at enmity to his proposed kingdom of truth, and goodwill, and peace. No government wants peace, Sergius. Which one of us would have a job if goodwill became popular? Can you imagine the empire taking steps toward peace? Why, a wave of decency among men would wreck the empire. What would become of the temples, the shrines, and the gods themselves if humanity suddenly decided to be honest and merciful? No man would need to howl for somebody to save his soul from hell if he lived a life of rectitude. But, it was a lost cause. And so, concluded Mencius, the messenger gave it up as a hopeless job. That's certainly a fantastic theory, commented Sergius. It's better than none, said Mencius. Let me ask you, the prefect regarded the proconsul with a sly grin, would you yourself have adopted the soft and silly program of patting everybody on the back, slaves and all, and being kind? Of course not, declared Mencius. I couldn't afford it. I'd soon be on the street in rags, begging my bread. Then, the Galilean's theory is no good? Apparently not. And that's why he gave it up. You wondered why he didn't stand up for himself, this morning. My solution is that he saw it was no use. The world wasn't ready for it. Do you think it ever will be, Mencius? The prefect was pushing back his chair. Frankly, no. One would think that whoever devised the world might have something better in store for it than hunger, slavery, and bloodshed, but, meantime, grinned Sergius, you will continue to bring copper for our invasion wharves, so that we may raise all hell with these poor Jews. You're quietly losing your mind, Mencius. You think too much. You'd better accept things as they are. The world's a pretty grim show, but it's the only world we've got. Shall we go now? They preceded the patrols to the paddock, mounted their horses, and rode for some distance in silence. You haven't told me what brought you to Jerusalem, said Sergius. Mencius told him briefly about the emperor's message to Marcellus, which Captain Fulvius would deliver before the day was over. What do you suppose it was about? Wondered Sergius. Mencius had no idea, but surmised it might be a recall to Rome. The old man probably wouldn't order Marcellus to go and hang himself, he said. He's crazy enough to do that, remarked Sergius. It was a dirty assignment that Pilate gave the boy, he added, wincing. But it's doubtful if the legate will have much to do with it personally. Those tough rascals from Manoa will know how. Marcellus was tight as a drum. I was to have stayed for the banquet tonight, but begged off. Pilate will not have a very happy time, I'm thinking. He'll have a load on his mind. They were nearing the fork in the highway, the road to the right leading to Caesarea, straight ahead to Joppa. Their horses were slow to a walk. Give my regards to my boy, said Sergius. I will do that, with pleasure, said Mencius. When do you expect to be home? In 7 weeks, if all goes well. Well, good luck, and fair weather. They rose in their stirrups and exchanged a formal salute, for the benefit of the observant patrols. Spurs were put to the horses and the distance between them rapidly widened. Mencius was glad to be on his way. He had had a most distressing experience in Jerusalem and hoped he would never have an occasion to visit the holy city again. In 7 weeks he would be at home with his family. It would have appalled him if he had known that in 7 weeks he would be back in Jerusalem again, on an errand of such mystery that even he himself did not know who had summoned him, or why. All that afternoon, Thad followed Peter, making no effort to catch up with him, but keeping him in sight. It wasn't like Peter to be running away. Perhaps his grief over the master's plight had gone to his head. Well, whatever it was that ailed Peter, he needed someone to look after him. There was nothing more that could be done for Jesus. Peter had walked fast, with long, lurching strides, until the Damascus gate was reached. Then he began to run. It was not easy for Thad to keep up with him. Sometimes Peter would fling himself down by the roadside, with his head buried in his arms, then he would warily drag himself to his feet and hurry on. At the village of Lebona, Thad bought half a dozen small wheaten loaves and a few smoked perch. Peter was out of sight when he took to the road again, and it was a mile further before he overtook him. It was mid-afternoon now. Peter was lying, face downward, under a cypress tree. Thad approached quietly and sat down on the ground a few feet away. After a long time, the big fisherman sat up. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot. Thad silently opened his knapsack and offered the food he had brought. Peter shook his head. "You shouldn't have followed me, Thad," he said hoarsely. "Don't touch me. I am unclean." "You mean, you're a leper?" mumbled Thad. "Oh, my boy, if that were all," moaned Peter. "What's the trouble, sir?" begged Thad. Tears were streaming down Peter's cheeks. "I denied my master," he cried. "They asked me if I was his friend, and I said, no. Go back, Thad. Join the others. I'm no fit company for you. Go back, I tell you." And, with that, Peter rose, and staggered on toward Galilee. And Thad, bewildered, heartbroken, continued to follow him. Shortly after noon, Joseph of Arimathea called at the insula and asked to see Pilate. He was informed that the procurator was resting and must not be disturbed. Joseph insisted that the matter was urgent. After a considerable delay, he was shown into the council chamber, where Pilate sat at his desk, blear-eyed and sullen. "Well, Joe," muttered the unhappy procurator gruffly, "what is it?" "I want permission, sire, to bury the Galilean, when he is dead." "Friend of yours, Joe?" Joseph nodded slowly. "At a distance, sire," he said. "I was not a follower. I did not have the courage. But, I want to put him away. In my own tomb." "Perhaps you think the Galilean was unjustly convicted," rasped Pilate crossly. "I am not here to criticize," murmured Joseph. "But you think the man was innocent," said Pilate. After a pause, he added impulsively, "So do I, Joe. But, what could I do?" "May I have his body, sire?" The procurator picked up his stylus and wrote a brief order. "Give that to the legate from Manoa." The door was quietly opened, and the captain of the insula guard approached the desk. "A small delegation is here, sire, sent by the Sanhedrin," he said. "Very well," muttered Pilate wearily, "bring them in." The spokesman, a youngish priest, bowed deeply, and said, "The writing, sire, that we requested, is misleading." "What writing?" demanded Pilate irascibly. "That we nailed at the top of the cross, sire. You wrote, 'This is the King of the Jews.' It is misunderstood. We would like you to write, 'He said he was the King of the Jews.'" "Do your own writing," shouted Pilate angrily. "I have written enough. Quite enough. Let me hear no more of it." He beat the desk with both fists. "No more of it, I tell you." The delegation bowed itself out. Joseph rose to go. "Farewell, sire," he said, "and thank you." Pilate, glumly preoccupied, nodded, but made no reply. Chapter 23. Hard on the heels of the shocking news that Jesus had been crucified bounded the incredible story that he was alive again. The provinces couldn't believe their ears. In areas where he had spoken and healed the sick, all work was suspended. Nothing else was talked about, nothing else mattered. Nor was this excitement contained within the confines of Jewry. The mysterious Galilean had for so long been a popular topic of conversation that his fame had filtered into all the surrounding countries. His sayings and doings had been discussed not only all the way from Damascus to Petra and from the Jordan to the sea, but up in faraway Cappadocia and down in farther away Ethiopia. It was not true, as Proconsul Mencius had surmised, that the extraordinary career of the wonder-working carpenter was a localized phenomenon observed only by the farmers, vine-dressers, and fishermen of Israel's hinterland. Mencius was to discover presently that the slaves who tugged at the heavy oars in his cargo ships had heard of Jesus and his forecast of a kingdom in which all men of goodwill would be free. The stunning news of Jesus' death and restoration to life had got off to a swift start. Ordinarily the long caravans that regularly plodded to and fro between the interior and the ports were the common carriers of current doings. They were notorious gossips, in a class with the wandering minstrels in respect to their reliability. And had the astounding story of Jesus' resurrection been caravan-borne, it may be doubted whether many sensible people would have believed it. But this news had outsped the caravans. At the end of Passover week all the highways and their tributaries were full of travelers and all the travelers were full of talk. First on the roads were the Gentile merchants from distant places who had no compunction about beginning a journey on the Sabbath day. They told of the crucifixion. Next came the Jewish pilgrims who had set off for home at daylight on Sunday. They sadly confirmed the earlier reports of the Gentiles. Then, later in the forenoon, the confounding stories of the resurrection started on their journeys, moving forward at various speeds, hour by hour and day by day, on foot, on horseback, on camelback, in donkey carts, in litters, in chariots, in ferry boats and deep-water ships, until everybody for 1,000 miles in all directions had heard that the crucified Galilean wonder-worker had come alive. It was the first time in anyone's experience that good news was startling, the first time that good news was news at all. Life was uncertain for every man, but death was not. When men died they were permanently dead. Nobody was exempt, not even the Caesars, who claimed to be divine. Now it appeared that a penniless carpenter had overcome death. He had more power than the emperor. Not everyone believed the story, but everyone talked about it. Even those who shook their heads wished they could believe it, hoped it was true. There were various versions of the story. Reduced to its simplest form, certain women, devoted followers of the Master, had gone out at dawn on Sunday to the beautiful garden of sepulchres to anoint the mangled body with myrrh. They had found the tomb open and empty. Then they had seen him, strolling among the flowers. After a tender moment of ecstatic recognition the women were told to notify my disciples, and Peter. Proconsul Mencius was restlessly pacing the wharf when Captain Fulvius arrived at twilight on Saturday evening accompanied by the legate from Manoa, his slave, and half a dozen cavalrymen. "We are taking Legate Marcellus Gallio with us to Rome," explained Fulvius as he warily dismounted. Lowering his voice, he added, "Don't expect too much of this boy. He's out of his head." Introductions were attempted unsuccessfully. Young Gallio, pale, haggard, and bewildered, made no effort to be gracious. "The legate is ill, sir," interposed Fulvius. "I will show him to his quarters at once." He beckoned to the slave, who collected their luggage and followed his badly befuddled master. Mencius reflected that he had never seen a more perfect specimen of physical manhood than this handsome Greek. In a few moments Fulvius reappeared on deck and took the proconsul aside. "What a day!" The captain mopped his perspiring brow. "First chance I had to deliver the emperor's letter was at Pilate's banquet, last night, for the visiting officers." "And Marcellus read it, and lost his balance?" wondered Mencius. He had already lost his balance. He was dazed, dead on his feet, utterly indifferent to the emperor's message ordering his return to Rome. He inquired when we were sailing and asked if he might go with us. Fulvius shook his head. "It's beyond me. I tried to talk to him today. All he would say was, 'Were you out there?'" "Maybe the crucifixion was too much for him," suggested Mencius. "He's used to the sight of bloodshed." "The slave seems intelligent. Think he knows what ails the legate?" "Perhaps. He is worried about him. I told the Greek we weren't sailing directly to Rome and he replied, 'There's no hurry.' He probably wants the legate to have time to recover his senses before he meets the emperor," thought Mencius. Fulvius chuckled. "Old Tiberius may like him better if he is a bit crazy. By the way, you haven't heard anything from your Arab?" "It's hardly time yet." "Looks like an interesting voyage," drawled Fulvius, "with a crazy man in one cabin and a fugitive in another." Late in the forenoon on Sunday, Voldy cantered up the wharf to the ship's side. Somewhere along the line he had abandoned his rags and tatters, and was well clad in riding clothes and boots. He was in good spirits. "It was just as I expected," he explained. "At dusk, last night, our caravan was set upon by bandits. There was some hard fighting, but we drove them off. We lost a few men, among them the Tetrarch himself. Somebody killed him with his own dagger." "Perhaps you'd better go aboard," advised Mencius, soberly. "It's a good idea," agreed Fulvius. In a few minutes the Vestry was inching away from the dock and her sails were creeping up the tall masts. Tarik and Brutus, in adjoining stalls, were rubbing noses. The other ships of the fleet were winching up their anchors and hauling up canvas. Voldy rejoined his Roman friends on deck. A slave brought them their luncheon. Mencius grinned mischievously and remarked, "You stole the Tetrarch's horse." "Not at all," protested Voldy. "I stuffed the coin pouch, containing the 300 shekels, into the Tetrarch's pocket." "And so," said Fulvius solemnly, "you and the Tetrarch are square." "Right," declared Voldy. "And the Tetrarch and Arabia are square." It was Wednesday morning. For the past hour the big fisherman had been down on his knees, industriously caulking the open seams on the deck of the Abigail. He had found that this monotonous manual labor, if he gave himself to it with diligence, temporarily eased his wounded spirit. There was something, too, about being on one's knees. That helped a little. Thad had gone ashore for some provisions. The loyal youngster had hardly left Simon's side since their abrupt departure from Jerusalem until their arrival Sunday evening. As they hurried through Capernaum, Thad had entreated the unhappy skipper to go home and get some proper food and a good night's rest, but Simon wasn't ready to face Hannah. No, he would wait until Andrew had had time to come home. Andrew could tell her. "I'll sleep on the Abigail," he had said. "But I want you to go home tonight, Thad. It's no more than fair to your parents. You row me out, and then you go home." "But that would leave you without a boat, sir." "That's the way I want it," Simon had declared grimly. "If there's a dory tied up to the ship, it will mean that somebody's aboard. And I want to be alone." Thad had remonstrated, but Simon had been obdurate, and after the little boat had pulled away into the thickening gloom, the Abigail, instead of offering a welcome, seemed aloof and reproachful. The long unused blankets in the little forecastle were damp and moldy. Simon had dipped up a bucket of water and washed his dusty feet, trying to pretend that he was back again on familiar ground and repeating accustomed habits, but nothing was quite real. He flung himself down on the cot, hoping his exhaustion would compel sleep, and presently he dozed, only to waken with a start, and the awful thing that had happened to him would engulf him, bringing out the sweat on his forehead. The silence was profound, terrifying. It had been a mistake to let Thad go. The long, wretched night had eventually ended and a pink dawn came up rapidly from behind the eastern mountains, giving promise of a beautiful early summer day. It was an hour that had always stirred Simon deeply, but this morning his spirit did not rise to sense the oncoming glory. He strolled aft and stood at the rail, dully facing the pageant, and there recurred to his mind a remark of the master's, not fully understood at the time: "You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt lose its savor..." That was the trouble. From now on, as long as he lived, Simon's life, he felt, would be tasteless. To his immeasurable relief, he saw the dory coming now. Thad pulled up under the Abigail's bow. Simon lowered a basket and drew it up, well filled with supplies: bread, smoked perch, and sun-cured figs. He leaned far over the rail and grasped one end of the cot that Thad had brought from home, and hauled in a great roll of bedding. It was a comfort to know that he would have company now. All that day they had worked side by side, and mostly in silence, on the long neglected deck. Occasionally Thad ventured some brief comment, but received little cooperation. Once, when he addressed the taciturn skipper as Peter, the big fisherman had said sadly, "My name is Simon. Please remember that." On Tuesday, Thad rode in for one of the tents Esther had used last summer. If it should rain in the night he would be protected. His eyes were bright with excitement when he returned. "They are saying in the village," he reported, "that the Tetrarch's caravan was set upon, and he was killed." But even this shocking news failed to lift Simon's apathy. He was silent for a while and then remarked, "That will close the palace." After another interval, he added, "They will not need any more fish." And now it was Wednesday morning. Thad had gone ashore on an errand. Simon's knees were lame from his unaccustomed exercise, and after an hour of it he got wearily to his feet and walked the length of the deck, wondering what had detained the boy. 3 dories were on the water, and moving rapidly, their oars flashing in the sun. With narrowed eyes, shaded by his cupped hands, Simon identified the occupants of the boats. Thad was bringing Andrew. James and John were in the second dory, which had overtaken and was now passing Thad's. Lagging behind came Philip with Thomas and old Bartholomew. Simon's heart was in his throat. How could he face these men? They were drawing closer now, near enough for him to see their animation. They seemed happy. Whatever could have happened? He tossed a rope to the first dory and Johnny scrambled up, flung a leg over the rail and threw his arms around the bewildered skipper. "You haven't heard," he shouted exultantly. "You don't know. Listen. Jesus lives. I tell you, he is alive again." James had grasped Simon's arm. "We have seen him, Peter. He came to us, Sunday night, at Ben Joseph's house." They had all swarmed over the rail now, all but Bartholomew, who was being tugged on board by Thad. Simon stood there dazed, his lips quivering, the tears running down his cheeks. "He told us to make haste and go home," said Philip. "He was anxious for you to know." "That's what he said," put in Johnny. "He said, 'Go and tell Peter.'" "Are you sure he said Peter?" asked the big fisherman huskily. That he did," declared Bartholomew. "Go, quickly, and tell Peter." "Where is he now?" entreated Peter. "I must go to him." "We are to wait here," said Andrew. "He is coming to us." They slowly drifted to the afterdeck and sat in a circle around Peter. If anyone remembered his unaccountable apostasy and flight on the morning of the great tragedy, it was not apparent. They were too full of joy to remember anything but their master's conquest. They were all talking at once. Peter's brightened eyes darted from one to another as he tried to follow their fragmentary narratives. Then he began asking questions. Was Jesus the same, with the same body? "Absolutely the same," declared Thomas. "A bit pale, perhaps. There were deep black thorn cuts on his forehead and purple nail wounds in his hands and feet, and the gash of a sword thrust in his side, but he was real. Not just a spirit, then," concluded Peter, "but flesh and blood." At that, they suddenly fell silent. Old Bartholomew cleared his throat. "There was a little difference, Peter," he admitted. "It is true, as Thomas says, that he appeared in his real body." "And he ate, too, a bit of fish and some honey in the comb," interposed Philip. "We don't know that, for sure," put in James. "The only light in there was a small candle, for we were in hiding." "Well, he took the plate," persisted Philip. "He could have eaten." Peter turned his attention to the old man. "What was it you started to say, Bartholomew?" They all listened, their eyes lowered as if they knew what was coming. "Only this, Peter," replied Bartholomew. "There was a little difference. When he came into the room, he didn't bother to open the door." Peter's eyes widened. The others did not look up. "You mean, he walked through it?" "I suppose so," said Bartholomew lamely. "The door did not open, and then, he was standing there." "And when he left you," pursued Peter, "did he open the door? And do you know where he went?" "That was mysterious, too," rejoined Bartholomew. "He was standing there among us, as I say, talking earnestly with us, and, as James has told you, the room was but dimly lighted, and, presently, he was gone." "Didn't go out through the door?" "Didn't go near the door. Didn't move. He just vanished." Johnny broke the ensuing silence to say, "It was reported that two men met him on the highway near Emmaus, that evening at supper time. Both of them were firm believers in the Master, had often seen him and had heard him talk. They were discussing the report of the resurrection when he overtook them and joined in the conversation. They invited him to have supper with them at the Emmaus Inn. He sat with them for a time at the table." "But ate nothing," put in James. "And vanished." ended John. "The queer thing about it was that he talked with these men at Emmaus about the same time that he appeared to us at Ben Joseph's house," contributed Thomas. "And it's a good 3-hour walk from Emmaus to Jerusalem," said Philip. Nothing more was said for a while. Peter sat thoughtfully stroking his jaw. Andrew observed that there was a mixture of white in his brother's black beard. Yes, and there was a patch of silver in his forelock that had not been there before. It must have taken a deal of suffering to do that to Peter. Thad had now caught Johnny's eye and wiggled a beckoning finger. The two rose quietly and strolled arm in arm toward the little galley, presumably to prepare food for the party. "What it all comes to, Peter," summed up old Bartholomew soberly, "is that our Master, having overcome death, is set free to go wherever he pleases, whenever he pleases. He is independent of miles, and hours. He might even be here, on the Abigail, now," mused Andrew. Peter gave a startled look over his shoulder, and then stared into his brother's eyes. "Does that affright you, Andy?" he asked. "No, it does not affright me," replied Andrew. "But, from now on, so long as I live, I'm going to be more careful about what I say and do. One never knows when he may be standing there." Early the next morning, it was the 20th day of Nisan, they were all reassembled on the Abigail. There was plenty of work to be done in reconditioning the neglected ship and her sister craft, the Sarah, but no one had any keen interest in it. They were restless, inattentive, and preoccupied by their expectancy of a visitation. Every little while some one of them would make a tour of the deck, scanning the horizon. The animated discussions of yesterday had reviewed the story, over and over again, until nothing was left to be said. "Think he will come today?" one would ask, aware that the question had no answer. The strain of waiting was beginning to tell. Waiting and watching and listening was hard work. Late in the afternoon Andrew, customarily so frugal with suggestions, startled them by calling out to his brother who for the past hour had been sitting on the tiller seat, gazing across the shimmering water, "Let us go fishing tomorrow." I think he would rather find us working, when he comes." The proposal brought general relief. The rest of the day was spent in putting the nets and sailing tackle in order. The tension was relaxed. A frayed rope at the end of the mainmast's boom broke with Johnny and dumped him into the lake. They hauled him out dripping and everybody laughed. How good it seemed to be able to laugh again, especially at Johnny, whose agility and scampering all over the rigging had made him amiably envied. Next day they fished off a cove on the north shore and with considerable success, came back to anchorage in the evening, stocked the big live box, half submerged at their wharf, and carried home well-filled baskets of perch. Peter thought of returning that night to Bethsaida, but when the time came to leave the ship he decided to remain. All the others went home, including Thad, who was ordered to take some fish home to his family. At twilight the dories were all gone and Peter was alone, but with a tranquil mind. And that night he slept. At the first gray blue light before dawn, the big fisherman rose and walked forward. It was still too early to identify the familiar landmarks. On such a morning, he had stood here gazing toward the shore in the pre-dawn haze and had heard a voice calling Simon. With what heart-racing haste had he scrambled into the little boat and flailed the lake with excited oars. And then he had received his commission as the fisherman who would now fish for men. The sky was brightening a little and the fog was dissolving. Dimly the outlines of the wharves and huts became visible. The big fisherman's narrowed eyes slowly swept the shoreline. A tall, slender column of blue smoke was rising from a small, bright fire at the water's edge. Beside the fire, warming his hands, stood the master. He raised his arm, waved a hand, and called, "Peter." Half an hour later the disciples began to arrive, by twos and threes, for the day's work. They hurried to the spot where Jesus and Peter sat side by side before the fire, and were greeted by the master's welcoming smile. The big fisherman's shaggy head was wet, he was bare to the waist, his shirt lay nearby on the sand, drying. His eyes were red and swollen with weeping, but strangely luminous. It was plain to see what had happened. Peter had tearfully repented his weakness and had been fully restored to the master's comradeship. Thad and John ran to the live box and returned with fish for breakfast, which they broiled over the fire, and produced wheaten bread from their well-filled baskets. The hour that followed was memorable. In a few days, the master said, he would return home to his father's house and leave them to continue his work. Eventually he would revisit the world. In the meantime, they who believed in him, and they who will believe in me through your testimony, would receive many indubitable evidences of his spiritual presence. "Can you tell us when to expect your return, Master?" asked Philip. "No one knows the day, nor the hour, Philip," replied Jesus. "What I say unto you, you may say unto all, watch." In a quiet voice he gave them instructions for their movements in the days immediately before them. No more fishing now, their fishing days were over. They were to return to Jerusalem and await further orders. With that, he rose, held his outstretched hands over them in blessing, and said tenderly, "My peace be with you." They had all bowed their heads while the touching words were spoken, and when, at length, they lifted their eyes, he was gone. For a long moment they sat stunned to silence. Peter was the first to rise. They all came to their feet and gathered about him, their questing eyes fixed on his sober face. No one needed to inquire which, among them, was appointed to be their leader. Peter had suddenly acquired maturity. His resonant voice, when he spoke, had a tone of authority. There was no trace of pride or arrogance in it, indeed, it had something of the tenderness and compassion that had distinguished the voice of the Master. It quietly entreated, but with full confidence that it would be heard with respect. He remembered the strange sensation of power that he had experienced on the day, long ago, in the palatial home of Jairus when he had been in complete command of the crowd that had swarmed in out of the storm. It had been a heady potion, that consciousness of ability to command. Today, he had no pride of power, instead, he felt weighted with responsibility. Jesus had privately said to him, "You are a shepherd now. Feed my sheep." "We will proceed to Jerusalem," said Peter. "James, John, and Thaddeus, you will row out to the ships, stow the nets, and secure the hatches. Then you will return home and prepare for your journey. The rest of us will go to our homes and say farewell to our families. We will all meet in Bethsaida an hour afternoon." The big fisherman picked up his shirt and tugged it on over his massive shoulders. "And bid farewell to the lake," he added, as he turned away with Andrew. "It is unlikely that we will ever see it again." "What will you do with the ships?" asked Andrew, as they moved toward the highway. "I shall give them to Hannah," said Peter. She can dispose of them, and use the money for her support. And your house in Capernaum, Andy? That shall be Hannah's, too. Making their headquarters at the shop of the old weaver Ben Joseph, the disciples restlessly awaited their summons. At length it was announced that they were to assemble on a nearby hilltop in the early morning of the 24th day of Iyar. In obedience, they went singly up the long hill where the Master met them, and, after a few enheartening words, instructed them to remain in Jerusalem until they received further tidings. Then they all knelt while he prayed for them, and when they arose from their knees, he was gone. Nor did they ever see him again, though, to the end of their days, they were constantly on the alert for his return. Chapter 24. For more than a dozen centuries the 5th of Sivan, 50th day after the Passover, had been celebrated as the harvest festival. It was the gayest occasion of the Jewish year. Many an oldster, with the ancient traditions as his hobby, would tell you that Pentecost was originally intended to commemorate the giving of the law to Moses on Mount Sinai, but little if anything was made of that now. This carefree day was singularly detached from historic events. Whereas the Passover enjoined a period when the houses were shuttered and prayers were offered for the recovery of a long-lost freedom, and the Day of Atonement implored on bended knees the forgiveness of the people's sins, Pentecost was observed with joyful music, colorful processions and dancing in the streets. The gala day marked the end of the barley harvest, Palestine's largest and most reliable crop. For a little while, and until the grapes and other early autumn fruits were ripe, rural Jewry was at leisure with a few well-earned shekels in its pocket. It was an appropriate time for a pleasure trip to the city. And Jerusalem always did her best to accommodate the merrymakers. Her open gates were adorned with bright bunting and banners. The booths and bazaars were decorated with garlands of midsummer flowers. Merchants put away their expensive jewels, rugs, and furniture to give display to gaudier items within the reach of a reckless holiday wallet. Trinkets and baubles and gimcracks, anything that glittered on a necklace or jingled on a bracelet, could be had at what seemed a bargain. The narrow old streets swarmed with crowds in a state of happy confusion. Vendors with trays of sweetmeats shouted their wares. Confectioners, busy over hot braziers, filled the air with tantalizing aromas of mint and anise. Harpists and pipers discordantly competed with mendicant minstrels for the attention of hilarious groups that paused to listen, laugh, drop a penny on the rug, and press on into the pack. The youth of Israel were serious, but not on Pentecost. It was not to be expected that everybody would behave. There was plenty of rowdiness and drunkenness, which the Roman patrols pretended not to notice, for, in the opinion of the tough and seasoned Roman soldier, inebriation was not a capital offense. Tipsy country boys who embraced and harangued strangers on the street were casually admonished by the legionaries to take it easy, but nobody was arrested. It was the one day of the year when the holy city unbent a little. If the solemn graybeards didn't like it, they could stay at home. But there were many people who visited Jerusalem on Pentecost who did not come to play. These men were mostly from the larger cities of the Mediterranean countries who came to attend the celebrated camel auction conducted by Arabians. Anybody could tell you that the Jews and Arabs hated each other so consistently that neither would set foot on the other's land, but it was a long-established custom for the Arabs to forget, on Pentecost, that Jerusalem was Jewish, and the Jews, on that one day, forgot that the camel breeders were Arabs and permitted their use of the old drill field for the exhibition and sale of their incomparable camels. And so it was that the annual day of Pentecost not only brought to Jerusalem the youngster from the country, with a handful of coppers to spend, but an assembly of the wealthy and urbane, who came from far distances on business, big business transacted in gold and precious stones. They stayed sober and were closely attended by bodyguards. When the day was over, they set off for home with the tall, sleek, haughty camels they had bought at breathtaking prices, and the Arabs leapt astride their beautiful horses and galloped home with a king's ransom in their pockets. Such was the nature of the Pentecostal celebration, which annually brought to Jerusalem not only a crowd of provincial pleasure seekers but scores of serious-minded, wealthy and influential men representing every land and language of their turbulent world, whether barbarian, bond, or free. This year, the festival of Pentecost was considered an appropriate occasion for the dramatic demonstration of God's Holy Spirit in the presence of a selected company mysteriously assembled for this purpose by an irresistible compulsion. In all the world's history, nothing like this had ever happened before. At certain critical moments, young men had seen visions and old men had dreamed dreams, but nothing like this had ever happened in the world before. Because he was the furthest away and needed more time than any of the others for the unexpected journey to Jerusalem, Simon of Cyrene was the first of the 120 men to receive an invitation. It was anything but welcome. Simon had left the old city at daybreak next morning after the soul-sickening tragedy in which he had unwittingly become involved, and he had promised himself that he would never set foot in Jerusalem again. Never. It had been his custom, and his father's before him, to attend the Passover week in the Jewish capital, where he had always found a ready market for his merchandise, tropical spices, aromatic and medicinal herbs, and the bulbs of exotic plants. This season, business had not been good. His potential customers were preoccupied and uneasy. They bought the spices as usual, but had no interest in tulip bulbs or flowering shrubbery. It was almost as if they expected an early invasion demanding flight, though anybody could see that the Romans weren't ready for their long-threatened offensive. Simon's sales hadn't been worth the bother and expense of the trip, and he was half-minded not to do it again. Then, on that dreadful Friday morning, he had become accidentally entangled in the crucifixion of the young Galilean. It had done something to Simon. He was not a man given to meditation on the mysteries of human existence. Whenever some thoughtful friend had expressed an interest in such old riddles as, "Why are we here? What is the good of it? Who is in charge of it? What will be the outcome of it?" Simon would chuckle and shake his head and say that he was willing to leave all that to the unemployed wiseacres who had time to worry over these matters. Now Simon himself had joined the worriers. The shameless abrogation of justice in the case of the innocent young preacher, a crime sponsored and legalized by both the insula and the temple in a country proud of its piety, indicated that humanity was not moving forward toward the achievement of a better world. It was not even standing still. It was losing ground, by the hour. The Cyrenian was a very unhappy man as he departed from the holy city, firmly resolved that he would never return. The homeward trek had been tedious. Although habitually light-hearted, Simon had become taciturn and glum. The men of his caravan, customarily full of laughter and song, lost their gaiety. And as if the journey were not long enough and dull enough, they had been required to make a detour almost to Memphis for a river crossing, the lower Nile being at flood later than usual. This had added many wearisome miles to an already intolerable journey. Now, at last, the jaded caravan was within one day's tramp of its destination. Tonight's encampment would be the last. By late afternoon tomorrow they would all be back on the beautiful and beloved plantation within sight of the sea where even the oldest of them had been born. Simon, weary and dispirited, retired early and fell at once into a deep sleep, a sleep so profound that he was quite defenseless when the handsome young courier rode boldly into his tent and, dismounting gracefully, approached the cot and stood in silence for a long moment looking down upon the inert figure of the man he had come to see. Strangely enough, Simon was not affrighted by this unbidden visitation. The messenger was obviously intending him no harm. Indeed, he seemed a friendly youth, probably in his later teens. There were tight little ringlets on his fair brow and at his temples that had escaped from the gold bandeau circling his head. He was exquisitely dressed in white silk, and on the left breast of his tunic was a device appliqued in gold which Simon could not identify. The beautiful white horse stood quietly waiting. It too was equipped with trappings of great value, the bridle and saddle heavily ornamented with silver. Simon felt now that he was expected to acknowledge the presence of his incredible guest. "That's quite a turnout you have there, my son," he found himself saying. "It befits my errand," said the courier. "I come on business for my king." "Say on, then, friend," said Simon, "if this business concerns me." "I bear a summons to you, Simon. Early in the morning you will send your caravan home. You are not going home. You are required to be in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost." Simon was instantly stirred to anger. "I'll not go," he growled. "I've seen quite enough of Jerusalem. I do not know by what authority you command me, but I tell you I shall not go. Not even if the emperor summoned me." The courier smiled and shrugged indifferently. "You were not being summoned by a mere emperor, Simon. You might defy Caesar, you might hide from him. But you will obey my master. He wants you in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost, and you will be there." "And who is your master?" demanded Simon. "You know him," said the youth. "You carried his cross. But he is dead. I saw him die." "True, he was dead. But he came alive again." "Nonsense. This is only a dream." "It is not a dream, Simon. Give me a token, then, some sign that shall remain when I awake." The young courier obligingly thrust his hand into his tunic and brought forth a long, rough, blood-rusted nail and laid it into Simon's open hand. "Ever seen that before?" he asked soberly. "Yes, but it could be part of my dream. I'm sure you'll not be leaving it here for me to find in the morning." No, I shall not leave it here. I may need it again. The courier retrieved the heavy nail, restored it to an inner pocket of his tunic, and seemed ready to depart. Farewell, friend Simon, he said gently. Tomorrow you will ride your horse to Alexandria, where you will find a ship embarking for Joppa. This will shorten your trip. I shall see you on the day of Pentecost. Mid-forenoon, at the Coppersmith's Guildhall. Simon chuckled a little. This is the strangest dream I ever had, he mumbled. It seems impossible that I could have invented so many things I never saw before. I'm sure I never saw anybody like you. By the way, what is that golden device on your tunic? It is the crest of the Master's kingdom. Come closer, said Simon. Let me see it plainly. What does it resemble? Asked the courier, bending over the cot. Simon frowned and shuddered. I should never have chosen that ugly, cruel thing as an ornament, he muttered. Simon, murmured the courier, impressively, that device is destined to become the most beautiful emblem in the world. And with that, he mounted and rode out of the Cyrenian's fantastic dream. Again Simon slept, a sleep so deep as to be deathlike. It was broad daylight when he awoke, dazed by the recollection of having had an eventful dream. He heard the cheerful voices of his men as they dismantled and packed their tents for the final journey home. He wondered if they would notice, in his face, any evidences of his bewilderment. He must pull himself together, and try to forget about it. Throwing open the door of his tent, he beckoned to his body servant, who came running with a basin of water and an armful of towels. Simon plunged his bearded face into the basin and splashed the sleep out of his eyes. How did you hurt your hand, sir? Asked the servant. There's blood on it. Simon gazed intently into his right hand. A broad blood stain diagonally traversed his palm. He dipped it into the basin and scrubbed it vigorously, but the stain was indelible. The servant stared hard, but ventured no comment when he observed that his master's hands were trembling. The butler now appeared with a breakfast tray and stood ready to serve. Take it away, ordered Simon huskily, and bid Enos come to me. It was obvious that the butler had been disturbed by his master's strange manner, for when the steward arrived his wide eyes showed concern. Enos, said Simon, I find that I must return at once to Jerusalem. You will take the caravan home. I shall ride to Alexandria and take passage on a ship. Are you well, sir? Stammered Enos. Perhaps I should go with you. I am quite well, Enos. Notify my family that when my errand in Jerusalem has been accomplished I shall return. Order my horse. I shall leave directly. The loyal steward reluctantly turned to do as he was bidden. At the tent door he paused to say, But you have been injured, sir. There is blood on your hand. Be at ease, my good Enos, said Simon quietly. I have not been injured. That is not my blood. Although the virile young prince of Arimathea was customarily an early riser in summer, and this was an exceptionally beautiful day, he was finding it difficult this morning to shake off his lethargy and regain full consciousness. For a long time he sat on the edge of his bed, with a bare foot in one hand and a silk stocking in the other, staring dully out through the open window, unable to proceed with his dressing. He was still under the spell of an extraordinarily vivid dream. At length he tugged himself loose from his captivity, drew on a robe, and made his way out to the patio, where his pretty sister awaited him at the breakfast table. Whatever has been keeping you, Joe? She inquired. Hassan is in a great dither, says they have been ready to start for an hour. Start? Mumbled her bewildered brother. Start where? Maybe good old Hassan is going crazy, or perhaps you are. I thought it queer that you had said nothing to me about this sudden trip to Jerusalem. But, weren't you intending to go? Now the sleepy prince came awake with a start. Leaning forward on his elbows he studied his sister's eyes. Then he slowly rubbed the back of his shaky hand across his forehead and huskily ordered the serving maid to send for Hassan. This is the most unbelievable thing that ever happened, he muttered, half to himself. Tamar, just what did Hassan say? Here he comes, she said. He'll tell you. The dignified steward, tall, graying, dressed for travel, approached the table and stood at attention with anxiety in his eyes. Hassan, said the prince, who told you we were going to Jerusalem? The steward's voice was unsteady as he apologized for his mistake. I am very sorry, sire. I had a most peculiar dream, last night, something more than a dream. It seemed real. The prince impulsively turned his chair about to face his steward directly. Proceed, Hassan, he said soberly. Tell me about this dream. I fear it will sound very foolish, sire. I know you do not believe in dreams. Don't be too sure about that, said the prince. Let's have it. Well, sire, to begin with, do you remember the well-favored youth who assisted us that night when we took the body of Jesus down from the cross? And how he helped us at the tomb? And we couldn't understand his behavior at all, the way he held the master's body caressingly, as one might carry a sleeping child, with a tender smile, and showing no grief at all. The prince nodded his full remembrance, and Hassan went on. The handsome youth was garbed in a working man's clothing, but after his exertions and while we rested at the tomb, he slipped off his brown jacket and revealed a white silk tunic of exquisite texture. That sounds like a dream, too, Hassan, interposed Tamar. What Hassan says is true, my sister. I was about to pay the handsome youth for his service to us, but when I saw that tunic it seemed inappropriate to offer him anything. Continue, Hassan. This strange young man has been much in my thoughts, sire. There was one story, you will remember, about the women seeing an angel, clad in white, when they went to the tomb that Sunday morning. Perhaps you have thought about it so much that it has gone to your head, Hassan, put in Tamar. No, sister, cautioned the prince. Hassan is not crazy. Let him tell his story. He came to my bedside last night, sire, saying that we were wanted in Jerusalem, mid-morning of the day of Pentecost, at the Coppersmiths' Guildhall, an important meeting, to which your grace and his humble servant Hassan were both invited. He said you had been notified, sire. It was all so real that I believed it, and prepared for the journey. I see that I was mistaken, and I crave your grace's pardon. There was a lengthy silence before the prince spoke. In an unsteady voice, he said, Hassan, you were not mistaken. I was notified. He came to me. I dismissed it as a dream. We will go to Jerusalem, as he commanded. Hassan's gloomy face instantly cleared. He drew himself up to his full height, saluted, and withdrew. Tamar broke the silence. Joe, dear, she said solicitously, you know you don't believe in such things. They just don't happen. I wish you could have seen him, Tamar. Wherever he came from, they practice no economy. You never saw such clothing. White silk, satin, maybe, with a luminous sheen. On the breast of his tunic was some sort of insignia done in gold. I didn't recognize it. He beckoned to the maid. Bring me a slate and a stylus. See, Tamar, it looked like this. What is it? She rose, came round to his side of the table, studied the drawing, and shook her head. Have you any idea what it means? She asked. Yes, said Joseph. It is the cross on which they crucified the Master. Tamar, that was a greater event than we knew. Every able-bodied employee on Jairus' vast estate, whatever his specific occupation, was annually drafted for a week to assist in the barley harvest. By virtue of his recent appointment to the position of overseer of the vineyards, Joel could have claimed exemption from this hard work in the harvest fields, but had not done so. From dawn to dusk, every day that week, he had cheerfully toiled beside the common laborers, adding much to their diligence and his own popularity. Nor had this evidence of his sincere concern for his master's welfare escaped the attention of Jairus himself, and when the last load of yellow sheaves had been stored and the harvesters were wearily trudging home with Joel bringing up the rear, he dismounted from his horse to express his appreciation. You are entitled to a few days' rest, my boy, said Jairus. Perhaps you would like to go fishing. If you would be so kind, sir, said Joel, I should like to go to Jerusalem and see the celebration of Pentecost. I have never been there, and, sir, he hesitated, flushing a little through his tan, I have a particular reason for wanting to go. Jairus' face had suddenly become so sober that it seemed stern, and Joel, rather crestfallen, feared a rebuke. What is this particular reason, Joel? Demanded Jairus. I'm afraid I can't rightly explain, sir, murmured Joel, much embarrassed. If you prefer not to let me go, I will think no more about it. No, barked Jairus, impatiently. I did not say you couldn't go. I asked you what is your reason for wanting to go to Jerusalem, on the day of Pentecost. Joel sheepishly dug the toe of his worn sandal into the ground and avoided his rich employer's eyes. After a long moment, he confessed, I dreamed that I was expected to be there. My God! Ejaculated Jairus, in a shaken voice. So you dreamed. Tell me about it. Joel was frightened now. Jairus had thought better of him than that he would turn out to be a superstitious dunce. He shook his head and grinned foolishly. It was nothing, sir, he mumbled. I can't remember. Perhaps I can refresh your memory, Joel, said Jairus. You dreamed that a fine-looking young man came to you. By the way, was he riding? Joel was staring up into Jairus' face now, with wide eyes. Yes, sir, on a white horse. Silver-mounted bridle? Yes, sir. Joel swallowed noisily. And a silver saddle. How did you know, sir? Did you see him? He rode into my bedroom last night, admitted Jairus. He told me to come to Pentecost. It seemed very real. But, this morning when I awoke, I decided to give it no further thought, though, I must say, I have thought of nothing else all day. It's a strange business, Joel. Yes, sir. It is that. And it was also a strange business, reflected Joel, to be having this man-to-man talk with his eminent employer. Well, Joel, Jairus turned to mount his horse. We are summoned. Go home now and make ready for the journey. We will try to get off at daybreak. Ephraim, the good-natured farrier and general blacksmith of Nazareth, lounged at full length on his tool-scarred workbench and waited for a cessation of the pelting summer shower that was detaining him long past supper time. Since early morning he had been toiling on a broken plowshare, hoping to complete his task by the end of the day, but the sudden storm had darkened the shop, already at dusk, and he had given it up, complacently, however, for the gardens needed the rain more than Joseph needed his plow. Weary by the day's work and drowsy in the darkness, for he had banked his forge fire in preparation for leaving, Ephraim stretched out comfortably and fell asleep so soundly that he was quite unaware of the opening and closing of the double doors facing the street. A brightening glow from the suddenly revived fire on the forge attracted his attention, though he did not stir. In his dream he saw a well-favored youth tugging at the bellows rope with what seemed an experienced hand. Every fresh blast from the old leather bellows quickened the fire. It was possible to see more clearly now. The tall white horse, a superb animal, was attempting to take a drink from the grimy water tub beside the anvil, just as any other horse would have done, and his young master was forbidding him to do it, just as any other man would have done, but Ephraim knew it was only a dream because neither the horse nor the man was wet. With his curiosity considerably stirred, Ephraim turned on his side, elevated his head into the crook of his arm, and had a better view of his remarkable visitors. The handsome youth was gorgeously clad in white, with a broad fillet of gleaming gold circling his head, and the horse's trappings were heavily ornamented with silver. How does it happen, young master, Ephraim heard himself inquiring, that your clothing and your horse's coat are dry, after coming through that rainstorm? We came another way, replied the youth casually, still pumping the bellows. But you're cold, remarked Ephraim, or you wouldn't be firing the forge. That's for light, said the youth, raking the coals toward the center. A young fellow as queer as you are, chuckled Ephraim, should be able to see in the dark. Perhaps I can, but you can't. The strange visitor let go of the bellows rope now and approached the workbench. I wanted you to see me plainly enough to remember what I came to say. I have an important message for you, Ephraim. You are expected in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost. Ephraim heard himself laughing softly in his sleep. What a dream this had turned out to be. What's the idea of my going to Pentecost? He inquired. I don't need a camel. I can't even afford a good donkey. At this juncture the young messenger seriously proceeded to explain. A large number of the friends and followers of Jesus were being called together in Jerusalem on the morning of the day of Pentecost. The meeting would convene in the coppersmith's guild hall, in the middle of the forenoon. And you are entitled to be there, Ephraim, he went on. You always showed kindness to Jesus, from his childhood. Nobody in Nazareth, except his family and you, had any sympathy for him because he was different from other children. And when he was grown to manhood, the Nazarenes, all but you, openly scoffed at his singular powers. So he went away and talked to people who believed in him and loved him. And you left your shop, and followed him. Aye, sir, that I did, said Ephraim. I heard him speak, for many days, in Cana and Hamad and Capernaum. And I saw him heal the sick. But how did you know? And when you returned to Nazareth, continued the young messenger, ignoring Ephraim's query, you told all Nazareth what you had heard and seen, and they said you were a blasphemer. Doubtless it injured your business. Not very much, replied Ephraim cheerfully. When the chain to the well bucket is broken, Nazareth is willing to have it mended by a blasphemer, but I must say for Nazareth that the people were sorry when they heard that Jesus had been crucified. What did they say when the word came that he had returned to life? Well, of course they didn't believe that. How about you, Ephraim? Do you believe it? I don't know, replied Ephraim vaguely, after some delay. It's not easy to believe, especially in a town where the people are sure it can't be true. I ponder on it, every day. Would you be glad to affirm proof that it is so? Indeed I would, sir. Then come to Jerusalem on Pentecost. I might do that if I knew that this message was real. The youthful messenger made no reply to that. The leaky old bellows wheezed a few times, so loudly that it brought Ephraim wide awake. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. His visitor was gone. But the coals on the forge glowed brightly. Ephraim knew now that he would be in Jerusalem on the day of Pentecost. The strong and steady northerly breeze that had shortened the voyage of the vestry from Gaza to Joppa continued unabated, to the considerable delay of the return trip. Captain Fulvius, whose detestation was labor that wasn't strictly necessary, had sailed in light ballast, and the vestry had frisked about in a manner unsuitable to her age and decrepitude. The voyage had been tiresome beyond description for everybody but Voldy, who was in no hurry to make port anywhere, though the captain and the proconsul were of the opinion that only a perfunctory investigation, if any, would be made into the assassination of Herod Antipas. To make sure, however, that Voldy was not apprehended, an action that might disturb the ever-delicate political relations of Jewry and Arabia, it had been decided that Voldy was to remain undercover during the stop at Gaza and proceed on the vestry to Rome. He could return to Arabia when the sensation caused by the Tetrarch's death had ceased to be of interest. It had been the hope of Mencius and Fulvius that the salt caravan from En-Gedi might have arrived by the time the vestry tardily waddled to her berth in the dirty old city, but they were disappointed. Of course almost anything might have happened to delay that slow-plodding, heavily laden procession. The weather was cruelly hot, requiring longer and more frequent periods of rest for the camels. You couldn't hustle a camel, either by appealing to his moral obligation to serve the empire with all his heart, mind, and strength, or even by the more practical method of beating his rump with a club. When a camel decided that he had done his day's work, he sat down, right where he was, and no amount of flattering cajolery or forthright brutality would alter his resolution to adjourn. Mencius and Fulvius knew, from experience, that they might have to wait another fortnight. As for Voldy, his confinement on the ship, as the empty days and hot nights dragged out their length in the suffocating stench of Gaza's waterfront, was almost more than he could bear. He had promised to remain on board at the insistence of men who had befriended him at no little risk. It was not only that they didn't want him to get into trouble, they didn't want to get into trouble themselves for harboring a fugitive. But after a week had passed, the Arabian's impatience boiled over. He had had time to do much thinking, and most of it concerned Fara. Now that Jesus was dead and there was nothing more that she could do for him, where would she go? Surely not to Galilee to be dependent upon the fisherfolk. In her loneliness, was it not likely that she would want to return to Ione? Now that she was adrift, perhaps Fara would listen to reason. Voldy felt confident that she loved him. This might be the time to present his case with some hope of success. Mencius sympathetically heard him out, and Fulvius too agreed that if the authorities had suspected he was sailing in the vestry, they would have had ample time to pursue the ship by land and arrest him. After some debate, it was decided that Voldy might leave without much risk to any of them, which he did forthwith, it being then 2 hours past midday, when all Gaza had crept into the shade to sleep. At the last minute, Mencius impulsively announced that he would accompany him for a few miles. Brutus needed exercise. They stopped at the old fort of Manoah for water. The sentry at the gate immediately recognized the proconsul and deferentially volunteered to notify Centurion Paulus, who, he said, was in temporary command. Paulus cordially extended such hospitality as was to be had, and while they lounged in the shade, their conversation promptly turned to the singular case of the young legate, Marcellus, who had been unexpectedly summoned to Rome. And half out of his wits, too, put in Paulus. That crucifixion was too much for him. The whole affair, growled Mencius, was a disgrace to the empire. The dead man is better off than the people who condemned him. So you think the Galilean is dead, remarked Paulus. What else should I think? Demanded Mencius. You crucified him, didn't you? Then the strange story came out. The contingent from Manoah had not left Jerusalem until Monday morning. By that time the city was buzzing with rumors that the crucified Galilean had left his tomb and had been seen by many credible witnesses. The Sanhedrin was making every effort to have the report officially denied and the rumor spreaders punished, but Pilate was doing nothing about it. Of course, sir, it can't be true, added Paulus, unwilling to be suspected of half believing it himself. Why not? Barked the proconsul, to the centurion's amazement. This Galilean was no ordinary man. There is no doubt at all that he healed the sick and gave sight to the blind. Why shouldn't he have the power to come to life? Well, sir, the way I look at it, if he had the power to recover his life after death, why did he permit himself to be killed? It cost him great suffering. Paulus waited for further comment from the grizzled Roman who outranked him, and when it was not forthcoming he ventured to ask, "Do you think it makes sense, sir?" "No," muttered Mencius. "It doesn't make sense. And opening the eyes of the blind doesn't make sense, either. I would give a great deal, Paulus, to know whether there is any truth in this story. How does it strike you, Voldy?" "I have no opinions, Mencius. It's difficult to believe." "But you saw him in action, and were deeply impressed. You even suggested that he might be humanity's torchbearer." "That is true," admitted Voldy, "but it hadn't occurred to me that he would live forever. Couldn't he give the world all the light it needed, and then depart? What more can he do, now that he has returned from his tomb? Will he continue to admonish the new generations as they arrive?" It was a long speech, coming from Voldy, who was habitually laconic, and Mencius regarded him with fresh interest. "That raises an important question," he said. "If this generation paid no attention to his panacea for the world's agonies, what hope is there for better success with the next generation?" "In other words," interposed Paulus, "what's the good of his resurrection, assuming it to have happened? The world doesn't want him, didn't want him last week, won't want him next week." "You are a cynic, Paulus," drawled Mencius. Paulus grinned, shrugged, toyed absently with the handle of his dagger, and mumbled that his occupation was not calculated to make a man sentimental or optimistic. Apparently having had his fill of this inconclusive discussion, Voldy said he would be on his way. Paulus suggested that he spend the night at the fort and leave in the cool of early morning. Mencius too thought this was sensible. Paulus extended the invitation to the proconsul, but he declined. Fulvius might think he had got into trouble. After an early supper under the trees, farewells were said, and Mencius departed for Gaza at sunset. The air grew cooler as twilight came on, and Brutus, seeming anxious to stretch his long legs, quickened his brisk trot to a canter. After half a mile, he suddenly threw up his head, laid back his ears, and increased his speed, Mencius wondering why a horse so intelligent as Brutus should be eager to get back to his sweltering stall in the hold of the vestry. Now Mencius himself heard the distant hoofbeats to the rear. Brutus had remembered an unpleasant incident on this road and wanted no repetition of it. The sound of hoofbeats was increasing. Mencius turned in his saddle and saw, through the gloom, a rider rapidly overtaking them on a tall white horse. Brutus, who had no intention of being outrun, leapt to a greyhound gallop, putting everything he had into it, but his pursuer presently drew alongside, making no effort to pass. Mencius stared hard into the face of the stranger and was amazed to see a mere youth, clad in white, whose disarming expression of goodwill caused the proconsul to check his speed, an action immediately followed by his unexplained companion. After some effort they tugged their panting horses to a walk. Mencius spoke. "That's a very indiscreet thing to do, my boy, overtaking a man in the dark, on a bandit-infested road, without giving a sign of your intentions." "I shouldn't have done it," admitted the handsome youngster, "but you have a very fast horse, Proconsul Mencius, and it's so rarely that Israfel has a chance to let himself out, and he was enjoying himself so much, sir." "So were you, I think," commented Mencius dryly. "I see that you know my name. And who are you? Where do you hail from? I'm sure you don't belong in this poverty-cursed neighborhood. What's that insignia on your tunic? I don't recognize it." "It's the cross on which they crucified my king." They halted their horses now, and Mencius turned Brutus about so that they faced each other directly. "There are tales in circulation," said the proconsul in an unsteady voice, "that he returned to life. Have you any information on that?" "That is what I came to tell you, sir." For the next few minutes the young courier talked earnestly, the bewildered proconsul listening in silence. "It all seems very strange," said Mencius, "but I'll be there." "The coppersmith's Guildhall," said the messenger, gathering up his reins. He spoke quietly to Israfel, who bounded away into the darkness. And by the time Mencius had turned Brutus about in the direction of Gaza, the sound of the hoofbeats was faint in the distance. And so it was that in strangely convincing dreams, and by intuitive, compelling impulses, and many other indubitable signs, 120 men, having no consultation with one another, turned their faces toward Jerusalem, arriving mid-morning of the day of Pentecost, to receive tidings concerning the future of the kingdom. Nothing like this had ever happened in the world before. Chapter 25. Not until they were halfway up the tortuous trail that ascended sharply from the valley of Ain did Darik give signs of recognizing his own country by jerking impatiently at the bridle reins, noisily blowing his nose and picking up his tired feet with fresh interest. Last night Voldy had put in early at the tavern in Engedi and had been on the road before dawn. Within an hour the sun was hot and its reflection on the white salt of the seashore was blinding, but there was no shade to rest in and Darik had been advised to get it over as soon as possible. It was 2 hours past noon now, and they were climbing the narrow, well-worn road that clung to the mountainside. At intervals on the zigzag trail there were evidences that travelers had paused to rest, for it was a rugged descent. The foliage was becoming more abundant as the increased altitude tempered the midsummer heat. Darik, sniffing the cool, blossom-scented air, was so improvidently overdoing his efforts to reach home that Voldy, unwilling to see him wear himself out, dismounted and led him off the trail into a heavily shaded dell where a narrow little stream, edged with wild flowers, tumbled lazily over an eroded niche in a flat ledge of limestone. Loosening the hot saddle girths and tossing the reins over a low-hanging willow branch, Voldy strolled further into the sequestered bower. A shaggy white donkey was munching the fresh grass that grew luxuriantly near the water. Deeper into the thicket a young woman, quite unaware of his presence, was industriously gathering blackberries and devouring them hungrily. Evidently she was not far from her home, for her simple country dress was hardly appropriate for travel. Her head was bare and her curly black hair, unbound, had been tousled by the clinging vines. Voldy sat quietly on the moss-grown limestone ledge, regarding her with interest, hesitant to speak for fear of startling her. Presently her intuition seemed to warn her that she was not alone. For a little while she stood motionless in an attitude of listening, then turned her head slowly to glance backward over her shoulder. Suddenly her eyes widened and she threw up her berry-stained hands in surprise. Leaping to his feet, Voldy dashed across the little stream and clasped her in his arms with ecstatic little murmurs of rapturous relief, kissing her sun-browned forehead and her sun-warmed hair, her cheeks, her half-closed eyes, while she hung limp in his embrace. Then, lifting her face, she offered him her parted lips and twined her arms around his neck, holding him so tightly to her that he could feel the racing of her heart. After a long, blissful moment, she slowly relaxed with a happy sigh, gazed up tenderly into his eyes and pressed her face against his breast. "I was afraid I had lost you, Fara." Voldy's shaken voice sounded as if he had just finished a grueling foot race. She slowly nodded her head without looking up. "We will never be parted again," he declared. Fara made no reply, but clutched his arms tightly and snuggled her cheek against his heart. "Say it, darling," he entreated. "You are mine now, for always." She did not answer, but raised her face to his and impetuously returned his kisses without reserve. "So, that is settled," he exclaimed. "You have made me very happy, dear." Gently releasing herself from his arms, Fara steadied her voice to say, "Let us sit down, and talk, Voldy." Gathering her up in his arms, he carried her back to the stone ledge and sat close beside her. They were both bursting with questions about each other's recent movements. Oddly enough, they had left Jerusalem by different routes on the same morning. Voldy explained briefly that he had accompanied a caravan bound for Tiberias in Galilee. Fara's eyes widened. "And then what?" she asked. "Well, then Voldy had left the caravan in the night, in the Samaritan mountains, and had ridden to Joppa and boarded a ship." She did not press him for further details. After a little silence, Voldy insisted on knowing her story and she told him about her journey to Jerusalem, the wicked trial and conviction of her master, and she wept pitiably as she remembered her last sight of him on the way to his execution. Voldy held her close and tried to comfort her. "You heard nothing more about his death?" he asked, gently. "Was there more to hear?" She raised her tearful eyes to search his face. "Much more," said Voldy. "It sounds incredible, but, well, it is firmly believed by his disciples that Jesus left his sepulchre on Sunday morning and is alive again." Fara sat bolt upright and stared soberly into his eyes. Could such a thing be possible? She wanted to know. Did Voldy believe it? Voldy didn't know whether it was possible, didn't know whether he believed it. But he was a man of singular powers, he admitted. "I saw him bring Hannah back from death," pondered Fara. "How faithless of us, to think that his power would die with him. Voldy, I believe the story. I'm sure he is alive." "If it is true," reflected Voldy soberly, "it will not be a local secret very long." A great many people, besides the farmers and fishermen of Galilee, are interested in life after death. It is no small matter that a dead man, any dead man, should return to life and walk the streets in broad daylight, and sit at supper with his friends. Jesus did that? Fara's eyes were radiant. That's what they're saying, dear. I must go back, and find him. She cried impetuously. That can wait, admonished Boldy. If he is alive, he will stay alive. You must see Ione now, and the king and queen. He glanced up at the sun. And we should be on our way if we expect to get there before nightfall. Fara slipped her hand under his arm and searched his face thoughtfully. Think they will be glad to see us, Boldy? He hesitated a little before replying. Ione will, you may be sure of that. Thinking she detected some evasiveness in the tone and manner of his reply, she asked, but not the king and queen? Boldy was leading the way toward Darik now. Turning about, he said, with a labored casualness that only increased Fara's curiosity, don't expect too much, and you will not be disappointed. She patted Darik on the muzzle and they imagined that he recognized her. Boldy picked her up lightly and tossed her into the saddle. You ride on to the king's encampment, he said, and send a horse back for me. I'll be trudging along with your silly little donkey. Trudging is what you will be doing, laughed Fara, if you walk with Jasper. He never hurries. Boldy's face was sober as she gathered up the reins to depart. One more thing, dear, he said. If Duran should be there, keep your temper. Her bewilderment showed in her reluctance to go, but Boldy waved her on. Digging her heels into Darik's ribs, she set out on the last lap of her homebound journey. After she had disappeared, Boldy wondered whether he should have been more explicit, or, better, should have said nothing at all about conditions in the royal household. Perhaps Fara's intuition might provide a partial explanation. She couldn't help remembering that Duran had shown himself to be unfriendly. Maybe she would guess that the jealous prince would resent his return. It was difficult for Boldy to tell her that Duran was bitterly jealous of him. She would presently discover this without being told. It had often occurred to Boldy that the king had unwittingly done him a disservice in appointing him to succeed his eminent grandfather as a member of the king's council. Duran had been noisily resentful and derisive. Boldy's longtime comrades, approving his appointment, were treated to the prince's scorn. Before he left again, on the grim errand from which he was now returning, a dozen of Boldy's boyhood cronies, all of them sons or grandsons of distinguished Arabians, had invited him to join them on a stag hunt deep in the wooded mountains. And that night around the campfire they had confided their bitter opposition to the prince who, they said, had become so arrogant and so thoroughly detested by the people that his accession to the throne would amount to a national disaster. Boldy had tried to temper their anger. He's young yet. Be patient. His attitude may change as he grows older. The trouble is, they told him, the queen, who is passionately devoted to the prince, encourages him in his folly. And the king? Boldy had asked. Well, the gentle-spirited, peace-loving Zendi, whatever he might think of the situation, had done nothing about it. The fact is, Musef had blurted out recklessly, Arabia needs a king with a loud voice and a savage temper, somebody like rough old Aretas, who could out-hile and out-curse the toughest sheik in the land. At this juncture Boldy had said quietly, let us forget now that this matter has been discussed. Such talk is treasonable, and we all know it. Someone ought to tell Duran, rumbled Rabbath, just how thin the ice is where he walks. And Boldy had brought a laugh, and a conclusion to the talk, by reminding Rabbath of the convention of mice that resolved to put a bell on the cat, and found that no mouse would volunteer to perform this service. All the way up the mountainside Fara's thoughts were busy with Boldy's enigmatic warning of a cool reception. It was not like Boldy to imagine a feeling of animosity on the part of young Duran. The prince had been overindulged and badly spoiled. Even as a child he had been rude and impudent. Doubtless Boldy, on his recent return to Arabia, had been given fresh evidence of Duran's unfriendliness. Arriving at the king's encampment, Fara was instantly surrounded by a devoted company of servants, who swarmed out of the service tents and stables and paddocks. Ione, a mere shadow of her former self, was tearful and speechless with joy. Old Kadar dispatched a rider, with a led horse, to meet Boldy. So far, it was a happy reunion. But an hour later, when the homecomers sat at supper with the royal family, their welcome lacked enthusiasm. Fara was shocked to see how King Zendi had aged in the past 3 years. The hair at his temples was white. His face was thin and haggard. His smile was feeble and fleeting, and he had little to say. But what Zendi had lost in forcefulness Rena had gained. Arabia had never been governed by a queen, Arabia was distinctly a man's land. But as Fara glanced from the queen's imperious face into Zendi's unresponsive eyes, it was clear enough that the peace-loving king had abdicated. Duran strutted in late when their supper was nearly finished, and sprawled in his seat, nodding carelessly to their guests as if he had seen them within the hour. His face was flushed. It was easy to see that he had been drinking. "It's going about, Councillor Voldy," he remarked, with a patronizing grin, "that you finally paid off that frail old rascal in Galilee. How did you do it? Stick him in the back while he slept?" Voldy made no reply to the raw insult, seemed not to have heard it. Presently he glanced across the table and confronted Fara's indignant eyes. His look repeated the warning that she must control her temper. Quickly masking her sudden anger, she darted a wordless inquiry. "Counselor?" Voldy knew she was inquiring about that. He had not told her. There was a brief, awkward silence, which Rena now broke with a dry trill of mirthless laughter. "Perhaps Councillor Voldy doesn't think your remark is very amusing, Duran," she cooed softly. Then, turning to Voldy with a contrived smile to which he did not respond, she added, "The prince is such a tease," and turning to Fara, "one never can tell when he's joking." "But it's easy to tell when he is not joking," retorted Fara crisply. Voldy gently rebuked her with an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Duran was having a good time now. If Voldy wouldn't quarrel, perhaps he could bedevil the girl into some reckless disregard of his princely rank. He turned on her with a sardonic chuckle. "We observe that Princess Fara returns to us as sharp-tongued as ever. We had hoped that her long sojourn with her meek Jewish relatives—" "Now, Duran," interrupted his mother impatiently, "there has been quite enough teasing, please." Voldy now surprised them by addressing the king, who had sat demurely through these indignities, occasionally shaking his graying head, but saying nothing. "Sire, if I may be excused now, I shall go home and see my parents." "Of course, Voldy," said the king, with obvious relief. "You should go while there is still moonlight. We will see you tomorrow." Voldy promptly got to his feet, bowed deeply to their majesties, smiled for Fara, ignored the prince, and straightway made his exit. "And may I go now, please?" entreated Fara, in a half-whisper to the queen. "I have had only a glimpse of poor Ione, and she is waiting to see me." Rena drew a pursed smile and nodded. Fara, bowing to the king, quickly left the room. Duran leaned back in his chair, stretched his arms, yawned, and chuckled. "That was fun." "You were a fool," muttered his father. "I'm sure Duran meant no harm, Zendi," put in Rena. "Duran is a fool," shouted Zendi. But now a more acute problem than the foolishness of Prince Duran was monopolizing the mind and conversation of Arabia. At widespread intervals, usually in midsummer, there had been many cases of a sudden, crippling paralysis, affecting children mostly, though occasionally striking down an adult, too. This season the mysterious affliction, for which there had been found no cure, was rapidly mounting to epidemic proportions. Alarmed mothers were keeping their children at home, but with no assurance of their safety. The dreaded disease struck at random and struck hard. Nor was it a respecter of persons, in testimony whereof the thing laid its hand on Prince Duran. The news traveled fast, and the sorrow of Arabia was under excellent control. The sheiks and the shepherds did not risk saying, "Serve him right." But they scowled and lifted an indifferent shoulder, which came to the same thing, and couldn't be quoted. Chapter 26. Never had there been a fairer morning in Jerusalem than on this day of Pentecost. Since dawn, every road leading into the city had been filling with merrymakers on foot from the provinces, and within an hour the highways were crowded. Frequently the country people scampered to the hedges, good-naturedly conceding the right of way to impressive caravans from distant lands, unannoyed by the haughty stares of the urbane strangers. Once within the gaily decorated gates, the festive throng jostled toward the bazaars and food markets, while the sober-faced men of consequence, indifferent to the city's gaiety, proceeded on through to the Sheep Gate and up the steepening Bethany Boulevard to Levi's Inn, where, after a comforting bath and a change of linen, they would rest until it was time to attend the famous camel auction in the early afternoon. A short distance down the hill from Levi's stood a massive old stone structure which had long served as headquarters for the Coppersmiths' Guild. It was an undeniably ugly building, but no discredit to the street, for the organization that it housed was one of the most honorable institutions in Jerusalem. The Coppersmiths' Guild had been the first society to volunteer substantial aid to Nehemiah when he rebuilt the city's walls more than 4 centuries ago. The high-ceilinged, Rectangular second story of the Guildhall, accessible by an outside staircase, was used as an auditorium. It had seating for approximately 200 and served not only the general conclaves of the guild but was frequently rented to business conventions with a large non-resident membership. The hall was open this morning and gradually filling with men of all sorts whose only observable relation to one another was their apparent uncertainty as to the nature of their errand. For the most part they came singly. The majority of them were of middle age, plainly dressed in country garb, and obviously from the provinces. They slowly mounted the stone staircase, diffidently entered the dingy old auditorium, and stood awkwardly for a long moment wondering what was expected of them, for there were no ushers, nor was there anyone in sight who had the appearance of being responsible for the mysterious meeting. After tarrying a while at the door, the bewildered men from the country found seats and sat down to wait. A sprinkling of well-dressed men of affairs stalked in, one by one, but, for all their urbanity, they seemed quite as confused as the unsophisticated provincials. Jairus turned to young Joel, as they lingered in the doorway to survey the half-filled room, and asked, "Do you see anyone you ever saw before?" And Joel, craning about, shook his head, but immediately amended his reply to whisper, "Over there is a man I recognize. His name is Micah. He was a laborer in the Tetrarch's vineyard." "I wonder what brings him here," mumbled Jairus. "His little girl was blind," said Joel. Jesus opened her eyes. "I saw him do it, sir. Last summer. But I heard, a few days ago, that the child had just died. Of a fever. Maybe that's what brings him here, sir." "You mean, perhaps Micah thinks that Jesus, now that he is alive again, may give his little girl back to him?" "I don't know, sir," murmured Joel. "Do you suppose that all these people knew Jesus?" wondered Jairus. "It could be, sir." They found seats near the rear of the hall. Presently a distinguished-looking, smooth-shaven Roman with close-cropped grizzled hair came in, glanced about, and strode directly to the rear, seating himself at the end of the row but one vacant chair apart from Jairus. They gave each other a brief appraisal without speaking. For a full quarter of an hour there had been no new arrivals. Apparently the company was complete. Now the heavy oaken door began to complain of its rusted hinges. All heads were turned in that direction and mystified eyes watched the massive door slowly close, though no one had touched it. Jairus darted an inquiring glance at the Roman at the same instant that Mencius arched an eyebrow toward Jairus, but neither spoke. The baffled audience again faced forward. The room grew strangely quiet. Then a giant of a man, seated in the front row, rose and walked confidently to the rostrum. Only a few in the transfixed audience failed to recognize him, but even those who had seen him, again and again, as he stood at the master's side, protecting him in the crush of great throngs, observed instantly that something had happened to the Big Fisherman. They hadn't always liked his attitude on those eventful summer days. He had kept the great crowds in order, yes, and he had made the bearers of the sick ones take their turn. But sometimes his manner had annoyed them. It was almost as if he owned the show, and Jesus was his exhibit. Not infrequently some offended man, who had been unceremoniously pushed back into line, would grumble, "Who does that big fellow think he is, anyhow?" Now it appeared that some sort of miracle had been wrought upon Peter. For one thing, he had a different face. The former face had been more than a bit bumptious, the darting eyes audacious, the lips inclined to purse protrudingly. The Big Fisherman's new face was refined. All the old deep chiseled lines carved by habitual brashness and bluster were gone, ironed out as by fire. There were still plenty of lines, but they had not been engraved by self-pride. Peter had evidently suffered to earn his new countenance. Maybe the changed color of his hair had had something to do with the softening and refinement of his face. His heavy thatch, previously black as a raven's wing, had turned gray, in patches. It was sprinkled with gray throughout, but at his temples and where the hair grew low on the middle of his forehead, there were broad strips of white, snow white. His formerly unkempt black beard had been shortened, it too glistened with white. Peter's face had lost its austerity and had taken on dignity. Mencius, who once had had a fleeting glimpse of the gigantic man running down the street, recognized nothing about him but his extraordinary height, and told Captain Fulvius, when he rejoined the vestry, that the massive Galilean, who directed the meeting on the day of Pentecost, was the most august and majestic figure he had ever seen. But perhaps the chief distinction of the transformed disciple was his arresting voice, deep, resonant, commanding. It had the tone of authority. When he began by saying that he was speaking on behalf of the living Christ to a selected company of men reverently awaiting tidings of him, it was evident in the faces and postures of the audience that Peter's commission was, in their opinion, authentic. It had been the hope of God from the beginning, he said, that his children would inherit the kingdom. He had not compelled them to accept its benefits. He had endowed them with free will to claim or refuse their heritage. But God had not left them in darkness concerning the results of their decisions. Every generation had had its inspired prophets who had entreated men to receive and enjoy their heavenly legacy. Only a few had heeded these messages. The lonely prophets had been imprisoned, flogged, and stoned by the forces of greed and the lust for power. God had been patient with the evildoers. Again and again, through the ages, humanity had reaped such appalling harvests of its own misdeeds that even the kings and warriors had stood aghast at the tragedies they had contrived. And always, in the midst of ruin and the fear that had chastened both the just and the unjust, the prophets had shouted, "Now we shall begin anew. We shall rebuild the wastes. We shall repair the world's desolations." But when a brief day of peace had brought prosperity, new tyrants rose up and another era of rapine, slavery, and slaughter would bring distrust and terror to the children of men. The scepter had passed from one bloody hand to another as the nations clamored for power, and yet more power, over the lives of the helpless. Here the big fisherman, after pausing for a moment, continued in an ominous tone that deepened the silence. He had done with his calm review of mankind's unfortunate history. It was time now for the world to be shaken wide awake. God had sent forth his Son with power to heal the sick, bind up broken hearts, open blind eyes, and proclaim a new era of goodwill among men. But the world would not receive him. He had been scorned, whipped, and put to a shameful death. But he had come alive again, and had been seen of many. Now he had returned to his Father's house. "Think you, then," demanded Peter, "that the will of God has been set at naught? Think you that his Spirit will no longer strive with men? I declare to you that our Christ is King. He has begun to reign. And he shall reign until all the kingdoms of this world shall have become his kingdom." For a moment the 120 men thought the big fisherman's speech had ended, for he stood silent with his head bowed as in prayer. Then he faced them to say impressively, "We, who confidently believe in him, have been summoned here to receive unmistakable proofs that his Holy Spirit abides with us. And from this day forward we are commissioned to spread the good news of his conquering kingdom." Suddenly Peter drew himself up to his full height and glanced upward as if he had been struck. His auditors straightened and stared. Immediately above the big fisherman's head, and touching it, was a shimmering crimson flame, in shape like the flame of a torch. All breathing in the spacious room was suspended. Then the massive oaken door flew open and banged hard against the wall. There was the deafening roar of a mighty tempest that swept through the hall. The startled men held to their seats and clung to one another as the rushing wind lashed to and fro. It was as if the world had come to an end. Now tongues of flame stabbed through the storm, coming to rest, torch-like, upon the heads of all present. The glow of the fire possessed exhilarating properties. Some of the men shouted ecstatically. Some wept for joy. Strangers grasped the hands of strangers and gazed at one another in wonderment. Jairus put his arm round Joel, who was weeping. Mencius put both hands over his eyes and shook his head. Joseph of Arimathea clutched Hassan's arm. Now the torch-like flames departed and the tempest roared out as suddenly as it had come. Every man was on his feet, all talking at once, loudly, as if the tempest still raged. Mencius, not one to be easily discomposed, was so utterly stampeded that he turned to Jairus and shouted, in Greek, "This is a most amazing thing, sir." And Jairus, who didn't know a word of Greek, instantly replied, in that language, "Surely the Lord has visited us." Young Joel, listening intently, nodded his head, and when Jairus asked him if he had understood what they were saying he said he had, and added, in his own Aramaic, "It is true, sir. God himself has been in this place." But the pandemonium in the coppersmith's guild hall was no secret. The roar of the storm had been heard throughout the city. The urbane guests at Levising had rushed out into the street to see what was happening. It was evident that the fury of the tempest was confined to the guild hall. They ran up the stairway, arriving when the tornado had spent itself and all the men in the auditorium were shouting joyfully. Crowding into the room they stared at the strange scene. A tall, haughty man from Crete remarked sourly to his bodyguard, in the outlandish dialect of that country, a curious composite of Greek and Egyptian, "Bah! They're all drunk." Peter, striding toward the door, answered him in Crete's guttural patois, "These men are not drunk. They are rejoicing because the kingdom of God is at hand." The world shall have peace. The slaves shall be freed. The Lord has proclaimed a new day. How do you happen to be speaking our language? Demanded the stranger. You are not a citizen of Crete. I am a citizen of the kingdom of God, declared Peter. And from henceforth that kingdom includes Crete. You say, all the slaves are to be set free? Yes, and their masters, too. No man can be free while other men are slaves. You should be locked up, growled the Cretan. You are speaking treason. The controversy was attracting attention. A dozen of the illumined men gathered close and joined in supporting Peter, all of them speaking the barbarous jargon of faraway Crete. The man from that country, with baffled eyes, raised his elbow as if to ward off a blow, and slowly backed toward the door, muttering, No. No. The guild hall rapidly emptied. The street was packed with a huge crowd of bewildered people. The newly commissioned men, radiant, confident, infiltrated the throng, shouting, The kingdom of God has come for all who believe in him. They scattered through the city, spreading the news. They were unafraid. They stopped Roman legionaries on the street to announce the new kingdom, and the legionaries, stunned by their audacity, did not detain them. That day, 3,000 men in Jerusalem said they believed it and would join the disciples in preparing for the reign of peace. Late in the evening, as the little company of Jesus Galileans sat together at Ben Joseph's house, exhausted to the point of speechlessness by the amazing events of the day, Philip, who had spread the tidings to incredulous groups at the camel auction, remarked, It is said that the Prince of Arabia has been smitten with paralysis. Peter made no comment, but seemed deeply impressed by this tragedy that had befallen the royal house of Israel's longtime enemy. Presently he arose and seated himself in a far corner of the dimly lighted room, with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands, apparently wrestling with a difficult problem. After half an hour of silent meditation he took leave of them and trudged slowly up the long hill to the Garden of Gethsemane, where he knelt beside a great rock and prayed earnestly for guidance. Could it be possible that God might use him as a messenger of goodwill to hostile Arabia? Chapter 27. For a while the authorities in Jerusalem were so stunned by the fearless activities of the new movement that they took no action at all. Within a week after Pentecost the number of determined men who saw the promise of peace in a divinely sponsored kingdom that would overwhelm all tyrannies had risen to 5,000. Many of the converts were sincere believers in the miraculous power of the inspired Galilean. Many more, who had neither heard nor seen him, were ready to cast their lot with any party that guaranteed liberty from oppression. With the rapacious Roman Empire preparing to close in on them they had little to lose by joining in this quest for freedom. Some wanted to save their souls and others their necks. The threat of disaster was urgent. Any port was good enough in this storm. It was futile for the city fathers to dispose of this kingdom movement by declaring that the men of the Pentecostal experience had conspired to fabricate a fantastic lie, and, at the risk of their lives, proclaim it on crowded street corners and in the temple. 3 men might have been foolhardy enough to do that, but not 120. And 10 credulous men might have been taken in by such a fanciful talc, but not 5,000. The Sanhedrin met in day-long sessions, stroking its beard, successively suggesting and rejecting remedies, ranging in tactics and temper all the way from the conciliatory to the admonitory to the punitive, and adjourned until tomorrow. The venerable and highly respected Gamaliel, chief legal counsel to the lawgivers of Israel, when besought for advice, reminded them that on several occasions revolutions had collected a few hundreds, made reckless by their discontentments, but all such little tempests had quickly blown out and away. Give these infatuated Galileans time. If their cause is unworthy of regard it will perish. If it is inspired of God, as they insist, you will not be able to thwart it, even if you would. This sensible deliverance offered a measure of temporary relief. The Sanhedrin would wait, and see. But it didn't have to wait very long. That same afternoon the news broke that Peter, the leader of the new party, had picked up a helpless paralytic on the terrace in front of the temple, and, setting him on his feet, had told him to walk, and he had walked. And this was no trumped-up tale. 100 people had witnessed it. The paralyzed man had sat on the temple steps every fair day for years, waving his alms basin under the public's nose. Now he had leapt up, shouting for joy. However he might feel about it tomorrow, when he realized that his occupation was gone, he was spry enough now, and if the Sanhedrin was to offer a plausible explanation of this event it would have to think fast and hard. As for Pilate, he gave little credence to these stories of miracles. The whole movement, in his opinion, was but the natural aftermath of Jerusalem's blunder in crucifying a harmless prophet. The victim's friends were belatedly showing their colors. Perhaps it were better to keep hands off and not dignify the new party by opposing it. If the Sanhedrin demanded action, Pilate would act. In the meantime, the insula would pretend not to notice. The jaded procurator felt under no obligation to relieve the embarrassment of the Sanhedrin. And so, with no opposition at all, the kingdom movement in Jerusalem became increasingly confident, proving its courage by the organization of a Christian ecclesia. Regional meetings were held throughout the city and mass meetings met in a huge vacant warehouse. So amazing had been the unexpected triumph of the new cause that the little group of original disciples became convinced of the early reappearance of their Lord to fulfill his promise of peace on earth and goodwill among men. It would be well to prepare for his coming by binding together in harmony all the disparate elements comprising the ecclesia. It occurred to Peter that if these people could live together, they might provide Jerusalem with an object lesson in tolerance and generosity. He proposed the establishment of a commune. No one would be compelled to join it, but those who desired to experience its benefits should convert their realty into money and bring it, with their household goods, into the new communal home, where the well-to-do and the ne'er-do-wells might share alike. The people who had next to nothing thought it was a grand idea. The more fortunate, who had something to contribute, weren't so sure, but Peter had already demonstrated supernormal power, and perhaps, under his administration, the experiment might succeed. But the thing never worked. Peter's theory that the more closely acquainted the people were, the more they would love one another, turned out to be erroneous. He had declared that if men understood one another, regardless of their training or temperament, they could enjoy a pleasant and profitable fellowship. The facts were that as their mutual understanding increased, their mutual distrust mounted from dispassionate contempt to forthright animosity. In vain did the Big Fisherman plead for harmony. Often and often he used the arresting phrase these latter times in his warnings that the Lord might come at any moment, and that when he came he would expect to find his faithful followers ready to receive him. But this ominous admonition, albeit listened to with respect, for they idolized Peter, failed to cure the quarreling. The Greeks complained that the Jews, who outnumbered them, were unfair in their distribution of the necessities. This could easily have been true, though the Greeks in Jerusalem, even in the minority, may have been too keenly apprehensive of discrimination. But whatever may have been the merits of these mounting controversies, the commune was becoming a burdensome disillusionment to Peter. How indeed was the world ever to realize universal peace if 100 devoted followers of Christ, in the most religious city on earth, couldn't get along with one another? The problem having now become too hot to handle, Peter appointed a board of 7 representative men to administer the benefits of the commune, while he himself gave most of his time to visitation of the needy throughout the city. And the commune, now lacking his direct oversight, quickly deteriorated into a public nuisance. Now the Sanhedrin really did have a case against the phantom kingdom, and pressed it with vigor. Pilate ordered a few companies of legionaries to exterminate the unhappy commune and forbid any kingdom talk either in public or private. Peter tried to salvage what was left of his branch of the kingdom, and was tossed into prison. That same night he walked out of jail, barred doors quietly opening before him. Considerately stepping over the big feet of recumbent guards in the prison corridors, he went to his lodgings, and, next day, no effort was made to recapture him. The authorities in control of the prison were appropriately embarrassed over the incident, and Pilate sneered at their shame, advising them not to risk a repetition of their chagrin. So Peter went free and continued to walk fearlessly and unmolested in the city, his spiritual power gaining such prestige that invalids, whether Christian believers or not, were carried on their cots into the streets so that the great man's shadow, as he passed, might fall across their wasted forms and heal them of their diseases. As for the hapless adherents of the Christian ecclesia, they had been dispersed, silenced, scared, jailed, and stoned. Peter viewed the wreck of his local project without dismay. Considering the enormous weight of the forces aligned against it, it was a wonder that it had been permitted even a brief existence. Its disintegration did not mean that the kingdom was a failure. Christ's kingdom would prevail, but not today, not tomorrow, and not easily. And perhaps it was just as well that the Jerusalem experiment in communal living had come to a prompt and decisive termination. Had it shown any promise of recovery by careful nursing, the disciples might have felt obliged to stay with it for better or worse, but its collapse had been so complete, so far beyond the reach of repair, that the disciples immediately set forth on other missions, Philip to Antioch, Andrew to Damascus, Thaddeus to the fisher folk on the Sea of Galilee, Matthew to Capernaum and Bethsaida, John and James to Ascalon, Gaza, and Idumea, Thomas to the Parthians in India, the aged Nathaniel Bartholomew to Jericho, and then on home to die. Learning that a little company of Christians were meeting secretly in Joppa, Peter decided to visit them. The shabby old city had lately come awake, shaken out of its torpor by the empire's activities on the waterfront. Reconstruction of the wharves and reconditioning of the harbor had tripled the population. The newcomers were slaves for the most part, many of them quite unused to pick and shovel labor, paying with their sweat and calluses for futile efforts to defend themselves and their communities against the engulfing tyranny of Rome. Obviously, the Christian movement in Joppa was a good thing to keep away from, especially for a distinguished-looking man whose unusual height and bulk made it difficult for him to remain inconspicuous. Peter was deeply touched by the welcome he received at the lame and blistered hands of these despairing men. He had gone to Joppa with no acquaintances to vouch for him. It was a wonder to him, once he had learned in what danger they stood, that the weary slaves should have accepted his overtures of friendship without distrust, for the Romans were taking no chances of insurrection on the part of these intelligent men, enslaved for political reasons, nor were the slaves risking exposure by confiding in strangers. But the big fisherman instantly disarmed suspicion. Taking lodgings in the humble home of a tanner who lived near the docks, Peter quickly won his taciturn host's confidence and discovered, to his delight, that the quiet old man was a believer in the promised kingdom of justice and peace. It soon became evident that the house of Simon the tanner was a secret meeting place of lonely men. In the night they would arrive in small groups of 2s and 3s and sit together in dim candlelight, listening to the tanner's reassurances that all would be well, sometime, somewhere. Now that Peter had come, they could learn about the divine Nazarene from one who had walked daily by his side. The lean and haggard men hungrily heard the intimate details of the Master's ministry, his comforting words, his marvelous deeds, his courageous death, his return to life, and, most heartening of all, the amazing disclosures of his abiding presence and power on the day of Pentecost. Very few of the wistful listeners understood Aramaic, but all of them knew Greek, and although Peter's Greek was anything but fluent, it served its purpose. Indeed, the thoughtful old tanner told him that his groping for the right words, which his sympathetic, and sometimes amused, audience supplied, had but deepened their interest in what he was saying. "They help you tell the story," said Simon. "It means more to them that way. Don't ever try to improve your Greek, Peter," he added. "It's much better when it's not so good." Those were blessed days, at Joppa. Not only had they brought fresh courage to the hard-pressed slaves, who, to all outward appearance, were irretrievably doomed, but they had renewed Peter's faith in the inevitable victory of the kingdom. Perhaps it wasn't going to be so difficult, after all. Perhaps the world would accept it sooner than he had thought. The unhappy people of every nation needed only to be told that peace and freedom were about to come, and with faith in that promise their yokes would be easy and their burdens light. Surely, Peter had remarked to the old tanner, if these enslaved men of Joppa, who live such wretched lives, can believe in the world's liberation and look forward with confidence to the future, it shouldn't be so difficult for the more fortunate to accept the promise. "I think you are in error there, my friend," Simon had replied. "It is the faith of the beaten men in chains, for whom all human reliances have failed, that will hasten the coming of the kingdom." Late one afternoon, it turned out to be Peter's last day in Joppa. He climbed the narrow stairs to the flat roof of the tanner's house to meditate in private. It was not yet supper time, but he was hungry, very hungry. Simon was a frail old man who didn't require much food. Peter's appetite was robust. He found himself thinking about Hannah's table. There was always more than enough to eat. Sometimes he and Andy would buy a fat lamb and roast it over a glowing fire in their backyard. He wished he were at home in Bethsaida now. While he daydreamed, he grew drowsy, stretched out comfortably in the big chair, and slept. The well-pastured sheep and sleek calves of Galilee strolled into his dream. Here came a spring lamb that he might buy. But now the coveted lamb moved on and all the sheep and calves were gone. Presently some other animals appeared, strange, misshapen, repulsive beasts. Peter scowled with disgust. Someone in the chair opposite chuckled a little. "If you're so hungry, Peter," remarked the visitor, "how about slaughtering one of these?" "Unk," Peter heard himself muttering. His dream companion laughed softly and Peter gazed in that direction to see what manner of man he was. The newcomer was a well-favored youth, elegantly clad in white, with a broad band of gold encircling his head and a gold cross on the breast of his tunic. "You should make the acquaintance of these animals," said the youth, with a smile. "They are not to be found in Galilee or Judea, but you will encounter them. This is a big world, Peter, and it all belongs to our Father, that tall, ungainly beast is a giraffe, and the short, not very pretty one behind it is a warthog. The next one is an anteater and beside it is a rhinoceros. They're loathsome, mumbled Peter. And the one on this side of the warthog, continued the angel, undisturbed by Peter's interruption, is a chimpanzee. Looks a little like a man, does he not? And the creature shuffling along behind him really is a man, even if lacking somewhat in refinement. What's all this about? Demanded Peter crossly. The mysterious visitor drew his chair nearer and when he spoke his tone was serious. Peter, I have been sent to say that you have been entrusted with a very important mission. It will take you to far places and you will meet all manner of God's creatures. You must learn to say to yourself, God either created all of us, or none of us. The Master intends his kingdom to serve the whole world. If it is not open to everybody, it is not open to anybody. I was sent to tell you this. Peter came wide awake now and found himself alone. Good old Simon's white head appeared at the top of the stairs. There are 3 strangers here to see you, he said. They are from Caesarea. What can men of Caesarea want of me? Muttered Peter crossly. Perhaps they will tell you, said Simon, retreating down the stairs. How he had hated the Romans. Ever since he was a little boy the very word angered him. Their cavalry from the Capernaum fort had galloped, 4 abreast, on the Galilean highways, frightening poor people half out of their wits, sending women and children scurrying into the hedges. Their drunken foot soldiers had reeled into the little shops shouting for attention. They had grossly insulted women of all ages on the streets. They had helped themselves to the defenseless farmers' grapes and melons. Peter had despised the Romans with a bitter loathing. And now, here he was in Caesarea, the honored guest of the Italians, a social club composed entirely of Roman civilians in the employ of the prefect's government. The 3 mounted men who had called for him in Joppa had deferentially explained that Cornelius, the senior regent of the Italians, urgently desired him to come at once to Caesarea for an important conference. Very much bewildered, Peter had awkwardly climbed onto the tall black horse they had brought for him, and there he was, riding along under the bright moonlight, in the company of Romans, to all appearances the same kind of Romans he had learned to hate. Sleek, well-fed, well-accoutred Romans, with the despised black eagle insignia on their scarlet tunics, with the clean-shaven faces and close-cropped hair, and the inevitable black bandeau on their heads. The journey was made mostly in silence. The couriers had told him little about his summons to Caesarea. Cornelius wanted to see him. That was about all. The name of Cornelius meant nothing to Peter, but evidently it meant a great deal to these men. They spoke his name almost reverently. Peter was to learn later that Cornelius was the treasurer of the Roman government in Caesarea and high in the esteem of Prefect Sergius. It was a fast trip. Peter had had almost no experience of riding. When they arrived in Caesarea, he was weary and lame. They took him directly to their well-appointed clubhouse, showed him into a beautifully furnished guest room, and told him to rest until Cornelius came. He bathed, slept, and wolfed the food a servant brought him. And now, in the early afternoon, he was invited to see the mysterious man who had summoned him from Joppa. Cornelius was seated behind a large desk in a sumptuous office. As Peter entered, he rose, bowed deeply, and pointed to a heavily upholstered chair opposite his own. Peter sat and regarded the regent with interest. He was a handsome old man of 70, with snow-white hair and a benign countenance. When he spoke, his voice was low and gentle. "You may think it strange, sir," he began, in labored Aramaic, "to be summoned here with so little information concerning your errand. By the way," he interrupted himself to ask, "do you converse in Greek?" "Not too well," admitted Peter. "Is your Greek as good as my Aramaic?" "Yes, sir," not meaning any offense. They both grinned. "We will speak Greek, then," said Cornelius softly. "What I have to say to you could not be confided to those fine fellows who brought you here. They would not have understood. I have had a mysterious dream, and I am informed that you can interpret it." Peter leaned forward and listened attentively. "On the night before last I was visited by an angel," continued Cornelius. "Let me say that it is not my habit to dream of angels. This one seemed very real. He was a handsome young fellow, clad in white satin, and wearing a golden fillet. On the left breast of his tunic, Cornelius laid his hand over the black eagle on his breast. There was a gold cross, I think," assisted Peter. Cornelius' deep-set eyes widened. He nodded his head. "You two have seen him, then?" he asked. "Yes, sir. He is a courier, representing the kingdom." "Precisely," said Cornelius. That is what he told me. And when I asked him to tell me about this kingdom, he told me to send for you. Proceed, please. What manner of kingdom is this? It is a long story, sir, said Peter, wondering where to begin. Doubtless you have heard of Jesus, the Galilean, who went about the Jewish provinces, healing the sick, encouraging the downtrodden, and was crucified by Pontius Pilate, and, on the third day, left his tomb, to be seen alive by many witnesses. Cornelius nodded, indifferently, almost impatiently. Yes, he had heard all that, but these were tall tales, and who were these witnesses? And what was this kingdom? Peter recrossed his legs and began at the beginning. He himself had been a witness. He hadn't wanted to believe in this carpenter. He had been a rough, profane, skeptical, roistering fisherman. He had gone out into the country to scoff at this young upstart and prove to the deluded men of his fishing crew that the wonder-working prophet was a fraud. Cornelius listened with mounting interest. Peter told him of the day when he had been forced to carry a blind child to Jesus, and had seen the bewildered eyes open, told him of the vast throngs that followed, day by day, hungry, footsore, fascinated by tidings of a kingdom to come where all men would be free of oppression, told him of the healing of cripples, yes, and lepers. The afternoon wore on. The story continued. The authorities had tried to silence the carpenter, but feared an uprising by the people. The crowds increased. The highways were crowded with frantic relatives bringing their sick to be healed. Dusk came down. A servant slipped quietly into the room and lighted the lamps. Cornelius told him to serve supper here on the desk. The servant retired and Peter went on. Now it was Passover week in Jerusalem. Jesus had rebuked the temple as a place of merchandise. He had been arrested, tried for blasphemy and treason, convicted, whipped, reviled, crucified. And then he had come to life again. And you say you saw all this? Demanded Cornelius, sharply. I saw it all, sir. Yes, sir, all but, Peter's voice broke. He bent his head and covered his distorted face with his huge, trembling hands. Cornelius waited silently. Recovering his voice with an effort, Peter went on. I saw him after he had returned to life, sir, but I must confess, in shame, that I was not present at his trials, nor was I at his side when he went to his death. At the last, when everything seemed lost, I denied, in the presence of strangers, that I had ever known him, and I ran away. There was a long silence. At length the old Roman huskily cleared his throat and said gently, You are a brave man, my friend. And your testimony is believable. Your confession proves your integrity. You would not have told me this if you were not speaking the truth. I believe you, Peter. I believe everything you have told me. Servants came in to serve supper, but Cornelius shook his head and motioned them to leave. Do you want to tell me now about this kingdom? He asked softly. Or would you prefer to wait until tomorrow? Tomorrow, murmured Peter. Come, said Cornelius, rising, and laying a hand on Peter's bowed shoulder. You shall go to your room, and when you are ready for your supper they will bring it to you. I know you are weary. It was a heavy task. Only a very strong man could do that. Taking his arm, Cornelius accompanied him back to his room and quietly closed the door. Utterly spent, Peter flung himself at full length upon his bed. It seemed very strange that his shameful confession of cowardice and disloyalty should have made him an accredited ambassador of the Master's kingdom. The following afternoon, closeted with Cornelius, was a memorable occasion. Peter had never met anyone like him. The gentle-spirited old Roman had given much serious thought to the future of mankind. Indeed, he disclosed a far deeper invasion of this subject than had ever been undertaken by Peter, who knew next to nothing about the history of nations. Now, as for this universal peace and freedom which your kingdom expects in the near future, Cornelius was saying, I fear that you, and all who share your hope, are letting yourselves in for a great disappointment. But does not every sane man desire peace? Queried Peter. As an individual, yes, agreed Cornelius, but men are not permitted to exercise their own private desires. They are in captivity to their nation, and nations have neither the talent nor the training for the achievement of peace. But every man can claim the peace of the kingdom in his own heart, argued Peter. Certainly, said Cornelius. As an individual, he may acquire peace of mind, or, as you say, peace in his heart, but why call that a kingdom? You have been talking about a triumphant king whose reign will supersede the authority and power of all regularly constituted governments. You have been too discreet, or too polite, to tell me that the coming kingdom of your Christos will destroy the Roman Empire, but that's what it comes to, does it not? Peter had shifted uneasily in his chair. I shouldn't want to put it that way, sir, he said. The Christos will not destroy the empire. The empire will destroy itself. As men see the advantages of living in goodwill toward one another. They will not need the empire, broke in Cornelius. But it isn't that simple. Your man of goodwill is not at liberty to choose how he may treat other men. His nation decides that for him. But you yourself, my good Cornelius, believe in kindness and friendship toward all men, said Peter softly, and you practice it, too. You are not far from the kingdom. Further than you think, my friend, insisted Cornelius. It is true that I do not bear arms. I do not slaughter or enslave other men. I have not the physique to be a soldier. The empire has given me the more decent task of keeping the accounts and dispersing the funds for the building of these great wharves which will be used someday in an attack on you unhappy Jews. If it hurts your conscience, why do you do it? Ventured Peter. What would you have me do? Countered the old man. Shall I live in solitude, despised by my friends, unable to support my dependents? What I am saying is, your kingdom presupposes that every man is free to determine what manner of life he shall live. In that it is hopelessly impractical. Peter was no match for the old Roman in debate. His faith in the victory of the Master's kingdom was undimmed, but he had no answer for the problems that Cornelius presented. He had never confronted them. Is it your belief then, he asked, that men are forever to be the victims of greed, and their rulers' lust for power? It has been so from the beginning, sighed Cornelius. Have we any way to judge the future, save by the past? The afternoon slipped away quickly, Cornelius doing most of the talking today. It was, he reflected, a strangely constructed world. All that it knew about heroism it had learned on the battlefield. All that it knew about the navigation of the seas it had learned in naval warfare. Its sculpture, its architecture, its monuments, its songs, its poetry. Was there any art form that found its theme elsewhere than in the valor of armed men? It was unfortunate that this should be true, but wasn't it true? The pity of it, admitted Cornelius, was that whole nations so often were obliged to follow mad rulers, wicked men recklessly gambling with the blood and property of their subjects. The sun was sinking. I hope I have not wearied you, Peter, said the old man. And I hope I have not discouraged you. Good luck to your kingdom of love. I can say that much without committing an act of treason, for the Roman Empire will not regard your kingdom seriously. If it really constituted a threat to the empire, you would be tossed into prison, and so would I, for entertaining you as my guest. But, do you expect the empire to endure forever? Asked Peter. I have no opinion, my friend, about the empire's ultimate future. It is customary for the scepter to pass from one hand to another. A nation may be in the saddle today, and on foot, and barefoot, tomorrow. Perhaps that, too, is God's will. The old Roman sat in meditative silence for a while, then he said, I have been wondering today about the fate of your neighbors in Arabia. Their crown prince lies hopelessly paralyzed. Word came last night that their king Zendi is dead. The Arabs have known what to expect of their royal house. What becomes of them now will depend upon a new ruler. Will he reach out for territory that he does not need? Will he be content with what he has? Will he let the shepherds tend their flocks, or will they have to leave them to the wolves in the weather while they gallop off to war? War? With whom? Asked Peter. With Judea, perhaps. It is possible. The empire might not like that, observed Peter naively. Cornelius smiled dryly and said no, the empire might be annoyed. It was supper time now, and they proceeded to the club's spacious dining room, where 200 of the Italians were assembled. Peter sat at Cornelius' right and was formally presented. After supper he was asked to speak, and he told the story of the divine Galilean who had laid down his life in the cause of world friendship. The Romans listened respectfully. Peter did not raise his voice or his hand. His audience, from the first moment, was held completely captive. He confidently promised peace and freedom for all men in the name of his risen Lord. He even dared to tell his fascinated audience of the torch-like flames of Pentecost. And nobody stirred, and nobody smiled. Next morning, after bidding farewell to Cornelius, Peter left Caesarea on foot, his destination, Arabia. Chapter 28. Had any doubt lingered in Fara's mind about the unwisdom of making Arabia her permanent home, it would have been dispelled on the evening of her return. The fact that she wasn't wanted there had been ruthlessly demonstrated by the Queen and Prince Duran, and when she retired that night to lie wide awake for hours beside the happily sleeping Ione, She was firmly resolved to leave at the earliest possible moment. It was not the shocking conduct of Rena and her detestable son that had wounded her most deeply, though that intentional rudeness had been as painful as a physical blow. King Zendi's utter indifference to the distressing incident was beyond understanding. From her earliest childhood, Zendi had been as tender as a father. Fara had all but worshipped him. Sometimes, during the loneliest days of her self-exile in Galilee, when her deep devotion to Voldy and her desire to share his life had momentarily shaken her resolve to sacrifice her love rather than jeopardize his career, it was the remembrance of Zendi's unfailing kindness that had abetted the temptation. The king's affectionate attitude toward her would go far in making her future life in Arabia pleasant, and his undisguised loyalty to Voldy would silence all criticism. Now it appeared that Zendi didn't care. At dawn, after a sleepless night, the unhappy girl slipped quietly out of Ion's humble quarters in the midst of the servants' dance, hardly an appropriate lodging for the daughter of an Arabian princess, and strolled out toward the well-remembered paddocks, feeling that the sight of good old Kedar might be comforting. As she had hoped, Kedar was already going about his morning duties. At the moment he was brushing the glossy coat of a beautiful bay filly. He straightened his rheumatic back with an effort. "Did you do much riding while you were gone?" he asked. "None. Sadie was stolen, and where I lived in Galilee we had no horses." "That was too bad, about Sadie. Voldy told me." Kedar patted the filly's satin shoulder. "This girl is Sadie's niece," he said. "Her name is Hagar." Fara stepped forward and laid her hand gently on the young mare's velvety muzzle, murmuring, "She's lovely." "She hasn't been ridden much," said Kedar. "I hope this isn't a secret, but the king intends to give her to you." Fara's eyes widened in surprise. "How long ago did he tell you that, Kedar?" "Oh, 3 years ago, when she was foaled, shortly after you disappeared." "The king may have changed his mind in the meantime," said Fara soberly. "Has he ever spoken of it since then?" "Last night," said Kedar. "After you had gone to bed. Want to take a little canter, princess? Nobody will be up for an hour. Why don't you ride over to your old home?" Fara shook her head. It would be much too painful. They would not have left those valuable tents and equipment unattended. Nothing would be there to see but the sad ghost of a garden and old paths overgrown with weeds. Kedar had left her now to her pensive memories. In a moment he returned with a saddle and bridle. Tossing the saddle across Hagar's back, he fastened the girths, then turning to give Fara a candid head-to-foot survey, he adjusted the stirrup straps, mumbling, "It seems to me your legs aren't much longer than when you left." "A little, maybe. There you are. Up you go." She's got a tender mouth, or pretends she has, still gripping the reins close against the filly's chin. "Let her show you how she can pace. She's very proud of it. She makes believe she is scared of anything white, just like her Aunt Sadie. That mare was an awful liar," he added, as he opened the paddock gate and released his hold on the reins. Fara gathered them up, gently but firmly, with practiced hands, and Hagar made off at a mincing rack. She was as beautiful as the legendary woman whose name she bore, and as vain as a peacock. Fara laughed merrily and waved a hand to old Kedar, who stood beaming. How good it was to feel and watch again the ripple of a horse's muscles. It had been so long. And Zendi had planned for her to have this incomparable filly. It was very confusing. Zendi was her friend, after all. Perhaps his conduct last night could be explained. It certainly needed an explanation. "Come out of it, Hagar," called Fara, digging her heels into the filly's ribs. Hagar tossed her head and broke into an easy lope. It was an intoxicating sensation. The early morning breeze tousled Fara's hair. She was ecstatic. In spite of her decision not to visit the site of her old home, she found herself on the familiar trail. As she had anticipated, nothing remained but the sturdily built paddocks. In the one nearest the vacant area where the tents had stood, a beautiful black horse was tied. His saddle blanket bore the Arabian royal insignia. Dismounting at a little distance, Fara tied the filly and strolled to the dilapidated garden. On the weather-beaten rustic bench, where she had so often sat beside her mother during those anxious days of her illness, King Zendi smilingly watched her approach. She paused for a moment, slowly proceeded to the bench, and sat down beside him. He took her hand. "I have been waiting for you, dear child," he said, gently. "What made you think I might come?" she asked. "I surmised you might be up early. You would want to talk to old Kedar, everyone else being unfriendly. You knew you could count on Kedar. He didn't tell you I was here?" She shook her head. "That's good," said Zendi. "I told him not to tell you. You might not have come had you known. I hurt you badly last night." Fara made no comment. Tears stood in her eyes. "It is not easy for me to tell you," said Sandy hesitantly, "but you deserve to know. My life, at present, is difficult. Rena is ill. It is a sickness of the mind. She has become madly obsessed by the idea that. He broke off here and sat moodily tracing lines in the sand with his riding whip. Then he faced her to ask, entreatingly, "You can't guess what I'm trying to say, can you?" "I'm afraid not, sir," murmured Fara. "Then I must begin at the beginning. Did you ever hear that your mother and I were deeply in love when her marriage was forced upon her as a patriotic duty?" "I knew you were devoted friends," admitted Fara. "All of that," said Sandy. "After your dear mother had been carried away into bondage and it became expedient for me to marry, Rena seemed contented with her belief that she had taken Arnon's place in my heart. But after your mother returned alone to Arabia, the queen became uneasy. She tried hard, I think, to treat your mother kindly, but her suspicion grew. Perhaps I was at fault." The unhappy king paused so long here that Fara wished she could think of something appropriate to say. "Yes," he continued in a barely audible tone of soliloquy, "I was clearly at fault. Your mother had been used cruelly. She had come home in humiliating circumstances. I tried to show my friendship. Then, realizing that my attitude would be misunderstood, I went to special pains to allay Rena's jealousy, and so successfully that the queen began to take an interest in Arnon. I must give her full credit for that." It was a long story, and Sandy insisted on telling it all. Fara listened pensively, her heart aching for him. Of course, he was saying now, Rena had always humored our son in many things that were to his disadvantage. The boy was willful, and his overindulgence had made him arrogant, but I hoped that as he grew older his disposition might improve. Any crown prince is an object of pity, Fara. No one dares tell him how to treat his fellows. No other boy dares slap him for his impudence. Duran never had any discipline, at all. When your mother died, continued Sandy, and you disappeared, I was sorely grieved. I tried not to show how deeply I had been wounded, but Rena knew. I had no appetite, I was moody, I wanted to be alone. Rena turned to Duran for companionship. Anything Duran did or said was exactly right. She made believe he was witty and laughed at his impudences. He insulted my counselors, he ridiculed me in the presence of our servants. Nothing short of divorcing Rena and disowning Duran could have relieved my intolerable predicament. Again Sandy reached for Fara's hand. "Now, my child, you know why you were so shamefully used, last night, at our own table." "I am glad you wanted to tell me," said Fara. "It does relieve my mind to know that you are still my friend. It would be unfair for me to remain here and add to your burden. I shall take Ione, and go. She will be happy to return to her own country. And as I have no country, I think I should prefer to live in Greece. May I have your permission to do that?" "What about Voldy?" "Voldy knows I can't marry him. But you do love him, I think." "Dearly. Far too dearly to risk ruining his life. You two will be unhappy as long as you live." "But I cannot live happily in Arabia, and Voldy will not be happy anywhere else. Our choice is limited to two kinds of unhappiness." "Well, you're making the wrong choice. How many thousands of times I have wished that your mother and I had had the courage to run away. I don't know where we could have gone, but any hardship would have been preferable to what we endured." It suddenly occurred to Sandy that he had unwittingly drawn a picture without Fara in it, and he mumbled an apology that didn't help very much. "Don't mind me," said Fara, with a half-bitter chuckle. "I've never thought it was any fun to be alive." King Sandy now sighted something on the trail that won his interest. He stood up and surveyed with apparent satisfaction an approaching train of camels. Fara rose and stood beside him. He took her arm. "Your tents and furniture," he said. "Everything will be put in place today, just as you left it. Your servants will be here soon." "Oh, but you mustn't. I cannot stay here," pleaded Fara. Then Sandy explained. He had supposed, he said, that she might not want to remain. When the news arrived of her father's assassination, he had assumed that she would return for her beloved Ione and planned to reside in some other country, possibly Greece, for she had often expressed admiration for that historic land. In view of this probable decision, he had been converting her property into money. "Your sheep and cattle were sent to Damascus," he said, "and the caravan will return shortly with the proceeds. Your estate should be ample to provide for you wherever you may decide to live." All through the forenoon the king watched as the experienced men pitched Fara's tents on their former site and installed the familiar equipment. The old servants came and set about their accustomed tasks. Ione, directing them, was dizzy with joy. Lunch was served in the garden and Boldy arrived in time for it. The king declined an invitation to stay. Duran had been taken ill in the night, he said, with what appeared to be an unusually bad cold, accompanied by a fever. The queen was greatly worried about him. During the next 3 days the servants went to and fro between the king's encampment and Fara's compound, bringing forgotten articles of household gear from the storage. They brought also disturbing news of the prince's illness. His fever had mounted dangerously and he was delirious much of the time. In the morning of the 4th day of his sickness, Boldy rode over to tell Fara that the fever was subsiding but Duran was unable to move his legs. The queen, he said, was hysterical with grief, noisily upbraiding the physician for his failure to propose a remedy. But there was no remedy for Duran's disease. He had fallen victim to the dreaded epidemic that had wrought such havoc this summer. Within a week all Arabia had learned that the crown prince was a helpless, hopeless paralytic. Rena's lamentations were so appalling that even Duran was disgusted by her emotional collapse and bitterly complained that he had enough to bear without being tortured by her outcries, and would she have the goodness to desist and let him die in peace. His surly comment was of no consolation to her. Still in need of some outlet for her distress, Rena turned to accusations, reviling the baffled old physician, badgering the servants, and making life wretched for the king. For relief from this tumult, Zendi rode alone for hours and leagues in weather that was becoming increasingly inclement as the chill winds of autumn began to lash the mountain trails. One snowy morning he brought Fara's money, 6 heavy pouches loaded with gold, stowed in huge saddle bags. He handed down the precious freight to the stable boys, but did not dismount. Late one afternoon, he arrived home, wet to the skin, his teeth chattering, his face flushed with fever. They helped him off his horse and asked him what was the matter. He was too hoarse to make an audible reply. They put him to bed with hot bricks at his feet and plied him with the usual remedies for severe exposure. The counselors were summoned. The physician tried everything he knew. The hours of the night dragged wearily through, and at dawn Zendi died. A fortnight had passed since the death of the king. Much snow had fallen, earlier than usual, but the sun shone brightly at midday, melting the drifts. Old men who remembered freely predicted a mild, open winter, which meant that Arabia faced the heartening prospect of ample pasturage and prosperity. This was good, especially in view of the fact that the nation was without a ruler. It was in seasons when the grass was scarce that the tribesmen quarreled and fought and the country needed the control of a firm hand. When the traditional 30 days of mourning passed, the council would meet and consider the appointment of a new king, it being quite obvious that Prince Duran was unable to succeed to the throne, a fact which the wise men discreetly deplored in their demeanor and conversation but to which they bravely reconciled themselves in their hearts. At dusk one afternoon, Ione came into Fara's bedchamber to say that an old man whom she had never seen before was asking to see her. A huge man, she said. Very tall and very tired and very wet, someone important, I think, she added. I brought him in out of the snow. Fara followed her quickly. At the sight of the visitor, who stood waiting, she stared incredulously for an instant, and then rushed into his arms. Petros! She cried. Is it possible? Is it really you? Have I changed so much? He asked. She led him to the glowing fireplace and began tugging off his snow-covered robe. He sat down wearily and Ione knelt to unfasten the soaked sandal thongs. Your hair! Exclaimed Fara. Your beard. Even your voice is different, Peter. I'm afraid you have suffered deeply. But, she studied him candidly, intuitively. But, whatever has happened to you, it has made you great. Her husky voice lowered to a tone of reverence. Did the master leave you in charge of his earthly kingdom? Ione stood before them, wide-eyed with bewilderment, apparently unable to decide whether to listen or leave. Fara said, in Greek, Petros, this is my dear Ione, of whom I have often spoken. And Ione, this is the big fisherman whom Jesus named Petros. A rock? Murmured Ione. Yes, she added quickly. That is so. A rock. Yes, it is true. Impulsively she knelt at his feet, and Peter, taking both her hands in his, raised her up gently. I am not to be worshipped, Ione, he said, in her own tongue. I am only a man who has walked humbly beside a king. I give you his blessing. Ione supervised the preparation of a nourishing supper, and, after they had eaten, Peter and Fara sat by the fire talking earnestly until far into the night. Fara listened with increasing perplexity as Peter confided the nature of his errand in Arabia. A strange power had been bestowed upon him, he said. The Holy Spirit had enabled him to perform miracles of healing. He had made cripples walk. Fara's heart raced as her intuition informed her of the amazing experiment he had in mind. He was going to try to heal Duran. No direct command has come to me, Peter was saying, but surely it would please God, and advance the Master's kingdom of peace and goodwill among men, if some act of kindness might cure the ancient enmity between the Arab and the Jew. Perhaps it is my task, by God's help, to do this thing. Fara made no comment, did not lift her eyes. After a moment's waiting, Peter continued. Would it not soften the heart of Arabia if a Jew should be the means of restoring the heir to their throne? I do not know, murmured Fara, adding, when Peter's searching look called for an explanation of her doubt, it has been a bitter enmity for ages. She could not bring herself to tell him that it would be no great favor to Arabia to put Duran on his feet. Who was Fara, to discourage the healing of any man's paralysis? And how dared she pit her judgment against that of the man whom God had invested with superhuman power? Thank you, Fara, that the Queen will let me see the prince? Wondered Peter. I do not know, she replied. The Queen is much overwrought by the recent afflictions. There's no telling what attitude she might take. Will you go with me tomorrow, entreated Peter, and tell her why I have come? Queen Rena is not friendly to me, said Fara. Your Voldy is a counselor, said Peter. Could you persuade him to present me? No. No. Exclaimed Fara. I couldn't ask Voldy to do that. There was a long, tense silence. Peter sat gnawing his bearded underlip in perplexity. At length he spoke almost sternly. Something tells me that you do not want the prince to be healed. Is this true? There was no use trying to evade this query. Fara straightened for her task. The Arabians do not like Prince Duran, Peter, she said firmly. From his childhood he has been detested for his selfishness and arrogance. They will want, and they deserve, another kind of king. But if, by a miracle, the prince should be healed, might he not change his ways and become acceptable? Argued Peter. It is not for me to say, replied Fara. You remember what happened to the rich Zacchaeus? How the people's hatred of him was changed to loyalty and affection when Jesus redeemed him. Fara slowly nodded her head, without looking up. I'll go with you, Peter, in the morning, she said. A Jew, you say? Sneered Rena. The prince would not tolerate the sight of him. She sat up indignantly. How like you Jews to mock us in our distress. Fara had experienced no difficulty in gaining an audience with the queen, who was curious to learn what had induced the girl to visit her. Supine on her couch she had stared crossly without speaking when Fara was shown in. Wasting no time on insincere amenities, Fara had briefly stated her errand. A friend of hers, a man possessed of divine power to heal, had come from a great distance to see the prince. The man waited without. He hoped he could help the prince as he had helped other men. He wanted no money. And where did you become acquainted with this god? In Galilee, your majesty. He is a Jew. That had brought Rena up in a towering rage. With fine scorn she had voiced her opinion of Fara's impudence, and was pointing a trembling finger toward the door. There is a legend among the Syrians, said Fara, undisturbed by the queen's anger, about their famous warrior king, Naaman, who contracted leprosy. Learning of a Jewish prophet, who had been endowed with the power to heal diseases, Naaman reluctantly besought this Jew to cure him, and was told to bathe in the Jordan River. This was an unthinkable humiliation to the celebrated Syrian, and he started home enraged beyond any words to tell of it. But, he was a leper and there was no help or hope for him, at all. So he turned back and bathed in the Jordan, and was healed. Nonsense! Screamed Rena. Get out of here. You and your holy Jew. Go, I say, go. Fara bowed and moved toward the door. Rena suddenly rose to her feet and followed her, clutching her arm. No. She muttered hoarsely. You shall not go. I forbid you to go. She burst out crying. Bring him in. With that, the hysterical woman rushed to the door of the prince's bedchamber and entered. There was the sound of voices, Rena's softly wheedling, Duran's shrill with scorn. Fara stepped out into the entry and beckoned to Peter, who followed her through to the prince's room, where the queen nervously admitted them. Duran, she said, steadying her voice, here is the Jewish healer who has come all this way from his own country to help you. Peter moved toward the bed. And since when, stormed Duran, has Arabia sought favors from the Jews? My son, I am not here as a Jew. Peter's calm, resonant voice seemed to drive the anger from the prince's sunken eyes. Nor have I come, he went on quietly, to minister to an Arabian. We are two fellow men, both of us God's children. Let us forget our nationality now, and treat each other as brothers. He reached out his hand to take Duran's. Instinctively the prince recoiled, withdrawing his hand, but, on second thoughts, slowly and reluctantly offering it. Rena drew in closer. She was weeping quietly. You are in great trouble, Duran, continued Peter. There is no earthly cure for your disease. If you are to regain your health and strength, the remedy must come from our Father. I have no power of my own. Whether it is the will of God that you should be restored to rule your country, I do not know. Perhaps that decision rests with you. What do you want him to do? Broke in Rena. A king should desire and deserve the respect of his people, declared Peter, ignoring the queen's query and searching the prince's eyes. As a prince, you have been vain and froward of heart. My master taught that whoever would become great among men should be as a servant, and whoever would be the greatest of all should be servant of all. You, Duran, have served no one but yourself. Sir, interrupted Rena, that is no way to speak to a prince. Duran made an impatient gesture in her direction. Say on. He mumbled. Now if it should please God to heal you, continued Peter, it will be a miracle, and if you should win the devotion and obedience of your people, that too will be a miracle. Are you willing to accept both of these benefits? If it is the will of God, you may have both, or neither. Will you promise that if your strength is restored you will serve your country unselfishly? Duran soberly nodded his head. There was an impressive silence. Be well aware, cautioned Peter, that if, in the days to come, you forget your vow, and turn again to your unseemly ways, a worse affliction may befall you. Again the prince solemnly nodded his head. Instantly Peter startled them by stretching forth both his huge hands, clutching Duran's arms. He sat him up in bed, and, raising his voice to a tone of command, he shouted, in the name of God, stand up on your feet, and walk. No place had ever been so quiet during the brief moment that followed. Slowly, bewilderingly, Duran put his feet out on the floor, and stood erect. Rena threw her arms around him and sobbed. Fara's eyes were wet. The prince pushed his mother aside and walked slowly across the room. Peter sank heavily into a chair. His face was pale and great beads of sweat stood on his forehead. Fara moved to his side and laid her hand on his shoulder. Rena, with tears of joy running down her cheeks, fell on her knees before him and cried, We shall repay you. Whatever you ask, we will give it. What would you have? A drink of water, please, murmured Peter huskily. Little was said after that. Duran was pacing about, his face alight. Rena was bringing his clothing and boots. They were too preoccupied with their good fortune to notice that Peter and Fara had slipped quietly away. He was visibly annoyed by the servants' stares when they came to serve luncheon to him and his mother. When the maids offered him dishes, at arm's length, he growled, One would think you were serving a ghost. Please don't be impatient with him, son, begged Rena. It is no small matter that you are walking again. I would have recovered, in time, said Duran airily. I was feeling better. I lacked confidence, that was all. The old Jew pulled me up, and I found I could walk. That's about all there is to it. Even so, if I were you I shouldn't resent it if the people are surprised to see you out again, admonished Rena. Why should I care what they think? Muttered Duran. After he had eaten, the prince swaggered out to the paddocks, to be greeted by the silent, open-mouthed awe of the stable boys. This is amazing, sire, exclaimed old Kedar, limping forward. Saddle my sorrel mare, commanded Duran. Rena had followed him out. She stood soberly watching as he bounded into the saddle and rode away at a gallop. Then she turned and slowly retraced her steps, with bent head and drooping shoulders. Back in her own room, she sat motionless, leaning far forward with her knuckles pressed hard against her teeth. Duran had no intention of keeping his vow to the Jewish healer. It wasn't in Duran to change his nature. It was too much to expect of him. He was a high-spirited, proud young prince. It was his destiny to rule his people. Any sign of sympathy or friendship on his part would be mistaken for weakness. The Arabians needed a firm hand to govern them, not an outstretched hand, but a closed fist. Yes, but the mysterious Jew was still to be reckoned with. In a few hours he would learn that Duran had repudiated his promise. Then what? If this miracle worker had the power to put Duran on his feet, he probably had the power to put him to bed again. He had solemnly declared that the prince must keep his pledge, or a worse affliction might befall him. In God's name, what could be worse? Rena's mind was in tumult. Something must be done promptly or the potent Jew might put a curse on Duran. He must be got out of the country. Now. She walked determinedly to her desk, drew out a sheet of papyrus, and wrote in large, sprawling letters. Fara, much as the prince appreciates the kindness of your Jewish prophet, we are aware, as you doubtless are yourself, that there is bitter enmity between the Jews and the Arabians. Already there is muttering among our people that our prince shall not be beholden to a Jew for his recovery. For the old prophet's protection, for Iran does not want anything to happen to him, it is important that he leave the country forthwith. Let there be no delay. I am sending, with this note, a purse of gold. Give it to this man, and tell him to go. Perhaps it would be well if you accompanied him. You may not be safe here when it is learned that you brought the Jew to Arabia. Less than 2 hours after the return of Peter and Fara to her home, Brenna's letter, accompanied by the bag of gold coins, arrived. Shortly afterward Voldy came. His face was serious. He had stopped at the royal encampment and old Kedar had told him everything. The three of them studied the letter. Peter's only comment was, God will not be mocked. It is obvious, said Voldy, that the queen made this up. However, her advice should be taken. Peter is in danger not because he is a Jew but because he miraculously restored the prince after Arabia was assured that he had been disqualified from acceding to the throne. You are right, Voldy, agreed Fara. And I shall go with him. It is quite impossible for me to remain here any longer. So it was decided that Peter and Fara should start early the next morning for Gaza and take passage on a ship. It was now at the height of the season for grain shipments to Rome and they might be lucky enough to sail without much delay on some craft that called at Piraeus, the port of Athens. Voldy impulsively resolved to go too. In his present mood, explained Voldy, the prince will not object to my absence. All through the night, preparations went forward for departure in the morning. Voldy rode to the royal encampment and confided their intentions to Kedar, who took it upon himself to organize a pack train to carry Fara's and Ion's belongings to the port. Assured that the queen had commanded them to clear out, Kedar felt himself on safe ground to give his full aid to their departure. In the grey light that announced the coming dawn, the caravan started down the tortuous trail toward the valley of Ain. In 2 hours they had left the snow behind them and the men were taking off their leather jackets. Peter preferred to walk, and he walked alone, his grey head bent in serious meditation. He had made a mistake, it seemed. He had wanted to do a great favor to a foe, but his good intentions had only widened the breach and fanned the smoldering fire of hatred. The astounding and unwelcome news of Prince Duran's miraculous recovery, after the country had thought itself well rid of him, traveled fast and far. The councillors met informally in the venerable Duma's encampment, but found no cure for their dilemma. Only one opinion was unanimously agreed upon: the Jews should mind their own business. But if the councillors had no plan to alleviate the tragic situation, the sons of Ishmael thought they might give aid. This exclusive and secretive organization was composed of the sons and adult grandsons and nephews of influential tribal chiefs who ran the caravans from Arabia to the port cities. These long and dangerous journeys conducting flocks and herds, hides and wool, to faraway Damascus and Caesarea and Gaza, menaced by well-equipped bands of robbers, demanded the safeguarding of fearless men. It was an honor to be chosen for this perilous business, and the young fellows who undertook it were indeed a tough aggregation. Now that winter was coming, most of the caravans had returned from their expeditions, and the sons of Ishmael were having some free time. On the second day after the prince was restored, word was passed from camp to camp announcing a secret meeting for the following night in the tent of Jeshri, their leader. After an hour's conference, Jeshri, in their presence, filled the quiver with 30 arrows, which was the number of men present. All the arrows but one were made for target practice. The exception was tipped with a long, slim finger of steel, sharpened to a needlepoint. Jeshri walked out of the tent and into the moonlight, and mounted his horse. A half-mile up the trail he halted beside a large oak tree, and, still mounted, drove a nail at the height of his shoulder, hung up the quiver, and returned to camp. One by one, at intervals of a few minutes, the silent men mounted their horses and set out for home. As each man passed the quiver, he paused to take an arrow. Late in the afternoon of the following day, Prince Duran's sorrel mare arrived at her paddock, riderless. The Antonia would sail within the hour. Grizzled old Captain Polemus was happy to make this announcement, for his passengers had been on board nearly a week and were growing restless. With plenty of time to reflect on his dilemma, Voldy had decided that the course he was taking was the right one. As a counselor he would be completely at odds with Duran, and it would be of small service to Arabia if a counselor and the king were in constant conflict. Besides, once he and Fara were in a strange country, Relying more and more upon each other for companionship, he might persuade her to marry him. He faced the voyage and their new adventures with increasing interest. Fara stood by his side at the rail as the sailors made ready to cast off. She slipped her arm under his and Voldy felt her trembling with excitement. "It will not be long now," she said softly. Voldy did not hear her. His eyes were fixed on two horsemen, riding on the wharf. He identified them now. Musef and Raboth. Their horses were wet. Leaving Fara abruptly, he ran down the gangway as his friends dismounted. He faced them with apprehensive eyes. What could have happened to bring them here? They straightened, and formally saluted him. "That was a close thing, sire," muttered Musef. "We weren't a minute too soon." Voldy grinned at the sire, and wondered why. It was a strange time to be teasing him. "Durand is dead," said Raboth, in a half-whisper. "Dead?" echoed Voldy. "How?" "He was found beside a mountain trail with an arrow in his back," said Musef. "And I suppose you have come to ask me to return," said Voldy. "But I can't now. I have gone too far with my other plans." "But the king's council insists that you return, forthwith, sire," entreated Raboth in an unsteady voice. "And why is my presence in Arabia of such urgent importance?" demanded Voldy. "And why, in God's name, are you fellows siring me?" "Because," said Musef, "you are the king of Arabia." Chapter 29. Peter had not been too uncomfortable here. For one thing, the cell was dry, a welcome change from the perpetual dampness of the catacombs. Perhaps when winter came, it was August now, the prison would be damp too, but Peter did not expect to be here when winter came, so there was no need to worry about that. The cot was narrow, but there were two folded blankets on it, kindly provided by Glaucus, the jailer. There was also a bare wooden chair. Throughout the daytime hours a little strip of sunshine penetrated the mere slit of the window near the ceiling, not enough light to read by, but better than the catacombs, where there was no sunlight at all. True, it was wearisome, sitting here all day with nothing to do, and the nights were still more tedious, for, with no physical exercise to tire him, he did not require much sleep. Indeed, it was the long nights that had made his prison life so hard to bear. His mistakes asked to be reviewed as he lay awake for hours in the darkness. Every painful detail of his quarrel with Johnny that day on the Abigail was re-experienced. There was no use saying to himself that he had been fully forgiven for his treatment of Johnny. He had to go through it again, night after night. When the torturing memory of his denial of Jesus' friendship threatened to invade his mind, he would sit up and make an effort to drive it away by sheer willpower, and sometimes he succeeded, but not always. Occasionally through the day a guard would pause briefly at his barred door and inquire how he was feeling today, and Peter would say that he was very well, thank you. A slave brought food and a pitcher of water in the morning and again in the late afternoon, but without tarrying to talk. Perhaps he was not permitted to speak to prisoners. Twice, during the past month of his incarceration, Glaucus himself had come in to call. On these occasions Peter sat on the cot, and Glaucus, turning the chair about, bestrode it, facing him. It was not easy to talk with Glaucus, who spoke some outlandish variant of the vulgaris. By exerting his imagination, Peter gathered that the badly scarred jailer was a veteran of the wars. Once he had understood Glaucus to inquire why these foolish Christians were throwing their lives away, and he had tried to explain, but Glaucus didn't understand it. He had shaken his head and yawned and left. For several days now Peter had been expecting a visit from Mencius, who was making an effort to have the sentence commuted. He had worried more than a little about Mencius' intervention in his behalf. It was a risky business, even for an influential proconsul, to be showing such concern for the welfare of any Christian, especially for the known leader of the movement. It was of no great importance to Peter whether he himself lived or died, but he didn't want to see Mencius punished, and that might easily be, for young Caligula was fiercely determined to stamp out this indomitable underground party that seemed to thrive on persecution. As he had sat there alone in his cell, day after day, Peter had passed the dragging hours by reliving his experiences of recent years. During the first days of his imprisonment, his reminiscences would speed from one event to another. A couple of hours would cover the significant episodes of the past quadrennium. Next day he would do it all over again. So he had contrived a better plan. He would give a whole half-day to the recovery of one event. On one morning after breakfast he would project himself back to Gaza. After a tedious delay, the Antonia was making ready to sail. Peter felt himself standing at the rail, watching the last bales and boxes of cargo come on board. Voldy and Fara stood very close together, only a few feet from him. What a handsome, well-matched pair they were. Voldy had made a wise decision to get out of Arabia. He and Fara were made for each other. Suddenly 2 young horsemen had appeared on the wharf. Voldy had run down the gangway to greet them. The 3 friends had held a brief parley. Then Voldy had slowly returned, followed by the visitors, who explained to Fara why Voldy could not leave the country. His fellow counselors had just appointed him king of Arabia. She had taken Voldy's hands in hers and had tried to smile. Then Voldy had put his arms around her, had kissed her tenderly, before them all, and had whispered something into her ear, and she had nodded her head. And he had whispered to her again, and she had shaken her head. Then he had followed his friends down the gangway. His horse had been brought up from the hold. Fara had disappeared, probably to her cabin. Captain Polemus had shouted an order. The mainsail was creeping up. The Antonia edged away from the wharf. It would take Peter all forenoon to remember that scene in its every detail. In the afternoon, he would decide to review the voyage, the long talks with Captain Polemus and with Fara, who tried to be cheerful, but the sight of whose eyes made his heart ache. Peter had made no secret of his devotion to his master and his firm belief in the early victory of the kingdom. Weather-beaten old Polemus had listened respectfully, but shook his grey head. It was a pleasant dream, he would admit. It would be a happy day for the world when all men were brothers, but Polemus didn't expect to live so long. "You'd better be careful who you talk to about this," he cautioned. "You were safe enough with me, of course. I like to hear you tell of this Jesus. He must have been a great man. But this idea of a new kingdom, you'd do better to keep that to yourself. Of course, in Athens you won't be in much danger. The empire doesn't care what they talk about in Athens." "And why is that?" Peter had wanted to know. "Oh, Athens is full of windy old philosophers who spend their time sitting in the park on Mars Hill, talking all manner of nonsense." "Not meaning," Polemus was quick to add, "that what you believe is nonsense, but you can say almost anything you like in Athens, and nobody will take you seriously. I'll wager you could make a public speech predicting that the empire would collapse tomorrow, and even the Roman patrols wouldn't bother you." "But, isn't there a Christian ecclesia in Athens?" Peter had inquired. "I suppose so," drawled Polemus. "Almost everywhere now there is an organization of these Christians. And some of them have to be cautious. But not in Athens. I'm glad you are going there. Now if it was Rome, I'd advise you to stay away. They're making it mighty tough for these poor people in Rome." Peter hadn't felt much complimented by the captain's friendly counsel to avoid all danger. "Perhaps that's where I'm needed, Polemus," he had said. "You wouldn't last very long, sir," the captain had declared. "Some ordinary fellow, average height, dragging his heels, looking like 10,000 other men of no importance, might not be run in for a long time. You, sir, would be a marked man. You take my advice and make your home in Athens." So Peter had gone on to Rome. He hadn't even got off the ship at Piraeus. Fara and Ione didn't need him. In fact, they might be better off without him. He might get them into trouble. It had been a sad parting, though. Fara had pleaded with him. "Dear Petros, you have had trouble enough. You deserve some rest, free of danger. Let us take care of you." And that would have been very pleasant, Peter knew. Good old Polemus had overheard the conversation. "You'd better do as she says," he advised. Then the Antonia had swung about to resume the long voyage. One chilly morning, for it was midwinter now, they had arrived at Ostia's busy roadstead, and, after brief formalities of clearance, proceeded up the river. It was late in the evening when they tied up at the wharf that served the huge granaries. Peter had expected to find the streets deserted, but they were noisy with heavy vehicular traffic and crowded with pedestrians. Did these Romans never sleep? He had walked the streets all night, bewildered by the throngs. The food shops were open. Hawkers shouted their wares. Mendicant musicians added to the din. Blind men whined. He found himself in an area of magnificent public buildings, the Praetorium, the Forums, the stupendous Colosseum. In the grey light of morning he had come upon the broad Via Appia and had followed it out of the city. Polemus had told him how to find the catacombs. It always stirred him when he remembered the welcome he had received. He was amazed that these forlorn fugitives had heard of him and the miracles he had wrought in the Master's name. They had gathered about him and knelt at his feet, and he had prayed that they might all be given faith to watch and wait for the coming of the kingdom. And then there was that first visit from Mencius. Peter loved to recall it. One morning, late in the autumn, Mencius had come. He hadn't said how he had discovered Peter's whereabouts, But here he was in the catacombs, a Roman proconsul. The frightened refugees had scurried away in the darkness. But Peter had had no fear. He had heard all about Mencius, Voldy had told him. "Let us go outside," Mencius had suggested. "It will do you good to breathe some fresh air." "Will it not endanger you, sir," Peter had inquired, "if you should be seen talking with a Christian?" "No," Mencius had declared. "The patrols are not interested in my goings and comings. I talk with whom I please. The emperor might not approve of my being here in friendly converse with you, Peter, but he cannot dispose of me. I know how to deal with the copper miners in Cyprus. I know the ruffians who run the salt caravans from En-Gedi to Gaza. I know what is going on in Joppa and Caesarea. Come, we have much to talk about." So they had gone up the narrow ladder and had sat down under the locust trees. "How do you find it possible to live down there in those caverns?" Mencius had wanted to know. "Because I must," Peter had replied. "It is not so difficult to do what one must do." And then he had told the proconsul about the little groups of Christians who met secretly in their own houses until the patrols suspected them, and they would flee to these labyrinthian caverns for safety, frightened, beaten, sick, and hungry, and of the secret exits from which the more fearless ones emerged to procure food from the peasant farmers and cheap fish from the smaller markets along the waterfront. "I pray with them and minister to their sick ones, Mencius. I offer words of comfort when they die, and beside their graves. And I bid them be of good cheer, for the kingdom is coming." "It must take great faith, Peter," mused Mencius, "to believe that the kingdom of the Christos is coming when everything they had is lost." "That's when our faith is strongest, Mencius," Peter had replied, "when there is nothing else to lean upon. The Spirit of God is very real, and near, to these distressed ones. You remember how you felt on the day of Pentecost? We have Pentecost every day in the catacombs." After a little silence, Peter had asked Mencius to tell him about himself, and his recent journeys, and the proconsul had had quite a story to tell. He had just returned from the usual round, Cyprus, Caesarea, Joppa, Gaza, En-Gedi, and had ridden up into Arabia to see Voldy. "Is he making a good king?" Peter had wanted to know. "The best ever," Mencius had declared. "The Arabians love him." "Married?" "No, and perhaps it's for the best. Voldy rarely shows up at the king's encampment. He spends his time visiting the tribesmen. Arabia has never been so completely unified. By the way, he told me a good story. I know he would want you to hear it, for you were on the ship when the word came that Prince Duran had been assassinated. The secret band of young caravan guards, who called themselves the Sons of Ishmael, drew lots to see which one should attend to the prince. Old Jeshri, their leader, filled a quiver with 30 arrows, the exact number of all men present at the meeting. Only one arrow was armed with steel. Jeshri hung the quiver on a tree and each man as he rode past took an arrow. So no one of them knew which man was appointed to kill the prince? Right. But, afterwards, one of the men who had aspired to be their leader remembered that old Jeshri himself had not taken an arrow from the quiver, and he talked about it to Jeshri's disparagement. Voldy told me that when the old man lay sick unto death he asked them all to leave his bedside except the king, and to him he said, "I have been maligned for refusing to take one of the arrows. I want you to know, sire, that I did take one of the arrows before I hung the quiver on the tree. It was the steel-tipped arrow. When I am gone, sire, will you tell my brave lads?" It had been very wearisome, sitting here day after day in his prison cell, with nothing to do but remember. Often he spent a whole afternoon recalling that eventful night when Marcellus and Marsippor had brought him out of the secret passage into the old quarry, and had taken him swiftly to the Gallio mansion, where the gallant Greek slave lay dying of his wounds. The Spirit of God had empowered him, that night, to heal Demetrius. And, after that, many agitated fugitives came with reports that the Gallio's physician, one Sarpedon, was seeking in high quarters for his arrest. But God had withheld the hands of his enemies. Perhaps God would save him this time, too, though Peter was not sure he wanted to be saved, this time. Life in the catacombs had taken a heavy toll of him. He was gaunt, weak in the legs, hollow-eyed. Maybe his work was done. If there was anything further for him to do, he would try to do it. But if it should be his father's will to take him home now, to the house of many mansions, it would be a relief. One morning he fell to thinking about the day when Marsippor brought him the master's robe. Marcellus had sent it to him. Noble fellow, that Marcellus. And his bride. They had been very brave. Only a little while, perhaps, and he would see them. Marsippor had brought the robe. Peter remembered its comforting softness when he had taken it in his arms. He had not tried to put it on over his huge shoulders. Somehow he didn't want to put it on, anyhow. It was too sacred for that. They had laid it reverently upon the altar in the taper-lit chapel. It was there now. Every day the people knelt before it. He had tried to counsel them not to worship it, but they probably did. Well, he couldn't blame them much. After all, it was the Master's robe. If they needed something tangible to fix their eyes upon while they prayed for courage, what token of his presence could serve so well? I have often knelt there beside them, Peter had admitted. And worshipped the robe? Wondered Mencius. It stirred cherished memories, Mencius, and brought the Master very near. If that is idolatry, I think I shall be forgiven. For the past few days, Peter had meditated deeply upon the incident that had brought him to prison. Mencius, returning from another long voyage, had come out one morning, very much agitated, to say that the son of his longtime friend, Prefect Sergius of Caesarea, who had just finished his course in the military academy, was dangerously ill. This splendid young fellow, Felix, is the apple of his father's eye, Mencius had said. He is very near death, I fear. He is burning up with a fever. Since yesterday he has been unconscious. The physicians admit they are helpless. Now I cannot ask you to go to him, Peter. You would certainly be arrested. Sarpedon, who has charge of the case, would see to that. You must not be seen there. What would you have me do? Peter had inquired. Can't you pray for his recovery? Entreated Mencius. For a long moment Peter had wrestled with his problem. Then he had said, I shall go with you, Mencius. It is too great a risk. You would be seen by many. Doubtless Sarpedon himself will be there. He would leave no stone unturned to have you brought to trial. But if, by the Holy Spirit, I should heal the boy? No, that would make no difference to Sarpedon. His professional pride is more important than the life of young Felix. Be that as it may, Mencius, I am going with you. Come, then, said Mencius in a shaken voice. Perhaps an angel will stand guard over you. But no angel had intervened. Nor had Peter been permitted to see the dying Felix. He had all been arrested in the courtyard of the academy upon arrival there, and, after a hasty trial on the charge of conspiracy to overthrow the government, he was thrown into prison. Is it true, then, the judge had demanded, that you believe, and have taught others to believe, in the coming of a king who will rule the world? Yes, Peter had replied boldly, that is true. You are a fool. The judge had growled, adding, but an honest and fearless fool. You have not the manner and speech of a seditionist. If you will renounce this idiotic theory and promise not to speak of it again, this court will let you off with a prison sentence. Otherwise you are condemned of treason by the words of your own mouth, and the penalty is death. Which would you have? The courtroom had been very quiet. Mencius had dared to rise and ask permission to speak. The judge showed surprise, but replied deferentially, It will be our pleasure, Proconsul Mencius, to hear anything you wish to say. Your Grace, began Mencius, this man Peter is well known to me. He has no designs on the empire. He has incited no one to rebellion. He has healed the sick and comforted the downtrodden and distressed. This kingdom in which he believes is not a temporal but a spiritual kingdom. It has naught to do with Caesar. Then Mencius had sat down and the judge had faced Peter, inquiring, Is this true? It had been a trying moment. It was not an easy question. Mencius had done his best to find a way out for him. After some delay, Peter had found his voice. Sir, he said, the proconsul has told you truly that the kingdom of the Christos is a spiritual kingdom. But when it rules the hearts of men everywhere it will be their highest allegiance. Peace will reign throughout the earth. And when it comes, there will be no need of armies, no, nor of magistrates. And what becomes of Caesar? Demanded the judge, sternly. Our Christos, sir, declared Peter, will rule the world and every knee shall bow before him. The heavy silence now had been broken only by the rattling of the papyrus sheet as the judge recorded his decision on the indictment. Then he rose and said, You have left this court no alternative, Peter. The law is the law. It is not in our province to amend it, not even to save the life of a misguided fanatic. You will be taken hence to prison and in 30 days you will be put to death. The next day, Mencius had come to see him. Glaucus, admitting him, had waited. The court order, he said, required him to remain. The proconsul had sat silent for a while before speaking. Peter, he began, gently reproachful, why did you do it? Fabius was doing his best to save you. I had to tell the truth, Peter had replied. I disowned my master once. I think he depends on me not to do it again. But, did you have to say that the master's kingdom would rule the world? Judge Fabius is really quite a decent fellow. He did not want to inflict the sentence of death upon you. It was your prediction of the fall of the empire that left him helpless. Had he been lenient with you, the emperor would have punished him. And you have risked too much, Mencius, said Peter in Greek. Much as I value your aid. None of that, Peter. Broke in Glaucus. You will speak in our tongue. I am having another session with Fabius, said Mencius, ignoring the interruption. Perhaps the sentence may be commuted. This makes me sick at heart, Peter. And so the days had dragged on. The day after tomorrow would mark the expiration of Peter's month in prison. Late that afternoon, Mencius had come. His haggard face made his report unnecessary. He laid his hand on Peter's arm and sadly shook his head. I am permitted to be with you for only a moment, he said. But on Friday morning, I shall be here for a farewell word. Is there anything I can do for you, Peter? Pray for me, good Mencius, that my faith fail not. I have prayed for you, Peter, murmured Mencius, but it hasn't done you any good. I'm sure it has, said Peter. I haven't been afraid. Your prayers may have helped me. You have been a loyal friend, Mencius. We will meet, one day, in our Father's house. Chapter 30. Peter had risen early and was calmly waiting. His mind was at rest. The only question that had troubled him had been answered in the night. An angel had visited him in a dream. On the day of Pentecost, the stirring demonstration of the Holy Spirit's power had led him to believe that the establishment of the Master's kingdom throughout the world was imminent. It was not easy to conceive of such an event, but neither was Pentecost easy to accept as an actual experience. All things were possible with God, and his ways were beyond understanding. God had waited long and patiently for his children to acknowledge his fatherhood and their brotherhood. Now the time had come for the cleansing of the nations and the reign of peace. Now. He had expected it to begin in Jerusalem, where thousands of fear-ridden men had hung upon his words. Jerusalem was the right place for the new kingdom to manifest itself first. A society would be formed for the demonstration of friendship and goodwill. The news of it would quickly spread. But the Jerusalem experiment had been unsuccessful. Perhaps Jerusalem was not the right place to begin. He had declared the early coming of the kingdom to the harassed slaves in Joppa. They had listened wistfully, but without comment. He had repeated his message to the Italians in Caesarea. They had received him politely and had left the dinner tables in silence. No one had paused to ask a question or express an opinion. Wise old Cornelius, quite dissatisfied with things as they were, had no expectation of a remedy for the world's sorry predicament, and had shaken his gray head at any mention of an early triumph of the Master's kingdom. Undaunted, Peter had journeyed to Arabia in the hope of effecting peace and friendship between the Arabs and the Jews. Perhaps the kingdom would begin its work here. It would be a great day for the kingdom when the tidings spread that two hostile nations, at enmity for 15 centuries, had resolved their difficulties. But his efforts had been in vain. The relations between the sons of Israel and Ishmael had not been improved. Indeed, they had been worsened. Fara was a firm believer in the Master's power, but, when the kingdom of peace on earth was mentioned, she had nothing to say. Captain Polemus thought the idea fantastic. Mencius, although deeply impressed at Pentecost, was silent when Peter talked of the coming kingdom. In the opinion of Judge Fabius, clearly a man of good intent, Peter was a fool, a brave and honest fool, but a fool. In the days of his solitude, he had wondered whether he might be mistaken. He still clung to his belief, but he wished more people shared it. Was the kingdom coming now? And, if not now, was the kingdom coming at all? Last night an angel had cleared his mind. Yes, Peter, the Master's kingdom is coming, but not by some spectacular miracle whereby thrones would topple in a day and all men everywhere would cast aside their weapons and clasp hands. From the beginning of the world, Peter, the angel had said, the rulers of the nations have striven for power over other men's lives. The ablest minds among their subjects always spent their genius on contriving instruments of destruction. The kings of the earth, for their own pride and glory, have laid waste their neighbors' lands and enslaved their children. You, Peter, have daily talked about these latter times. But, these are not latter times. The world has suffered grievously, but it must suffer more and more. Again and again, in desperate hours, men have come to a parting of the ways, and they have always chosen the road to national pomp and glory, never the road to peace and friendship. The kingdom of the Christos will come, but not now, not soon. Empires will rise and fall. Slavery and slaughter will prevail and increase in horror until the sight of it will sicken the heart of God. Terror will reign until the hungry and homeless will cry to the rocks to cover them. And when all seems lost, then the kingdom will come. Remember how the Master said that the kingdom would grow as a mustard tree, from the smallest of seeds. Always there will be some who hear his voice. In the midst of their distresses, they will watch and wait and hope for the coming of the King. And he will come, at length, to keep his covenant, and set men free. Meantime, he offers the benefits of the kingdom to every man who yearns to see the kingdom come. For them the kingdom has come. You, Peter, have earned that peace. For you, the kingdom is here, it is now, it is yours. The time had passed quickly. Peter was roused from his reverie by the sound of many footsteps in the corridor. There was the heavy tread of hobnailed boots. Glaucus rattled his keys and drew the cell door open. Surrounding him were prison guards and 2 tall legionaries in battle dress, their polished helmets gleaming. Mencius edged past them and entered. "You have only a moment, proconsul," muttered Glaucus. "Let there be no tarrying." "Is it well with you, Peter?" asked Mencius, in a half-whisper. "Yes, good Mencius," said Peter, "I am quite ready." "Have you a final request? Is there anything I can do?" "I wish you would go to the home of Senator Gallio," said Peter in a steady voice, "and ask to see the old steward, Marsippor. Give Marsippor my abiding love and tell him to be a shepherd to my little flock. Tell him to say to them that the kingdom will come, but they must not expect it to reign now, except in their hearts, for the world is not yet ready to receive the king." "Come now," commanded Glaucus. "Time is up." Peter moved slowly toward the door. There he paused for another word with Mencius. "Last night in a dream I saw the king. He was standing on a high hill, gazing entreatingly into the far distance, across the mountains, plains and seas. And I heard him saying, in sorrow, 'You would not come unto me that ye might have life.'" The end.